This fellow right here is the protagonist of our story. He merely blocked a single sword strike, yet all the elders are freaking out. That is because the owner of the strike he blocked was the strongest person on the continent. What's even more surprising is the fact that just a month ago he was a total novice who did not even know how to hold a sword. However, in his past life his so-called master taught him nothing but garbage swordsmanship. So no matter how hard he tried, he was running in place, and eventually, his family faced extermination. In this life he sends that damn master straight to hell first. All while awakening the dragon heart that all warriors crave and showing off a screen full of flashy dragon pattern sword energy. Just testing out a new skill is enough to shock people. Alright, okay, let us cut to the chase and get started. The story begins in a desolate landscape. Buildings, looking like they could collapse at any moment, are engulfed in flames, and the agonizing screams of villagers echo through the air. People try desperately to flee from a group clad in black, but lethal blades claim their lives in an instant. It is truly a gruesome sight. Those who died with their eyes wide open, those forced to watch helplessly as their families were killed. Only terror-filled screams and the sharp sounds of slashing blades fill the space. Even in this carnage, Theo fights back staunchly, but the enemies in black are too numerous and his movements gradually slow. Aiming for an opening, one guy drives his sword down with a sharp glint in his eyes, but Theo quickly blocks the attack. The two swords clash with an ear-splitting roar, and Theo grits his teeth, holding on with all his might. Just then a thought crosses his mind. The Janna family, the ducal house guarding the empire at the continent's northernmost point. The reason the Janna family could stand strong as the northern wall for over 1,000 years was. The reason they could always emerge victorious in bloody wars was thanks to a special physical ability said to be inherited from dragon blood. Those born with the Janna bloodline are all born with extraordinary magical power, robust stamina, and outstanding talent for swordsmanship. Except for me, that is. Exhausted, he allows a strike from the man in black, and the rushing pain cuts off even his thoughts as Theo Janna falls to the ground. The man looking down at him speaks sneeringly. I guess you still have not realized anything even in this state, and he continues. There are things you can absolutely never do, no matter how hard you try. People call that incompetence. Theo Janna lifts his head and shouts, "What?" The man slowly lowers his mask to reveal a cunning face, mocking him for having the Janna blood yet no talent. He looks down at Theo with a scornful laugh. Even I would be pissed off, young Master Theo. As soon as he finishes speaking, Theo recognizes his identity and is appalled. Jendon, why you? Jendon answers nonchalantly. Do you know something? Watching you act up every morning pretending to train without a shred of talent, it was so pathetic. Jendon's eyes are full of mockery, especially when that effort bears no fruit. He bursts into laughter. The idiot of the Janna family, it is a nickname that suits you perfectly. You should have just gone into hiding somewhere. Watching a piece of trash struggle to do something was quite funny. Theo grinds his teeth in rage, spitting out each word. Jendon, I will not forgive you. He struggles to stand, using his sword as a support. Approaching me as a sword instructor and teaching me useless techniques, he screams in pain. Was it just to get me kicked out of Hongwajan, you piece of trash? But before he can counterattack, Jendon coldly raises his sword and severs Theo Janna's arm. Overwhelmed by the pouring pain and accumulated wounds, he collapses with a scream. Jendon feigns a look of pity. Do you resent me? He grabs Theo by the hair and speaks in a venomous voice. All of this happened because of you. His eyes narrow as a grotesque smile spreads across his lips. Why cannot you understand? Jendon forces Theo's head to look toward the burning buildings. Look, he points to where the flames are soaring and asks, why is Hongwajan burning? Why are your family members dying? Jendon smiles as he sees his subordinates dragging a corpse over. Why did your mother? He throws the dragged woman's corpse down in front of Theo. A beautiful woman, bloodied and motionless. Jendon speaks as if evaluating it. Become a cold corpse? Theo Janna is too shocked to speak. Jendon squats down, unable to hide his sneer. Every single word digs into Theo's chest like a blade. In a family ruled by power, he can only glare, filled with helplessness as he looks at his mother's body lying on the cold ground, unable to do anything. Suddenly, a notification window pops up with a bright light. You have obtained a reward. All stats increase rapidly. Then a blue light obscures his vision. Theo shouts in shock. What the hell is going on? A huge notification window appears before his eyes. Starting the next quest. In reality, Theo has completely collapsed within the raging flames. Tears flow from between his closed eyes. Amidst the intensifying flames, Theo thinks, if things were different, would the result have changed? It seems like everything is over. Just then a cold alert sound rings out. You have died. The message pops up again. Theo Janna, trait activated, returning to the regression point. As the notification ends, Theo's consciousness returns. He opens his eyes wide in disbelief. Standing before him is Jendon holding a wooden sword, asking a question. Seeing Theo's blank expression, Jendon lowers his voice. You seem very exhausted. Let us end today's lesson here. Theo is speechless, unable to hide his shock as soon as he sees that face. Jendon examines his condition and judges, as if talking to himself. He is out of it. Theo Janna stares blankly at the wooden sword in his hand, doubting. What is this? Did not I just die? Just as he wonders if life is flashing before his eyes, Jendon calls out, Young Master. Theo ignores him and keeps thinking, I cannot believe it. To think that unlucky jerk Jendon is what appears in my final flashback. Theo looks down without replying, mocking himself. Can death be this cruel? Then Theo's eyes widen at the light emanating from a screen. Ha! A system notification floats over the bastard's disgusting face. Tutorial quest, throw a punch at Jendon's face. Theo is dumbfounded and shouts inwardly, What is this? He looks up at Jendon, then reads the text again with suspicious eyes. Tutorial quest hit Jendon. What kind of nonsense is this? He looks back and forth between the screen and Jendon. Do people usually see a flashback like this when they die? It does not look like he can see it. At Theo's strange behavior, Jendon asks with a blank face, "Is something wrong?" Theo ignores the question and puts down the wooden sword. "I do not know." He clenches his fist, deciding to follow the instruction. "I do not know what the situation is, but maybe it is a final gift from God, telling me to vent my anger before I go." Theo rushes in, throwing a punch. "I do not care if it is a dream. I am going to hit him at least once." Jendon tilts his head, unable to understand. Thwack! Theo hits him square in the face, but there is no impact at all. Jendon stands there without budging. He curls the corners of his mouth in an expression of pity. Theo is flustered. "Why is this so vivid, and why is my fist so weak?" Jendon does not even give him time to explain. He moves his body and counters Theo. Whether Jendon is strong or he is weak, Theo goes flying. Jendon, having used a flashy technique, finally speaks. "I believe I said the lesson was over." Clutching his stomach, Theo looks at Jendon and thinks, "What is this? Do I feel pain even in a dream?" Jendon sighs, pretending to sympathize. "I understand you are disappointed that there is no progress despite doing your best. The awakening ceremony is approaching after all." At the 3 words awakening ceremony, Theo's pupils constrict. Jendon continues coldly, not caring. "However, acting out against your master cannot be tolerated." He strokes the wooden sword. "And if you are of the Janna family, you should use a sword, not your fist." "You must use a sword," Jendon says as he turns around. "I will see you at the next lesson." Watching his retreating back, Theo mutters, "What on earth happened?" As Jendon disappears, the peers around him start openly sneering. "Retard, disappointing the master without knowing his place?" They mock him. "Is he really of the Janna bloodline? He is too pathetic. He is worse than an illegitimate child." Amidst the pouring criticism, Theo buries his face in his hands. To think that is the limit even with effort. He squeezes the sand on the ground with his other hand. Theo shakes his head and whispers softly, "I do not believe it." The wound inflicted by Jendon throbs, snapping him back to his senses. This vivid pain, watching the sand slip through his fingers, he becomes certain. This realistic sensation. Theo's eyes widen, looking around the training ground. He stands blankly and realizes, it is not a flashback, this is reality. He looks up at the stars in the night sky. If the awakening ceremony is in 2 years, does that mean I have returned to the past? That makes no sense. The reappeared notification window states clearly, "Congratulations, Tutorial Quest 1 complete. Reward activation of Janna's talent." Still unable to grasp the situation, he spits out, "What?" The screen changes and asks, "Would you like to claim your reward now?" "Yes, no." Theo presses yes without hesitation. Instantly, blue light pours out from Theo's body and he opens his eyes as if he cannot believe it. An alert sounds. "You have obtained a reward." All stats increase rapidly. The light grows more intense and he thinks, "What in the world is happening?" Another notification pops up, starting the next quest. Inside the Grand Hongwajan, a calm voice is heard along with the elegant motion of putting down a teacup. "I see." The person sitting opposite is Theo's sword instructor, Jendon. He places both hands on his knees and speaks cautiously. "Yes, to be honest, I have never seen anyone so untalented." He smiles as if offering a cure after giving the disease. "But is not that why I am here?" Jendon, the true teacher, will do his best to teach him. "I will make sure he is ready to participate in the awakening ceremony in 5 months. At least that is what he says on the surface. The woman with a gentle impression nods. "Yes, please take care of the child. She is the mistress of Hongwajan, Cecilia." She hands over a pouch of gold coins and speaks with a sincere voice. "Please look after my child." Jendon accepts it without refusal and answers firmly, "Of course, I plan to guide him day and night. Do not worry." At those words she smiles. "I am not worried, because I trust Theo." The conversation ends and Jendon leaves. He mutters triumphantly, "You should probably worry. I will not teach him properly, but it is a fact that he is useless." Jendon opens the pouch and rejoices, maybe because she is a concubine like mother like son. Right, where would that bloodline go? Let us see. Excellent. The pouch full of gold coins improves his mood even more. A salty fee and the title of instructor to the direct line of the Janna family. His thoughts become increasingly sinister. Rewards for handing over Theo's information and hindering his growth. It guarantees my future. The idiot of the Janna family is my benefactor, really. Just then he hears hurried footsteps and turns his head. "Ha!" Theo is rushing toward him. Jendon mutters, "That idiot." Theo whizzes past without even glancing at him, flustering Jendon. He clicks his tongue watching Theo. "Tisk, honestly." He curses at the retreating figure hurrying away. Failed product. Outside the reception room, Cecilia is giving instructions to the servants. Suddenly, Theo's loud voice is heard. "Mother?" Cecilia looks at her panting son in puzzlement. "Son, what's wrong?" Theo runs over without a word and embraces her tightly. Cecilia does not ask, but smiles warmly. Training must have been hard today. When her son trembles unlike usual, she asks worriedly, "Son, did something happen?" Tears pour from Theo's eyes as he is held in his mother's arms. He finally feels certain that he has really returned. He hugs his mother tightly and repeats inwardly, "I have returned to the past 10 years ago." Memories of the gruesome battle flash through his mind. The image of his mother lying collapsed, covered in blood. His own helplessness while being mocked by Jendon. Only then does he relax the strength in his arms. He holds back his tears and looks at Cecilia. In this moment, Theo feels like the luckiest person in the world. Looking at his mother before him, he vows to change the future. He recalls the moment of regression. Right now I have nothing and I am weak. But if the notification window is real, reward activated, Jana's talent has awakened. Jana begins to picture the future. I can become strong enough to survive this damn Game of Thrones. He hugged his mother tightly but did not lower his guard, frowning as he sank into thought. Recalling the nonchalant way that man pocketed the coin purse, a surge of vengeance against Jendon rose within him. The next day a new notification popped up. Tutorial Quest 2, train your physical limits to 100. Theo trained relentlessly at the training ground until dawn broke. In the spectator stand someone was watching him closely. She let out a long yawn with a lit cigarette in her mouth. She was Evelyn, the manager of the 4th training ground. Rubbing the back of her neck in exhaustion, she thought, that kid has been training for days without sleep. Wasn't he the idiot of the Jana family? Evelyn paused with the cigarette still in her mouth. A fleeting thought crossed her mind. Is he really incompetent? Down below, Theo was swinging his sword with death-defying effort. He was screaming internally that he was going to die. The numbers on the notification window floating beside him were inching up. Tutorial 2, reach 100 physical limit, current 97.1. But he could not stop. Theo quickly snapped back to reality. I have to push to my physical limit. Last night the progress had reached 90.1. A figure he barely achieved by rolling around like a dog, but after lying down for a moment it had dropped to 89.1. Jana had freaked out seeing the red numbers. The percentage drops if I rest for even a second, so Theo got back up and is training as if his life depends on it. I will not stop until it is complete. The figure on the notification window updated to 98.1, just a little more. He gathered all his strength, lifting the sword and striking it down toward the ground. Almost there, he encouraged himself as he ran. Just a little more. The number soon reached 99.1. Theo charged forward, covered in dirt. As the number rose, he whipped himself even harder, until he was gasping for air. Evelyn was genuinely astonished by Jana's speed. His speed increased to the point of being bizarre. 99.1. Jana's vision blurred, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Finally, a notification appeared. Physical limit 100 achieved. Jana was momentarily dazed by the sudden alert. The message was clear. Congratulations. Tutorial Quest 2 complete. His eyes lost focus as if he had finally reached his limit. You have obtained a dragon heart as a reward. Shortly after, another notification appeared. Additional reward for fast completion. You have obtained 10 years worth of mana from your past life. Theo eventually collapsed on the ground, breathing roughly. The screen remained. Would you like to claim your reward now? Yes, no. He lay motionless blankly, then lifted a trembling finger. Without any hesitation, he decisively selected yes. As the system confirmed the approval, a reward claim notification appeared. Jana slowly closed his eyes. At that moment an intense light poured out from his body. It was enough to make Evelyn, who was watching, jump up from her seat in surprise. How much time had passed? Jana opened his eyes. He sprang up and looked around. Where? Just then Evelyn opened the door and entered, speaking calmly. Relax. This is the 4th training grounds rest area. No matter if you are of the Jana family, you are bound to collapse if you push yourself that hard. Jana looked at her with suspicious eyes as she entered. Evelyn nodded and approached. Do you remember? I am Evelyn, the manager of the 4th training ground. She spoke quietly with a cigarette in her mouth. You fainted while training alone this morning, so I moved you here. Jana answered as if not particularly surprised. I see, thanks for that. Then, handing him a glass of water, Evelyn asked as if testing him. Young master, you are aware that opening a mana hall before the awakening ceremony is forbidden in the Jana family, correct? He accepted the water. Of course, Evelyn continued. Then you must also know what happens when that rule is broken. Jana flinched and asked back, why are you asking that all of a sudden? Her voice dropped low. Right before you lost consciousness. She spoke bluntly about what she had seen. I felt a mana fluctuation consistent with the opening of a mana hall. Jana's eyes widened in tension. Evelyn glared at him with sharp eyes. Did you, by any chance, open your mana hall? Evelyn deliberately emphasized his name. Young Master Jana. He asked back as if he did not know what was going on. What are you talking about? If my mana hall had opened, would I still be alive right now? Just then, Theo was startled to feel energy in his chest. Jana recalled the memories of the morning, the notification that appeared when he completed the quest with all his might. You have obtained a dragon heart as a reward. Additional reward for fast completion. 10 years worth of mana from your past life. Jana flopped onto the bed and shouted inwardly. Oh my god, he looked at the ceiling with a hopeful expression. A dragon heart. As far as he knew, a dragon heart was a mana storage located in the heart. Placing a mana storage in the heart maximizes efficiency. However, humans who are not dragons place it in the danjon, the lower abdomen. Jana knew the reason well. The human heart cannot withstand a mana storage. That is why the warriors of Jana crave the dragon heart so much. It is a shortcut to obtaining overwhelming strength. Because humans can never surpass their own limits, they covet that overflowing energy. Jana was filled with rapture. But now the dragon heart is mine. The quest reward was truly amazing. However, he did not forget the fact that Evelyn was right in front of him. She looked ready to draw her sword and execute him at any moment. This situation has become difficult. She was the great swordswoman Evelyn. She became the manager of the 4th training ground after losing her left arm and retiring. But Theojana clearly remembered Evelyn's dignity. She had been the commander of the White Armored Dragoons, and even the ferocious dragons of the Corps followed her. Theo recalled her prime, her holding the scales in white armor. Evelyn was famous for being a strict stickler for principles. Theo evaluated Evelyn with sharp eyes. She is not the type to care about status or power. She cannot stand lies and cowardice. There was a time she even kicked away the position of instructor because she was too uncompromising. Evelyn's gaze scanned him thoroughly. Theojana racked his brain. In other words, if she discovers the mana storage in my heart, he pictured his head flying off. It is immediate summary execution, he smiled slyly. Theojana asked Evelyn back, can you handle the consequences? A bold thought crossed his mind. What if I do not get caught? He opened his mouth. Are you threatening me based on nothing but your mood? Theojana asked sternly. I asked if you can take responsibility. Evelyn was flustered. His thoughts became even bolder. I can use this situation to my advantage. When she did not react, Theojana continued, I am also of the Jana bloodline. If your suspicion turns out to be baseless, that will be considered a crime of insulting the family. Evelyn bit down on her cigarette and answered, that is correct, that is the rule. Theojana's voice dropped low as he glared. Then you must also know what the punishment is for insulting a direct descendant of the family. Evelyn hesitated for a moment at those words but answered according to principle. It is death. At her answer, Theojana spoke as if satisfied. Good, I am glad you know. Then go ahead and check it yourself. She flinched at the killing intent radiating from his body. What is this feeling? What on earth is this kid? Evelyn reached out, convinced of her conjecture. It was definitely a mana fluctuation. Let us see, she repeated inwardly. Even if he is of the Jana bloodline. Evelyn's hand touched Theojana's abdomen. Rules are rules. She concentrated on searching for mana. There are no exceptions. Only silence hung in the room, and Theojana said nothing. After a while Evelyn's expression wavered. There is no mana hall. Evelyn was astonished. I cannot believe it. I was wrong. That cannot be. Theojana tilted his head crookedly, revealing his displeasure. Well, it is not there, is it? She hurriedly knelt on one knee. Please execute me. I was wrong. I will pay for my sin with my life. He looked down at Evelyn and laughed inwardly. Of course you cannot find it. A dragon heart is on a different level from a general mana hall. As far as he knew, the owner could control the mana storage of a dragon heart. Theo looked at his hand and smiled sinisterly. In other words, I can hide my mana however I please. He recalled a lesson from the past. When a human comes to possess a dragon heart, they said it takes years for it to be revealed. Theojana reached out. How dare you think you could detect it? He placed his hand lightly on Evelyn's shoulder. Forget it. Her eyes widened. She had not expected Theo to overlook her rudeness. Theojana coolly left the room. You were only doing your job, weren't you? People who risk their lives to uphold principles are rare. In truth, Theo had an ulterior motive. Evelyn is one of the strongest assets. Making her owe me a debt is much more beneficial than killing her, he continued speaking. Besides, is not the regulation on the mana hall before opening in place out of fear of a mana rampage? At Theojana's words she felt like she wanted to hide in a mouse hole. To think you would worry about mana rampage for an illegitimate child of the Jana family like me, I am very pleased. Theojana did not forget to leave one last remark as he left the room. Thank you for looking after me. Evelyn stood there blankly, and Theo leisurely disappeared. He cheered inwardly as he walked away. A dragon heart and 10 years' worth of mana from my past life. Even the newly obtained power. Theojana was certain he would absolutely not fail in this life. Time passed quickly, and a few days later, Jendon's shouting echoed through the training ground. No, that is not it. I told you to swing the sword more to the right. He stood next to Theojana, unleashing a barrage of nagging. How many times do I have to tell you? Theo swung his sword without replying, thinking. I am getting stronger, but pretending to learn from Jendon was truly torture. Theojana glared at Jendon out of the corner of his eye. His eyes were full of hatred. This son of a bitch, he was doing as he was told, but he knew. He is subtly teaching me garbage swordsmanship. Jendon grabbed Theo's sword and forcibly twisted it to the right. Theojana was convinced. There is definitely someone behind the scenes controlling Jendon. He recalled the past and solidified his resolve. The one who killed me, the mastermind who had me miserably murdered. I will find them no matter what. Suddenly, Theojana stopped his movements. A smile spread across his lips. Right when Theo stopped training and called him, Jendon answered half-heartedly. Young master, chatting is forbidden during training. With a cold expression, Theo snapped the wooden sword he was holding in half. I do not understand a single thing you are teaching. It is all just garbage. Theojana glared at Jendon with eyes wide open. How did you become an intermediate swordsman with just this level of skill? Theo saw through the mission Jendon had received. Theojana looked straight at Jendon and spoke. From what I see, it looks like you'd struggle to even catch a low-tier demonic beast. Jendon flew into a rage. What did you just say? Theo was certain. This guy, he is monitoring me while pretending to teach. Theojana took a step closer. He did not care that Jendon was shouting. Are you deaf? Approaching right under Jendon's nose, he growled. I said your skills are rotting trash. Inside, he was thinking something else. I should use this opportunity to get this bastard fired. Stung by the words, Jendon shouted. Young Master Theo. Theo's plan was proceeding smoothly. If things blow up, he'll definitely contact the mastermind. Late afternoon. Kamiya Hall, which was much grander than Hongwojun. A man burst through the door and shouted Axion. He chattered loudly. "Did you hear the news? That bastard of the Jana family is dueling my master next week." The man inside was clad in armor, holding a glass of cold water. He showed no reaction, as if completely uninterested, so the man who entered continued to chatter. Apparently he blamed his master for his own lack of skill. "That guy is definitely going to be a cripple after the match," whether he found it annoying. The man sitting down threw the water glass he was holding at the cadet who was blabbering. He threw it so hard that the glass smashed into the cadet's face and shattered into pieces. Liquid, whether water or blood, trickled down, and the cadet rolled onto the floor with a scream. The person who threw the water glass was none other than the Mad Dog of the North, Black Tiger Axion Jana. He turned his body and growled. "So what does it have to do with me whether that bastard becomes a cripple or not?" Beside him, a silver-haired man maintained his silence. It was the hunting dog of the North, Silver Tiger Wellington. He opened his mouth in a sarcastic tone. "Axion, that guy should have become a cripple a long time ago." The person who just entered was Choi Ban, known as the Nine Dragons' Heavenly Dragon. He warned that letting one's guard down would not be good. Axion looked at the newcomer and replied nonchalantly, "I am only afraid of talented guys. You worry too much," he retorted arrogantly. "Why care about that bastard in the Jana family? Unprecedented things can happen with just a tiny probability. A single spark in the wind could become a massive fire. Does not look that dangerous," Axion said with conviction. "Come to think of it, it turned out well." Axion continued, "That instructor punk will take care of it for us." Just as the cadet said, a week later a huge crowd flocked to the 4th training ground. Most of the spectators were cadets, all chattering about this incomprehensible duel. Evelyn stood in a corner watching quietly, and a neatly dressed man stood inside as well. Theo Jana stood in the center of the arena, cursing inwardly. Damn it! Seeing Jendon in front of him made him slightly intimidated. I just intended to humiliate him and get him fired. Only when things reached this point did Theo realize, but it was too late to turn back. He took his stance in silence. Since it has come to this, there is no helping it. Just then, a notification rang. Tutorial Quest 3, defeat Jendon and win. Theo Jana's 2 eyes became bloodshot and filled with killing intent. "I will avenge myself," Jendon sneered, seeing Theo's unwavering gaze. "I believe I told you, your skills are no different from trash, young master," then Theo declared. "You are fired, Jendon. Get lost." Jendon doubted his ears, opening his eyes wide and shouting, "Young master!" He made excuses urgently as if he could not agree. "I cannot accept that. My contract period still has plenty of time left." Theo turned his back and spoke nonchalantly. "What does that matter if I say you are fired? You are fired." Cold hatred and disgust lingered in his eyes, recalling his past life. He wanted to beat him to death right now, but he wasn't sure of his skills yet. "I need to detach him first and dig for more information." Jendon froze at Theo's resolute attitude. Anxiety rushed in inwardly. "Duke, if I get fired like this, my mission is a failure. I have to persuade him somehow." Jendon did not delay, and hurriedly chased after him to grab him. "Young master, please wait a moment. This is a violation of regulations." Theo Jana was surprised when a system window suddenly popped up. He did not even hear Jendon's shout, "If I report this to the tribunal?" Theo stared intently at the content before his eyes, puzzled. Tutorial Quest 3, defeat Jendon and win. "What did you say?" Just then a woman's voice was heard. "If that is the case, Evelyn approached, smiling as if intrigued. "Let us resolve it the Jana family way." Jendon turned his head to look at her, appalled, and called her name. "Evelyn?" Theo also showed curiosity at her words. "The Jana way?" She placed her hand on her waist and spoke clearly so everyone could hear. "The rule of the strong. Decide it with a sword duel." After a brief silence she added an explanation. "There is no need to go to the tribunal. We just follow the winner's will." Jendon brightened up hearing that. "Good idea. She is helping me." But at the following words Theo broke into a cold sweat and froze. "Let us set the date for 1 week later." Evelyn smiled brightly. "How about it? That is fine, right?" But inside, complaints burst out. "Of course it is not fine." Theo felt anxious watching Jendon drape the wooden sword over his shoulder and sneer triumphantly. "I cannot beat Jendon yet." A week later the dueling grounds were packed with spectators, all waiting for the duel. One swordsman started whispering, "From what I hear, that guy cannot even hold a sword properly." A short-haired cadet next to him laughed and was sarcastic. "Ha, no way, is not he still a member of the Jana family?" Then the swordsman cut in. "If he were a normal Jana family member, people would not say things like that. That guy is the waste of the Jana family." They looked down at the arena with eyes full of doubt. "How is he going to beat an intermediate swordsman?" Intermediate swordsman Jendon, holding his weapon, spoke triumphantly. "Young master, if you apologize even now, I can pretend this never happened." Without waiting for an answer, he continued his mockery. "There is no need to risk your life for pride, is there?" Apprentice swordsman Theo Jana frowned slightly with determined eyes and retorted coldly, "That is my line. If you do not want to become a crippled swordsman with one arm missing, you'd better accept reality." Jendon's face turned red and blue as he ground his teeth. He thought inwardly, "Even at this point I was going to go easy on him out of pity, but I cannot. I'll just kill him and say it was a mistake." He was satisfied with his insidious plan. "The result is obvious. That would be better." Jendon placed his hand on his chest and proposed, "Then you attack first. As your teacher I will concede the first strike." Theo gripped his sword tight and rushed in instantly. "Then I will not decline." Jendon took his stance in silence and raised his sword to assume a defensive posture. The two weapons collided with an ear-splitting roar. Clang. People in the stands widened their eyes and jumped up from their seats with their mouths open. One swordsman muttered in disbelief. "How can that be?" he shouted, watching Theo block Jendon's attack without budging. "Look at that idiot is going to lose soon. He does not even know how to swing a sword." Theojana let the jeers flow in one ear and out the other, concentrating on defense. "You are going to die at this rate," Jendon sneered as if enjoying himself. "What is the matter, young master? You are not able to do anything in front of the intermediate swordsman you ignored." This was an obvious result. Since Theojana was not even a low-rank swordsman, but merely an apprentice swordsman, Jendon looked down on him and thought with a triumphant expression. His skills might have improved a bit recently, but he still has a long way to go. At least he should be at the level of the 4 dogs of the north for it to be a different story. There is no way the idiot of the Jana family can beat me. Theojana did not counterattack and only silently blocked the attacks. Then he recalled the moment he argued in Evelyn's room. "Evelyn, what were you thinking proposing such a duel?" she had answered while savoring her teacup with her eyes closed. "I am helping you, young master. If you want to get rid of him, you have to do it more certainly," she added her judgment. "From the looks of it, he seems to have a backer. Just firing him will not solve it." Theo opened his eyes wide and asked in surprise, "Evelyn, how did you know that?" She brought the teacup to her lips and explained with a side glance, "Because he taught you strange swordsmanship. So I did some background checks." She recalled the guy's behavior that had bothered her. "Get more perpendicular," Jendon had shouted, pointing out Theojana's stance. That bizarre teaching grated on her nerves. "Perpendicular, that is too much. Where did a crazy guy like that roll in from?" Theo broke into a cold sweat thinking, "In my past life Evelyn did not notice this. Is it because I drew her attention with the Mana storage accident?" She put the steaming teacup down on the table. "According to my investigation, all of Jendon's tracks," she paused for a moment, picturing the grand and secretive palace, pointed to Kamiya Hall. Hearing that, Theojana ground his teeth in rage. "Kamiya Hall. Is it because of that terrible war just to take the throne? These bastards." He took a deep breath, trying to regain his cool. "It is surprising you found out that much." Theo spoke as if testing her. "But with my skills I cannot beat Jendon yet." "Then what do you intend to do?" Evelyn fiddled with the teacup and smiled slightly. "You can win. You are underestimating your own potential, young master." The flashback ended. Returning to reality, Jendon let out a long breath and shouted with bloodshot eyes, "If you kneel and beg I might let you off." Theo blocked the bastard's powerful strike with his sword without a reply. Just then, Jendon sensed something strange and his expression distorted. "Wait, something is off." Looking at Theo's face, he was holding the weapon tightly, calmly and persistently. As Theo continued to only block the sword without counterattacking, Jendon began to get anxious. "He has been blocking all my attacks since earlier?" Sparks flew between the two and tens of thousands of thoughts crossed their minds every time their swords clashed. "What is going on? This is not the Theo I knew." Jendon could not shake off the bewilderment and anxiety, even while swinging his sword. How did his skills improve like this? In the spectator stands, people were buzzing with the appearance of a veiled figure. "What? He is being pushed back." The whispering heard from here and there reached Evelyn's ears. She smiled with a cigarette in her mouth in the corner. "You see him holding out properly, right?" She recalled the promise she made to Theo a week before the duel. "If I train you for a week, you'll be able to easily overwhelm a guy like Jendon." Theo froze when she first brought up the proposal that violated regulations. "Teaching you personally is a violation of regulations, but he is trash who is not even qualified to be a teacher." A faint smile spread across Theo's lips. He could not hide his excitement at the unexpected development. "I cannot believe things are working out like this. I intended to make Evelyn owe me a debt, but this is a huge opportunity instead." However, he did not snap it up immediately and looked up to verify. "But there is one thing that bothers me. Why are you helping me to this extent? Is it because of the last incident?" She closed her eyes and affirmed. "That is part of it, but someone I know is keeping a very close eye on you, young master. Because that person likes recruiting talented individuals." Back to reality again. Jendon was breaking into a cold sweat and struggling. A bout of offense and defense had passed and the two clashed. But Theo did not even look tired. He was a guy with absolutely no talent to begin with, so how? Jendon grit his teeth and forced a deduction. "Do not tell me he has been acting like an idiot until now." Because he could not know the reason, Jendon was burning up inside. "Why on earth?" Theo stared at him and asked in a low voice. "Jendon, who is your backer?" Feeling guilty, Jendon pushed Theo away roughly and shouted. "What do you mean backer?" Theo answered. "Did you think I would not know that you have been teaching me only trash-like things all this time?" Jendon made excuses urgently. "That is nonsense. Do you know how hard I tried?" Theo cut him off and asked calmly, "Is it Kamiya Hall?" Jendon went blank for a moment and froze. "What?" Theo lowered his head and smirked. "You are honest. Good job, Jendon." And in the blink of an eye he moved his feet. "Do you know what it feels like?" Theo, who had closed the distance before anyone knew, dug in under Jendon's weapon and muttered. "The feeling of having your arm cut off." Jendon's pupils constricted in terror. Before he could dodge the blade, his arm was severed from his torso in an instant. Jendon stared blankly at his own body part flying far away, at the thing spinning in the air scattering bright red fresh blood. Theo's sword strike was all too beautiful. His red eyes shone coldly, and there was no hesitation or regret. The arena fell into a terrified silence. Jendon's desperate scream rang out, covered in tears. He grabbed the severed section, writhing in terrible pain, then glared at Theo with eyes full of resentment and ground his teeth. My arm, you son of a bitch, how dare you? Theojana walked slowly and thought, this confirms it. I have become strong. With his hair fluttering in the wind, he looked down coldly at Jendon, who was denying reality. Impossible, impossible. Theo was convinced. I can become stronger, he spoke coldly. What did you say to me last time? Did you say it was my fault that things turned out this way? Jendon gasped for breath roughly and burst into rage. What kind of bullshit is that? Theo pulled his sword back, radiating killing intent. It is your fault that you die here today. Recalling his face covered in blood in his past life, he recited slowly with eyes shining like those of a dragon, the creed of Janna and the rule of the strong. The image of Jendon sneering and whispering in his ear overlapped. You are the weakest, you are the weakest. Jendon opened his eyes wide and screamed, trying to stop him. Why? As if there was no need to hear any more, Theo sliced Jendon's throat in a single breath. A life ended in an instant. Blood spurted from Jendon's body at Theojana's powerful strike, scattering across the arena like a red wave. A system notification popped up. Congratulations. Tutorial Quest 3 complete. People could not even breathe and froze. A heavy fear weighed down on the arena. Evelyn was resting her chin on her hand, looking down, lost in thought. A man with an eye patch over one eye tilted his head, baring his teeth in a laugh. As Jendon's head soared into the air followed by blood, a system window appeared again. Goal overachieved. You have obtained an additional reward. Theo did not give a glance to Jendon's head rolling on the ground and focused on the text in front of his eyes. Would you like to claim the reward now? Yes, no. Theojana thrust his thumb downward toward the loser with arrogant and cold red eyes. At the same time, an alert sound rang out. You have obtained a reward. Theojana looked indifferently at Jendon's corpse, which had hardened like a cold stone. One of the spectators stammered in shock. That idiot won. An apprentice swordsman beat an intermediate swordsman. That makes no sense. A thought crossed Theo's mind. Truly weak, recalling the fact that he had been defeated by such a guy in his past life, he carved the mark of a loser onto him. But it is different from now on. A system window appeared. The observation skill has been activated as a reward, and I also obtained 1 year's worth of mana hall. Theo was lost in deep thought and did not notice someone appearing in the air. What is observation then? Bang! A roar tearing through the atmosphere broke the silence. A blinding light burst from behind his back and a massive shockwave raged along with dust. From within the dust, 2 sturdy legs walked out. A man called his name with a booming voice. Theojana? Theo hurriedly turned his head at the call. A man with a bushy beard and an eye patch over one eye. Steel armor wrapping a massive body. Julius Janna, the captain of the White Armor Dragoons called the Dragon Demon, was approaching while laughing heartily. Theo was appalled and flustered. Dragon Demon, why is that person here? Since when was he here? The spectator stands also began to buzz. That person is the captain of the White Armor Dragoons, is not he? Why is one of the 9 dragons over there? Evelyn rubbed her forehead and let out a sigh. Captain, the floor is all destroyed. Is it that hard to enter normally? Julius, with fierce eyes like a huffing bear, walked slowly while emitting a murderous aura at that sight. Theo opened his eyes round and wondered. What is this situation? Did I do something wrong? Julius's eyes glared as if to pierce through Theo. Just as Theo was flustered, unable to understand the reason, Julius, who had approached right in front of his nose, suddenly smiled brightly enough to tear his mouth. The anger from just a moment ago was nowhere to be found. Changing into a friendly face, he laughed loudly and patted Theo's back. Theo was dumbfounded. Interesting, very excellent. I was really surprised. To think you were carrying such goods. Is this the student surpassing the master? Then Julius's smile disappeared and his expression became solemn. Is it impious to kill one's master? From what I hear, he did things deserving of death. As Theo opened his mouth, Julius cut him off. No, forget it. Julius placed his hand on Theo's shoulder. It was a touch full of power and dignity. He proposed with excitement. Join the White Armor Dragoons. Evelyn rubbed her forehead but wore a playful smile. She watched the situation calmly as if she had expected it. However, the spectator stands buzzed, doubting their eyes and ears. No way, the idiot of the Janna family in the Dragoons? No matter how well he fought. Just then, the veiled figure spoke. When the person next to him looked in surprise, he asked, Have you ever seen it? A case where an apprentice swordsman, and one who has not even undergone the awakening ceremony, was scouted. The man thought for a moment and answered, I would not know. Then he spoke with a straight face. Of course it is unprecedented. He sat in the stands frowning as he thought, one cannot evaluate potential while the mana hall is closed. Even if swordsmanship is outstanding, mana might be insufficient. He bit his lip. No matter how great Julius Janna is, even he should not be able to be certain. He looked at Julius, placing his hand on Theo's shoulder with eyes full of doubt. But did the Dragon Demon pierce through to see that potential, enough to take such a gamble? His thoughts echoed hollowly. Just then, Theo Janna opened his mouth. I decline. His voice was low but firm and resolute without a single shake. Julius Janna was flustered, sweating cold sweat as he laughed awkwardly. Theo opened his eyes wide and opened his mouth, as if he could not believe the words he said himself. Evelyn stood blankly, unable to understand the situation, and dropped the cigarette she was holding. The spectator stands froze as if cold water had been poured over them. Not even the sound of breathing could be heard. What did you say? Julius faced Theo and clenched his fist tight in the silence. Muscles twitched and heavy air weighed down on the surroundings. Soon rumors began to spread, biting tale after tale. Someone said, Did you hear that story about young Master Theo? A maid ran hurriedly to convey the rumor. I heard the young master killed his master himself. Will it be all right? A girl holding a wooden sword sweating in black clothes said, "Well, does not that mean the master was weak? Honestly, that guy looked a bit incompetent, the cold back and fluttering cape." And seeing that, the dragon demon tried to scout the young master directly into the dragoons, but they say the young master declined, saying his skills are still lacking. Rumors became increasingly inflated and spread to the place where burly warrior guild members with tattoos on their arms were training. He is a humble guy, rare for the Jana family. A huge building submerged in darkness, a quiet space where only faint light leaked through the window cracks. Kamiya Hall. A woman's voice rang out softly but sharply. "Things have become complicated." She frowned and looked up at the sky. "The mistress of Kamiya Hall, Amana," she muttered. "To think he killed Jendon, I cannot believe it." A shadow behind her approached and cut in. "Do not worry, my lady. Did not you send Jendon because his skills were terrible anyway?" She glanced sideways at those words. "The death of a guy like that is no blow to us." She looked at the blond man keeping silent with his hands behind his back. Choi Ban called the heavenly dragon. He turned his body and made a judgment. "The dragon demon has approached. Furthermore, I heard Evelyn instigated it. We cannot intervene by assigning a new master now." He continued his hypothesis. "If he starts showing prominence, it will become trickier to control Hongwajan." Just then, the door burst open and a booming voice was heard. Axion Jana entered, scratching his head. "Mother, what are you worrying about so much? The family head will not even care about something like this. We just have to proceed with our plan unchanged." She crossed her arms and spoke. "You know we have to keep Theo weak to seize Hongwajan without offending the family head, right?" Axion nodded. "That is exactly what I mean." Axion leaned on his weapon, waving his hand, and spoke disdainfully. "That idiot is still weak. How much can a guy like that change? Evelyn and the dragon demon have always been interested in the weak," Choi Ban warned with stern eyes. "Axion," and he threw a word that made him silent. "Do not judge rashly." After a while, Axion raised his hand and decided, "Fine. Since Mother and Mr. are so worried," he picked up a card on the table, his purple eyes flashing as he turned back. "I will play with him a little. I will help him understand his place." A sunny morning with sunlight shining through light clouds, the training ground. Evelyn sheathed the sword at her waist. "Good work today, young master." Theo breathed roughly and hung his weapon on his shoulder. "Thanks, Evelyn. It is certainly different learning from a proper teacher." She placed her hand on her waist and looked at him sarcastically. "It would have been better if you entered the dragoons. Why did you decline?" At those words, the image of dragons flying in the sky and majestic knights flashed through Theo's mind. The white armored dragoons. "It would be a lie to say I do not regret it at all. It was my dream in my past life." He smiled faintly and his eyes shone. His thoughts were different. "But joining now is not good." He pictured his brilliant future where heroes welcomed him. "There is no need to set a limit so early. Considering the privilege given to the top ranker of the awakening ceremony, joining the dragoons is incomparable." After being silent for a moment, he laughed brazenly. "I do not want to receive special treatment. I think my skills are still lacking. I am satisfied with you training me until the awakening ceremony." She sighed as if regretful. "Understood. The captain will be disappointed." Theo Jana winked one eye and used a skill observation. The system floated information above her head. Name: Evelyn Eve. Age: 24. Gender: female. Position: former vice captain of White Armor Dragoons. Rank: high rank swordsman. Status: admires Theo's humility and character, feels vitality after a long time while teaching Theo, misses the dragoons. Theo watched with interest. Observation skill: it is very useful. I can definitely make use of this later. Scanning up and down, his gaze stopped. He focused on the content of the status window. Status: misses the dragoons. He marveled inwardly. "Oh." Just then, someone approached and spoke. "Excuse me, young Master Theo." A white-haired boy with a scar near his eye placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. "I came from the southern checkpoint. My name is Sybil. I came because I have something to tell the young master." Theo and Evelyn looked at him in puzzlement. "To me he looks fierce. Who is he?" Observation: the system analyzed Sybil. When Theo frowned, Sybil blushed and stuttered in excitement. That is correct." Data popped up. Name: Sybil. Age: 17. Gender: male. Title: the idiot of the southern checkpoint. Rank: apprentice swordsman. Loyalty: status: strong aspiration toward Theo. Wants a duel. Theo Jana and Evelyn became wary and placed their hands on their sword hilts. "He wants a duel with that face? With me?" Simultaneously, system notifications popped up in succession. The final tutorial quest begins. Tutorial Quest 4: Cast off the title of Jana's idiot. 01. Sybil spoke with a voice full of determination. "I want to follow young Master Theo." He placed his hand on his chest and spoke with sincerity. "Actually, I also ignored the young master all this time. I thought the nickname Jana's idiot was perfect for the young master." Theo Jana choked up at those words and swallowed a curse inwardly. "This jerk." Sybil revealed his respect. "But I came to know that the young master comes out every morning and trains harder than anyone else. The fruit of that effort." Sybil recalled the moment he was surprised seeing Theo fight. The image of Theo fighting magnificently was deeply embedded in his mind, and he had no choice but to admire him. "The growth of the young master that I witnessed myself was a miracle," and he even recalled the image of Julius Jana praising Theo. All of that made Sybil admire him. He shouted, "The young master is my idol, young Master Theo." I wanted to give up on myself while being called the idiot of the southern checkpoint. The young master appeared. He bowed his head to show respect. "Please give me a chance to cross swords with the young master." Theo Jana stood opposite him and was momentarily lost for words listening to his long speech. Normally I would have suspected he had an ulterior motive. The data panel was full of his information. Sybil, status, deeply respects Theo, wants a duel. Theo calculated, but he seems sincere. His eyes shone coldly. It is unexpected for Sybil to be this honest, Theo thought. I thought guys ridden with inferiority complexes would flock to test me since rumors spread that I defeated Jendon and received Lord Julius's attention, he continued, thinking. To think a guy who wants to follow me would appear. Does this mean the pride of the Janna family still remains? Theo Janna gripped his sword tight and decided, fine. To become the family head I need my own force, he thought while looking at the notification window. Tutorial Quest 4, casting off the title of Janna's idiot. And this is the final tutorial quest, he thought. That title that followed me like a tag all my life, I will completely cast it off this time. Theo spoke to Evelyn behind him. Evelyn, could you give us some space for a moment? She answered immediately. Of course, please show your skills, young master. At those words, Theo raised his sword and took a stance. With shining eyes, Theo recited in a low voice, Theo Janna, apprentice swordsman of Hongwajun facing the awakening ceremony. Master is Evelyn Eve. At those words, Evelyn smiled. Sybil also showed the same courtesy and spoke. Sybil, apprentice swordsman of the southern checkpoint, successor of the Kudai family's swordsmanship and one who has mastered the sword. Let us begin. With a shout, Sybil swung his sword and rushed toward Theo Janna. Theo Janna immediately raised his sword and blocked Sybil's attack. Sybil frowned and marveled inwardly. Fast, without hesitation, Theo swung his sword to counterattack. Sybil thought, even if I am called the idiot of the southern checkpoint, I was confident in my speed. Young Master Theo's skills are real. There was no emotion on Theo Janna's face. He constantly calculated while focusing on the battle. This is an idiot. If it were me in my past life, it would have been overwhelming to even exchange a few moves. He raised his sword high and calculated. But now, he threw a powerful strike toward Sybil. Sybil bounced off, Theo thought. It is too easy for the current me. Receiving the powerful attack, Sybil could not hold out and fell to the ground. Thud, although he was a mess. Sybil spat out admiration. As expected, young Master Theo is just as I expected. I lost. Thank you. As Theo Janna stood with dignity, Sybil said, I learned a lot, Theo answered. It was a good match. Looking at his own eyes reflected in the sword blade, Theo seemed to have realized something. Theo muttered, wait, can I use observation on myself? Observation. The game data panel appeared again. Observing Janna. Theo Janna 17 male. Title, The Idiot of the Janna Family. Player's natural talent. Observation, inaccessible, 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 inaccessible. Status, desperately craving the awakening ceremony. Level 1 stats, strength 13, agility 14, stamina 12, mono 190, intelligence 11, luck minus 49. Inaccessible. Looking at the data panel, Theo fell into thought and made a decision. Good. The panel appeared again. Stats recognized. Stats will be displayed numerically. Seeing this, Theo thought as if realizing something. If the abilities I obtained are classified as talents, does this mean I can get 4 more if I continue these quests? Theo Janna rubbed his chin with a smile. I can evaluate my own stat numbers thanks to the mana from my past life and the dragon heart. My mana figure seems high. But why is luck negative? Theo Janna frowned. He could not think of a reason right away. Is it a curse? He continued to speculate. Was my lack of luck in my past life because of this? Theo Janna looked ahead and thought inwardly. I need to find a way to raise my luck immediately. As if noticing something, he turned around and said, Ha! Theo looked at the group standing in the distance, and Evelyn was also lost in deep thought. No matter how weak he was, Jendon was an intermediate swordsman. She continued thinking. Young Master Theo defeated Jendon and was even acknowledged by the captain that day. She predicted 2 reactions from the Janna family, who follow the logic of power. Jealousy or becoming an object of admiration. She smiled looking at the people gathered here. The people gathered here seemed to be the latter. People shouted in excitement. The rumors were true, they shouted. If I were in Sybil's position, could I have blocked the young master's sword? Me too. Among them was a person named L.D. Nolan. A game data panel popped up immediately. L.D. Nolan 19 male. Title, Pillar of the Nolan Viscount family. Rank, low-rank swordsman. Natural talent, passion and tenacity. Status, craving a duel with Theo, he thought, full of excitement. I want to spar with the young master too. Theo looked at him, sighed and called out to L.D. Nolan. Being singled out, he asked in surprise, Do you know me? Theo Janna did not explain further and said, Come out. Fight me, he spoke loudly with courtesy. It is truly an honor. I am L.D. Nolan, the 3rd son of the Nolan Viscount family. I have mastered the whirlwind swordsmanship, Theo replied. I am Theo Janna of Hongwajun. I hope for a good match. Theo Janna rushed in without hesitation. LD also swung his sword and charged. The two clashed violently, and the sound of metal clashing rang out. Just then a notification window popped up. Basic swordsmanship proficiency has increased. LD pulled his hand back, preparing an attack. He tried to strike Theo Janna directly by swinging his sword. Theo Janna immediately ducked to avoid the sword strike. However, he could not help but be inwardly surprised by his swordsmanship skills. To not get pushed back, Theo Janna counterattacked with his sword and instantly struck LD's sword away. The notification window read adaptive swordsmanship proficiency has increased. In this situation, LD was flustered and shocked. His sword fell to the ground, and at the same time he shouted, I lost. The game data panel updated. You have received acknowledgement from LD Nolan. Luck increases by 1. Seeing the data, Theo Janna thought it was unexpected. Does luck go up if I get acknowledged? It is tracking my reputation too. The data panel continued to pop up. You have obtained experience. Theojana swung his sword once more and made a decision. In that case, he raised the corners of his mouth and continued the attack. I just have to keep fighting. The notification window kept updating. You have received acknowledgement from Bees Miu. The fight continued and the data panel changed constantly. Luck increases by 1. You have received acknowledgement from Axion. Luck increases by 1. Every time sword strikes were exchanged, data panels appeared in succession. You have received acknowledgement from Manfred. Luck increases by 1. You have received acknowledgement from Manuel Eno. Luck increases by 1. You have received acknowledgement from Visobi Jennings. Luck increases by 1. You have received acknowledgement from Daniel Zeman. Luck increases by 1. Theojana fought until his whole body was soaked in sweat. He gritted his teeth and endured the fatigue. He spoke confidently and clearly. Next. Who is it? He thought, looking at the notification window. I fought this much. The notification window popped up again. Tutorial Quest 4. Cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 29, he thought. It only went up by 1. Theojana fell into deep thought looking at the gathered people. Is it because there are only people who already acknowledged me? I need to fight a stronger opponent or show my skills when many people are ignoring me. I need another trigger. Just then, Theojana noticed a conversation from a group heard in the distance. You look quite exhausted. Are you okay? He answered. I'll rest if I need to, but not now. Just then a voice was heard. If you say so, I will request a duel this time. It was immediately Silver Lion Wellington Nassau. Theojana was surprised to see him. Wellington? People around started whispering. Wellington, he is one of the 4 dogs of the North. Theojana recalled his memory. The 4 dogs of the North, they were Hunker Slank, Diana, Wellington Nassau and Axion Jana of Kamiahal. That was the title referring to the 4 strongest of the awakening generation under the Jana family. He introduced himself confidently. Wellington Nassau. I came early to see young Master Jana's swordsmanship before the awakening ceremony. A notification window popped up observing Wellington Nassau. Wellington smiled and said, "Thank you for granting my wish." At the same time his information popped up on the data panel. Name, Wellington Nassau, 17 male. Title, Vice Head of the Nassau family. Silver Lion, 4 dogs of the North. Rank, Apprentice Swordsman. Natural talent, Genius of swordsmanship. Keen senses, extreme diligence. Status, surprised by the appearance of an unexpected opponent. Theojana also answered confidently. I am Theojana, son of Kyle Jana, the Grand Guardian of the Northern Continent and an apprentice swordsman preparing for the awakening ceremony. He thought inwardly. To think I would meet the swordsmanship genius Wellington whom I respected in this way. Putting aside the quest progress, suddenly his eyes turned fierce. It is an honor to cross swords with the famous vice head of the Nassau family, he said that, but inside Theo's head there was only the thought of wanting to fight with all his might. Wellington also responded passionately. I look forward to a great match like that. Theojana gripped his sword tight and repeated. Can the current me be a match for Wellington? Wellington also took a combat stance and his eyes flashed. Theojana thought. Can I beat Wellington, one of the 4 dogs of the North? The two clashed powerfully without conceding to each other. As Theojana and Wellington collided, 2 swords clashed and a massive metallic sound rang out. The notification window updated. Tutorial Quest 4. Cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 30. The sound of 2 metal weapons clashing rang out eerily. Theojana glared at Wellington with eyes full of determination for victory, and Silver Lion Wellington did not lose out either. He also looked at Theo while burning with fighting spirit. But suddenly, one of the 2 swords could not withstand the powerful shock and broke in half. Even Evelyn, who was watching from the corner, was speechless when the sword broke. Sybil and his colleagues could not hide their bewilderment either. They stammered simultaneously. Half of the broken sword fell heavily to the ground, making a sound that made everyone regretful, but surprisingly, that broken sword was Theojana's. It was the price for blocking Wellington's fatal strike. As if time had stopped, Theojana stood blankly holding the broken sword, and people were shocked. Did young Master Theo lose? Sybil felt aggrieved and could not believe it. Someone refuted. It is a natural result. No matter how much young Master Theo has grown, he continued speaking, sending a brave gaze toward Wellington. He cannot beat the 4 dogs, the strongest of this generation. Hearing that, Sybil flared up and retorted. But the fighting spirit the young master showed was just then. Wellington's voice cut off their conversation. I lost. Sybil and the one called that idiot were all dazed. Ha! Wellington spoke softly. Thank you for the match. Wellington, standing before Theo, looked somewhat embarrassed. The sword you were using was already old and furthermore, you were in an exhausted state. This match is my defeat. Theojana denied it immediately upon hearing those words. There is no one who considers such circumstances on the battlefield. The moment I lost my sword, I lost. At Theojana's words, Wellington admired him and looked at him with different eyes. The 2 shook hands without saying any more words and reconciled. Wellington's voice rang out in the center of the training ground. I hope we can have a proper match next time. Theojana also answered calmly. I hope so too. Seeing this, a young man was surprised. To be acknowledged by one of the 4 dogs, Sybil could not hide his joy and retorted. See, young Master Theo is different. Just then, a system notification popped up. Tutorial Quest 4. Cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 35. Evelyn sighed in relief seeing him get acknowledged by Wellington. And Theojana smiled faintly and acknowledged inwardly, "He is really strong." Wellington also looked at him with respectful eyes. Theo patted himself on the back, recalling the moment they fought together. "Thanks to the talent and secret techniques gained from the quests, I have definitely become stronger than in my past life. But I felt it the moment our swords clashed. I still have a long way to go." Such thoughts still remained in his heart. It is a pity the match ended so quickly, but I learned a lot. Luck increased by 10 and I recovered a lot of fame too. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Tutorial Quest 4, cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 35. Theojana stood in the center of the training ground, lost in thought. It is a pity the progress did not go up much. But I just have to find another way. Where should I go to get acknowledged? Just then, Wellington's baritone voice called him back to reality. "Young Master Theo, actually I did not come here today just for a duel." Wellington took out a well-sealed letter and spoke as if shy. At Wellington's single word, Theo sweated cold sweat, and his eyes widened. What Wellington wanted was to invite him to the salon, a social gathering of wealthy noble children. Sybil could not keep his mouth shut just hearing the name. He shouted in shock, "The salon, that high-class social gathering where only the chosen ones can go. For Lord Wellington to invite you personally." Seeing the meticulously sealed letter, Theojana's heart wavered. An invitation to the salon. He was happy inside, but acted shy on the outside. He regained his composure and answered, "Is it okay for someone like me to go? Your gathering is famous." Wellington cut him off and waved his hand. "No way. You are more than qualified. Besides, it is not that stiff of a gathering." He hurriedly explained, "It is just a social gathering for peers facing the awakening ceremony." Sybil, who was behind, accepted it bitterly. "Then why wasn't I invited? I really want to cry." Unlike them, Theo was thinking something else. "I do not know what Wellington's intention is in inviting me, but the salon revolves around Sion Axion." Thinking of the salon, the image of the blood-stained Kamiya Hall came to mind. "A place full of guys who ignore me. It is the perfect environment to complete the quest." That guy's insidious and cruel appearance also comes to mind. It will also be a chance to scout Kamiya Hall. There is no reason to refuse. After thinking, Theo decided to accept Wellington's invitation. "Thanks," he held the letter and spoke politely. "In that case I will attend." Just then a system notification popped up. Tutorial Quest 4, cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 36. People's exclamations also followed. Wow, for that person to even enter the salon. That moment Wellington, like a child, was very happy, holding Theo's hand and giggling. "Wise choice. If you have any questions, ask anytime. The next meeting is in 2 weeks." Evelyn stood quietly smoking a cigarette, thinking about something. She stared at the two, seeming to weigh future events. Thus everything was wrapped up. A short while later, in the Grand Hongwajan, Cecilia Jana burst through the door, spreading her arms and shouting loudly, "My beloved son!" Theojana was startled by her voice. He answered hurriedly, "Ah, mother, I was just about to tell you." But before he could finish, her corps of maids lined up, freaking Theojana out. "Mother, what is all this?" When he asked, Cecilia Jana immediately asked back, "My child, I heard you were invited to the salon." The salon is where talents like Axion, that cunning Amana's son, and Wellington are. Even while the servants were bustling behind him taking measurements, he listened to his mother's words. "They are talents noticed even by the council." Cecilia Jana circled him, examining him meticulously, speaking without rest. "Everything from your attire to your etiquette will be thoroughly evaluated. This time, this mother will personally measure her precious son." Cecilia continued to implore, "I know there is no way you would make a mistake in etiquette, but attire and attitude are completely different matters." She leaned in close to Theo and whispered her support. "Fortunately, this is an area Mom can help with. Do not forget your mother used to be an actress." At Cecilia Jana's words he remained silent, but he listened attentively without missing a single syllable. Speaking up to this point, her voice suddenly sank. "I am so glad I can help you, my beloved son." At those words he was reminded of his position once again. The illegitimate child of a commoner concubine, Cecilia was also heartbroken seeing her son having to struggle so much. "Mom is always sorry for giving you such a stigma, even though it wasn't my fault. How miserable it must have been to have a weak son in this cold Jana family." Theo's heart felt heavy at her words. Cecilia spoke softly, "My beloved son." Then she hugged him tight as if to shake off all the sorrow of the past. She held Theo close and whispered her encouragement. "Mom trusts you. You can do it." Theo responded to his mother's sincere comfort with a faint smile. He embraced her small shoulders as if embracing even her grievances, amidst the warm sunlight shining through the window and the watchful eyes of numerous servants. Theojana declared firmly, "Mother, you do not have to worry anymore." Theojana's eyes were filled with determination as he spoke. "Your son is going to the salon." He said that, but inwardly he vowed to trample those bastards. Time passed quickly, and it was 2 weeks later, the day of the salon party. Wellington was waiting blankly for someone next to the carriage. At the sudden appearance of a figure he doubted his own eyes. A person walking toward Wellington with unwavering, clear steps. It was none other than Theo. He walked slowly, leaving everyone's regret behind. "I'll be back. You can do it, young master." The current Theojana was completely different from before. His confidence pierced the sky. Wellington, still unable to believe it, asked back, "Is it really you, young master? Young Master Theo, you look like a different person." He smirked and answered, Are you teasing me too? Wellington also laughed refreshingly at those words and replied, I am serious, get in. Climbing into the carriage, Theo fell into thought. He is right, I did not just get taller, I gained muscle too. My muscles have developed more. This was the result of 2 weeks of grueling training. He recalled the time he spent training with Wellington every day. Young Master Theo, let us train together. During that time Wellington had visited him daily. Now the two had become quite close. He thought of Sybil, who had sworn to follow him, and all the people he had gained. He also remembered Evelyn grumbling when they trained together. I only intended to watch over you briefly. How did I get roped into this? Theojana remembered even the trivial events that happened during training. Whenever Wellington came to find him with a bright face, Evelyn did not know what to do. Sitting in the carriage wearing the dark circles caused by training and forcing a smile, Theo thought, it was a hard 2 weeks. Sitting opposite him, Wellington started speaking. I heard it is your first official party. Theo immediately answered politely. Ah, right, he reassured him in a low voice. No need to be nervous, I believe you will do well. However, at Wellington's words, Theo harbored doubts and frowned, waiting for the next words. Wellington continued. About my friend Axion, he might be a bit mischievous, but actually, the one who invited you is Axion. He said he wanted to meet you, so I hope you do not think too badly of him. He prepared this party for you, young master. At this decisive remark from Wellington, Theo was lost for words and felt the futility of life. It wasn't Wellington who invited me, but Axion. But soon he wore a satisfied smile and cheered inwardly. Things are going very smoothly. Inside the carriage heading to the salon, Theojana did not hide his joy, even knowing that obvious insults awaited him. Meanwhile, there was a man exuding a sinister atmosphere, holding a cold glass of alcohol in his rough hand. The mad dog of the north, Axion Jana. He smiled wickedly and spoke with sharp eyes. Jana's idiot. I am very excited to have a new toy. The scene changed and the carriage stopped in a village under the blue sky. They have arrived. Theojana stepped out of the carriage calmly. Theojana stared ahead and thought, Kamia Hall. The bastards who instigated Jendon to hinder my growth and swallowed me, my mother and Hongwojan. A grand palace towered before his eyes. Wellington proposed, let us go in. Theo agreed. Ah sure, Wellington added. Axion will be personally coming out to welcome you. He will be waiting at the entrance, Theojana thought. The reason Axion invited me is obvious. He intends to trample Jana's idiot now that he is rising. He smiled and calculated inwardly. But I did not come without a plan either. I'll show you who gets trampled. Theojana's eyes sparkled. Looking at the room shining above, Theojana speculated. That is the blue light of a quest. There is a quest inside the palace. Suddenly, something flew in and Wellington shouted in fright. Young Master Theo, an impact occurred along with dust and Wellington's vision blurred. Seeing the thick dust, he called out worriedly, Young Master Theo. Just then, Feet walked out. I am fine, he spoke calmly. It was Flower. Wellington shouted in rage. What is the meaning of this, going through this incident? Theojana thought, if it were my past life I would not have been able to dodge and would have been covered. Looking at the young man in front of him, Theo thought honestly, I suspected Wellington was in on it too, but it looks like not. Meanwhile, a system notification popped up. Wellington Nassau, 17 male, status, flustered by the sudden situation. Theojana looked up and concluded. A Flower welcome greeting. The masterminds were giggling on the upper railing. The culprit's silhouette was revealed. How is it? It was a light greeting between friends. He looked down from above and spoke. It is basic manners, is not it? Wellington shouted angrily. A greeting? Axion provoked Wellington further and was sarcastic. Why are you mad over a little greeting between brothers? Information popped up in the system window. Axion Jana 17 male, title Black Tiger, rank apprentice swordsman, natural talent, madness psychopath, transcendent sword talent, status excited by the new toy. Theojana looked up at him silently, and a strange smile spread across his lips. Axion was puzzled by Theo's words. Thankful? He asked back himself. Thankful? Theojana answered politely again. Of course, I should be thankful for such an intense welcome. I am really looking forward to the party today. Axion reacted as if it was unexpected. Then he laughed fishily and retorted, Brother, you have become much more fun. The building chandeliers lit up and people gathered. The party was ripening. Whispering began. What is Axion thinking? Bad-mouthing was heard along with footsteps. A mere collateral line subject. They chatted without hesitation at the appearance of Theojana and Wellington. To invite that idiot to the salon. He looks fine, does not he? He probably intends to use him as a toy. Wellington could not bear it and explained from the side. Young Master Theo, I apologize again. Usually the atmosphere is not like this. Theo retorted politely. No, it is fine. Honestly, I am rather thankful. Wellington could not understand. Theo was enjoying it inside, thinking, right, bark more. Chew me out to your heart's content. That way it'll be thrilling when I trample you later. He stared at the place where the light was shining and calculated. The quest light I saw outside earlier is over there. There is definitely a quest, but I do not have an excuse to go naturally. Just then, Theojana's eyes narrowed. Someone approached. Axion greeted him again. How is it? Do you like the party? Theojana recognized him. Axion. He bit his lip and thought. Stay calm, just like the plan. Theojana shrugged and answered cheerfully. Of course, thanks for inviting me. Axion did not back down and retorted, sorry about earlier, I was a bit much, right? Axion put his arm around Theojana's shoulder and provoked him. Brother, you'll accept my apology, right? Wellington flared up and shouted, Axion, but Theojana asked back, why an apology? Wellington was startled by his reaction. Theojana raised the corners of his mouth and answered, you said it was just a greeting. Axion made a blank expression saying, what? Then slapped Theojana's shoulder and cackled, wow, look at our brother Theo, he is really a nutcase, totally different from before. Axion shouted in front of many people, I like you, brother. The guys around started whispering, look at that grinning like a fool, rootless bastard. Cannot compare to a noble bloodline like Choi Ban. Axion kept his arm around Theo and laughed. Jeers poured down, right, even if it is the Jana family, the class is different. The Eastern Sword family, Choi Ban and a commoner mother who rolled in from somewhere are incomparable. Theojana just smiled silently. Malicious words poured out, but why is Wellington hanging out with that cripple? That remark hurt Wellington as well. Actually, if you think about it, Wellington is also illegitimate. Watch your mouth. Hearing those words, Wellington froze. It was a taboo word. Wellington bowed his head and followed behind him. Theo thought coldly, I intended to watch a bit more, but this will not do. Theo suddenly called out to his half-brother beside him, Axion, and proposed, shall we go say hello to our new friends? In front of many watching eyes, Theojana walked over and picked up a wine bottle from the table. Theojana thrust the bottle at the guy who was sneering at him, and the guy was flustered. What, did I say something wrong? Theojana swung the wine bottle without replying and struck the guy's head. Thwack! Both Axion and Wellington watched the scene blankly. Holding the broken bottle, Theo looked down coldly at the screaming guy. Yan, clutching his head, shouted in malice, you illegitimate bastard, how dare you? Theojana kicked the guy, educating him. He returned Yan's words coldly and warned, illegitimate, that is harsh. I just offered a light greeting. The crowd was shocked. What just happened? Theo wasn't an idiot. System notifications exploded. Tutorial Quest 4 cast off the title of Jana's idiot 4143. Wellington frowned, thinking young Master Theo is not someone who would do that. Wait, do not tell me it is because of what I suffered. Theojana turned his body as if disgusted and said, the greeting is over, and as if to confirm the kill, he trampled on Yan's arm. Crunch. Theojana growled and asked, then should not we say goodbye now? Yan writhed in pain and screamed, wait, at the sound of the arm bone crushing, everyone opened their eyes wide. Silence fell. Both Axion and Wellington were silent. System notification. Tutorial Quest 4 cast off the title of Jana's idiot 58. Along with the wretched sight of Yan planted on the floor, a system notification popped up. Tutorial Quest 4 cast off the title of Jana's idiot 59. Theo let go of Yan's arm, swept back his hair and asked nonchalantly, is there anyone else to say hello? The system notified him again. Tutorial Quest 4 cast off the title of Jana's idiot 66. At that, the group took up aggressive stances toward Jana. Among them, some tried to draw their swords while others had already revealed their cold blades. Numerous sword tips aimed at Theojana, demanding accountability for his sin. They claimed the sin of daring to hurt a noble person must be paid for with death. Theojana smirked without reacting and thought to himself, right, this is how it should be. Looking at Yan's state sprawled on the floor, people whispered, who is that person? Someone answered, it is young Master Yan Hanabi, the third son of the Hanabi family. Theojana thought to himself, this is the reason I came to the salon. The Hanabi family, one of the 6 snow families guarding Jana. Facing these rude people, Theojana thought, they will not just stand by watching the idiot they ignored suddenly acting up. He asked back. So, one of them frowned. Theojana thought, but I am no longer the me of the past, he asked coldly. Are the dogs of Jana's vassal families daring to threaten me? Theojana's expression turned cold. Can you take responsibility for those words? How rude. They froze blankly. The killing intent radiating out surrounded them, and even the people around them felt the pressure. Even in a situation where swords were aimed at his throat, the intimidation Theojana exuded made them tremble in fear. What is this pressure? Is this really the idiot of the Jana family? One of them gritted his teeth and thought, come to think of it, this guy is also a direct lineage of the Jana family with succession rights. He recalled the chessboard where the strongest person on the continent held the pawn. Furthermore, Jana is the ruler of the north and the lord of the 6 snow families. The moment that man puts down a chess piece, it means the destruction of that family. He was seized by the fear that aiming a sword at Jana's bloodline could lead to the extermination of his family. Eventually, he held back his annoyance and frowned. He is a guy who wasn't even educated properly, but there is no helping it. We have to apologize first. Just then, Theojana ordered coldly, kill them. Shadows flickered in an instant, and the purge began in the blink of an eye. Fresh blood splattered next to Theojana. Along with flashing sword strikes, body parts flew through the air. It was Evelyn. She landed calmly even after handling all of that. People who saw the sight could not close their mouths, terrified. Even Wellington could not hide his surprise. The system notified. Tutorial Quest 4 cast off the title of Jana's idiot 70. A situation where even Axion was speechless. Theo called out, Evelyn. She also turned around seriously and asked, since when did you know I was following? He sighed and answered, it is obvious. Theo thought to himself, I do not know the reason, but with her behind me I can flip the board without worry. Everyone fell silent at the gruesome sight. The scene shifts to the past. Before Evelyn committed the massacre, a wine bottle was opened. Julius Jana laughed heartily and marveled, you said you would not take any more disciples. I guess you like the new disciple? Evelyn asked back. Do you have nowhere to go? You used to only roam outside before retirement. Julius Jana could not hold back and laughed loudly. My joy these days is tormenting you. So your answer, Evelyn spoke insinuatingly. It will be expensive. Julius downed the alcohol in one go. So your answer. Watching him empty the bottle at once, Evelyn narrowed her eyes and evaluated. He is above expectations. Julius Jana drank again and listened attentively. In terms of attitude and talent, he is the best among those I have taught, he asked with curious eyes. Did not Ion Axion also go through your hands? Is he better than that guy? Evelyn acknowledged. That is correct. Looking at potential alone, he surpasses young Master Axion, she added. Those are not empty words. This remark stimulated Julius's fighting spirit. Since you have the two eyes, you would see better than me. Then he sighed and said, then why has he been hiding his power all this time? People do not change that suddenly. Evelyn also agreed. That is certainly true, she frowned and continued. But it is strange that he suddenly started revealing the skills he had been hiding so thoroughly. Evelyn recalled the image of Theo Jana training. If you rush, you are bound to fall, but he was like someone being chased by something. She glanced at Julius and calculated. That is why I am worried about his attendance at this salon. Julius Jana put down the liquor bottle. Worried, you say? It is probably because of that guy Axion. Then you should follow him. Evelyn did not understand those words. Pardon, he explained. It might be in a different direction than your worry, but something will definitely happen. Julius raised the corners of his mouth and smiled significantly. Because when wolf cubs chasing blood gather, hierarchy sorting is bound to happen. He touched the clothes and liquor bottle on the table. Since you are going, try to seduce Theo. Evelyn realized his intention only then and blushed. Julius Jana walked away and said, get him to join the White Armored Dragoons. Before leaving after driving the wedge in, he asked Evelyn as if interested. Did you think you could retire just because you cannot ride a dragon? Since you recommended the guy, take responsibility and bring him. I am going. The alcohol tastes good. Evelyn remained in that spot, lost in thought. She marveled looking at the expensive liquor and uniform on the table. I told you it was expensive. The evening sunset shone into the room. Evelyn looked at Theo Jana standing among the corpses, she thought. Did he notice I followed and set the stage on purpose? He came to the salon aiming for this in the first place. He was someone I did not need to worry about, Evelyn asked herself, recalling the time she hung onto the back of the carriage. But when did he notice my presence as expected? He is no ordinary guy. Theo Jana also reminisced. I felt it from the moment I got in the carriage, he acknowledged. Because the owner of a dragon heart has developed senses called the sixth sense. Anyway, thanks to that, the stage is set. Now, Theo Jana called Evelyn. He asked in a loud voice, Evelyn, most of the people here have committed disrespect toward a successor. What is the punishment for such a crime? At that one word, they were terrified. What? Evelyn scanned them with cold eyes and answered. According to family law, summary execution is also possible. Theo Jana was satisfied with that answer. He gave a faint smile and ordered. They are kids who have not even undergone the awakening ceremony yet, so just cut off one arm each and end it. Evelyn said understood and rushed in. The group panicked. Wait, Evelyn swung her sword without hesitation. The second son of the Ben family, the eldest son of the red-white mercenary captain. System notification. Tutorial Quest 4, cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 72. The fourth daughter of the Jet Company, the third son of the Seal family. Tutorial Quest 4, cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 75. The eldest daughter of the Atchwood family. Tutorial Quest 4, cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 79. One guy begged weakly, Axion, save me, please, he cried and clung to Axion's feet. Axion asked back coldly, why me? You said it was just a greeting. The moment the guy froze at those words, a flash burst from behind. What? In an instant his arm was cut off, Evelyn confirmed. The eldest son of the Vink family, he screamed in pain. Axion glanced at her sideways, and Evelyn also looked at him. He marveled. I did not know I would meet you again like this. Evelyn answered politely, it has been a long time, young master. System notification. Tutorial Quest 4, cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 82. Axion looked around and thought. She picked out and struck only those who mentioned bloodline. She made it so that even I, a succession candidate, have no justification to stop it. Evelyn approached Theo Jana and reported, I severed 14 right arms as ordered. He praised her. Good work. Status? Evelyn reported calmly. If they go to a priest right now, they will be able to reattach them. A swordsman's life would be a separate issue though. Theo was satisfied. Good. Wellington, who was by his side, asked carefully, Young Master Theo, are you all right? Axion thought. Wellington and Evelyn are both on that guy's side. He laughed inwardly and marveled. The idiot of Hongwajun, Theo Jana, has really changed. At the same time, Axion harbored a vicious desire. I want to trample him. Theo stepped forward and instructed. Let us go, Evelyn answered. Understood. Wellington also agreed and followed. Let us go. Axion glared at Theo with venomous eyes. Theo faced him coldly, then brushed past him, placing his hand on Axion's shoulder. He wore a winner's smile. Theo spoke nonchalantly. I enjoyed the party, Ion. System notification. Tutorial Quest 4, cast off the title of Jana's Idiot 92, he added teasingly. See you later. As soon as he left, a system notification popped up. Congratulations. You have completed Tutorial Quest 4 with Evelyn Eve. Axion's scream rang out inside the mansion. Theo Jana, the system notified all tutorial quests have been completed. Now no one will call you the idiot of the Jana family. Theo moved with satisfied steps. The quest is over, he walked with a refreshing feeling and thought. But the real revenge starts now, the system calculated. Reward: obtained experience elixir. Effect: level increases by 5, usable under level 30. The sky was dyed in twilight. The time when the sunset shone on the window, Amana, who was reviewing documents, stopped her movements. What did you say? Axion was standing miserably. Both Amana and Choi Ban were surprised, and she asked back. Say that again. Night, when darkness had fallen, Axion's salon. A young man raised his glass cheerfully and shouted. To young Master Theo, who made a splendid debut in high society. They toasted happily. Cheers. The atmosphere was harmonious, and Theo also tilted his glass. The story of being beaten by the idiot became a side dish for their drinks. The scene changes to the night at Kamiya Hall. Bang, a loud sound came from inside the door. Amana interrogated Axion. It wasn't enough that you gave that idiot a chance to make an excuse. You let our kid's arms get cut off? Axion, who had been slapped on the cheek, answered as if aggrieved. Yes. Amana got even angrier. Do you even know what you have done? I warned you several times not to underestimate him, not to try to force him into submission. You handed him the justification to run wild, she shouted. I told you, if that lowly thing starts showing prominence, it becomes much trickier to take possession of Hongwajan, Axion retorted. Do not worry, I will, but Amana cut him off. I do not want to hear it. Go and reflect on what you committed, her reprimand continued. You nearly ruined our grand plan just for your amusement. Behave yourself. Axion swallowed his anger and answered. I will keep that in mind. The door slammed shut, and only Amana remained. She clicked her tongue in annoyance. Tisk, who does he take after to be so impulsive? Just then, Choi Ban opened his mouth. Who else? He is a spitting image of you when you were young. Amana glared. Are you joking right now? Choi Ban spoke leisurely. Do not be too mad. This incident might not necessarily be a bad thing. She looked puzzled. Recalling Julius, Choi Ban explained. Hongwajan is where the family head's concubine stays, so it is difficult to claim ownership, even if the family head is neglecting it as an insignificant place. His halo is undeniably there, Choi Ban emphasized. So what we need is justification, an excuse to make the family head make a fist. Choi Ban points out that fortunately, thanks to him making a mess at the salon, he is becoming the de facto representative of Hongwajan. So they can use this incident as a pretext. At that single remark, Amana frowns, thinking of crushing him with legal principles. She thinks to herself, the reason I am worried about Theo becoming strong is that if he stands out, the family head might take an interest in Hongwajan. However, if we use the increasingly strong Theo to have our Kamiya Hall remove them through legitimate legal procedures, Amana thinks, Hongwajan will have no choice but to submit to us. We can win without lifting a finger. Amana folds her fan and asks Choi Ban about his intentions with a smile. Then how long will the preparations take? He answers with a smile. The preparations are already finished, Choi Ban assures her. You will hear good news when you open your eyes tomorrow morning. He hands over a box and adds secretively. So take a bath and get a good night's sleep tonight. I also prepared scented candles brought from the southern Badlands volcanic zone. Amana hugs him and answers. As expected, there is no one but you, brother. It is night outside, how can I not love you? Meanwhile, Wellington is marveling. Actually, I was a bit shocked. I did not know you would care that much. Theo Jana asks in puzzlement. What are you talking about? Wellington says. I mean the salon incident, Theo thinks to himself. Is he drunk on just a glass of orange juice? Wellington is moved, recalling the past events. You endured it even while being insulted, but as soon as they insulted me, your friend, you stepped up to protect me without hesitation, young Master Theo. I am truly ashamed that I could not do anything, the drunk Wellington thinks. He is an amazing person the more I look at him. Looking at Theo, Wellington's misunderstanding deepens. He silently endured while being treated as a lowly and incompetent illegitimate child, and eventually became this strong. The duel between Theo Jana and Ion remains a great resonance for Wellington. Even against an opponent he could not beat, he possessed the strong will to win at all costs against Kamiya Hall, whom no one dares to oppose. He drew his sword without hesitation, he thinks with emotion. To think all of this was for my sake. Just then a system notification pops up. Wellington Nassau 17 male, status, deeply moved, believing Theo cares for him deeply. Theo Jana is dumbfounded. It seems like he has misunderstood something severely. Wellington grips the table and makes a decision. The family told me to be close with Ion, but I think differently, he declares. From now on I will follow you, young Master Theo. Cheers burst out from the people. Wow, as expected, the strong recognize the strong. You two are really cool. Theo Jana tries to refuse. No, wait, I think there is a misunderstanding. Just then a voice is heard in his ear. Just accept it. It was telepathy. Theo looks at Evelyn in the distance. She speaks via telepathy. This kind of misunderstanding is not bad. She evaluates Wellington. Besides, is not the atmosphere good right now? Everyone seems to want to get along with the young master. Theo Jana is at a loss for words. He sighs and thinks, I am not a special person. Theo Jana narrows his eyes and stares at something. It is all thanks to this notification window. Information pops up in the system window. Theo Jana 17 male, title none, natural talent, player. Observing Jana, inaccessible. Status, desperately craving the awakening ceremony. Level 2, Stats, Strength 18, Agility 16, Stamina 17, he thinks. Is it because I gained Jana's talent by regressing or because I became strong like this? Jana frowns and ponders. What on earth is this? At first I thought they were fragments of my lingering attachments, but seeing it so specific it does not seem so. He narrows his eyes. I feel a sense of déjà vu, like I have seen it somewhere. Whatever it is, it helps me, so it does not matter. The level also increased after the salon incident. Status, desperately craving the awakening ceremony. Level 2, Stats, Agility 16, Strength 18, Stamina 17, Mana 195, Intelligence 16, Luck minus 31, Status. Stat points distributable, Theo thinks. It seems I get stat points every time the level rises. Does this mean I can raise my abilities as I please? Jana clicks his tongue. It is scary. He touches his forehead and mocks himself. I am becoming so strong that I am afraid of my brilliant future. Theo lifts his head and thinks, good, first I need to prepare for Kamiya Hall's counterattack. He calls Wellington. Friend, can you do me a favor? Wellington answers readily. Of course, young master. Theo, just say the word. Suddenly, Wellington is moved again by Theo's words. He just called me friend affectionately. Jana takes out a piece of paper. He earnestly requests, the succession war between Ion and me will soon intensify. Help me prepare for that time. Wellington is dazed at those words. Jana is convinced. In the future, Wellington becomes the head of the Naso family. Their power is strong enough to rival the Jana family. I must definitely make Wellington my ally this time. Jana hands over the paper and thinks, take this, Wellington. Wellington stands blankly for a moment before taking the paper from Jana's hand. He answers refreshingly, good, since I swore to follow the young master Theo, if there is anything I can do to help, I will do anything. Theo is satisfied with that answer. Good, Wellington speaks again. By the way, you called me friend affectionately earlier. Just then a shouting sound is heard from outside. Jana, an armed army barges in. Everyone freezes. Can you see who it is? They shout and draw their swords. One of them holds up a paper stamped with a red seal and shouts, Jana, you are under arrest for charges of intimidation and assault. A red-haired man protests. That makes no sense. Jana calmly calms the people down. It is fine, calm down. He examines the situation for a moment and thinks, let us see. Jana confirms it is a real arrest warrant. The ink has not even dried. They must have been in quite a hurry. Theo obediently holds out his hands. Let us go. Like that, he is handcuffed. He is dragged away, leaving the people's shocked gazes behind. Jana. He turns back and smiles slightly. Wellington stands blankly, then frowns. Even Evelyn has an expression of disbelief. Wellington looks down at the paper in his hand. A massive palace shining majestically under the clear sky. Hongwajan, Cecilia. Jana turns around, startled. What? Theo was dragged away to where? The butler hurriedly shouts, supporting her as she stumbles from dizziness. Madam, she tries to calm down and asks, I am fine. What did they say the charges were? The butler hesitates with his hand on his chest. That is, it seems to be because of the salon incident, he adds. They say it is charges of instigating internal rebellion. Cecilia is appalled. What? Their conversation passes in the silence. Do you really think it will go to a trial? Yes, I think so. Since the young master completely smashed the salon, it will not end easily. Cecilia touches her forehead, suffering. He was so happy to be invited. Who knew something like this would happen? Our son will overcome it, because Theo is that kind of child. The butler and she look up at the sky and pray. Son, please return safely. Meanwhile, Theo is closing his eyes in the silence. Sunlight shines on his face and he is sitting in a carriage with burly knights while handcuffed. Suddenly he opens his eyes and looks outside. The carriage passes the huge city walls and enters a magnificent building. The tribunal, he thinks. It has been a long time. He narrows his eyes and judges. Since I smashed the salon, it will not end with just detention. I'll definitely be referred to a trial. The carriage wheels roll slowly. Putting a successor in the court stands means they intend to question my qualifications. The carriage stops at the entrance of the court and the coachman's voice is heard. We have arrived. The escort knight tells him to get off. They will try to completely destroy me. Theo smiles instead of worrying. But that is exactly what I hoped for. As he enters, he passes the hallway and stands before a huge door. Bring in the sinner, Jana. A solemn voice is heard from inside. Light pours in, revealing his calm face. Right, to set off what I have prepared, it has to be a big stage like this. He stands in the defendant's dock and looks at the powerful people sitting high up. He frowns and thinks. All the big shots have gathered. The first one to catch his eye is Julius, Dragon Demon Julius Jana, captain of the White Armored Dragoons. Next to him, a blonde man with clasped hands, Heavenly Dragon Choi Ban, director of the Central Intelligence Bureau, 4 of the 9 dragons guarding Jana, and a white-haired cold woman, Sword Dragon Osa Jana, the mistress of Manhwa. If it were my past life, I would not have even been able to breathe. Finally, the man with glasses sitting in the center, Elder Dragon Bugang Jana, the chairman of the council. He speaks first arrogantly. Jana, while the handcuffs are being removed. Theo nods. Yes, Mr. Chairman. I did not expect to see you here. He lifts his eyes to look at Bugang. Chairman Bugang, who values bloodline, he must find an illegitimate child like me disgusting. Bugang reveals it brazenly without even looking at him. Bugang says, cut the greetings, you know why you were summoned, right? Explain your crimes. And he shoots back sharply. The Boy family, the Caesar Merchant Guild, the Red-White Mercenary Corps, and even the Hanabi family. They are clamoring to cut ties with the main family because of your foolish actions, he scolds with scornful eyes. Can an illegitimate child like you handle that loss? We will hold you responsible. Theo Jana listens without a single change in expression to the accusation that he tarnished the family's honor, then nods and agrees. The chairman's words are entirely correct. Bugang is relieved when he admits his guilt. I was too rash, but Theo's eyes flash and a smile spreads across his lips. I should have cut off their heads, not their limbs. Everyone screams in shock. What did you say? Theo begins a speech. They are our vassals. The Lord gives them territory and honor, and the vassal dedicates loyalty and life. That is the way of a knight. He reveals the sins in detail. Yet they dared to threaten their master, he shouts, feigning anger. If I had known they were so arrogant, I would have beheaded them long ago. They must be punished, and knighthood must stand upright. How can I just stand by and watch the honor of the Jana family, which has continued for over 1,000 years, be trampled? Julius Jana laughs, baring his teeth as if finding it interesting. Impressive. As expected, it wasn't something to end with a normal punishment. Bugang clenches his fist tight and shouts, How dare you mock me with sophistry? Osa Jana intervenes. I have heard your opinion well. Logically, you are right. Bugang calls the sword dragon in surprise. Lady Osa, she analyzes gently. However, even if the Jana family is strong, that is not everything. If we do not listen to the voices of the vassals and knights, we will crumble. Because you cannot rule the world with fear alone, Theo answers immediately. I will keep that in mind, he is relieved inwardly. The official wife of the family head and the North's best swordsman, the sword dragon. Fortunately, she is not hostile to me. Then the image of Hang Huajun burning flashes through his mind. But why did she? Osa Jana stays silent for a moment before speaking. I hope you understand that the punishment you will receive is just, Theo asks. May I ask what the punishment is? Bugang frowns and growls. 3 months of house arrest, Theo speaks urgently. But the awakening ceremony is only 2 months away. Bugang retorts bluntly, How dare you talk back? Osa speaks as if she understands his worry. Taking that into consideration, I will allow you to participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Choi Bad smiles quietly behind Bugang, who is angry at Osa's verdict. Furthermore, it was decided that the 15 children you injured will also participate in next year's awakening ceremony. Choi Ban rested his chin on his hand and recalled the moment Julius raised an objection. Thanks to the dragon demon's intervention, Theo's punishment became much lighter than expected. This was not a bad result, because postponing the awakening ceremony was a great disgrace in the Jana family. He was amused thinking about the scheme he had plotted. If the representative of Hang Huajun suffers that humiliation, our Kamiya Hall gets a chance to get ahead. If it goes according to plan, that guy cannot do anything. He'll just have to accept it, he thought while setting up incoherent hypotheses. If he stupidly appeals, we could kill him, but surely he is not that stupid. Just then, Theo opened his mouth. I will appeal. Julius, Choi Ban and Bugang were astonished by those words, opening their eyes wide and unable to close their mouths. Choi Ban covered the evil smile spreading across his lips with his hand. Is he crazy? Your arrogance truly knows no bounds. Thanks to that, things will be easier. Julius frowned in puzzlement and asked, Do you even know what an appeal means? Theo answered with a confident posture, not intimidated, clenching his fist tight. Of course, he repeated inwardly. I know this is not a problem that can be solved with just 3 months of house arrest. That is practically a slap on the wrist. A dragon demon must have pulled some strings, he interpreted. That in the proud and powerful Jana family an appeal meant war. But I do not intend to accept even that slap on the wrist. He smiled and spoke with a firm voice. After all, the right to speak belongs only to the winner, he cheered inwardly. I am actually expecting a reward. A system notification popped up, entering main scenario. Julius and Osa were speechless at that arrogant answer. Outside it was already twilight, and the warm orange sunset was seeping through the cold courthouse windows. Alert sounds kept ringing. Through this scenario, you can reveal many secrets hidden in this closed world. Good luck. A huge building appeared and a notification board popped up. Main Scenario Quest 1, The Path of the Successor. Dig into the secrets of the Caesar Merchant Guild. Huge flames soared, swallowing the house in red light and fierce crackling. Amidst the flames, a figure clad in a black cloak swung a sword, slashing a swordsman, and blood splattered. The sharp blade struck down and he fell to the ground. Blood spread within the burning flames. Amidst the corpses and swords stuck in the ground, the figure in the black cloak stood facing the massive fire, swallowing everything. A voice was heard. As the hood was removed, Evelyn's face with a cigarette in her mouth was revealed. So you were really hiding here. Wellington held a sword in one hand and walked out determinedly, clutching a small box tightly in the other hand. Evelyn looked at the item she found as she took off her hood, and Wellington stared at that object with cold eyes. Choi Ban in the court smiled triumphantly, unaware that a crisis was approaching. Choi Ban's Kamiya Hall is completely finished. Theo Jana stood facing the powerful figures of the court, feeling the tension in the air. Bugang frowned and broke the silence coldly. You intend to blow up something that could end with 3 months of house arrest into a war? He blamed Theo with contemptuous eyes. You are truly arrogant. Do you think you can handle the forces of 15 families alone? Theo looked up frowning and answered. That is for me to handle, and he analyzed calmly and composedly. In cases where the power gap is this large, is not it customary to hold a proxy war? Julius fell into thought without a word. Usually appeals decide victory or defeat through war. But if the power gap is too large to wage war, he pictured the confrontation between 2 groups in red positions in his head. One representative from each camp is sent out to determine the winner through a one-on-one duel. Swordsmen of the family from the blue group would also participate. That is the proxy war. If the proposal was followed, the defendant's representative would be Theo, and Ion's face came to mind. The plaintiff's representative was highly likely to be Axion. He fell into deep thought. If that happens, it is obvious Theo will lose. But why did he choose this method? Does he have some scheme? He formed a hypothesis. If he believes Evelyn or I will step in as a proxy, he is mistaken. Theo spoke about the regulations with a confident voice. According to the rules, let us decide the representatives in a week and hold the proxy war. The moment he asked Bugang, "What do you think?" a thought crossed his mind. Obvious trick. Amidst the taut tension, someone began calculating. He intends to put forward the dragon demon or Evelyn as a proxy, but given their personalities they will not do it. You have to fight yourself. Choi Ban looked at Theo Jana and smiled triumphantly. You are walking into death on your own. I will send Axion to teach you your place with death. He answered quickly. Fine. Then regarding the representative, just then a majestic voice rang out, shocking the assembly. I thought you were a quiet child. The door opened and a huge silhouette was revealed along with light. You know how to use your head quite a bit. As he continued speaking and entered, the air sank heavily. Theo froze in surprise as well. The man with red eyes spoke coldly. You have changed a lot since I last saw you, my son. He walked in exuding dignity. Family head Kyle Jana. He confessed the facts he knew. I heard your situation on the way. You are in quite a complicated situation. I heard you want to appeal via proxy war. Theo was silent for a moment before answering in fluster. That is correct. Kyle rubbed his chin and muttered. Then it will be difficult for you to participate in that proxy war, he asked as if threatening with curious eyes. Who do you intend to put forward as your substitute? Theo Jana realized as soon as he heard those words. This is a test. A thought also crossed Choi Ban's mind. Wait, do not tell me this is. Theo lowered his head, feigning gloom. Who would replace me? There is no such person. I intended to step forward and appeal personally from the start. Kyle's face darkened as he spoke coldly. Then you will lose. Theo glanced up and retorted. How do you know without trying? He placed his hand on his chest and declared firmly. Rather than bowing my head against my will, I would rather break. A smile spread across the tense face of Kyle. He placed his hand on his face, looked up at the sky and laughed loudly. Did you hear that? My son's words, at his hearty laughter full of pride. Choi Ban and Bugung revealed uncomfortable looks. Rather break than be forced to submit. Osa and Julius were listening, exhaling silently. There are no words that describe the Jana family better than that. Kyle Jana placed his hands on his waist as if amused and praised him. I like your attitude very much. Theo hurried, bowed his head. Thank you for the undeserved praise. He smiled inwardly. The proxy war is just bait. I do not intend to fight. It is a relief I can speak the truth without hiding it. He recalled the paper Wellington was holding while performing the mission, the task I entrusted to Evelyn and Wellington. The evidence to prove Kamiya Hall's treason. If I have that, I can win without fighting. Just then, a surprising proposal was heard. In that case, I will personally give you a chance, Kyle Jana proposed with excitement. As the family head of Jana, Kyle Jana, I want to exchange just one strike with you. Proposed in succession. Forget the trial. If you withstand my single strike, I will pardon all your sins. Theo opened his eyes round and wondered. Pardon? A strike? Kyle turned his back and ordered. Let us go outside immediately. A urgent voice stopped him. Family head, you cannot. Choi Ban clenched his fist tight and ground his teeth. Perplexity lingered on his face. He frowned and worried. Exchanging blows with the guy means acknowledging him as an opponent. He recalled Theo's majestic appearance in the form of a powerful dragon. If that guy survives, it becomes a situation where he is acknowledged by the family head. That damn Theo cannot possibly hold out. He clenched his fist tighter. But if by any chance he succeeds, I do not want to leave even a one possibility, he thought. I must prevent him from catching the family head's eye. Choi Ban raised a question. The vassals and soldiers dared to discuss the young master's bloodline, so how could? A heavy and majestic voice startled him. Heavenly dragon. Kyle's eyes shone red, revealing irritation. Shut up. If a vassal talks like that, just eliminate them. Choi Ban was terrified and could not say anything more. Understood. Family head. Kyle Jana noticed something and looked up. Anything to say? Dragon demon, you have been giggling since earlier, Julius answered with a smile, closing his eyes. No, it has just been a long time since the family head showed such interest. Family head, he wondered. What nonsense is that? Let us finish what we were saying. He looked at Theo as if exploring him. Stop the chit-chat here. So how about you, son? Theo avoided an immediate answer and fell into thought. The family head strike. Things are flowing in an unimaginable direction. The plan went awry, but Theo calculated the next move. He raised the corners of his lips. But this kind of change is not bad either. Once again, he answered politely and humbly. It is too undeserved for me. How can I compare father's strike to a proxy war with mere vassals? Kyle asked in puzzlement. Are you scared? Theo glanced up and refuted. No, I am just saying this deal is unfair. Kyle Jana asked as if he could not understand. Unfair, Theo explained. Because the difficulty of the trial has become much higher. Should not the reward given to me be that much bigger? Kyle looked at him as if intrigued. Ho, for example? Theo Jana turned his body and looked upward. Choi Ban felt the gaze directed at him and flinched, seeing Theo's evil and strange expression. He ground his teeth in shock like Kamiya Hall, while Choi Ban cursed inwardly, this crazy guy. Bugang glanced sideways and thought, he is crazy, daring to try and make a deal with the family head. He sneered, watching Theo's behavior. A guy who does not know his place. Deals are only possible from an equal position. He looks like he'll die soon because of that arrogance. However, Kyle Jana's reaction was different from his expectation. Kyle spoke with a satisfied expression. If you aim for the successor position, you should at least have that much guts. And looking up, he asked cheerfully, "Any one object?" The heavenly dragon hurriedly bowed his body upon being called. "Everything in Jana belongs to the family head. How could I dare object to the family head's decision?" He nodded. "Good. Prepare the training ground immediately." As soon as he finished speaking, he turned around majestically. "I will test Theo Jana here." Theo looked at his back with a mix of worry and joy. A short while later, everyone gathered at the training ground. Julius, Osa, Bugan, and Choi Ban, the four of them waited for their confrontation in silence. Choi Ban burst into rage inwardly. "Damn it, the trap I set to catch Theo has become a stage to elevate him," he soothed himself. "No need to worry." He observed Theo's expression and posture carefully and judged. No matter how strong that guy has become, he cannot withstand the family head's strike. Even a high-ranked knight would struggle. He frowned and prayed. "Theo will die here. He must die." Theo Jana felt his gaze and smiled faintly. "I know what you are thinking. Unfortunately, that will not happen." He stood in the silence, lost in thought. Tutorial rewards came to mind. Unaware that Kyle Jana was watching him, Kyle rubbed his chin and muttered, "Did he eat an elixir or something while I wasn't looking? Even if he did, he could not change this fast. Well, I do not care how he became strong." Theo sweated cold sweat and frowned. "Sharp. Even the 9 dragons did not notice." Kyle paused and continued speaking. "Anyway, you are also my blood." He draped his sword over his shoulder under the dazzling sky and asked confidently, "Are you ready?" Theo nodded and gripped his weapon tight. "Yes," Kyle smiled, raised his sword and spoke affectionately. "Usually I use a greatsword, but since you do not know how to use mana yet, I will use this sword. No complaints, right?" Theo Jana shook his head. "Of course, thank you." Kyle Jana was amused and emitted red energy from his entire body. It was like a fierce flame burning in a strong wind. The sword in his hand also shone, reflecting the halo of surging power. "Good then." He gripped his weapon tight and spoke with eyes full of excitement. "Let us start." Theo Jana was trembling all over, barely withstanding the terrible pressure weighing down on him. Theo gritted his teeth and admired. "To emit such pressure with just fighting spirit." Kyle approached slowly. "It is surprising you are still standing." Theo's eyes shone. He frowned slightly, making an expression mixed with doubt and tension, but a confident smile hung on his lips. "Of course. My strength stat has increased nearly 3 times. He recalled the blue bottle. The experience elixir received as a tutorial completion reward. System data was displayed. Experience elixir increases level by 5. Usable under level 30. He gripped his sword tight and used it. Level 5 increase. Poured all my distribution points into strength and the status window popped up. Theo Jana, 17, male. Title none. Natural talent player. Observation inaccessible. Status desperately craving the awakening ceremony. Level 7, stats, strength 52, stamina 17, intelligence 16, agility 16, mana 195, luck minus 31, distribution points, none inaccessible. Theo Jana gripped his weapon tightly with both hands. This sensation, it felt truly free. Stepping out of the realm of the ordinary and entering the realm of the extraordinary. With this power, he looked at his father who held his sword high with a cold face. "I can even block a strike from father." He stared at the sword strike Kyle Jana was about to bring down. Kyle Jana swung his sword without hesitation. It was a flash so powerful and sharp that Julius and Osa held their breath. Choi Ban could not hide his excitement watching the scene. Theo Jana raised his sword and took a stance. His eyes shone red and he waited with heightened concentration. He frowned, staring at the dazzling flash under the red-dyed sky. "Come at me if you dare." It felt like I could see it. Heavy sword energy fell like thunder, causing a massive earthquake. The surrounding ground vibrated and then exploded, with web-like cracks spreading out. The weapon held up by sturdy arms blocked the overwhelming power of the blade. The aftermath of the collision spread out, kicking up dust. A whirlwind raged. Kyle Jana said nothing. He just smirked when his sword was blocked. He turned his back without hesitation and left, leaving only a solitary shadow standing in the thick dust. He grinned from ear to ear and spoke in a low voice. "It has been a truly long time." Suddenly, the sword vibrated and made a cracking sound. The sword shattered into pieces in Theo Jana's hand and the sharp fragments scattered, twinkling in the light. The voice echoed, "How long has it been since I found a useful son?" He did not look back or pay any further attention. Choi Ban could not hide his shock and bewilderment at this spectacle. Julius and Osa smiled as if intrigued. Theo Jana had proved his innocence. Through his will, finally the result was notified to him as he stood there in a daze. "The trial is over." Just then a reward list appeared along with a system notification. "You have completed the sudden quest, Kyle Jana's strike. You have obtained inventory authority as a reward. You have obtained a blue key as a reward." The scene changed to the next day. Soft sunlight streamed through the crack in the window, shining on Theo lying on the bed. Traces of battle remained on his face. He flinched, slowly lifting his heavy eyelids and muttered in a hoarse voice, Where am I?" Cecilia, who was nursing him by his side, saw him wake up and hurriedly grabbed his hand tight, speaking worriedly, "You are finally awake." "My beloved son, you fainted," she continued, sobbing. "Do you know how surprised Mom was when I heard you were hit by the family head's sword? How is your arm? Is it hurt? Try moving your shoulder a bit. If the bone is broken or dislocated, we must call a doctor immediately." He immediately reassured her. "I am fine. Calm down, mother." Theo Jana looked around. "But where is this?" A voice came from outside the room. "It is the family head's order." Julius opened the door and entered to notify them. Amana, the mistress of Kamiya Hall, Axion and the director of the Intelligence Bureau have all been expelled. Theo pretended to be surprised and confirmed. Does that mean? Julius smiled as if enjoying himself and answered quickly. That is correct. Sunlight reflected off the glass windows of the castle towering under the blue sky, boasting an antique and mysterious figure. This was Kamiya Hall. The system announced a main scenario update. Main scenario quest 1, the path of the successor. Take over Kamiya Hall and reveal its secrets. Kamiya Hall 1-1 Secret 01. Flowers in the distance of the white mansion swayed under the soft sunlight. Flowers boasting their elegance in the blue garden. Feet clad in high heels trampled those flowers. Amana Jana screamed in rage. Why must I, the lawful owner of this hall, be kicked out of my own property? Subordinates and maids were flustered and tried to stop the angry woman. Madam Amana, please calm down, we beg of you. Calm down. Choi Ban called Yan quietly with a dark expression. Yan, he turned his head. Yes, uncle. His complexion darkened and a murderous purple aura emanated from his entire body. Kill Theo Jana. He closed his eyes and hesitated as he spoke. I was going to cut off his arm at the awakening ceremony. Choi Ban coldly grasped the guy's head and ordered with a face mixed with hatred, as if he had lost his humanity, bring me his head. Axion looked at him while biting his lip without a word. Twilight settled on Kamiya Hall. A long contemplation followed. Everything went completely differently from my plan. Theo Jana walked happily with his hands in his pockets, but the result is much better. I obtained Kamiya Hall without using my main card. He waved his hand lightly to open the system window. Plus, I even obtained the second authority, inventory. He thrust his hand into the shining space. A moment later, he pulled out a red apple. Theo Jana took a big bite of the apple and muttered while chewing. I do not know how something like this exists, but it is going to be very useful. He threw the apple away and put his hand into the inventory again. This time he pulled out a key and looked at the blue key with interest. The system displayed a description of the blue key. Blue key. Grade. Junk. Effect. Opens the gate of hell. Condition. Must fit the gate of hell. He fiddled with the key in his hand. His eyes wavered as they turned toward a light source at the back. This key is definitely. He turned his body and headed toward a secret door. Faint light was leaking through the crack of the door. He was convinced it was related to this place. The luminous blue key in his hand seemed to be resonating strangely. He slowly reached out and inserted the key into the keyhole. As Theo Jana pushed the door slightly, the sound of old hinges rang out and light poured out from inside. It illuminated his face, full of wariness. As the door opened, he was astonished by the sight unfolding before his eyes. It was a massive cave with rough rock walls and cold wind blowing. A system notification popped up. You have discovered a dungeon. Experience gained in the dungeon will be doubled as a reward. He marveled and smirked. A cave inside a room in Kamiya Hall. It must be some kind of quest. He stepped inside without hesitation, muttering, whatever it is, I have to see the end of it. I cannot miss a double experience opportunity. Suddenly he paused. Ah, right, it was a quiet Kamiya Hall under the sunset, but it felt like an echo was ringing from somewhere. I cannot go empty-handed. Light entered through the glass window at the corner of the tower, dyeing the space in a calm golden hue. As he opened the inventory, numerous swords appeared lined up. Among them, a sword shining in gold caught his eye. He selected that sword and a silver shield and walked in confidently. Good, let us check it out. The dark cave continued endlessly. Flickering torches cast shadows on the uneven walls. Dusty wind blew, and his sturdy silhouette was revealed in the space that was so quiet it was suffocating. Suddenly he turned his gaze at a sound. Where his gaze stopped, a white wolf was flashing ferocious eyes. It opened its mouth to reveal sharp teeth, and saliva dripped down. He shouted in surprise. A wolf, he observed the creature quietly. It is quite big, like a demonic beast. Suddenly the creature disappeared. A white afterimage shot forward at a terrifying speed, as if melting into the air in an instant. He hurriedly raised his shield and blocked the wolf's teeth that rushed in with terrifying grip strength. Theo Jana's eyes glared sharply at the wolf. He ground his teeth. You are pretty strong, you mutt. He put strength into the hand holding the shield and the hand gripping the sword, lifting them high. But I will not lose in a contest of strength. The wolf quickly retreated back, dodging the attack by a hair's breadth. However, the creature did not give up, splattering saliva and growling ferociously again. Theo wasn't shaken at all. He adjusted his grip on his weapon and prepared to face it. The two, man and wolf, exuded spirit and rushed at each other. The cool blade danced and sharp claws cut through the air. A powerful gust of wind arose. He thought while blocking the wolf's attack with his shield, its hide is quite thick and it is fast. Clumsy attacks will not even scratch it. Observing the wolf's movements and power, Theo Jana analyzed. It is definitely not a normal wolf. It might be as strong as the demonic beasts living in the Sea of Demons beyond the northern wall. If so, this guy's strength explains itself. It will not be easy to deal with, the wolf roared. Its red eyes shone ferociously. Huge front paws cut through the air and sharp claws flashed. Theo quickly twisted his body. He dodged the attack in a split second. His eyes shone coldly as he concentrated. He put strength into his legs and sprang out. He narrowed his eyes in regret. If only I could reproduce that flash. The light he saw when he faced his father's strike. He recalled the image of looking up at the dazzling light. The pure white trajectory, that beautiful and majestic flash that cut through the sky of the red battlefield. Theo Jana, having closed the distance in an instant, raised his sword with a cold expression and struck down with all his might, but the wolf quickly dodged to the side. The creature retreated a few steps and took a defensive stance. As the attack missed, he clicked his tongue in annoyance. He recalled that mighty flash once again. As expected, copying that is not easy. One strike yuck. A concise word meaning a single attack that brings immediate death. He fell into deep thought, frowning. If the key is to pour everything into a single sword strike, he relaxed his hand and dropped the shield to the ground. A thud rang out. He made a decision. Let us focus on the speed-oriented secret techniques I learned from Evelyn. As soon as the thought ended, he disappeared into the air in front of the wolf. The creature narrowed its eyes and sniffed, searching for the scent. In the blink of an eye, a sharp sword appeared in the air and stabbed toward the wolf's eye. A desperate scream echoed through the cave. The cold sword light was now dyed red with blood. The wolf's front legs trembled and drops of blood fell to the cold floor, leaving dark red stains. The creature bared its teeth and growled even as blood flowing from its injured eyes seeped through its thick fur. He rejoiced inwardly, seeing the creature slightly intimidated. Good, the creature did not hesitate and rushed in like a white arrow cutting through the wind. He gripped his weapon tight and jumped in with eyes full of determination. I can do it. 2 months later, the 4th training ground. White clouds floated in the blue sky. Below, a wide arena with red flags fluttering in the wind was visible. L.D. Nallin approached Sybil and said, "More people have gathered." Sybil nodded in surprise. "Right, at this rate we'll have to move the training ground." He looked around. The training ground is on the verge of being full right now. He explained the reason. Because rumors spread that the family head taught young Master Theo the one strike. The number of people wanting to duel the young master keeps increasing. Sybil's eyes sparkled. The young master is... Before he could finish his sentence, someone interrupted. "Hey, you guys there." Henry Morris, an arrogant blonde swordsman from Manhwa, approached with his friends and was sarcastic. "When is your great young master coming? It has been 2 months already. Where did he go? He said he never skips training for a single day." He poured out criticism, not caring about their unpleasant expressions. From the looks of it, he clearly got scared and ran away because that fake saga spread too much. He insulted without hesitation. Since he won the trial, it might not be a lie, but without witnesses it must have been exaggerated. Before he could finish speaking, he was punched in the mouth. And the same goes for smashing the salon. Sybil's punch sent Henry's tooth flying. Henry flew far away as his friend called his name. "Henry?" Henry shouted in injustice. "Sybil, how dare a lowly thing like you?" At those words, furious eyes glared at him. Sybil pointed at them, frowning, and blamed them. "Ugly bastards. Guys who cannot even reach young Master Theo's toes." L.D. Nallin muttered, dumbfounded. "Sybil, you are not in a position to point out others' looks," Sybil shouted in rage. "I do not care. I did not like those bastards coming and picking a fight, but they dare insult young Master Theo." Unable to hold back, he growled and ordered everyone, "Draw your swords. This is war." The guys from Manhwa also raised their weapons and acted ferociously. "Do these ignorant bastards really want to die?" Just then, long blue hair fluttered, cutting through the tense air. The weapons held in the hands of both sides all froze, shocking the people. Diana Jana was merely standing there after putting her sword down on the ground, but a cold chill emanated, freezing surrounding objects. Sybil opened his eyes wide and gaped, stuttering at her sudden appearance. "D.D.," he shouted as if screaming. "Diana Jana, one of the 4 dogs of the north. Diana is here." Just then, hearty laughter rang out, making everyone turn back. "How can you have fun without me?" A red-haired giant, a man with a greatsword on his shoulder, was approaching. One of the 4 dogs of the north, Black Bear Hunker Slank. Sybil opened his eyes wide, shocked enough to dislocate his jaw. "Even Hunker is here." 2 of the 4 dogs had gathered. Hunker looked around and wondered. "How just you guys?" He turned to one guy and asked coldly, "Where is the black tiger?" The guy did not understand and answered, "Who?" Hunker shouted loudly, his eyes shining as he gripped his greatsword tight. "Are you deaf? I mean the black tiger, the owner of this training ground." Unlike his hot-tempered personality, Diana Jana remained silent beside him. While Hunker was shouting outside, there was a shadow of someone panting in exhaustion. "I came to settle the score with Theo Jana," sweat pouring down like rain. Gasping for rough breath, he gripped the chipped old sword tightly with his scarred arm. The system notified him of a level up. Amidst the flickering torchlight illuminating the dark cave, a dignified shadow sitting atop a demonic beast's corpse listened to the incoming system notifications. "Level has increased." Notifications rang out in succession. "Level has increased. You have hunted 170 demonic beasts. Theo is currently sitting on top of a demonic beast." The system displayed the dungeon status. Dungeon Demonic Beast 1171. Corpses were lined up around him, and blood soaked the ground, leaving dark red stains. It was evidence of a desperate battle. Data: Theo Jana 17 male. Level 15 stats, Strength 91, Agility 25, Mono 198, Luck -6, Stamina 20, Intelligence 19, Distribution Points 0. Inaccessible. Theo Jana opened a beginner's recovery potion and drank it slowly. Watching the red light wrap around his body, Theo Jana held up the empty bottle and marveled. "I almost died several times, still, this saved me." Detailed information popped up next to it. Beginner's recovery potion consumable. Effect: recovers 10 stamina and heals wounds. The surroundings were full of only wild wolf corpses. His sword was also heavily damaged in this battle. It was hard at first, but it became easier as time went on. But time really flies. To think 2 months have already passed. Suddenly, the system notified him again. Dungeon Demonic Beasts 1171. Theo's eyes darkened at the number, indicating just 1 remained. He looked up at the endlessly continuing stairs. Normally this means a boss is coming. Entering the 5th floor, Theo climbed the stairs slowly. Looking at his sword snapped in half, he thought, "I cannot use this anymore." Theo discarded the sword without lingering attachment and put his hand into his inventory. Looking at the sword he grasped in his hand, he thought, is this the only thing left? The ceremonial sword his mother gave him as a birthday gift. Theo blankly recalled the past. It was the sword he had thrown in the corner of his room and let rust because of a severe conflict with his mother ahead of the awakening ceremony in his past life. Seeing it again now, it was a quite decent sword. A sword forged from white snow steel. A strange emotion welled up as he looked at the sword. At that time, as soon as the door opened, his mother Cecilia was full of excitement. Behind her stood servants holding gifts. Happy birthday, my beloved son. Mom waited until midnight to congratulate you. Theojana shouted in annoyance, Mother, you are really annoying. The awakening ceremony is right around the corner. I do not have time to waste on things like gifts. Theojana glared at her with cold eyes. Mother, you know better than anyone. That good equipment cannot change bloodline. Please just get out. At those words, Cecilia Jana could not hide her shock. Theo's voice, recalling the past, sank low. Anyway, he straightened his back and walked forward. I will not repeat the same mistake in this life, the system warned. This is the boss room. A powerful demonic beast is appearing. Please be careful. Theojana's breathing became rough. He was appalled by the sight before his eyes. A massive tail, sharp claws, and a huge jaw. Theojana looked at the massive creature sleeping deeply. A dragon. Is it a lesser dragon? Theojana's expression hardened. He calmed his breathing. To think the boss of this strange quest is a dragon, given that the Jana family are descendants of dragons. He gripped his sword tight. Is it a coincidence? He muttered in a low voice. I do not know. Theojana observed the dragon and solidified his resolve. But what is certain is that I have to defeat this guy to complete the mission. A system notification popped up. Main scenario quest 1. The path of the successor. Take over Kamiya Hall and reveal its secrets. Kamiya Hall 1-1 Secret 01 Dungeon Demonic Beast 1171. His breathing became increasingly rough. Theo's sword tip pointed forward. Can I win? It is still a dragon. Perhaps due to the tension, beads of sweat flowed down quietly. Let us try one strike. A sharp light flashed from the tip of the sword. Theo recalled the sensation of stabbing the wild wolf's eye. Training with ferocious wolves, I blinded one of that guy's eyes with those fast movements. Theojana's eyes shone, and an aura imbued with power wrapped around his entire body. Although it will not be as good as Father's dragon flash. Just then the dragon flashed its eyes open, but Theo's movement did not stop. If I utilize the dragon heart to the maximum, I can inflict a fatal wound. The sword moved like the wind, and fresh blood scattered in an instant. Blood spurted from the dragon's eye, and the creature roared, writhing in pain. Theo cheered at that sight. Good. The dragon's massive tail flew in. Theo grasped the situation just before the tail struck down and dodged by a hair's breadth. The ground swept by the dragon's power was smashed. He tensed up. I should have pierced the brain, the dragon roared, as if showing off its power. My attack range must have been a bit short, but I saw an opportunity. Theojana gripped the sword tight with both hands and used a secret technique imitation skill, Z-step. Theojana moved like an illusion and slashed at a speed the dragon could not see. Cracks began to appear on the creature's body. I can win. Theojana leapt again. Sweat flowed down like rain. He frowned. If I draw its attention with a normal attack first, the dragon roared and targeted Theo's weak point. The system window turned red. Skill. Fear of the lesser dragon dominates the battlefield. The dragon's purple pupils dilated. Fear status effect occurred. Movement speed decreases by 10. Theojana's eyes became bloodshot and his body stiffened. Damn it, my body. The dragon's claws flew toward him. Theojana raised his sword with superhuman reaction speed to counter the dragon's power. Dust rose thickly, obscuring his vision. When the thick dust settled, Theojana's figure, buried in a pile of rocks, was revealed. There wasn't a single spot uninjured. There is a reason it is the boss. A prolonged battle is disadvantageous. The dragon's eyes burned red with blood as it began a furious charge. Theo also got up immediately to respond. I need to target the weak point and end it quickly. Just then a thought crossed his mind. The dragon's saliva splattered. He concentrated highly. A dragon's weak point is the reverse scale. Theojana glared at the dragon's weak point. His movements were extremely agile, dodging the dragon's onslaught this way and that. Theojana lowered his body and aimed for the lower part of the neck. Reverse scale. As the sword lodged deep into the reverse scale, that part crumbled away. The dragon glared at Theo with bloodied eyes, but he thrust the sword deeper with all his might. The dragon screamed in pain and Theojana wore a satisfied smile. Got it, but the dragon bared its sharp teeth. Vitality still remained in the creature's eyes. Theojana also clicked his tongue at the creature's tenacious vitality. The scene changed, and soldiers standing blankly with frozen weapons were watching the two people arguing in front of them. What nonsense is that? Diana Jana pointed at Hunker Slank. Hunker shouted at the top of his lungs. I said Theojana has to fight me. At his commotion, Diana Jana calmly covered her ears. Losers, step aside. Hunker Slank burst into rage and clenched his fist tight. Veins popped out on his face. He was extremely excited. Hunker Slank rushed in holding his greatsword. Fine, let us go one-on-one again. The winner fights Theojana. Diana Jana lightly blocked the attack. Seeing the two start fighting again, people could not understand the reason. What on earth is going on? I do not know the reason, but it is scary. Just then, Wellington Nassau walked out slowly. He used both his sword and scabbard to block the attacks of the two people. Wellington Nassau glanced at them and said, If you want to fight, go do it somewhere else. This is young Master Theo's turf. I cannot let you cause a commotion when the young master is not here. Hunker Slank looked at him with eyes full of interest. Oh, Wellington, good timing. I wanted to fight you too, Wellington Nasso frowned. Hunker, cannot you hear me? Just then, Wellington felt a massive vibration. Others also sensed the massive power rising from underground and froze. Wellington Nasso was appalled. What is this killing intent? Theojana walked out like an evil spirit. Wellington could not believe it. This pressure, what happened? As Theojana approached them, Hunker Slank bared his teeth and laughed. He looked at Theo's bloodthirsty appearance with amusement. You are finally here. A red notification window popped up next to Theojana. Skill. Fear of the Lesser Dragon dominates the battlefield. The scarred dragon glared at Theo with cold eyes, then immediately closed its eyes as its energy ran out. The dragon fell to the floor with a thud and fainted. Theo stood on top of the dragon and received the system notification. Congratulations. You have succeeded in hunting a lesser dragon. He leaned down out of curiosity to observe. It went crazy when I touched the reverse scale. I thought I was going to die. Theo lay on the dragon and gasped for rough breath. Fortunately, the guy got tired as time went on. As expected, the reverse scale was the weak point. A notification window popped up in front of Theo. Reward, obtained Lesser Dragon's Tooth. Reward, obtained Lesser Dragon's Claw. He was surprised at first, but now knowing that rewards are given every time a quest is cleared, Theo marveled lightly. Oh. Theo read the detailed description carefully. Lesser Dragon's Tooth. Grade. Material. Effect. Reinforcement material, increases durability when refining weapons. It is a material that increases weapon durability. Lesser Dragon's Claw. You have obtained a Lesser Dragon's Claw as a reward. Grade. Material. Effect. Reinforcement material, increases sharpness when refining weapons. He muttered looking at his chipped sword. I should repair the sword with this. I received it from Mother, but it got too worn out hunting the dragon. You have obtained the skill, Fear of the Lesser Dragon. He thought it was all over, but the system voice rang again. Theo was quite surprised. Ha, a skill, skill. Fear of the Lesser Dragon D proficiency, 1 effect. Emits the unique aura of a lesser dragon to overwhelm the surroundings and inflict fear on targets weaker than the user. Emitting a dragon's killing intent. A look of joy spread across Theo's face. To think I would get to use that technique said to be usable only by the chosen ones. Theo hesitated for a moment, looking at the appearing items. That is true, but I do not know if this will work in the Jana family. He scratched his head and turned around. Because that place is full of monsters. Notification. Kamiya Hall dungeon cleared. Theojana returned home, quietly opened the door and entered. Anyway, mission complete with this. A system notification popped up. Main Scenario Quest 1, The Path of the Successor. Take over Kamiya Hall and reveal its secrets. Kamiya Hall 1-1 Secrets 1-1. Congratulations, you have completed Main Scenario Quest 1. A shining bead appeared before his eyes as a mission completion reward. He checked the bead on his palm, puzzled. Compass of the Nest. Grade, Special Item. Effect, guides the owner in the direction of the nest. Looking at the object shaped like an eye, Theo nodded and muttered. Compass of the Nest. He lifted it to eye level out of curiosity and examined it. What is this? Is it related to the next quest? Theo decided to put it in his space inventory for now. Let us just keep it for now. Energy drained from his whole body. Theo stumbled as he walked. I need to go to my room and rest. Ah, I am tired. Just then a servant rushed from behind. Young Master Theo, I finally found you. It is a disaster. Seeing him covered in blood, the servant freaked out and shouted, Oh my God, why do you look like this? Where have you been? It is nothing. What is it? When Theo asked, she remembered the urgent business. A fight broke out at the 4th training ground. Theo asked back, what? A short while later, Theo arrived at the 4th training ground emitting killing intent. He used the skill. Fear of the Lesser Dragon dominates the battlefield. Theojana glared at those causing a disturbance with eyes full of rage and growled, Get lost, let me rest. The surrounding people could not withstand the massive pressure, and some even foamed at the mouth and fainted. Only then did the red-haired man notice his subordinates collapsing, and he raised the corners of his mouth enjoying himself. The killing intent is killer. The red-haired man held a greatsword and laughed loudly. He leapt and shouted, Just as my gut told me, you are really fun. You are mine, Theojana, let us see your skills. Closing the distance to a suitable range, he struck down with the greatsword without hesitation. Theo also did not just stand there and take it. He raised his sword and blocked the strike that seemed to split the sky. Clang, Diana and Wellington next to them also looked at Theo in astonishment. The redhead who had pride in his technique was dazed. My attack was blocked so easily. Theo received the attack without a single change in expression. It wasn't even that difficult. Theo himself was surprised. I blocked it. The redhead quickly corrected his stance and landed. Obstinacy flashed in his eyes. I cannot just stay still like this. He was the black bear Hunker Slank. He was often considered the weakest of the 4 dogs of the north. This was because his techniques weren't varied and his intelligence wasn't high. He charged while shouting, Try blocking this. Theojana, although a member of the Jana family, had never been overpowered by strength. Now, as Hunker Slank thrust his sword, Theo lightly blocked Hunker's attack with his own sword. A cold metallic sound rang out, heightening the tension. Theo reached out and slashed Hunker's body, which was full of venom, and Hunker screamed in pain. He evaluated inwardly. My attack was blocked. He even counterattacked. Leveling up was worth it. Theojana 17 male, level 16, stats, strength 96, agility 27, stamina 21, mana 198, intelligence 20, luck -6, skill. Fear of the Lesser Dragon, inaccessible. Hunker Slank vomited blood and collapsed right there. He lost consciousness in a single strike. Theo wiped the sweat flowing down his chin and sighed. Swung the sword with full power without realizing it. Fortunately, it ended with him fainting, since Hunker Slank is famous for his toughness. The spectators did not understand what happened, but they knew the detestable Hunker had fallen. It was Theo who took him down. Everyone cheered. Young Master Theo took down the black bear. He suppressed one of the 4 dogs in a single blow. Theo reached out in puzzlement. Wait, Hunker is still alive. Before he could finish his sentence, cracks began to appear on the sword in Theo's hand. The sword crumbled away and he stood blankly, holding only the hilt. The people were still in a festive mood, but only Theo turned pale. That was the sword Mother gave me. As expected of young Master Theo breaking a sword with a single strike, Theo shouted in confusion. Why are you guys happy? Diana and Wellington were watching from outside at a loss for words. Diana's eyes narrowed. She recalled her childhood when snow was falling heavily. Who are you? Theo, dressed in warm clothes, asked the girl in thin clothes. Why are you loitering in a place like this? Are not you cold? That day, Theo gently wrapped a scarf around Diana's neck and said, wear this at least. Even though his face was red from the cold too, Theo asked worriedly, are you still cold? You'll be in trouble at this rate. He smiled, took her hand and led her. It is better to go to my house for now. At the time, Diana could not say anything at the warmth transmitted to her and was led by Theo. I'll take you home when the snow stops. Waking from the flashback, she stared at Theo through the crowd. A faint smile spread across her lips and Diana turned and left. Wellington was left standing there blankly, because he could not believe what he just saw. Did she just smile? Diana Jana. That night, Camia Hall. Theo pulled his hat down as if embarrassed and squeezed his eyes shut. Servants around him set off firecrackers and cheered. Congratulations, young master, you really did it. Maids competed to cheer him on. You trained so hard all this time, you just have to maintain this momentum until the awakening ceremony. You can do it, young master. Cecilia put down a huge plate. Son, she constantly stuffed food into Theo's mouth, giving him no chance to refuse. This is an abalone dish said to be caught in limited quantities in the Yiza Sea. It was grilled with butter from the Fuhan Mountain Range Ranch. Cecilia did not stop pushing food into his mouth. Try this too. It is a chicken raised only on acorns from the western desert of Lazari. It was slaughtered at its most delicious time and stewed with ginseng imported from a country in the east called Duan. Theo begged inwardly, please stop. As she affectionately offered food, Theo recalled the day his mother was murdered in his past life, his eyes clouded with sadness for a moment. Theo chewed the food silently without saying another word. Under the warm evening sunset, he realized keenly how lucky he was. Theo smiled and said, it is really delicious, mother. After the meal, the two looked at the broken sword on the table. Cecilia could not hold back and shouted, oh my son, what on earth happened? Theo explained as if troubled. It broke during training. He took off his hat and felt sorry. I am sorry, it is a precious sword you gave me as a birthday gift, but Cecilia shouted as if she did not hear him. That damn old hag. Theo was bewildered by his mother's sudden reaction. Cecilia grumbled. She swore it would never break because it was made of white snow steel and ebony steel wood, Theo asked in surprise. Are you talking about the ebony steel wood from the southern Gen forest? His mother nodded. Yes, she said she only used rare and expensive materials, but it was all a lie. If it were real, it would not break this easily. Theo recalled the knowledge he had. Ebony steel wood was a special tree that grew by absorbing iron. It was a rare material that possessed both the flexibility of wood and the hardness of steel. I knew it was a good sword, but I did not know it was that expensive. Where did mother get something like this? Cecilia clenched her fist and decided, this will not do, I have to go and argue. I will definitely get a perfect sword this time. As his mother tried to make a big deal out of it, Theo stopped her. Mother, I am fine, really. I can use another sword, she firmly refused. No, people are finally starting to recognize your true worth. We have to be more thorough at times like this. Besides, the awakening ceremony is less than a week away, is not it? I cannot let my son go carrying an old sword. Cecilia huffed and left the room. Let us go right now. Theo held the broken sword and asked in panic. Where are we going? She answered short and briefly. To the best workshop in Wintesa. The scene changed to Batqui Workshop, one of the 3 major weapon workshops in Wintesa. Its massive scale was no different from a factory, but that wasn't all. The biggest feature of Batqui Workshop lay in its owner. A figure designated for special management by the Intelligence Bureau and a blacksmith holding the title of Master Craftsman, of which there were only 2 in the Jana family. People called her the incarnation of capitalism, or the demon blacksmith Ki Jason. Seeing the guests arrive, she made a surprised expression. Oh, look who it is. Theo froze on the spot. I am meeting this person. How does mother know the demon blacksmith? Cecilia next to him frowned. Mom, you still have not quit smoking? Theo went blank. Mom? He Jason approached and raised both hands. Sorry, customer, but our mother-daughter relationship ended the day you left home. Theo fell into confusion, looking back and forth between the person in front of him and his mother. Mother said she was an orphan. The demon blacksmith Ki Jason is my maternal grandmother, he suddenly thought. Wait, then does that mean I am a quarter elf? So that is why I am this handsome. When Cecilia remained silent, she asked, so what brings our precious guest here today? Cecilia threw the sword. I came to return a defective product. Ki Jason took the sword and asked suspiciously, what defective? Ha, I am speechless. You dare call my work, a sword made by this Ki Jason, a defective product? But she also sensed something strange from the lightness felt the moment she held the sword. Ki Jason hurriedly pulled out the sword. There was no blade, only the hilt. What is this? Cecilia placed her hand on her waist. If not defective, then what is it? Theo did not care much about this situation. He was still intoxicated by his own appearance. To think I am a quarter elf. Key Jason bit her long pipe as if displeased and asked, "Who used it?" Cecilia answered, "My son used it." "Who else?" Only then did Key Jason look at the boy standing behind Cecilia. "That brat?" Cecilia warned Key Jason in advance in case she said something rude. "Watch your mouth, Mom. He is a genius who will lead the Jana family in the future." Theo also bowed politely. "I am Theo Jana of Kamiya Hall. It is an honor to meet the master of Batkwi workshop." Key Jason fiddled with the sword hilt and fell into thought. "Right, I heard the rumors. You raised your child very well, but returning to the main point, is it really true that you used this sword?" Theo could not understand why she kept checking, but he nodded. "That is correct." Cecilia raised her voice as Key Jason did not seem to believe it. "I told you it is a defective product." Key Jason sighed and fell silent. It would be a long story to explain. Key Jason turned and spoke to the mother and son. "Come inside." Following behind, Theo whispered, "Mother, what is your relationship with the demon blacksmith?" Cecilia answered with a smile without hiding it. "You heard?" Theo asked blankly. "Is she really Mother's mother?" Cecilia added, "You probably did not know because I do not talk about the past much." Looking at the person walking ahead, Cecilia nodded. "It was only for 6 months, but she is the adoptive mother who took me in." Only then did Theo realize his thoughts had gone too far. "Ah, adoptive mother." Cecilia smiled, lost in memories. Mother loved beautiful things. Jewels, music, plays, and even people. That is why she adopted me. She probably liked me quite a bit. Key Jason cut in without turning her head. "HMPH, no use talking about the old days." Cecilia laughed. "Oh my, I bet Mom does not think so," Theo asked curiously. "Then why did you leave?" When Cecilia hesitated to answer, Key Jason answered dryly on her behalf. "That girl walked out on her own 2 feet, saying she would marry the family head of Jana. She clicked her tongue recalling that day. To crawl into that terrible place on her own feet, she was truly foolish. It is amazing you have survived until now." When her husband was mentioned, pink hearts floated around Cecilia. "My darling, he is really handsome and manly. You do not know how much he cherishes me." Key Jason pouted. "Leaving home like that, then crawling back last year begging me to make a sword for your son. I have never seen such a brazen girl," Cecilia called out in embarrassment. Goodness, what are you saying in front of the child?" Key Jason retorted. "Did I say anything wrong?" Watching his mother and adoptive grandmother bicker, Theo was swept up in a strange emotion. "It is the first time I have seen Mother use that tone." He clenched his fist tight and blamed himself. "In my past life I knew nothing about Mother. I was truly an unfilial son. Was I just swayed by my obsession with the family?" Theo's eyes darkened. "Besides, if the demon blacksmith cherishes Mother this much, why did not she give any help in my past life?" Key Jason stopped, cutting off his train of thought. "We are here." She pointed to a massive door. "This is my room, the master's office." Cecilia asked in puzzlement, "Why did you bring us this deep inside? Just give us a top-quality sword." Key Jason held Theo's hand and dragged him, speaking to Cecilia. "Wait outside for a moment." Cecilia was flustered. "What?" Before she could even react, the two entered the door. Left alone, Cecilia shouted worriedly, "Mom, son!" Only then did Key Jason let go of Theo's hand and hardened her expression. "I'll ask you bluntly. You possess a relic of the progenitor dragon, do not you?" At the sudden question, Theo froze. "Progenitor dragon? Do you mean the ancestor of the dragons guarding the family? I heard legends that our progenitor left treasures for the descendants of Jana, but..." Key Jason pulled out the sword hilt as if angry. "Legend? Ha, are you pretending not to know? Unless you truly possess a relic." Theo looked at her blankly. Key Jason argued with tears in her eyes. "Why else would my sword end up like this? It is a sword I made, pouring my whole soul into it like a child. Unless it clashed with a relic, it would never break." Theo did not know things would turn out like this. Key Jason glared at the sword, leaving only the handle, and felt sorry. "Do you have any idea how expensive this is?" Theo apologized in trouble. "Ah, I am sorry," he wondered inwardly. "It just broke while fighting a dragon." "Why does she keep talking about relics?" Key Jason walked inside. "Forget it. Seeing it yourself is faster than talking." Inside the room, there was a coffin wrapped tightly in chains. Key Jason turned back and asked, "What do you see?" Theo's eyes shone with curiosity. He was surprised by the object before his eyes. Key Jason could not see it, but in Theo's eyes he saw the blue light he had seen at the dungeon entrance of Kamiya Hall. The light of a quest. Seeing his reaction, Key Jason spoke in a low voice. "I cannot see or feel anything, but it seems you see something." Convinced by Theo's reaction, Key Jason shook the coffin. "I tried everything to get the contents out, but it was useless." As she put the coffin down on the floor, dust rose. Key Jason swept the surface of the coffin and said, "It is a relic of the progenitor dragon. A very long time ago, in the age of myth, the progenitor dragon pulled out one of its teeth to make a sword, the monster sword Moonsword. If you can break the seal of this box. If you successfully pull out the sword, I will give it to you." Theo was speechless with surprise. Key Jason suddenly looked up, staring straight at Theo, and warned with a smirk, "However, you might lose your life. Will you still try?" Cold sweat ran down Theo's face, but soon a confident smile spread. "That sword is now mine." Just then, a notification popped up. Main Scenario Quest 2. The Path of the Successor, chosen by the progenitor dragon's relic, the Moon Sword, the sword of the Black Dragon, the leader of Black Snow, and one of the 9 dragons. However, few people know the true form of that sword, because most people who saw that sword or heard stories about it died or went missing. but the leader of Black Snow fell into deep thought looking at the person who appeared. Can that guy see it? Theo stared blankly and marveled. To think I would see the true form of the Moonsword by chance. Now I know why the Black Dragon saved me in my past life. He rubbed his chin and pondered. What should I do? Back to reality. Theo thought watching Jason fiddling with the coffin. To think the Black Dragon's Moonsword was here, and a real relic of the progenitor dragon at that. I met the Black Dragon again 4 years later. Does that mean Jason was keeping this sword all that time? She looked up and asked again. Will you test your luck? Theo gritted his teeth. I must obtain it no matter what. His eyes shone with possessiveness. That sword is now mine. He observed the lock. This is similar to the door of Kamiya Hall. Theo took the key out of his inventory and lifted it to eye level. In that case, with this blue key, grade, junk, effect, opens the gate of hell, condition, matches the dungeon gate. Jason was surprised seeing what Theo took out. A key. Theo carefully inserted the key into the coffin's lock. As the key went in, he turned his hand and intense light poured out from the coffin. As the coffin vibrated, Theo jumped up. Jason was appalled and ran over shouting, but it was too late. A black shadow emerging from the coffin covered Theo. Theo was flustered. It feels like sinking. What is happening? Darkness covered Theo's consciousness. When he opened his eyes faintly, a confusing scene became gradually clear. Hanhwa-jan, why am I here? In front of him, Jendon was grabbing his hair and lifting him up. Theo remembered. Ah, right, I had forgotten. This was when I suffered because I was too weak. Because of this incident, I came to desire greater power. The power to defeat Jendon and smash Kamiya Hall. A bird approached him, opening its mouth wide to swallow Theo. Theo had already noticed the creature. Anger lingered in Theo's eyes. He snatched the creature's beak, immobilizing it. Theo spoke coldly. To manipulate another's mind using their thirst for power, worthy of being called a monster sword, the creature growled in displeasure. How rude, arrogant brat, how dare you? Theo gripped the beak tight. He spoke without a change in expression. I overcame the despair you showed me a long time ago. Stupid bastard, I have things I must do. Do you think I would be seduced by your trivial power? The bird retorted in annoyance. What are you talking about? Just then the space brightened. Theo observed the bird and evaluated. You are completely different from the Jinn I remembered. I recall you being at least over 10 meters tall. Now you are similar in height to me. The bird flapped its wings, trying to retreat. Let go of this. Theo clenched his fist and pulled it back, probably because the seal was too old. Well, it worked out well for me, he declared, throwing a punch. You are now mine, Moonsword. It happened so instantly that the creature was flustered. Look here, let us talk this out. All this happened within his consciousness. In reality, Cecilia had entered. She shook Theo. My son, wake up, please open your eyes. Cecilia turned and questioned Jason. Mom, how did this happen? Why is my son like this? Jason was also flustered and found it hard to explain. Cecilia got more scared when Jason remained silent. I asked you to make a sword. I never asked you to make my child like this. Jason looked at Theo quietly. The monster's energy has connected with the guy's blood vessels. I have never seen anything like this. I thought it would be fine since he had the relic. Tears gathered in Cecilia's eyes. If anything happens to my son, I will never forgive you, Mom. How much time passed? When Theo gripped the Moonsword's handle tight, massive energy poured out, startling Cecilia. The energy wrapped around Theo like a storm. Veins popped out on Theo's face as he accepted the power. As the energy wave passed, Cecilia crawled over Theo. Just as she was about to burst into tears, Theo suddenly opened his eyes. Cecilia was overjoyed and hugged Theo tight. Son, Theo could not understand the situation as soon as he came out of his consciousness. Mother, she held him tight and wailed. Theo smiled and soothed her. I apologize for worrying you. I am fine, so please calm down. A notification window popped up before his eyes. Congratulations. You have completed main scenario quest 2 by hunting the Jinn. Jason only then breathed a sigh of relief. Theo looked down at his hand. Reward, obtained Moonsword. Theo marveled inwardly. I was lucky. I caught it easily because it was weak right after being released from the seal. Ah, and thanks to the mental attack not working on me. An updated notification appeared. Mana has increased significantly by absorbing the Moonsword's monster energy. Mana 30. Mana has surpassed 200. Theo felt the overflowing power inside his body. Divinity begins to dwell in mana. The dragon heart becomes stronger. Theo smiled. My mana has risen to the level of a high-rank swordsman. Divinity type, special ability, physical enhancement, mana recovery speed 1.5 seconds. He clenched his fist to suppress the energy. It is a pity I cannot use all this mana right away. I have to lay low until the awakening ceremony. The status window updated. Theo Jana 17 male, level 16 strength 96 stamina 21 mana 228 intelligence 20 luck -6. Skill, fear of the lesser dragon inaccessible. Jason broke the silence. Surprising, congratulations, you really did it. Theo smiled, waving the sword. You are keeping your promise, right? Jason answered. Do not you know elves cannot lie? Suddenly the sword vibrated and Theo turned back in surprise. How it is resisting. Theo glared at the sword. Are you saying you will not acknowledge me as master? Jason spoke hurriedly. No, that probably is not it, she speculated. It must have been frustrated being trapped for hundreds of years. It probably wants to vent its suppressed anger now that it is out. Jason pointed to the massive wall on the opposite side. How about swinging it with full power against that wall? Theo hesitated. Is that okay? Jason laughed. Do not worry about useless things. Even if it is the moon sword, Batqui workshop will not collapse just because a kid who has not even awakened swings it, Theo thought inwardly. That is unpleasant to hear. He looked at the wall. Really? He pondered. Since I can hide the dragon heart anytime. Shall I test the moon sword's power while I am at it? Theo approached slowly and drew up his mana. He adjusted his grip on the sword and decided. Then excuse me. Theo rushed forward quickly. He did not forget the description of the moon sword. Moon sword. Progenitor dragon's relic inhabited by a Jinn monster. Theo's eyes became serious. As he pulled the sword back and gathered power, Jason flinched at the spirit. She shouted urgently. Wait, but it was already too late. Theo drove the sword into the wall. The wall of Batqui workshop split in an instant. Jason stared blankly, lost for words. Cecilia covered her mouth and marveled. Along with a scream, the sound of the massive workshop collapsing was heard. My workshop. Has everything collapsed before her eyes? Jason screamed. My money. Theo looked down at the sword in his hand, sweating cold sweat. This is a bit dangerous. It sucked up all my mana. Jason approached him before he knew it and felt his body. Theo was flustered. When did she get here? She is incredibly fast. Jason could not hold back and marveled. Oh my god, your mana manipulation is a mess. Amidst the ruins, she asked. Did you really do that with just the sword's sharpness? Jason's eyes narrowed. This guy. Jason looked at Theo and concluded. A genius, and she thought triumphantly. My grandson. Jason placed her hand on Theo's shoulder and encouraged him. Good, Theo Jana, she proposed in a good mood. I will sponsor you from now on. You just have to fly high and show the world your skills. Jason was excited, thinking he would be a walking billboard for Batqui workshop. Theo could not hide his surprise at the proposal. Cecilia was equally surprised. Mom, at the single word she spat out in shock. The air between Jason and Theo froze. I see money in Mom's eyes. The moon rose high and snow fell. Theo and Cecilia said their goodbyes. Jason watched the carriage they were riding leave. Jason looked around the current situation. She recalled the words Theo said while handing over 2 items. Use this for the wall repair costs. Jason marveled. To think it is dragon loot, he must have grabbed it when he obtained the relic. She let out a sigh. HMPH, my daughter raised her kid amazingly well. Just then a voice was heard from behind. Long time no see, demon blacksmith. She turned around warily. Jason asked the figure in the darkness coldly. What brings you here? Killing intent flashed in the crow's eyes. 5 days later, Theo was training hard with Evelyn. The two people were clashing very seriously and tensely. As Theo swung his sword powerfully, Evelyn was pushed back, but she also blocked Theo's sword formidably. She praised Theo. Your swordsmanship has become much more powerful and faster. Theo smiled at those words. I feel good being praised by Evelyn. People were also watching their duel blankly as Evelyn attacked. She admitted inwardly, it has been half a year since young Master Theo started changing. He has become strong enough to push me back now. Furthermore, if he awakens his mana today, then a flash burst and Evelyn's attack was blocked. A monster will be born. The two stood facing each other. Evelyn praised him. You did really well. You are worth aiming for the top spot in the awakening ceremony. She spoke with sincerity. I will pray for your success, young master. Theo accepted Evelyn's praise happily. Thanks, it is all thanks to you. Evelyn, when I become the top ranker, I'll mention your name in my speech. Evelyn froze on the spot. Pardon, why go that far? Just then, other people flocked in. Oh, me too, young master, please call my name too. Watching that, Theo let out a sigh of relief. Geez, being popular is tiring too. At sunset, amidst the falling snow, he spoke. Then I'll be going now. The scene changed to the central headquarters where a grand mansion stood. Theo also arrived at the gate of the main palace. 2 guards were standing guard. He calmly revealed his identity. Theo Jana of Kamiya Hall. Numerous spectators appeared behind Theo. The awakening ceremony was the most important annual event of the Jana family. Many people stopped walking as he passed. As the guard opened the door, Theo walked in vigorously. Inside the gate was a massive arena. The participants were all hoping for good results, because this was the place where they could be recognized and gain honor as a swordsman of the Jana family for the first time. Theo smiled with eyes full of determination. Kyle Jana sat firmly in his seat. The entire Jana family, including the family head, was watching. Not only family head Kyle Jana but also the 9 dragons were present. The former family head was also there. Former family head Theodora narrowed her eyes and thought, he does not look 150 years old. Anyway, it is a relief he is attending again. The drums beat, and the swordsman judge of the Dragon Gate, Vina Jana, declared. Attention, we will begin the preliminary examination with everyone watching, he explained. The preliminary examination is to pick up the sword placed on the floor and leave a mark on the steel wall on the platform. The candidates frowned. For reference, this wall was cast from white snow steel. Vina added. You will not even be able to make a scratch with a normal steel sword. He took out an object and explained the principle. However, if you attack by loading mana, the story changes. We will distribute Soma to you all. Vina explained Soma in detail. 1 Soma pill provides you with 10 years worth of mana. It is an elixir that opens the mana circuits of the Dantian. Down in the square, he advised swallowing the Soma and opening the mana circuits of the Dantian. Only then can you cut the white snow steel wall with these swords. The depth of the cut will determine your results. Finishing his speech, Vina shouted. From now on, the called participants pick up a Soma pill and come up to the platform. Soon, participant number 1 was called. Theo Jana walked out. Theo stepped onto the platform. He recalled that Axion was the top ranker in his past life. A guard handed Theo a soma pill. Immediately, he placed his hand on the sword and stepped forward firmly. But this time is different. Just then, a system notification window popped up. Main Scenario Quest 3, Winner of the Awakening Ceremony. Become the top ranker of the Awakening Ceremony. Hilda, who was next to Kyle, asked, "Is it that child?" Kyle answered, "That is the child you spoke of before." She acknowledged, "He certainly deserves your attention." She answered calmly, "Of course, I was curious because you were watching him." Hilda smiled faintly. "Then let us see how outstanding that descendant is." Theo let out a sigh and loosened up. Phew, he walked forward and thought, "The Awakening Ceremony. I am a bit nervous, maybe because it has been a while," Vina urged. "Now swallow the soma." He understood and said okay. Theo put the soma in his mouth and thought, "In my past life I swallowed the soma and could not control the mana, severely injuring my dantian." He swallowed the soma. Theo confidently activated the mana inside his body, but that will not happen in this life. As mana exploded from Theo's body, even Vina stood blankly. He clenched his fist tight and thought, "This guy, to cause such a huge mana wave, he will not be able to control it properly." Vina thought one must be careful to stabilize the mana in the dantian when swallowing soma, but he was lost for words at Theo's explosive power. Talented people have too much mana, so they can become crippled if they are not careful. Vina frowned, thinking he would end up like that too. However, Theo's mana wave slowly gathered into his dantian. He created a barrier for himself in an instant. Vina could not hide his surprise. He endured it. Theo clenched his fist. He rejoiced, feeling the power overflowing. "I finally have both the dragon heart and the mana hall," Theo thought. "It feels a bit empty. It is different from my past life. I succeeded too easily this time." He immediately switched to a serious attitude. "Anyway, now I can officially use mana." Possessing massive magical power, Theo wrapped mana around his sword and charged. He swung the sword powerfully. Theo's determined face in the cold sword, he released all his power and thought, "I should just pour it out refreshingly." Diana also watched in surprise, and even Dimitri opened his eyes wide. Hunker Slank was also excited by this spectacle. He opened his rough mouth as if about to rush in. A sharp sword strike shot out. Even Axion, who was watching, froze. A deep and wide sword mark was engraved on the stone monument. A clear mark remained on the steel. Vina called his name in bewilderment. "Theo." Theo walked out confidently and declared, "Theo Jana, pass." Everyone there was shocked. "No way, I have never seen anything like that since young Master Theo. Is that really the sword strike of someone who just opened their mana?" A system notification window popped up. "Luck 0. The curse of misfortune has been lifted. Now your reputation begins to spread to the whole world." Theo was happy. "Finally, I can stand on the same starting line as others." The system continued to notify. "Many people are showing interest in your amazing performance. Osa Jana wants to make you her disciple. Julius Jana is displeased with the attention you are receiving. Robert Jana is watching you." Just then a bird flew over the building. System notification. "Hilda Jana shows interest in you." She looked at him with interest. Theo walked slowly and thought, "The interest of the black dragon and the sword dragon is unexpected," but he looked at the spectator stands and thought, "Above all, I am most happy to have caught Lady Hilda's eye. She possesses the heart of Garuda." Theo made a decision. "If only I could obtain that heart." Sybil also did his best to engrave his name on the steel. Countless sword marks were engraved on the steel. Sybil, pass. Sybil shed tears in emotion. "I succeeded too, young Master Theo." Nalan also moved forward vigorously. Hunker Slank also drove his sword down bravely. Furthermore, Dimitri and Axion also rushed in fiercely. Long sword marks were engraved on the steel, and traces of the stone cracking also appeared. Deep and long marks remained. Sybil froze. The 4 dogs of the north all produced terrifying results, but he had to admit. But no one left as big a mark as the young master. Now one last person remained. Axion walked out majestically. The announcement rang out, "Axion Jana, enter," people whispered. "At this rate it will be a showdown between the Black Tiger and the Dark Tiger. Even Ion would not be able to do that. I did not know the Dark Tiger was at that level." Axion ground his teeth and solidified his resolve. He moved forward holding his sword. Vina guided him. "Swallow the soma," and Axion immediately raised his sword and charged. Vina shouted urgently, "Wait!" As he leapt, the black dragon's power exploded and a powerful slash struck down. Vina was appalled. "These guys really surprised me time and time again." An X-shaped sword mark was engraved on the steel. Axion engraved his own on top of Theo's sword mark. The judge declared, "Axion Jana, pass." People were shocked once again. "No way. It is almost identical." In this case, who is the winner? The accuracy evaluation will decide the match. It was an unexpected result for Axion as well. He turned sharply and left the central castle arena. Vina declared, "Phase 1 of the awakening ceremony has ended. Good work, everyone. I am very satisfied that there are many who have improved their scores significantly this year." He added with a smile, "Those who passed prepare for Phase 2 of the awakening ceremony in 4 days." And finally he mentioned the result everyone was waiting for. "I will announce the rankings you have been waiting for." 2 powerful sword marks engraved on the steel attracted attention. Both Axion and Theo waited seriously. "The top ranker of Phase 1 of the awakening ceremony is..." Vina called the name without delay. "Theo Jana." When the name was called, people were flustered. He laughed and continued, "His score is 10 out of 10. Technique, magic, control, speed, nothing is lacking." People around buzzed. "Axion is not first. Ion lost," Vina explained. "The depth of the sword mark is similar to Lord Torqueo." someone shouted. Similar to Lord Torqueo Jana was one of the 5 prominent candidates closest to the succession rank. The judge continued. Second place is Axion Jana. It is regrettable, but he is also a perfect 10. Axion Jana lowered his head. He was resentful and could not accept it. The judge's words stuck like a dagger. However, the length of the sword mark was shorter than Theo Jana's, so he was selected as second place. The ranking announcement continued. Third place Wellington Jana, fourth place Jay Ghana, fifth place Hunker Slank, sixth place E.J. Kank, 32nd place Reese, 33rd place Jeditor, 87th place Chan. You all did well, Vina declared. The second blooming ceremony will be held in the Eastern Mountains in 3 days. The 87 passers must prepare thoroughly. Finally, he declared the end. That night, a small tavern with a blizzard blowing. Inside, everyone was celebrating their victory. Congratulations on first and second place, everyone laughed and cheered. This is the true power of our training ground. Congratulations, Theo Wellington. Theo Jana raised his glass and spoke. Thanks, but this is not the end. The goal is to pass the second blooming ceremony together. He reached out and placed his hand on Wellington's shoulder. Looking at him, he said, let us take both first and second place. Evelyn approached and toasted, saying, if it is you two, you will definitely achieve it. Wellington also looked back and said, congratulations on being the top ranker. I am happy your efforts were rewarded, but his voice and expression darkened. At the same time, I feel ashamed that I seem to have fallen too far behind. Theo Jana smiled and said, oh, I just got lucky this time. Wellington was moved by those words. What does ranking matter between friends? Wellington felt much lighter at heart. Thanks. Theo felt a burden lift from his mind. The two toasted and shouted simultaneously. Let us do our best in the second ceremony too. A short while later, the Winter Mountain region. Theo climbed to the top of the mountain alone and muttered, top ranker of the blooming ceremony, he thought, looking at the vast scenery before his eyes. It is an achievement I could not imagine in my past life. Although it wasn't actual combat, I cannot believe I beat Axion. Theo let out a sigh and clenched his fist. But this is just the beginning, Theo Jana recalled the past. Defeating Jendon is a trivial matter. The real enemies are Axion and the Heavenly Dragon, mobilizing all plans. I will pay them back tenfold. Theo Jana took the compass out of his pocket. System notification, compass, multi-purpose item, effect, tells the owner the direction of the nest. He spoke. All right, this compass, the compass needle pointed west. It is pointing to the Winter Mountains. I'll find out the true identity of the real nest at the second blooming ceremony. Just then, a presence was felt from behind. Theo Jana glanced back. A person wearing a black cloak was hiding in the crevice of a rock. HMPH, who is it? In an instant, a sword was aimed at the cloaked person's neck. Theo Jana asked, who are you? The man shouted urgently. Why are you doing this? Wait, calm down. I am not a suspicious person. Terrified, he introduced himself. I am Jesser Viton of the Sword Wind Squad. The captain sent me after watching the blooming ceremony, Theo thought. A scout, I expected it, but I did not think it would be this fast. Theo Jana asked, so what is your specific business? Viton answered, we are offering you a chance to take the entrance exam. At those words, Theo asked back, dumbfounded. Not a scout, but take an exam. Viton laughed and answered, yes, since you know the reputation of the Sword Wind Squad, just being invited. Before he could finish speaking, another voice cut in. Just as I thought, the Sword Wind Squad is full of idiots. Jesser Viton got angry and shouted, what, who dares? The owner of the voice was a woman. Prince Theo Jana, ignore those idiots. Are you Eisen SOE, vice captain of the Iron Black Knights, nicknamed Fire Demon? She revealed her purpose. Join the Iron Black Knights. What do you say? Viton shouted in surprise. Fire Demon, she spoke triumphantly. Right, you finally recognize me. Moved. Just then, more people appeared around them. They flocked in. Eisen was sandwiched. Nice to meet you. We are the Black Sword Squad. We guarantee a company commander position within 3 years. This is the legal department. The director came personally. The security bureau is here too. If you just agree, we will provide full support. She was angry. Eisen shouted, hey, get in line, do not push. Jesser refuted. What line? You go to the back. First come, first served. Got it? Theo Jana was dumbfounded. He just chuckled and thought, wow, this is ridiculous. It is best to leave before it gets more annoying. Just then, cherry blossom petals fluttered and a voice was heard. You could call it greed, but if it is to obtain such a talent. The speaker was the mistress of Meiwajan. Sword Dragon Osajana, she continued. I should endure this much trouble. Someone recognized her and shouted. The mistress of Meiwajan, she came here personally, Osajana said. What is the problem? It is for the same reason as you all. Theo Jana stared at her blankly. I just came to see that child while taking a walk. The scene shifted to Scion Axion. The young man holding a sword looked flustered, as if his throat were being slit. In an instant he was decapitated and his head flew off. Tens of thousands of sword strikes rained down rapidly, slaughtering the people there. Madness radiated from the man's back, and Axion's eyes were filled with rage. Images of Theo Jana from the past constantly flashed through his mind. Those memories were countless. From the dueling scene to the 2 long sword marks, he approached in an instant, grabbed a guy's head and shouted in rage. Man whose head was grabbed called out in terror. Young master. Axion immediately smashed that head hard onto the floor. As he lightly lifted his hand, those struck by Ion's technique collapsed, and there was not a single survivor. As soon as someone's feet appeared, Ion glared immediately. He gripped the sword in his hand tight, and with eyes filled with fury he rushed at the opponent. Bang! Sion's attack rushed toward the opponent. The opponent did not budge and caught his sword blade with 3 fingers. Choi Ban shot back in a contemptuous tone. Pathetic. Does taking your anger out on the wrong people change anything? At those words Axion calmed down somewhat and said, Uncle. Choi Ban turned his back and walked away saying, in times like this you must calmly make a plan. Follow me. Choi Ban spoke with a confident voice. I will tell you how to bury Theo in the second blooming ceremony. People around began to murmur, for the mistress of Manhwa to come personally, our side looks too weak. Someone shouted urgently. Madam, please wait a moment, but before she could finish speaking a pink flash burst out along with a loud roar. After regaining her senses she shouted in shock. No way, the space has been severed. Was a pink barrier formed in front? Hyson Soe thought inwardly, is she intending to teach him personally? Inside the barrier only Theo and Osajana stood facing each other in the darkness. He looked around and thought, the seal of the mistress of Manhwa. A space completely isolated from the outside. To think I would see with my own eyes what I would only heard of, my reputation must have really spread, she spoke. The family head will surely be angry, but who can stop me when I want to give someone a gift? Theojana asked in puzzlement. A gift? Osajana drew her sword and said, the family head's sword is powerful, like a dragon's breath falling from the sky. She gripped the sword tight and said, it turns everything to ash. A magnificent spectacle unfolded. Osajana continued, but I am different from that man. I breathe countless variations into my sword. Theojana's eyes were filled with surprise. Osa said, the dragon I pursue is a dragon containing all possible changes. Osajana's feet moved lightly, and as she swung her hand seriously, the sword shone and boasted a mysterious figure. As she moved the sword gently, afterimages of the sword followed. Theo opened his eyes wide in shock at that beauty as the sword descended. Everything happened in a single breath. She stood lightly on the water and said, I call this, Osajana's voice continued, Plum Blossom Swordsmanship, Manhwa Swordsmanship, First Form Heavenly Flower Rain. Theojana was overwhelmed by the beautiful swordsmanship and scenery, unable to continue speaking. After regaining his senses a while later, he clenched his trembling hands and thought, unbelievable, 120 movements were contained in a single breath. Was it true that even the family head has to back down before her swordsmanship? If I can put what I just saw into my sword strike and pour it out at once. Just the thought made him shudder, and Theojana answered, I do not know if I dare to accept this. Osajana smiled and said, if you saw it clearly, that is enough. Then she withdrew the barrier. The two returned to reality, and Osajana added, if you want to see more, come find me any time after the blooming ceremony ends. She disappeared immediately, leaving only scattering cherry blossom petals and her final words. Theo, I hope you become the new wind of this place. Theojana said, this is too big a gift. Whether I accept it or not, it is hard to handle. He scratched his head as if shy. But being a disciple of the mistress of Manhwa and joining the White Armored Dragoons, is not it too undeserved? I'll have to think about it after the second blooming ceremony. 3 days later, near the northern wall where the blizzard raged fiercely, a booming voice rang out in the mountain range where the second blooming ceremony was held. This winter mountain range is a vast place stretching from our base Wintesa to the Sea of Demons. Our Jana family has protected humanity from the monsters of the Sea of Demons, that cursed land beyond the wall, for over 1,000 years. The supervisor of the second blooming ceremony, high-rank swordsman Jackie Zana, continued. You will all take on this duty someday. That is why this place was selected as the stage for the second blooming ceremony. Standing on the platform receiving dozens of gazes, he explained the rules. However, as apprentice swordsman, you cannot enter the Sea of Demons. The test site is limited to inside the wall. Be careful never to cross the boundary and enter the Sea of Demons. Everyone repeated the order. Jackie Zana said the test content was simple. He held up a red bell and said, for the next 15 days hunt the beasts of the winter mountains and collect the bells hanging around their necks. The bells come in 7 colors, red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, and violet. The further back in the spectrum, the higher the score and the stronger the beast. Especially the one with the violet bell is at a level you guys cannot catch with your skills. Jackie Zana raised the corners of his mouth and said, but it will give a massive score. Standing in the crowd, Theojana listened attentively. Regardless of the means and methods, just bring the bells before the test ends, he thought. No restrictions on methods means stealing others' prey or bells is allowed. They are openly encouraging fighting. Well, that is Jana's way of survival. Jackie Zana took out a cylindrical box and said, finally, to prevent the intrusion of monsters, we have installed totems in various places. We have hidden supplies in those safe zones, so use them wisely. He scanned the participants and said, the test begins. He waved his hand and shouted, scatter, Sybil thought while running. Since the test is 15 days long, securing supplies is the top priority. I must secure supplies first and support young Master Theo. Not far away, the hunker-slank siblings were walking together. He shouted as if enjoying himself, this is going to be fun, very fun, on Axion's side. He was ruminating on Choi Ban's words, just follow the plan. Ion, that place will soon become Theo's tomb. Dangerous killing intent lingered in his eyes behind him. Diana was secretly watching him. Time passed quickly. The wind grew stronger and the snow thicker. Theojana muttered while walking, shall I start moving slowly too? Someone approached and called out, young Master Theo. Turning around, it was Wellington, he said. You said before that we are friends, right? Theo asked in puzzlement. What's wrong? Wellington was serious. I thought about it carefully for the past 3 days and I consider the young master a friend and a rival, so I became greedy. I really want to surpass young Master Theo. Theojana smiled. He recalled the time they sparred. I know how that feels because I also consider you a friend and a rival." At those words, Wellington was relieved and laughed loudly. "That is a relief. I was worried it was just my own thought. So I will not go easy in this second blooming ceremony." "That is what I want too," Theo-Jana said. "Good luck." Wellington left immediately. Theo thought, "Wellington has set me as his goal." He spoke aloud. "Is there anything more stimulating than this?" Theo-Jana felt a thrill of excitement. "I need to get stronger." He collected his emotions and said, "Let us put aside emotions for now." Theo-Jana took out the compass of the nest. "Let us find the dragon's nest first." System information popped up. Compass of the nest. Grade, junk misc effect, guides the owner in the direction of the nest. The needle stopped. The place it pointed to was a high peak not far away, and blue light was twinkling. The light became clearer and snow kept falling. Footprints were stamped in the blizzard at the edge of the winter mountains. "It is definitely around here." He held a stone and marveled. To think it would be buried in this snow. Theo looked at the snowfield and asked himself, "Do I have to dig all this up?" He looked at the stone in his hand and grumbled, "I should have brought a shovel. Digging with a sword is a bit uncool." Theo stared somewhere, about to draw his sword, and paused. "No, if you have no teeth, use your gums." Theo swung his sword fiercely. He dug up the ground with sword strikes. In an instant the ground was hollowed out and cleared. Theo spoke coldly toward a presence in the distance. "Why do not you come out?" The guy appeared, sneering, and asked, "Since when did you notice us? I thought we were tailing you secretly." Theo frowned. "You guys?" The bastards chattered, pointing at each other without hesitation. "See? Told you it was too loud. Damn, we got caught. He must be stronger than I thought." Another guy provoked. "Nice to meet you." The bandit trio of Buxen. They were bastards who massacred civilians under the guise of an accident during a mission. A case of corruption while pursuing power. The Crow of Death appeared. Especially the Buxen village massacre is unforgettable at that time. I also cooperated with Axion to handle that incident. Theo saw crows circling and blurred shadows. So I know better than anyone how terrible they are. Official death toll 761, missing 220. Red blood dripped. The terrible thing was that the identities of the bodies could not be confirmed, because all the heads were crushed, Theo thought. I intended to deal with them early because of their cruel nature, but to meet them like this. Furthermore, to think they were tailing me, he asked. "Were you hired by Axion?" The bastards were surprised. "Ha," the leader laughed triumphantly. "Ha ha, do you think we would be controlled by a fellow alumni?" Theo asked back. "No, then what?" the guy answered refreshingly. "A brat like you could not imagine." Recalling that shadow, Theo speculated. "The council sent you." At those words, the guy was flustered. "What?" the guy behind shouted in panic. "Damn, we are totally busted. How did you know?" Theo revealed. "It is obvious seeing you guys chatter. Seeing that the supervisor is not following either, you must be in cahoots," the bastards retorted brazenly. "You are quick-witted. Are not we getting in trouble?" Cao answered. "Does not matter. Since he'll die soon anyway." Cao aimed his sword and smiled fishily. "I find it most thrilling when I ruin the face of a handsome guy like you." Theo drew his sword warily. He swung his sword coldly to summon the white dragon and provoked. "I'll crush your bones properly." Cao opened his eyes wide as a flash grazed him. "Ah!" Theo retreated and launched a 3-hit combo. The ground cracked and stones flew. Theo's eyes were cold. "I am different from you guys." In an instant the bandits' heads flew off. The bastards died without even being able to close their eyes. Theo added, "I will not leave your heads." The dust settled and Theo stood tall. He looked at the 3 corpses in the snowfield and marveled, "Maybe because I am still young they are not hard to deal with." Theo looked at the shining sword and thought, "The mistress of Meiwajan's heavenly flower rain. I practiced for 3 days and finally succeeded up to the 3rd consecutive strike." He calmly sheathed his sword and walked away. "Curves utilizing circles and arcs allow for free variation and application. Of course I cannot do 120 consecutive strikes like the mistress yet." Theo picked up the head of the Buxen bandit and calculated the aftermath. And after throwing it away without hesitation, he decided, "I need to find a way to enter the underground." Just then something caught his eye. "Ha, what is this sound?" He looked down in surprise. "Is this a secret staircase?" A system notification popped up. Hidden quest. Find the invisible staircase and explore the blue cave. Theo jumped down without hesitation. So the entrance was here. A photo of the current first place Axion Jana was attached to the bulletin board. Hunted beasts 41. He achieved it with a team of 21. A knight reported. Second place is Zana. Julius could not hold back and asked, "What about Theo Jana?" The other party hesitated. "Ah, you mean Theo Jana," he answered. "As of now, he has no accomplices or allies." At those words, Julius reacted as if it were unexpected. "What?" the cavalryman continued. "It is conjectured that he is hiding or lying in ambush." Osa marveled. "Conjectured means it has not been confirmed, right?" the cavalryman answered while trembling. "That is correct." Lord Bugang also said that just because he stood out in round 1, there is no rule saying he must do so in round 2, and that perhaps he is hesitating out of fear of actual combat. He sneered loudly, especially citing the point that he was an illegitimate child. Inwardly he thought, "It seems those thugs carried out their mission properly." When Choi Ban's gaze focused on Bugang, Bugang flinched. Choi Ban sent a telepathic message. Did the senator intervene? Bugang burst into laughter and replied via telepathy, "Ah, right. I could not tip you off in advance. Well, as you can see, everything is going well, so do not worry." At that single remark, Choi Ban stood blankly before his face distorted. He poured out curses inwardly. "Damn it, that crazy old man dared to act arbitrarily without consulting me." As the night deepened, he thought, "After taking over Kamiya Hall, I searched Hongwajan thoroughly, but I could not find the progenitor dragon's relic. Choi Ban calculated. The clues lead to Hongwajan. He interlaced his fingers and deduced. There is no mistake that Guy Theo has it. I must kill him after securing the clue. Feeling impatient, Choi Ban sent a telepathic message to his subordinate, urging Axion to hurry. Osa turned her head to Julius and spoke. It seems the council and the secretary are plotting something. Should not we also put safety measures in place? However, he denied it, surprising Osa. Theo is not a guy who will crumble that easily. He definitely has a plan, so it is useless to intervene in the test, Julius emphasized angrily. More importantly, I cannot just overlook the fact that you met Theo without reporting it to me. Then Osa smiled and explained, regarding that matter, are not Theo's feelings the most important? At that moment, a demon-like face was revealed. Theo looked at the cave full of skeletons and remained silent for a moment, then snorted and let out a sigh of relief. The mental attack trap is quite powerful. An ordinary person would have lost their reason, but having passed the Moonsword's trial, this is nothing. He placed his hand on a rock and injected mana. I did not expect the compass to point here. Theo continued to spread mana to the surroundings to expand his senses. New information popped up in the system notification window. Divinity, special ability, effect, changes in physical ability, expansion of senses using mana. Theo headed toward the place where light was leaking from the other side of the cave. Good, it is that way, he smiled and thought to himself. This is a hatchling's baby dragon nest. It is the place where Axion hunts a hatchling and discovers a legendary item 3 years later. Theojana looked at the magnificent sight unfolding before his eyes. Sorry to Axion, but I'll have to take it first. Just then a dragon's eye flashed open. Amon's grimoire. Theojana was appalled by the sight before his eyes, seeing the gold and jewels piled up like a mountain and the massive treasures. He spoke in a daze. No way, he gasped for rough breath, looking at the treasures before his eyes. This is not a hatchling's nest. Lying amidst the gold and silver treasures was a dragon that had lived for 1,000 years. Theo shouted in shock. It is an ancient dragon's nest. The dragon was in a deep sleep. Theo stepped back in terror and thought, I am doomed. If I have to fight a dragon, let alone Amon's relic, I'll die here. He harbored doubts. Why is there an ancient dragon instead of a hatchling? Did Axion leak false information, or because I came 3 years early? Theo resolutely turned around, intending to escape this place, he calculated. Anyway, this is too unexpected. I have to retreat this time. Before he could even take a few steps, the ancient dragon woke up, but Theo was regretting it without knowing that. But I have to come back before Axion comes. Theo was startled, because he felt an unusual energy from behind. When he turned his head, a massive ancient dragon was looking down at him with ferocious eyes. This being was the ancient dragon Rodba. The creature spoke. Long time no see, first chosen one, and he introduced himself. My name is Rodba, he continued. Your Jana family calls me the guardian dragon and the master of the winter mountains. Theo, with his surprise not yet fading, looked up at the massive ancient dragon and thought, this is Rodba. Grasping the situation, Theo hurriedly knelt and bowed his head to express his respect. He said, I greet the ancestor. Rodba asked back as if puzzled. Ancestor, wasn't the guardian dragon the companion of your progenitor? Are you speaking of the mother of Sig and Phrygia? Rodba answered. Oh, that girl Phrygia has been spreading useless nonsense, the creature continued. In fact, although Sig and I traveled together, that was merely courtesy toward a sole contractor. There was no emotional bond, the creature sneered. In the first place, how could a human become a dragon's partner? Theo asked. Then is the saying that dragon's blood flows in the family a kind of propaganda? Rodba answered. It is not incorrect, because the dragon's blood was transmitted through the contract I made with Sig. Theo had more he wanted to ask, but as soon as he opened his mouth, Rodba cut him off. Let us stop the greetings here, the creature roared and spoke loudly. I will begin the guardian dragon's duty toward the chosen one, he continued. From now on I, Rodba, in accordance with the primordial oath, grant 3 questions to the chosen one who has passed my trial. Theojana raised the corners of his mouth and thought, it is not a combat situation, that is a relief. My goal is to stand at the pinnacle of Jana. To do that I need to know more about Jana. Let us use this opportunity to obtain as much information as possible. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Axion dealt a powerful sword strike to a white tiger. The creature collapsed to the floor with a painful scream. As a bluebell fell, Axion picked it up and said, this makes the 57th. He tossed the bell to someone else and asked, what is Theojana doing? Oyer answered, there is no information on his hideout yet, he continued. Maybe he is hiding because he is scared of meeting even a monster, or maybe he is plotting something despicable again. He should be able to catch a monster of that level easily. Lord Axion is truly amazing. No matter what happens I must stick close, Oyer kept chattering. Even if he became stronger he still acts like an idiot. But immediately his neck was grabbed by Axion. Oyer felt immense pain along with bewilderment and helplessness. Axion choked his neck with one hand, lifted him high and spoke sternly. You do not know because you are weak. Have you ever seen me afraid of anything? When you have power there is nothing to fear. And putting more strength into his hand he growled. What is the scheme? Oyer stammered in fear. I apologize. It is an urgent report sent by Lord Axion's subordinate. Please grant permission. An order has come from above to Lord Axion, the subordinate continued. They say to execute the plan quickly. Axion let go of his hand and answered, tell them I understand and tell uncle to stop rushing me. Just then Oyer fell to the floor. Axion glared with wide eyes and spoke decisively. Because the one who wants to kill that guy the most is me. If he appears, I will strike immediately. Back to Theo's side. Theo rested his chin on his hand and, after thinking carefully, he asked a question cautiously. I will ask the first question. Rodba lay long on the opposite side, yawned widely and said, You are finally asking. I got tired of waiting. Then he asked Theo, What do you want to know? Theo said, Why are you here? Rodba opened his eyes, looked at Theo and answered, Are you asking from the basics to obtain hidden information? Good question. The creature opened his eyes wide and continued, The reason I am here is, Theo waited attentively for the answer. Rodba recalled old memories and spoke, Because of the monster existing on the other side of the ocean at the end of the world, the nameless king, the creature continued. I have stayed here for the past 1,000 years tasked with the mission of guarding the world. The Winter Mountains are merely an outpost. Theojana fell into deep thought. My feeling wasn't wrong. He looked into the ancient dragon's eyes. Theo looked at those large golden pupils and thought, Fear. He raised his head and thought, A nameless king. Does that mean there is an existence even an ancient dragon fears? One who has ruled for 1,000 years. Theo clenched his fist tight and continued thinking. I want to ask about that, but there are more important things I need to know first. Theo looked straight at the ancient dragon in front of him and said, I will ask the second question. What is the progenitor dragon's relic? Rodba answered. Oh, there are roughly 3, but I do not know the details either. You are quite lucky. Theo asked back vaguely. 3, he thought. One is the Kamiya Hall dungeon. Another is the moon sword. Then what is the last one? Rodba continued. The progenitor dragon's relic is, the creature groped through old memories and said, It is the progenitor's soul divided into 31 pieces and given to humans to protect you from the nameless king. The relics do not have a fixed form. It could be an ordinary object, an experience, or even a bizarre phenomenon. Hearing those words, Theojana received a great shock. He seemed to have realized something. Events he experienced in his past life came to mind. He muttered inwardly, I get it. The last relic I possess, the unrealistic phenomenon. The place where I spent 20 years of my life. Regression. Theo sweated cold sweat in surprise and thought, That was me. If this is the arrangement of the progenitor dragon Vanya, it makes sense. He covered his mouth, unable to hide his astonishment. But there is something strange. There is always a guardian dragon beside a relic, but there was no such thing during the regression. Theo opened his eyes wide. He had already discovered the truth. Theojana could not continue speaking for a while, then raised his head to look at Rodba and asked, This is the last question. Why was I selected? He looked up at the ancient dragon and waited for the answer. Questions constantly lingered in his head. Why was an insignificant guy like me chosen to fight the nameless king? Rodba exhaled and answered slowly. I will answer with a question. The creature opened his golden eyes wide and spoke slowly. Why do you think you are the only chosen one? Hearing those words, Theojana received a massive shock. He frowned and veins stood out on his face as if he could not believe it. He asked himself, You are saying there are chosen ones besides me? Key Jason, the black dragon. He covered his mouth, unable to believe the situation unfolding now. They knew about the relics and tried to collect them. If they were also chosen by the relics, does that mean they also saw these messages and could have regressed? Theo thought. I thought I was one step closer to the truth of the world, but everything has become more complicated. The fact that a nameless king whom even an ancient dragon fears exists and that there are other regressors besides me. Seeing Theo's expression, Rodba said, Now I have answered all 3 of your questions. Since I have completed the mission, I will give you a reward. At those words, Theo regained his senses and muttered to himself, All right, I came to get Amon's relic. He laughed inwardly. It is calculating, but I have changed my mind. I need to take something bigger. Looking at the gold and silver treasures piled up like a mountain, he thought, It cannot be compared to things like items. At this time, a notification window popped up. Hidden quest completed. The reward is a chance to own the ancient dragon's treasure warehouse. Rodba also spoke. As you can see, there are all kinds of treasures of the world in this nest. The creature continued. Jewels, relics, elixirs, skill books, weapons. The creature raised his voice. Whatever you want, it is all here. Rodba sat amidst the massive pile of treasures and spoke with dignity. Pick whatever you want, I will give it to you. Theojana wore a meaningful smile. The ancient dragon looked down. That small human demanded confidently. Then I want you, Theo shouted loudly. Rodba was flustered hearing those words and asked back. Ha! Rodba opened his mouth wide and laughed. It seems my reputation is eternal. That is a very funny joke, the creature said. Now tell me what you really want. At Rodba's words, Theo remained silent for a moment. In front of the massive ancient dragon, Theo stuck to his initial decision. I just told you. The ancient dragon was startled and stared piercingly at Theo with amber eyes. The creature asked again. You are saying it is not a joke? Theo met Rodba's eyes without fear. His eyes were full of determination. As soon as he finished speaking, Rodba suddenly spread his wings. Dragon fear poured out and the ground shook violently as if an earthquake had occurred. The creature seemed properly angry at Theo. Rodba opened his mouth wide and roared, Dragon fear. The creature cursed Theo for being arrogant. At Rodba's roar, Theo was barely standing and holding on. You try to swallow all my treasures and knowledge with just lip service. Theo's will was at its peak, but his body could not withstand it, and he began bleeding from all 7 orifices. Theo gritted his teeth. The guardian dragon's fear, I must endure it. At that moment, dazzling light poured out from Theo's entire body. In contrast to the skill fear of the lesser dragon, the spirit of the ancient dragon, Rodba was on a different dimension. Theo's light was too small and shabby. Did you think you could face me with just the fear of a lesser dragon? Theo roared, while pouring blood from his eyes, nose and mouth. Guardian dragon, you declared I could take any treasure from the nest. You never said Rodbrit could not be that treasure. He gritted his teeth. This was a gamble, a once-in-a-lifetime gamble with his life on the line. However, the reward was worth it. Theo's vision blurred. Rodba before him was extremely enraged. Guardian dragon Rodbrit was the existence who founded the family together with the progenitor Sig. There was no surer way to prove legitimacy than becoming her husband. Theo bit his lip, causing blood to burst forth. Far from being broken, his will burned even brighter with the single-minded determination not to repeat the past. Theo's eyes were dyed blood red, and his intense will made him roar like a madman. This is an opportunity I absolutely cannot miss. Please give me Rodbrit. Did not you promise on your sacred oath? Even though blood soaked his face and clothes red, Theo did not succumb and shouted confidently, "Stand by my side." At Theo's recklessly strong resolution, Rodba opened his eyes wide in shock. Over Theo's figure, glaring at him while covered in blood, the shadow of his old master overlapped. Rodba muttered, "Sig." After a moment of silence at the interesting resemblance, Rodba clicked his tongue. "Fine, I accept." At Rodba's sudden acceptance, Theo froze blankly. A massive amount of white smoke spewed from Rodba's huge spiky head, and his massive body atop the gold mountain was engulfed in smoke. A few seconds later, the dragon's terrifying form transformed into a woman dressed in black. Rodba had transformed into Rodbrit. She was a beautiful woman with dragon horns. She wore an arrogant smile and said, "Since you have piqued my curiosity, I will give you a chance." Rodbrit stood at the peak of the mountain of brilliant gold and silver treasures, and Theo stood blankly below her. Rodbrit's figure was perfect. She had the posture of a princess ruling at the summit, wearing a dark violet dress. Mesmerized by her beauty and mysterious atmosphere, Theo stared at her for a long time. Rodbrit placed her hand on her chest, smiling seductively as she spoke. "Have you fallen for my beauty? I am over 2,000 years old, you know." Theo, still staring at Rodbrit, asked as if sighing, "Oh, great guardian dragon." Theo pointed to her chest. There was a large hole in the center of Rodbrit's chest. She spoke as if it were nothing. "Ah, this." Rodbrit swept her hand over her empty chest, and a gloomy and dangerous aura drifted from it. "To tell you the truth, I lost my heart 50 years ago. Since then I have only been waiting for death. I might live for about 3 more years at most on this cold and lonely peak of the Gold Mountain." Rodbrit confessed honestly to Theo. "For this reason I cannot leave the nest. In other words, it means I cannot help you directly." She reached her hand forward and asked, "Now I ask you again, will you still choose me as your reward?" At Rodbrit's difficult question, Theo's bruised face remained stiff, but soon a faint smile spread across his lips. He raised his head, looked at the woman standing aloof, and answered firmly, "My answer does not change. I choose Janna's guardian dragon, Rodbrit, as my reward." A system notification sound rang out. "You have selected Janna's guardian dragon, Rodbrit, as a reward." Rodbrit closed her eyes, smiled, and said, "Foolish, but that might be the nature of a chosen one." Notifications popped up in succession. Title: Guardian Dragon's Companion has been created. Title: Descendant of the Progenitor has been created. Theo promised with a confident voice, "I will become stronger and find more of the progenitor's relics." A system window appeared. Soul link with Rodbrit has been established, Theo grinned, and instilled trust in her with eyes full of determination. "I will find it for you. A replacement for your lost heart." System notifications continued. "You have gained a massive amount of experience. You have filled the void of Rodbrit's soul. Among the progenitor dragon's relics, there may be an object that makes that possible." The final notification popped up. Level has increased. Hearing Theo's bold declaration, Rodbrit smiled faintly. "Befitting the title of Guardian Dragon's Companion, you should do at least that much. Please take care of me, my new partner." She returned to the main point. "However, as I explained, I cannot leave this place. I will enter hibernation here until you return with a solution." A thick and mysterious book appeared in Rodbrit's hand. "There is something you must do." She cast simple space teleportation magic for a true soul link. She approached Theo, placed the book on his chest, and said, "Read this and awaken your mind gate. 1 month should be enough. There is food around the nest, so take your time and read it slowly." The system announced an additional reward. "You have obtained Amon's grimoire as a reward." Theo took the book and opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Amon's grimoire. System description: Amon's grimoire. A mysterious lifeform containing the hidden principles of primordial magic. A sacred sound containing the truth of the universe. Clutching the book, Theo marveled inwardly. "To think I would get Amon's grimoire, this is a jackpot." But Theo asked back in confusion. 1 month, Rodbrit spoke haughtily. "Is not that much time necessary to open the mind gate for the first time? Do you have something more important?" Theo explained the current situation. "The second blooming ceremony is currently in progress. The test period is 15 days and there are less than 15 days left. Cannot I come back after the test is over?" Hearing Theo's lengthy circumstances, Rodbrit narrowed her eyes as if displeased. She plopped down on a treasure chest full of gold coins and spoke bluntly. "It would be possible, but..." The noble queen of ancient dragons, Rodbrit, sat with her legs crossed high up, lifted her chin and said, "I will not allow it." Theo was shocked. "What?" Rodbrit wore a cold smile, and her amber eyes shone dangerously. "It is no fun if I just let you go. Open the mind gate before the second period ends." Her words sounded like an irresistible order. "I will not allow you to leave until then." Theo felt immense pressure from that single sentence. The time remaining until the end of the second blooming ceremony. The other candidates would be desperate to score points during that time. Many bells had already been collected. Time remaining until the end of the second blooming ceremony, 13 days 10 hours. 3 days before the start of the second blooming ceremony, Intelligence Bureau, inside the ice fortress where a blizzard raged, Choi Ban took a round object out of a wooden box and said, "As you know, the reason totems can block beasts and create safe zones is thanks to the beast summoning orb inside." What he took out was a glowing orb embedded with 3 diamonds. "It amplifies the energy of the beast sealed inside the orb to prevent other beasts from approaching," he said. "But if you destroy this orb," as soon as he finished speaking, he crushed the orb. A bizarre energy spewed from the broken orb and enveloped Choi Ban. Within that mutated energy, a monster of hideous form began to take shape. Choi Ban continued calmly, "You can summon a beast whenever you want." The shadow beneath the man's feet writhed bizarrely. All kinds of ferocious beasts popped out from that black shadow and howled, but before they could run wild, another monster appeared and bit them to death in an instant. While the dragon disposed of the beast, Choi Ban continued speaking as if nothing had happened. "The goal of the second blooming ceremony is beast subjugation and point acquisition. So Theo has no choice but to find and hunt beasts." Axion listened to Choi Ban's explanation from start to finish and said, "Understood, you mean for me to lure that damn Theo bastard with this orb?" Choi Ban added after a silence, "Precisely. But that alone is not enough. Simply luring and killing him will not do. If we do that, we might lose the clue to the Hongwajun relic." Axion's lips curled up. Wearing a perverted smile, he proposed, "Cannot I torture him before killing him?" Choi Ban frowned with stern and cold eyes and said, "As you know, the skill gap between you and Theo is not large." At those words, Axion froze, his face filled with questions. Choi Ban continued, "Subduing and torturing him will not be easy." Choi Ban analyzed Theo's personality and offered a scheme, but he has an emotional side. "Take his subordinates hostage, I mean those dregs from the 4th training ground. If you hold them hostage, it will be easy to extract information about the relic." Axion clenched his fist, trembling. He answered with a choked voice, "Understood." Back to the second blooming ceremony site. Axion sat in the blizzard, chin resting on his clasped hands, lost in thought. The original plan was that, but let alone finding beasts, he has not shown even a glimpse of himself as the test nears its end. Time remaining 12 hours. Current first place 860 points. He glanced sideways at the sound of battle coming from across the forest, and thought to himself, "This is a waste. Uncle even planted people in the judging panel." Just then a subordinate ran up and reported, "It seems the guys from the council side caught him." Felix led another group and reported to Axion, "If not that, there is no reason for him not to appear yet." He was Felix Jana, a probationary knight of Manhwa and 7th place in the second blooming ceremony with 446 points. Receiving the report, Axion lowered his head and fell into thought for a moment, then opened his red eyes wide, emitting a ferocious light. "They said you were a prospect of Manhwa, but you are not very bright. I can see why the sword dragon watches Theo more." At Axion's shocking remark, Felix was surprised enough for his eyes to roll back. "What?" He ground his teeth, feeling resentful. "I am helping him catch Theo, yet he is being sarcastic." Felix clenched his fist tight and suppressed his anger. "This bastard," Axion spoke calmly, not caring. "Well, whatever, I did not expect much from you anyway." He laughed bizarrely and muttered to himself, "Theo, if you will not appear." Axion stood up with a dark expression. It seemed a terrible idea had occurred to him. "I'll make you come out." He gathered his subordinates. Dragon Scale Guild, a group smiling just as psychopathically as Axion and the Manhwa group gathered. Felix's expression looked extremely unpleasant. Axion slowly drew his shining sword, stood at the head of the 2 lunatic groups and wore an arrogant and warlike smile. "It is hunting time. Let us kill the dropouts from the 4th training ground one by one, until the bastard appears." One person was watching them with bated breath. As they disappeared via space teleportation, Diana kept her mouth shut tight and wore a serious expression. Diana Jana, second blooming ceremony 3rd place, 561 points. An ice lizard mid-rank beast vomited blood and collapsed in a single strike. The massive lizard's corpse slammed into the snowfield. Surrounding people cheered. "We did it. We caught a golden bell beast. See, I told you we'd do it. We caught a mid-rank beast." Everyone rejoiced madly. "I must show this off to young Master Theo." Sybil, 68th place, 31 points. LD Nolan, 53rd place, 52 points. Bees, 62nd place, 36 points. Sybil shook the golden bell he obtained and said, "But there are only 12 hours left until the end of the second period. Where is young Master Theo? We gathered so many supplies for the young master." LD smiled brightly and said, "He must be aiming for a bigger goal. He is probably doing something more important than points." Sybil also agreed. "Probably. Since just surviving means passing, rank is not that important," Sybil said shyly like a girl. "Still, I want to see young Master Theo take 1st place again. He promised to call my name." Bees also chimed in. "Right, he promised me too." As soon as Bees finished speaking, a maniac stabbed a sword into Sybil's back. Blood scattered like rain. Oyer pulled out the sword and laughed arrogantly, looking at Sybil's dead body with eyes wide open. "You guys are dying of laughter." Oyer, 14th place, 173 points. LD opened his eyes wide and shouted, "Sybil!" Following him, Bees also shouted, "Dragon Scale Guild, what is this?" Oyer aimed the bloody sword at them and spoke gloomily. "What do you mean? You are just sacrifices to summon your precious young master. We also want to see that damn Theo Jana's face, so do not resent us too much." At the same time, Rodbrit's nest, in this place where gold and silver treasures were piled like a mountain, Rodbrit marveled, looking at the intense energy before her eyes. Surprising, before her, Theo was concentrating on absorbing the knowledge of the book. He was attempting to open the mind gate in less than 15 days. System notification. You have grasped some of the magic principles contained in Amon's grimoire and created a new skill. At Rodbert's praise, the corners of Theo's mouth curled up slightly. Fortunately, the information I heard in my past life was correct. The most important thing in mastering Amon's grimoire is the quantity and quality of mana. Absorbing the essence of the book, Theo looked arrogant with eyes shining red, confirming his calculation was correct. Since you possess both the Mana Hall and the Dragon Heart, it is natural that you learn twice as fast as an ordinary person. You certainly make it sound easy. A message appeared in the system notification window stating that a lower tier skill was created because his status was too low. Psychokinesis C allows you to freely manipulate objects and read residual thoughts left on objects. Rodbert smirked and said, "To be called my companion, you should be at least that good. With this, you have cleared the basics. You must polish the rest through training." Theo closed the book and smiled at Rodbert's teachings. "When you reach a higher stage, you will be able to hear my voice." Furthermore, she finally revealed the most interesting part. You will be able to borrow Rodbert's power. Just hearing it sent shivers down his spine. To think he could use power equal to the progenitor, Rodbert did not forget to add. "Of course, my recovery comes first for that to happen. Do not forget, my lifespan is at most 3 years. Do not worry." Theo clenched his fist and assured her, "Because I will definitely achieve it." At Theo's affirmation, Rodbert only looked at him with a smile on her lips and said no more. She reached out her hand toward Theo and cast magic. Immediately, Theo's body was wrapped in blue spiritual light. Rodbert declared, "With this I proclaim that the primordial contract has been established." The light grew stronger and Rodbert's dragon eyes shone along with it. She spoke calmly, "I will wait for our next meeting, my first companion in 1,000 years. A few seconds later, Theo successfully returned to the real world. He walked lightly through the fierce blizzard and muttered, "Few contracting with Rodbert is good and all, but my progress in the awakening ceremony is 0. Recalling the grim future he had chosen for himself, Theo spoke, "Only 12 hours left. Damn it, it is like I deliberately chose hard mode walking through the blizzard," Theo thought. "I cannot take first place within 12 hours by hunting demonic beasts normally. Then there is only one strategy." Theo recalled the colorful bells. "Stealing others' bells. That is how I untook first place in my past life." He must have done the same in this life. The scene of facing Axion and stealing his bells was drawn in his mind. In other words, it means I can take first place if I just defeat Axion. Thinking is easy, but Theo knew very well how difficult that was. Even so, defeating him will not be easy. Just then, a rustling sound was heard from behind. As Theo hurriedly turned around, someone covered in blood pushed through the snow and revealed themselves. "Found you." Confirming the opponent's identity, Theo opened his eyes wide in shock. "You are?" Looking at Diana, whose entire body was covered in wounds, Theo asked, "Diana, what happened? Were you attacked by a demonic beast?" When Diana only gasped for rough breath without answering, Theo asked again, "How could a demonic beast reduce you to this state?" Theo looked at the long sword wound on her chest with eyes mixed with worry and surprise. "Sword wound? Was she attacked by a person?" Theo asked urgently. "What on earth happened?" Diana stumbled closer and answered with difficulty. "Explanation later. Go west first." She could not hold on any longer and collapsed, and Theo hurriedly supported her. "Careful!" The moment he grabbed Diana's arm, a notification popped up. Skill Psychokinesis activated. Residual thoughts residing in the object are transferred. Before he could open his eyes wide and grasp the situation, the data was updated. Reading the memories of the sword's master, Diana Jana. Fragments of memory surfaced. Diana was hiding behind a tree, eavesdropping on the situation. One of the group whispered, "What about Theo? Still no news, but since we have done this much, will not he appear soon?" Axion was looking down at the bound people, and Oyer said, "We left plenty of traces of the 4th training ground guys and released demonic beasts to lure him." Axion answered shortly. "HMPH, Oyer asked, "Shall we kill them?" Oyer asked back in surprise. "Pardon, what did you say? Did I do something wrong?" Axion looked down at Theo's colleagues bound beneath his feet, and said, "No, I mean these guys. Why drag 9 of them around? 2 or 3 hostages are enough." At those words, Oyer answered with relief, "Ah, these guys, then let us kill a few." Just then, Diana revealed herself and shouted, "Stop!" Axion looked at Diana and spoke coldly. "What is it, Diana Jana?" Diana glared at him with cool eyes and spoke slowly. "This has crossed the line," Axion retorted. "It has nothing to do with you. I do not want to complicate things, so mind your own business. Just go your way." Diana raised her sword, assuming a combat stance, and spoke confidently. "They are Theo's colleagues. Release them immediately." Axion crumpled his face at that sight, displeased. "How are you taking that idiot's side too?" As if not worth answering, Diana immediately raised her sword and rushed at him. Axion also drew his sword. Clang! Along with a sharp metallic sound, Axion inflicted a wound on Diana with a single strike. Axion's expression was terribly distorted. Just then, a notification popped up. "Cannot read some memories due to status effect." Having read the memories, Theo Jana shouted in shock and rage. "What happened? Why is Axion holding 4 of my colleagues?" Diana asked in puzzlement. "How did you know?" Theo shouted urgently. "Speak, what happened?" Diana ground her teeth and answered. "As soon as the test started, Axion became frantic to catch you," she continued. "But when he could not find you, he took your colleagues hostage to lure you out." Theo was appalled. "What?" Diana said. "I did not come to talk about that." Theo frowned and raged. "Axion, this trash-like bastard, you still will not leave me alone, but I am no longer the weakling who was trampled by you," Theo shouted in anger. So where are they? Where is Axion waiting for me? Just then a voice was heard from elsewhere. Theo has appeared. A subordinate ran up and reported to Axion. The guy suddenly appeared at the edge of the northern cliff. At that news, Axion spoke as if it were unexpected. Really? The subordinate hurriedly added. It is certain. He is currently in contact with Diana Jana, so he will come here soon. Axion laughed in joy and shouted, You have finally appeared, Theo Jana. I will prove that a guy like you can never beat me. Just then a voice rang out. Do not forget, young Master Axion. Axion flinched at those words. The voice continued to ring. There is no need to face him directly. You just need to use the hostages to extract information about the relic, young Master. The voice continued. We will handle Theo Jana. And the voice was heard again. While we handle the guy, use the summoning orb to divert the attention of the surrounding supervisors. At those words, Axion answered politely. Yes, understood. He ground his teeth and said, Do not worry. Back to the other side. Diana, with a bloodied face, desperately stopped him. No, you cannot go to Axion, she said. The Intelligence Bureau supervisors are on Axion's side too. She continued to dissuade him. Even you cannot withstand it, she shouted as if warning him. This is not a duel, it is a massacre. It is a trap to kill you. You absolutely cannot go alone. You have to find other supervisors and persuade them to go together. Theo Jana answered. There is no time for that. Thanks for your help, but he continued. We do not know what might happen to them even while we are doing this. Theo shouted. I have to go right now. Tell me where they are. Diana was dumbfounded and spoke angrily. Are you an idiot? She blocked him desperately. What's the use if you die? You have to live even if a few are sacrificed, Theo shouted. I do not want to lose anyone anymore, never. He recalled the happy memories he had with his colleagues. Diana refuted. This is the Jana family. Nothing can be done without sacrifice. Theo recalled the enjoyable meeting with Wellington. He said, You stepped in too. At those words, Diana was speechless. Theo Jana said, You could have just watched too. He recalled the scene of Hongwajon burning in his past life. Jendon had told Theo why Hongwajon burned and the servants died. It is because of the idiot of the Jana family. Jendon had sneered contemptuously. Because you are the weakest guy among the strong Janas, Theo ground his teeth and said to Diana. I am sick of miserably enduring. He grabbed Diana's shoulder tight and said, I cannot repeat the mistakes of the past. A powerful dragon image overlapped and his eyes shone coolly. He recited his resolution in a low voice. So tell me, where Axion is. Elsewhere, as the snow grew thicker, someone walked among scattered items. He picked up a box and said, This belongs to Wellington Nassau, he continued. These are supplies Sybil collected. Looking at a blood-stained bell fallen in the snowfield, he said, A bell fallen on bloodstains. Wellington looked at the box in his hand, spoke slowly. Something terrible must have happened. He looked at Hunker Slank standing next to him and asked, Right? He called Hunker and called E.J. Kank standing next to him. He spoke firmly, Sorry, but you guys need to help me a bit. A King Kong roared loudly and raised a club to strike the ground. Theo Jana immediately dodged the attack as the King Kong glared at Theo. Theo gripped his weapon and spoke impatiently, I do not have time. He stabbed the King Kong hard. Blood spurred and Theo shouted, Move! The King Kong collapsed to the floor, but Theo ran forward without caring. Sprinting, he thought. There is a high possibility that Sybil and the other hostages are still alive. Since Choi Ban is controlling Axion, he would have set up the board to kill me without causing a commotion. Massive King Kongs were waiting ahead to attack. Theo advanced without yielding. The supervisors with Axion will be the very evidence. Theo attacked the ferocious King Kongs without hesitation. His mind kept spinning. The fact that supervisors came to kill me means they intend to control Axion's outbursts. He rushed at the last remaining King Kong, the guy roared loudly, but Theo faced it without fear and thought, Still, I have to move faster. Axion is an unpredictable variable. He fought bravely against the massive King Kong, but thanks to that very variable, Theo dealt a decisive blow to the King Kong. The creature writhed in pain. Theo pledged firmly inwardly, This time I can definitely catch Axion. Diana heard the King Kong scream from afar and guessed the situation. Right, Theo was like that since he was young. She recalled the image of young Theo holding her hand and innocently saying, Let us go to my house for now. Diana held her injured arm and said to herself. This time, she moved her steps slowly and said, I'll help you. Elsewhere, Theo's colleagues captured by Axion moaned in pain. Axion stomped hard on one of their faces. He shouted, Shut up! Axion opened his eyes wide, drew his sword and got annoyed. I said I would kill you if you did not stay quiet. Just then, the voice was heard again. Young Master Axion, the voice warned. Do not forget the director's advice. You must not change the plan arbitrarily. At those words, Axion accepted reluctantly. Got it. He sheathed his sword. Axion sat brazenly on a bound person and showed a cold gaze, he thought. 4 high-ranking executioners came to kill the guy Theo. In the end, Uncle does not believe I can beat him. He clenched and unclenched his hand in impatience, then clenched his fist tight and thought, Stupid bastard. Just then, as a shadow appeared, the bound people screamed with their mouths gagged. MMPH, MMPH. Axion slowly lifted his head and said, You are finally here. As the footsteps became clearer, Axion called the name. Theo Jana. Theo approached him majestically. Theo frowned, looking at his wounded and bound colleagues, and he looked at those standing beside them with contemptuous eyes. They were Choi Ban's subordinates. Theo raised the corners of his mouth as if sneering. Axion sat arrogantly as ever and provoked him. You made me wait too long. Theo looked at him without a word. Seeing his colleagues suffering, crushed under Axion with severe wounds, Theo gripped the weapon in his hand tight. A storm raged in his heart. Seeing Theo's action, Axion unconsciously gripped his sword tight. The familiar voice reminded him once again, "Young Master Axion." At that sound, Axion snapped to his senses. He exhaled and regained his composure. Axion took his hand off the sword and spoke, "You must have grasped the situation before coming here. So let us get to the point," he continued. "If you want to save your friends," Theo cut him off. "Are you scared?" Hearing Theo's words, Axion asked back. "What?" Theojana raised his voice and provoked him. "I asked if you are scared you'll lose to me." Axion growled in anger. "What nonsense is that?" Theo spread his arms and provoked. "If not that, there is no reason to do this. Gathering people, enduring resentful gazes," he continued. "To even stage such a shameful hostage situation," he smirked, raising the corners of his lips. "In the end you did it because you were scared of losing to me, right?" he continued to provoke. "The reputation of being the strongest in the north must be just a shell." At those words, Axion ground his teeth and shouted, "This damn Theo bastard!" Theo raised his weapon and aimed at Axion. "Let us fight once, like a true Janna, formally competing with swords." Continued, "Of course that is if you have even a shred of pride left." At those words, Axion scoffed. Theo did not stop. "If I lose, I'll give you everything you want, even my life. Conversely, if I win, release them." Axion cut him off as if he did not want to hear anymore. He sneered and said, "Sword duel, the idiot of the Janna family wants to fight me with a sword?" He raised his voice contemptuously. "Your arrogance truly pierces the sky." He grasped his face and growled, "Do you really think I fear you?" Just then the voice rang out again. "Young Master Axion, it is merely a provocation. You do not need to answer." The voice kept reminding Axion, "Do not fall into his trap, you must follow the plan." Axion ignored it. "Shut up, you are noisy," he muttered. "Are you saying you do not trust me right now?" Axion gripped his sword and declared, "Fine, Theojana, let us fight." Theo smiled. In the darkness, two people were secretly watching the situation. One said, "The situation is getting complicated, what should we do?" The other guy answered, "HMPH, it is within our expected range, just a bit more work. If young Master Axion crosses the line, handle it according to the plan." Axion drew his sword and said, "This is a duel of a high-pride Janna. Do not intervene until the winner is decided. Do not touch the hostages either. They are the stakes." Theo charged without answering. Axion's expression did not change a bit. As Theo rushed in, Axion quickly blocked with his sword. A metallic sound rang out, confirming Theo's skill. Axion was inwardly surprised. Theo spoke coldly, "Thanks, let us stop wasting time and start." As Axion launched a surprise attack, Theo countered immediately. The two competed fiercely with swords. Axion said, "Despicable tricks befitting a concubine's child." Sword wind and the sound of clashing weapons mixed, making the air taut. Axion shouted, "I will teach you." He spoke arrogantly. The true power of Janna. Then a massive dragon, a red heavenly dragon, appeared. Theo flinched in surprise but immediately raised his weapon and struck down with all his might toward the massive dragon. 3 Dragon Claw Sam Ryong Jo. The dragon scattered slowly upon receiving the attack, and Axion was greatly shocked. Theojana smiled as if satisfied and asked with sharp, determined eyes, "Teach who?" He was flustered and cursed inwardly. "Damn it. Dragon Scale Guild Leader Oyer rank 14, 179 points." Harbored doubts looking at the deep sword marks on the snow-covered ground. I doubted it at the beginning. But was Theo really this strong? Cold sweat flowed. He ground his teeth and hesitated. This is trouble. At this rate, Axion might lose. Should I betray him here and stick to Theo? Axion has always been an arrogant bastard. He opened his eyes wide and could not make up his mind. Just then, the watchers watching from afar suddenly came to mind. No, the Intelligence Bureau supervisors are watching. They will handle it. I need to divert the other supervisor's gaze. Oyer turned back and shouted to his subordinates. Dragon Scale Guild, scatter. He issued action guidelines. Do not get swept up in this confusion. Leave this to Axion and we disperse. A memory of a child holding a wooden sword in a dark and quiet space came to mind. Amana was hugging Choi Ban's arm happily. Choi Ban entreated, "For your mother and uncle and for the prosperity of the Choi Ban family, you must take the throne of Janna." Choi Ban smiled looking at the child. "The name Janna is just a shell." He spoke firmly to the child, listening attentively with wide eyes. "Lord Choi Ban, do you understand?" That word was deeply embedded in his mind. Axion frowned and ground his teeth. Surprising truly, he kicked off the ground without hesitation and shot out. He held his sword high and roared like thunder. "Theo Janna!" He rushed like a storm, narrowing the distance in an instant and attacking frontally. Axion gritted his teeth and pressed down with the sword with all his might. Theo also put strength into counterattacking. The two swords rubbed fiercely, sparking. Theo smiled and thought, "Thanks for moving as expected, Axion." Courthouse conference room. A soldier reported, "Theo Janna has finally revealed himself. He is engaging Axion Janna." Julius clenched his fist tight and laughed heartily. "Done, he finally took the bait, Theo. I knew he would be safe." Bugang frowned and showed a disappointed look. "HMPH, wasn't he taken down by those guys?" Choi Ban breathed a sigh of relief and thought inwardly he was alive. Heaven helped. I do not know what he was doing where all this time, but now we can proceed as planned. He wore a fishy smile. "Once Axion extracts the artifact information, the high-ranked knights on standby will cut off his head." Just then, the conversation of soldiers reading the newspaper was heard. Breaking news. Theo Janna and Axion Janna are. At that content, Choi Ban's body stiffened. They are currently dueling. Choi Ban's complexion changed and his eyes grew wide as if they would flip. Unable to hide his bewilderment, he shouted, "What?" Theo Janna moved quickly left and right, attacking ceaselessly. The space vibrated at the heavy impact. Axion was busy blocking the attacks. He attempted a counterattack, drawing a red trajectory, but Theo's spirit did not break. While fighting, Axion was forced to admit, he is strong, he has grown at an incredibly fast speed. Just then his eyes shone red and captured something. Through dynamic vision, Theo's movements looked like afterimages. No, he is not that fast. Axion gripped his sword tight and concentrated magic at his fingertips. Your movements are. His hand moved so fast it could not be seen. Axion gathered the energy of his whole body and threw the sword like a javelin. The sword rushed toward Theo at lightning speed. Theo was appalled seeing that technique. Throwing sword technique? It felt like time stopped. Only the sword harboring the energy of death flew in. Sybil, bleeding with his mouth gagged, opened his eyes wide and was terrified. The hostages also watched the scene in despair. Memories of his past life flashed by. The moment the sword pierced Theo's body and blood scattered in the air, everything froze. Axion looked with cold eyes and said, using a secret technique with fixed movements. After a moment of silence, he distorted his expression and growled, only makes you predict the next location. Blood drops fell along the red-dyed blade, wetting the cold ground. Red stains spread on the white snow and a metallic smell permeated reality. Theojana grabbed the flying blade with his bare hand. He frowned and asked, was it you after all, burning Hongwajan? The moment a figure wearing a black hood threw a sword came to mind. You talk too much. The sword stuck in and he died vomiting blood. Only then did the unidentified figure take off the hood. Red eyes and curly hair that Theo had not been able to see were revealed. This is the end, the guy laughed wickedly, sentencing him to death. That damn bastard. The wreckage of the burning collapsed palace overlapped. On the day he died in his past life he had struggled to survive. The fate of having to die without even knowing who burned Hongwajan. Tears flowed endlessly. It was because I had no power. Jendon had revealed his identity. Fortunately, Jendon revealed his identity himself, because he saw his face just before he died. Thanks to Evelyn's investigation, the deep connection between Jendon and Kamia Hall was revealed. The conclusion was clear. The ones who attacked Hongwajan and killed me were the Choi Ban family, and the cause of my death was the throwing sword technique. There is only one person in the Choi Ban family who uses that rare technique. Axion Jana. Theo gripped the sharp blade tight, forgetting the pain. Such a technique of throwing away one's weapon is only used by arrogant bastards. Theo frowned and was convinced with eyes full of hatred. I was unsure before, but confirming it again with my own eyes makes it certain. Strength went into his fist out of anger, then and now. The sword could not withstand the pressure and screamed crack. The sword shattered into pieces. Looking at the sword broken in two, he growled, why are trash like you guys so eager to kill me? Axion was appalled. To break a sword with bare hands, the half-sword fell to the floor along with drops of blood. It is different from my past life. Theo snatched the handle of the sword that was bouncing away. Blood splattered from his wounded hand. He declared with cold eyes, I will survive. Axion also glared back without losing, and all my colleagues too. Theo threw the sword without hesitation. The sword flew toward Axion at the speed of light. Axion tilted his head slightly to dodge lightly and sneered, where are you aiming with such clumsy imitation? But in that split second his eyes shook with shock and terror. Massive red killing intent covered Axion. What is this? Axion hurriedly grabbed his weapon and ground his teeth. It is not normal killing intent. The energy boiling inside Theo's body was like a starving demonic beast. The mana amount makes no sense. Axion's pupils shook. Do not tell me. Was he hiding his power from the start? Theo disappeared from view. He narrowed the distance in an instant, exploiting Axion's carelessness. How? The moment Axion looked down in surprise, dust rose with a roar. Axion instinctively raised his sword to block but was pushed back by the massive impact. Theo dug in without giving him an opening. Two swords clashed fiercely, creating sparks in the darkness. Theo raised the corners of his mouth. He stopped the contest of strength and launched an irregular attack with the sword hilt. Axion dodged hurriedly, but a shallow cut was made on his cheek. Theo sneered, when will you show your real skill? As blood flowed from his cheek, Axion shouted in pain. This bastard! Axion suddenly grabbed Theo's arm to stop the attack and pulled him with massive strength. The sword held in his other hand emitted a cool light and rushed toward Theo's eye. Theo turned his head by a hair's breadth to dodge. He kicked off the ground and kicked Axion to widen the distance. The two panted roughly and confronted each other. Axion's eyes did not leave Theo. Just then Theo disappeared again. In the blink of an eye, Theo appeared right in front of him. A blue lightning-like glint flashed. Theo struck Axion's sword hard, sending it flying into the air. Axion. Theo quickly circled behind him and aimed his sword. It was a gaze full of anger and determination. No, he asked coldly. The feeling of having your stomach pierced, far from being afraid. Axion smiled madly and challenged him. Theo, without further words, thrust the sharp sword into Axion's chest. Beneath the cold, snow-covered ground, a trail of blood stretched out long. It wasn't a demonic beast attack. It was the mark of someone being dragged. Wellington Nasso crouched down to examine it closely. Only Axion had the guts to do something like this. Hunker Slank leaned on his greatsword, puzzled. Axion is in first place. Why is he trying to gather more subordinates? Wellington turned his head and made a judgment. He is probably holding our colleagues hostage to lure Theo. He plans to kill Theo in the Second Awakening ceremony. He frowned in anger and shouted, what? He should fight fair and square. What on earth is that bastard doing? Axion, that despicable bastard. E.J. Kank crossed her arms and spoke. So what? She spoke nonchalantly, as if it were a common occurrence. This is a Jana Awakening ceremony. Situations like this are common. Wellington Nusso fell silent at those words. After a moment he spoke in a tone mixed with disgust. That is why I hate Jana. No matter how much they worship power, this is unacceptable. Her expression changed as she warned in a low voice, that is a dangerous statement. Are you serious? Wellington did not argue with her. Instead he smiled brightly and changed the subject. I am going to save our colleagues, because that is what Theo would have done. Then he proposed, it would be a great help if you guys helped. Hunker Slank clenched his fist in excitement and looked back at EJ Kank. I am going. I am definitely going. You're coming too, right, sis? She closed her eyes and refused. Not interested. She turned her back to leave, grumbling. I only followed to see if I could meet Theo. But I do not even see Theo's shadow. Besides, I despise weaklings. I have no intention of saving them, Hunker muttered, looking at her. Sis, you are really cold-hearted, she snapped back. What did you say? No, nothing. Wellington Nusso smiled with a confident voice and said, EJ, I know why you want to meet Theo. She remained silent, waiting for his next words. He guaranteed without hesitation, if you help me this time, I guarantee it will definitely help you achieve your goal. Footsteps accelerated over the white snowfield. A powerful sprint left blurred tracks on the snow, but the owner was fast enough to be invisible. He ran at full speed with the two siblings. Wellington Nusso frowned with determined eyes. Just wait a little longer. A hand wearing a black glove gripped a sword and said, Stop. Wellington, who was running, urgently signaled to stop. He said, We cannot go a step further. A group holding weapons was blocking the path. Wellington frowned and recognized them. Is it the Dragon Scale Guild? Oyer placed a hand on his waist and was sarcastic. Long time no see. Wellington, you abandoned us to chase after a cripple. He looked at the siblings. And now you are hanging out with muscle-brained bears like them? Hunker Slank ground his teeth in rage. What? Did you call us stupid bears with muscles instead of brains? Oyer frowned and answered, I never said that, Wellington proposed. Step aside, Oyer. I do not want to fight old friends. Oyer refused immediately. I refuse. Wellington narrowed his eyes and pondered. He slowly drew his sword. If you will not step aside, he resolved to fight alongside the siblings. Then there is no choice, gagged. Sybil ground his teeth and gasped for rough breath. He was gripping half a broken sword tightly. Blood from the rusty blade, dripping onto the white snow. He struggled while bound. Rubbing the blade against the ropes, he recalled the moment Theo Jana fought by throwing weapons. Axion bowed his head to dodge an attack. Half a bloody sword flew and stuck right in front of Sybil's eyes. Sybil thought, This is a chance young Master Theo gave me. I will end this. He picked up the sword without hesitation and began cutting the rope. Bound colleague watched the battle from afar. The shadows of three people in the severe cold of winter. The tip of a broken sword touched the opponent's blade, creating massive pressure. Sparks flew at the contact point, lighting up the darkness. A mysterious figure in a black cloak raised a sword and intervened in the fight between Theo Jana and Axion. Axion ground his teeth and glared. Finally stepping in, he opened his mouth. I apologize, young Master Axion. Then he glanced at the supervisors with cold eyes. I am high-rank swordsman Liam. I will accept punishment after the awakening ceremony ends. He struck Theo's sword away with all his might. Then he ordered the group that appeared, escort the young master. We obey. Understood. As soon as he finished speaking, Liam sprang forward and engaged Theo in Axion's place. The subordinates tried to stop him. Young Master Axion, you have fought enough. Leave the rest to us. One of them handed him a weapon. We retrieved the sword you dropped. Axion gripped the sword silently. He just watched with a frown. Just then, Liam swung his sword in succession. The sword was fast and deadly like black lightning. Theo dodged the sharp blade by a hair's breadth. As Liam swung his sword, a dazzling flash tore through the air, creating a gust of wind and scattering debris. Theo hurriedly lowered his body to dodge and blocked the next attack, crashing down with terrifying power without a moment to catch his breath. Liam did not stop. Every time he swung the sword, his complexion changed as if sensing a variation. Theo leaned forward, gripping his sword tight and gritting his teeth to block the attacks. Sparks flew with every collision. Watching Theo, Liam had no choice but to admit it. I have to admit it. Not only young Master Axion, but the high-ranked swordsmen brought today are not weak either. He frowned with determined eyes, but he is no match for me. The sound of battle in the forest rang out ceaselessly. Liam's thoughts continued. Now that there are no supervisors, this is the only chance. It is a pity to have to kill such a genius. Liam narrowed the distance and raised his sword high above his head. Murderous intent was directed at Theo. But it is all for Lord Choi Ban. He decided to deal the final blow and bid farewell inwardly. Goodbye, Theo Jana. Theo looked up in a defensive stance. His eyes narrowed and suddenly faltered. Everything seemed to stop. A bizarre sight was reflected in Theo's red pupils. Blood spurred. Liam vomited blood in pain. He could not understand the reason. Why a sword was piercing his body. Why he suffered a fatal wound and blood was spurting from his throat. Liam glanced sideways in disbelief and stammered, young master, what is this? Axion Jana answered with murderous eyes. Ah? He gripped the weapon tight and pushed Liam's body, his eyes turning red as he growled, I told you not to interfere. Axion pushed Liam away. He pierced the sword into Liam's back without hesitation. Theo was appalled seeing this sight. Fresh blood dyed Axion's sword red. Even Liam did not know Axion would do this. As Axion pulled the sword out coldly, blood poured from Liam's chest as he collapsed to the floor. Axion's subordinates shouted urgently. Young Master Axion, what on earth are you doing? Axion frowned in rage. Did you intervene because you thought I would lose? This is an insult to the successor. Theo could not believe it. He ground his teeth and thought, Axion, that crazy bastard. To think he'd kill even his own subordinate. Axion lowered his head and spoke in a low voice. Fine, I admit it. Theo Jana, you are truly strong. Then memories of the past flashed by. Choi Ban had told young Axion, the weak are useless but you have talent. Axion was indoctrinated by Choi Ban with the words, trample everyone and stand at the pinnacle, only then can you take the throne of Jana. Axion emerged from his memories and declared arrogantly, but you must always be weaker than me. That is the natural order, he continued. Because I am destined to become the strongest and inherit the throne of Jana, there is no way I would lose to a guy like you. Axion gripped his sword tight and spoke slowly. Anything that blocks my path, he shouted. I'll kill it all, and he rushed at Theo. Theo looked at him with cold eyes without replying. Axion unleashed a powerful strike capable of splitting the ground. Rocks shattered with a roar, but he was appalled. Theo was not on the ground. Only a massive crack remained. Just then, Theo flew from the air and pounced on Axion. Axion was flustered. Theo dealt a powerful blow to Axion. Axion allowed a surprise attack without a chance to defend. Liam collapsed on the floor and forced himself up. He continued to cough painfully. Axion's subordinates rushed over. Senior Liam, are you okay? They said. Damn, I knew the young master was reckless, but I did not think it would be to this extent. Liam shouted. What are you guys doing? He ordered. Do not mind me. Go help young Master Axion. Kill Theo Jana, the subordinates refuted. But how can we intervene when he is resisting so fiercely? Liam shouted in rage. Go right now and kill Theo. If the young master dies, we are all finished too. Meanwhile, Axion, who took the hit, vomited blood. He screamed in pain and swung his sword to drive Theo away. Axion was seriously injured but thought frantically, nonsense, this cannot be. He recalled Choi Ban's teachings. In the Jana family, even a faint hope cannot be predicted, Choi Ban had said. Even a candle before the wind can suddenly flare up. Axion ground his teeth. He could not accept this situation. No, absolutely not. Memories of his childhood surfaced. Why do you keep caring about that guy? He is just an incompetent worm, Choi Ban had said. I will handle him lightly. Make him realize his place. Then auditory hallucinations were heard. You know it too, right? The skill gap between you and Theo is almost non-existent now. Axion snapped to his senses and shouted madly. No, he swung his sword. His eyes were no longer sane. I can easily tear apart and kill trash like you. Axion held his sword high. He declared with a confused mind, I am Axion Jana, the one who rules the north and will inherit the throne of Jana. He shouted again. I am Axion Jana. A red heavenly dragon appeared and roared loudly. Theo remained calm. That damn throne. Do you know how many of my people died because of your greed? He gripped his weapon tight, preparing to unleash his true power. If you will not discard that ambition, I will crush it with my power, he said. With the power I possess. As Theo raised his weapon, blue light appeared and wrapped around his body. A massive dragon appeared. Two huge jaws boasted their majesty. Theo prepared the final blow with all his might. His eyes shone. He shouted with all his strength, Dragon Claw. Axion sensed the terrible energy and opened his eyes wide. Theo pledged, I will become stronger, strong enough to defeat you all. A massive strike smashed the mouth of the dragon Axion summoned. The dragon could not withstand it and slowly crumbled. Liam looked up at the sky and was appalled. Axion's subordinates were the same. Wellington, EJ, and Hunker, who were elsewhere, also sensed that something had happened. Axion was in so much pain that he could not even speak. He glared with wide eyes and endured the pain. Only two people stood in the wide forest. A massive amount of blood spurted from Axion's body. Axion's desperate scream rang through the forest. The surroundings were blurry. Crushed rocks and blizzard mixed together. Red blood dripped down, wetting the ground. Axion could not hold on any longer and knelt on the cold snowfield and collapsed to the floor. Axion's head fell slowly from the air and rolled on the floor. The rocky ground was dyed red with his blood. The smell of blood pervaded everywhere. Theo Jana stood tall, covered in blood. His expression was indifferent. He quietly looked down at Axion's head fallen on the floor. Liam watched all this and could not believe it. He could not speak and called out desperately. Young Master Axion. Drops of blood fell slowly from the sharp sword, dripping onto the dead man's head. Those present watched with eyes full of horror. The injured man opened his eyes wide and groaned painfully. Ah, he shouted sorrowfully, Young Master Axion. His eyes were filled with rage. Kill him, he shouted loudly. Kill that son of a bitch. The assassins present immediately rushed at Theo. Theo did not move a muscle. His eyes were full of contempt. He thought inwardly, this is trouble. The bastards immediately rushed at him. Theo thought to himself, it is a gamble from now on. It would be impossible to face 4 high-ranked swordsmen even in perfect condition. Even more so with my current body. He gripped his sword tight. His stamina was depleted, and he had used up all his mana in the last strike. The bastards charged with determined eyes. Soon sharp swords flew in like arrows, and a massive force appeared. Seeing that, he was appalled. I thought you weren't coming. Wellington's group kicked off the ground and appeared. They blocked the assassins' attacks with their swords, protecting him. Theo opened his eyes wide and shouted in surprise, seeing them blocking the front. What? How did you guys come? Wellington turned his head and said, Is not it natural to save a colleague in danger? Theo was dazed by those words. One of them turned his head and said, Truly impressive. The guy shouted loudly with an expression of interest. Damn, Theo, I have never seen someone as strong as you. I like it. A young man pointed forward and said, My loyalty lies in serving young Master Theo. I cannot run away just because it is difficult. CBAA 17 male, talent. Loyalty. 2 swords clashed and a roar rang out. Wellington glared forward with sharp eyes and said, Supervisors cannot intervene directly, let alone attack a cadet. Wellington continued, You know how heavy a felony this is, right? At those words, the guy ground his teeth. Ah, just then a voice was heard inside his head. The person said, Liam, what do you intend to do? The situation is out of control. Should we kill them all? The voice grew louder. Decide please. Liam stood up wordlessly. He thought to himself, this is the worst. His eyes grew wide with terror. I could not find a clue about the prince's relic, and I could not handle Theo either. Then Lord Ion Axion died. The battle was fierce. Liam felt a sense of powerlessness. Now everything is exposed. There is no way to fix this. The voice made him tremble. Liam, there is no time. What is the best choice? The voice rang out. Kill them all. At those words, the guy was horrified. What? A terrible scene was drawn in his mind. A scene where a hideous monster appeared and massacred all the cadets at the sight. The guy clenched his pocket tight. That is the best option. Rage dwelt in his eyes. I must disguise it as an accident and remove all connections to Lord Choi Ban. He released the beads in his pocket to the outside. He had a joyful expression. Ha, grade 5 demonic beasts should be enough to disguise as an accident, right? The other assassins also answered in fear. Understood. All for Lord Choi Ban. Liam threw the black beads forward. He leapt from a high place to attack and spoke provocatively. Liam, the ambushed guy cursed inwardly. Damn, it is twisted again. A man and a woman appeared. The guy shouted. What are you guys doing? White Armor Dragoons Supervisor J. White Armor Dragoons Supervisor Aizen Bakuzeo. More people appeared after them. At the lead were Meiwajan Supervisor Nada's Kobo, Water Lotus Hall Water Lotus Supervisor Signer. Seeing them, Liam was enraged. His eyes became bloodshot. How did they come so fast? He collapsed to the floor. His colleagues shouted in horror. Liam, Jay placed his sword on his shoulder and spoke coldly. You three do not move. Follow quietly if you want to live, or resist if you want to end up like Liam. At those words, the three froze and could not say a word. The group aimed their swords and growled. From afar, Theo was watching quietly. He called out, Supervisor. He fell slowly. Fortunately, Jay caught him wittily. You came just in time. Thanks. At those words, Jay said, Theo, you were too reckless. Why did you go this far? Theo just nodded. They left the spot swiftly. Suddenly, Silver Tiger Wellington appeared and shouted in bewilderment, Theo, it was really dangerous. Why did not you call me? Two guys cut in. Hey, do not forget I helped. Got it? Theo, you cannot die until you fight me again. Another group shouted while crying, Young Master Theo, to go this far for us. I have no regrets even if I die. He collapsed into Jay's arms and whispered with difficulty, This is the power I pursue. Jay smiled at those words. Theo, anyway, hand over the bell. You have to take first place. Jay looked at him affectionately, and the surroundings fell into a heavy silence. The city lights shone, creating a beautiful scenery. Heavenly Dragon Sky Dragon S. Choi Ban shouted in shock. What? A meeting was in progress. Terror was written on the face of the reporting soldier. Axion turned pale, and Sword Dragon Osa opened her eyes wide. Julius was extremely tense. His voice rang out. He died. A snow-covered pine forest. The earth looked like it was covered with a white carpet. People gathered waiting for the results. They were waiting for the announcement of the Phase 2 results. Exhaling white breath with scarred faces, they murmured. With the sound of footsteps, someone climbed onto the rock platform. They listened to the words of the figure in a cloak standing before them. Good work, everyone. One of the 9 dragons with a majestic presence and a white beard, Heavenly Dragon Fa Ogana declared. With this, Phase 2 of the awakening ceremony concludes. They looked up and marveled. It is the Heavenly Dragon. What brings him here? He rarely appears in public. He held the list and praised them. 45 passed out of 87. Not bad. The most talented generation in history. Suddenly he paused and his eyes shone red. Especially the top scorer's points are very impressive. Theojana opened his eyes wide and anticipated. His face covered in blood and wounds. The Heavenly Dragon spoke solemnly from the platform. As you know, everyone who passed Phase 2 is promoted from apprentice swordsman to low-rank swordsman. He exhaled his breath and did not forget to advise. Take pride, you have now obtained the qualification to act as swordsman of the Jana family. Wellington, Nassau and Sybil smiled happily and listened. Everyone there deserved to enjoy the glory. He then looked at the list and raised his voice. Now I will announce the Phase 2 scores. First place. Theo Jana, 1,121 points. People stood blankly looking at him and whispered. Theo again, over 1,000 points. How did he do it? He was quiet until the very end. He ignored the murmurs and kept his silence. Did not you hear? He and Ion. He continued the ranking announcement. Second place Wellington Nassau, 926 points. Third place E.J. Kank, 843 points. Only his voice echoed in the quiet night forest. Fourth place Name, 789 points. Fifth place Hunker Slank. A short while later he called the last rank. 45th place Ra Lehman, 28 points. You all did well. The result announcement ended. Faogana frowned and emphasized. However, the awakening ceremony is not over. The final phase remains. Phase 3. So those who have obtained the qualification to participate in Phase 3, raise your hands. They looked around and whispered. Did you pass? No, I could not collect all the demonic beast bells. I collected them but could not interpret them. Wellington Nassau raised his hand happily. When E.J. Conk also raised her hand, Hunker Slank behind her could not close his mouth in surprise. J. Jana also obtained the qualification. A hand wearing a black glove went up firmly. Theo Jana raised his hand high proudly. He recalled the colorful bells engraved with characters. The hidden piece of Phase 2 is the elemental attribute breathing technique, namely elemental breathing. I have to learn the skill by collecting the characters scattered on the demonic beast bells. He wore a triumphant smile because he knew how to use it. The reason it is called a hidden piece is that it is hard to collect and even harder to understand. Only those who have completely mastered this skill can combine mana with an element and proceed to phase 3. He recalled the moment he held it in his hand. In my past life I could not understand the characters, but now, his eyes flashed and faint blue energy lingered. The image of a man flapping his cape in the wind and exploding energy was seen. System, hatchling synchronization. Reading object's memory, he saw an illusion through the light. A shirtless man holding a sword waiting for enemies atop a dragon's head, rushing lightning, and the figures of attacking warriors. Thanks to penetrating the essence through the image, I understood everything in an instant. Faogana was excited seeing the raised hands. Oh, it would be surprising if even one appeared, but 4? Amazing. Theojana looked at them and smiled faintly. In my past life Jay and Wellington could not learn elemental breathing. It must be the butterfly effect I created. He pointed to the clearing at the back and ordered, "Good. Come out one by one and show your results." The start is, after hesitating for a moment, he decided to have the top scorer go first. Theojana. Theo stood lost in thought. Since Ion has been eliminated, many things will change from now on. When his name was called he moved slowly. There was no fear. His steps heading to the designated spot were full of confidence. A brighter future than before will surely come. Blue energy swirled beneath his feet. What I obtained is... A beam of light began to rage like a massive storm, and within it a golden flash twinkled. He stretched out both arms as if conducting the storm of light. Lightning spewed out from the blue energy. Thunder technique. System. Combination, materialization, control, expansion, or emission. His eyes shone calculatingly. First, inject the lightning attribute into mana and... Lightning materialized behind Theo and rose even more powerfully. Golden light exploded dazzlingly, striking the ground and destroying everything. System. Combination, materialization, control, expansion, aura, emission. One of them shouted in surprise. Nonsense, not just successful attribute injection, but he even materialized it. Dibble sent praises in excitement, as expected of young Master Theo. He stood firmly in the storm, controlling the power with unwavering eyes. Most people stop here. But Wellington Naso smiled as if anticipating the next stage. The mana in his heart shone and beat violently. Theo condensed all the lightning to create a golden sphere filled with energy on his palm. System. Combination, materialization, control, expansion, aura, emission. Jay Jana could not close his mouth, appalled. EJ Kank frowned as if interested. I am really starting to like him. Hunker Slank dropped his jaw and marveled. Totally cool. Faogana could not hide his surprise and laughed, praising him. Unexpected. To think he reached the control stage. He has talent as rumored. Just then he flinched, seeing something. Theo's heart shone again and fluctuated violently. The fierce energy inside his body soared like an uncontrollable fire, and the thunder technique smashed the ground more powerfully than ever, widening the cracks. Waves of electric current tore through space. Feeling the overflowing mana, his eyes turned red as he pulled a black sword from his body. Small lights wrapped around it. Breathing, lightning. He swung the sword without hesitation. The golden energy flowing from the blade compressed and then exploded like a massive electric wave. His slash transformed into a massive thunder dragon. The dragon, made of high-density golden energy, twisted its body and roared fiercely, then rushed toward Faogana. System combination. Materialization, control, expansion, aura, emission. The watching people were appalled and could not close their mouths at the sight of the ferocious dragon flying. They shouted suspiciously, "Is he attacking the supervisor?" He looked up as if interested and burst into laughter. Fun. You mean you reached the expansion stage? He immediately reached out and created small water droplets from his palm. Using a manipulation technique to form a cross shape, he blew the dragon away. Breathing, flowing water, water flow severing. His smiling hand stopped. You are qualified to test my power. Hearing the praise, Theo felt happy and inwardly a bit smug. The spectators, overwhelmed by the sight just now, stood frozen with their mouths hanging open. Faogana laughed loudly and praised him. Good, Theojana. I will give you an additional 1,000 points. He bowed his head and answered, "Thank you," and he thought to himself, as expected of the heavenly dragon. He is generous to examinees with a challenging spirit. The scoreboard updated. First place, Theojana 2,121 points. Second place, Wellington Naso 926 points. Third place, EJ Kank 843 points. Fourth place, J Jana 789 points. Hunker Slank shouted as if he could not believe it. Over 2,000 points, that is an overwhelming difference. EJ was so excited she even had a nosebleed. Wellington smiled pleasantly amidst the commotion and congratulated him. This record matches young Lord Torquillo's results. Faogana, looking satisfied, did not stop smiling and said, "The remaining 3 show the results you have obtained." They stepped forward. First, Wellington demonstrated a technique that was soft yet powerful like flowing water. Wellington Naso 500 points. The system displayed. Combination, materialization, control, expansion, aura, emission. Next, J Jana demonstrated an ice technique. J Jana 300 points. The system appeared. Combination, materialization, control, expansion, aura, emission. Finally, EJ Kank cast a fire technique. EJ Kank 300 points. The system printed. Combination, materialization, control, expansion, aura, emission. Faogana looked at the scoreboard again and muttered, "Ho ho, my goodness. Truly a bountiful generation. Usually just passing 1,000 points makes one top candidate material." He scanned Theojana, EJ Kank, Wellington Naso, and J Jana in turn. This time, 4 top-tier talents have emerged. The results updated. First place 2,121 points. Second place Wellington Nasso 1,426 points. Third place EJ Kank 1,143 points. Fourth place J Jana 1,089 points. He was excited and shouted so that the mountain peaks rang. Everyone was excellent. Hunker Slank looked back at his sister with a mix of regret and worry as he moved. He ordered the people to disperse. Except for those advancing to Phase 3, the rest may return home. Prepare for the nomination ceremony next week. Long after everyone had left, only 5 people remained there. Faogana frowned and opened his mouth. Just then, red energy spewed out from the snowy mountain behind him. The energy was powerful enough to crush the 4 people into the ground. He stood calmly even under the pressure and notified them. From now on, Phase 3 of the awakening ceremony begins. Theojana gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and endured while gasping for rough breath. What is this? In his suppressed state he recalled the power of the dragon he had met before. Why do I feel Rodbrett's energy? The image of Kyle Jana came to mind. Third ritual. Audience with the family head. No one knows what will happen in this meeting. It is practically a trial depending on the family head's will. Also, this audience is the place that decides whether one gains the qualification to participate in the battle for the family head. All 5 prominent past candidates came from the battle for the family head. Being chosen means being recognized as a strong candidate, Theo thought. Then the person waiting up there must be the family head. He looked up at the highest peak not far away. But why Rodbrett's energy? Theojana suddenly thought of a possibility and wore an expression of disbelief. Do not tell me. He imagined the figure of a man holding Rodbrett's frozen heart in his hand. Did he take her heart? At this time, Heavenly Dragon Faogana said, now break through the dragon fear and meet the family head. Ahead were Theojana, Wellington, J Jana and EJ Kank. All 4 were struggling to endure the powerful pressure. EJ Kank shouted painfully and spat out a curse. Damn it, how are we supposed to go up in this state? Theojana said. Do not think about enduring with muscle strength, she asked back. Then what? He answered. You have to tune the flow of mana. EJ Kank was puzzled. Flow? Wellington asked. Do you mean to create an anti-phase wave to cancel the interference? Theojana answered. Correct, smart bookworm, Wellington said. Easier said than done. She had a blank expression, not knowing what they were talking about. Theo added, it means if you cannot properly control and tune your mana, you are not qualified to see the family head. Wellington agreed. That is true, EJ Kank asked in bewilderment. Anti-phase, interference, what language are you guys speaking right now? Wellington explained with a smile as if dumbfounded. Mana possesses the properties of a wave. It vibrates. The family head's pressure is also made of waves. So if we calculate and create a canceling wave, we can nullify it, EJ Kank asked back. So you mean create mana that is the exact opposite of this damn pressure, he answered. Yeah, roughly something like that. Then she shouted in anger. Hey you bookworm, why do you talk in circles about something so simple? EJ Kank pointed her finger and argued. Are you really 17? Why do you talk like that? Just then, blue-white energy appeared from somewhere and flew in EJ Kank, who was chattering, and the group fell silent and shifted their gaze. Theo spat out as if surprised. Finished already? The blue-white energy wrapped around Theojana. He stood and looked back saying, this level is basic to become the next family head. Jay and Wellington were astonished. Heavenly Dragon Faogana remained calm, and EJ Kank froze completely. After that he flew forward. Then I am going first, Wellington called out urgently. Wait, EJ Kank also shouted. Hey Theojana, Heavenly Dragon Faogana urged. You guys better hurry too. Scores are assigned in the order of arrival. Wellington, Jay and EJ Kank were all flustered by those words. 3 immediately ran after Theo. Faogana stood laughing. Maybe because I am old I feel like taking in a disciple. Eastern North Palace. My daughter, where's my lovely youngest daughter? A cheerful voice rang out. Key Jason knocked on each door and called loudly. Daughter? 2 maids following behind whispered. Oh my, the Marquis is here again. The atmosphere in the palace has really bloomed since young Master Theo is doing well. Inside the room, Cecilia was working with her subordinates. Just then, Key Jason burst open the door and entered, shouting, You were here, my daughter. Cecilia looked back and spoke in a drained voice. Mom, please keep your dignity, she retorted hurriedly. What dignity? Does dignity feed you in a situation like this? This mom is about to make a fortune, Cecilia answered. Mom was already rich. Key Jason ran over with a wide smile and hugged her adopted daughter, not just rich. I am going beyond sitting on a money cushion to being buried in money. This is the capitalist spirit of an elf. Then she laid out her boast. Thanks to Theo becoming famous, orders are exploding at our workshop. The problem of having no customers was solved in one shot. Cecilia smiled but could not say anything. She felt bitter inwardly. I knew our Theo would pull it off, but Cecilia recalled Theo carrying out his mission holding a sword. I cannot help still being worried. Is he hurt badly? Is not the test too harsh? To think all I can do is wait like this. She felt helpless that she could not be of greater help to her son. Her 2 hands slowly clenched tight. This frustration is really hard to endure. To think all I can do is, she looked at the clothes she had made for Theo. Only things like this. I want to be of more practical help. Behind her, Key Jason chattered excitedly. Weapon production is now basic and I am going to make and sell all kinds of accessories too. Hearing those words, an idea suddenly flashed through Cecilia. Key Jason was still enjoying herself. I'll increase sales tenfold, Cecilia called urgently. Mom, Cecilia asked in excitement, have you ever made a prosthetic arm? The scene shifted to Theo and Kyle Jana. Kyle Jana laughed until his mouth ripped and said, next family head, I really like your overflowing vitality. The black crow sitting on Theo's shoulder cawed, he added hurriedly. I know you're worried, but even parents have no right to stop a child's dream. Especially the passion of burning youth. No one can stop it. Weren't we like that once too? Countless swords were stuck in the ground where he stood. This place is the proof. It is the sword graveyard. The crow cawed once again. Kyle Jana burst into laughter and said, do not worry, what I want is the golden age of the Jana family. Kyle Jana looked at the lonely snow-covered scenery. If there are obstacles, I just clear them away like this. But nothing is decided yet. There is plenty of time to watch. The crow looked crestfallen. As Kyle Jana was about to speak, a fierce blizzard raged. The injured Theo Jana appeared. Theo ran furiously. Kyle Jana spoke seriously. You have come, Regressor, the family head of the Jana family. Kyle Jana welcomed him. You have finally come. His eyes were strict. Theo also faced Kyle. He gasped for rough breath and called out to the figure in the distance. Family head father, he thought inwardly. It took 4 hours to climb a mountain that would originally take 1 hour. The pressure was immense. Kyle reached out and asked, do you know what all this is? Theo looked around and answered, is not it the grave of broken swords? I heard they are the swords of enemies the family head broke personally. Kyle closed his eyes and admitted, correct, that is the meaning of the position of family head. A position that must endure constant threats and challenges alone, because you cannot truly rely on anyone. Gripped his sword tight and emphasized, it is a seat only those who can stand alone with their own strength can sit in. Kyle's eyes became fierce. Do you think you are qualified? Theo answered firmly without hesitation. Yes, Kyle warned. Do not answer easily. There are thousands who died coveting this seat. Can you say that while feeling their resentment? Theo concentrated with a frown. Black smoke turned into angry faces and howled Kyle's name. Kyle, screams full of venom burst out. I will curse you forever. The specters covering the sky screamed at Theo. I'll tear you to death, but he answered calmly. My resolve is unchanged, Kyle asked coldly. What is the reason? Theo repeated. Revenge for my past life, becoming the family head to end this bloody fight with my own hands. For that I can endure any hardship. He grabbed the sword at his waist in the middle of the sword graveyard. Theo drew his sword. A verbal answer would not be what he wanted. Theo said, I will answer with my sword. Kyle could not hold back and smiled. Good. From now on I will treat you as a challenger, not a son. Let us see how that woman taught you. Theo was puzzled. That woman? Before he could think, Kyle's slash pierced him. Theo's eyes flashed open. His body was cut in two in vain by Kyle's sword. In the sudden situation he doubted. I died? The severed body parts separated and rolled. Theo watched blankly in disbelief. It was hard to accept reality. Kyle's eyes were still cold, heart sword. Kyle looked at the flying crow and was interested. It is a waste to let him die this easily. The crow made a bizarre sound. Kyle admired Theo in front of him. Right, only those with strong will and firm determination can overcome the heart sword. He felt bitter looking at the approaching Theo. This is a bit harsh for a guy who just bloomed. Theo's eyes had lost focus and were empty. But if the resolve is shallow, it is better to die insane here. I do not need a clumsy regressor bringing disaster to the family. An illusion of a black shadow appeared, Theo thought in his hazy consciousness. I died, he accepted it. Since I was hit by father's sword, no regrets, I did my best. I even took Kamiya Hall. As Theo walked, illusions of countless hands appearing and killing Jendon and Axion were seen. Suddenly someone grabbed his leg. Theo surrendered his body to those hands. Everything was just due to good luck. Slowly he was swept away, lost in thought. This life was happier than my past life. Theo repeated to himself, closing his eyes. Now you may go, let us rest peacefully here. As his form gradually faded, the crow's voice was heard. Hey, you are starting again, wake up. If I knew you were this pathetic I would have eaten you already. Just then, Theo's remnant spirit appeared. Thank you. Theo's eyes snapped open and a drastic change occurred immediately. Theo gripped his sword and charged. I cannot end it like this. His feet stopped firmly. And Theo was filled with determination. Did not you make a promise to yourself? His gaze became solid and unwavering. In this life, Theo raised his sword once again. He pledged, even if I collapse. Theo drove the sword down again along with the sword strike. Theo's will flashed by. I will not submit to anyone. A beam of light flashed in the darkness and the light gradually expanded. Soon a crack appeared and light from the outside poured in. Theo looked up with surprised eyes. He looked down again at his sword which was wrapped in lightning. Kyle was standing there watching this spectacle. He burst into laughter and praised him. You passed the test. Theo raised the corners of his mouth as if satisfied by those words. Then people gathered around. 1 week later, the nomination ceremony was held at the central headquarters building. Hunker Slank marveled, there are so many people. I am nervous. E.J. Kank, standing next to him, retorted with disgust. You are so cowardly for your size. Then he got angry and shouted, you are older than me. The family head, the former family head, the 9 dragons and even the commanders of all the hero squads gathered. E.J. Kank continued to mock Hunker Slank. Truly pathetic, E.J. Kank continued. Calm down, no one cares about a guy like you. You did not even learn the breathing technique. That single remark touched Hunker's pride. What? Hunker Slank clenched his fists in anger and trembled. He growled, and tell me, what did you receive from the family head in Phase 3? E.J. Kank answered nonchalantly. Secret. Guy was furious again to the top of his head. Really unlucky. If it were our Theo he would have told me coolly. E.J. Kank asked in puzzlement. Our Theo, what does that mean? Hunker Slank declared confidently. We are Janna's sword, so we must serve Janna with our lives, like a dragon ruling over bears, he continued. We must choose the strongest and coolest person. Someone who possesses power, fame, and ambition. Hunker Slank bowed his head toward Theo's back and asserted, and that person is Theo, he added. I will bet my life on Theo. That is why he is our Theo, E.J. Kank asked with curious eyes. Have you even talked to Theo? Hunker Slank answered bluntly. Is that necessary? You can just join Theo's squad. E.J. Kank was lost for words. Hunker Slank was convinced. I do not know the reason, but I heard the family head said he would not let Theo participate in the battle for the family head, the guy chatted loudly. That is why I can follow Theo. Just then, drums resounded. Vina announced, attention, we will begin the nomination ceremony. Along with the announcement, Theo walked out. As the top ranker Theo Janna stepped onto the platform, countless cheers poured out. Theo stood before the massive arena wearing a satisfied smile. Evelyn in the crowd was also happy watching him. Everyone is paying attention to young Master Theo. What will the young master choose? She let out a sigh of relief. I wish he would come to the White Armor Dragoons, but that would be my greed. Theo moved forward silently. Vina continued the announcement. Congratulations on being the top ranker, Theo Janna. It is truly impressive that you stood out in all fields. Suddenly, S. Choi Ban stood up. Vina glanced back in puzzlement. When the Heavenly Dragon and Intelligence Bureau Director S. Choi Ban suddenly teleported to the platform, everyone shouted in surprise. What is going on? Is he trying to take revenge for Sion? Surely not here. Kyle remained composed even seeing this sight. Julius also narrowed his eyes and watched the situation. Vina warned the Intelligence Bureau Director. I do not know what you are thinking, but please sit down. He spat out each word with a cold voice. Intelligence Bureau Director S. Choi Ban proposed to Theo Janna that he come to his side. Theo was also wary of him. Heavenly Dragon. He must have received a great shock due to Sion's Axion death. Surely he will not cause trouble here. He smiled and spat out the final words. Deputy Director. Hearing those words, Theo frowned. The story continued. Theo Janna taking the top spot was a very special event, because despite being a member of Janna he had been at the very bottom, yet he grew as if breaking out of a strange egg. His journey was a flight toward the pinnacle. The people's murmurs did not cease. Even if he became strong, to think he killed Ion Axion. I heard if no one stopped him he would have killed the supervisor too. Is his skill really that good? They say he completely overwhelmed Axion. The story of him rising from last place to the pinnacle resonated with the hearts of countless apprentice knights, and gradually more people came to admire him. Now there was no one looking at him with contempt. Instead, jealousy and envy filled that place. There were no longer any idiots in the Janna family. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. Congratulations on passing the second blooming ceremony as the top ranker. Main Scenario Quest 3. Winner of the blooming ceremony completed. Reward obtained Ether Core. The reward is stored in the inventory. Reading the notification, Theo was bewildered for a moment. Right, there was a quest, but what is an Ether Core? Since it is a quest reward, it must be a precious item. Just then, Intelligence Bureau Director S. Choi Ban's voice was heard. Theo paid attention to him with an unpleasant feeling. Choi Ban laughed pleasantly and said, I guarantee you the Deputy Director position, Theo. Theo remained silent at the incomprehensible offer. His gaze slowly became sharp. Observation. A system notification window popped up. Observation. S. Choi Ban. 46 male. Title. Heavenly Dragon. Talent. Insidious Strategist, Master of Planning, Hidden Blade, Ambition. Status. Intends to use Theo Janna as a hunting dog to dig up secrets about the Progenitor Dragon's relic. Checking the information, Theo fell into thought, as expected. Bastard is aiming for the Progenitor Dragon's relic. He knows I have it, but from now on it will not go as you please, Heavenly Dragon. And you, Choi Ban. I will kill you personally. Watching the situation, Julius suddenly shouted, What are you doing, Director? Choi Ban turned back and explained, I am just scouting talent according to the recommendation procedure. Is there a problem? Julius's face turned red and blue as he shouted, Do you take the people here for fools? Who does not know you intend to take revenge for your nephew? Choi Ban burst into laughter at those words and refuted, It is understandable to misunderstand, but you are wrong. Personally, I might be angry, but as the director I just want to recruit outstanding talent. Hearing those words, Julius despised him inwardly. Cruel bastard. His nephew died, yet he only thinks of achieving his goal. As people kept raising their voices, the judge restrained them with an annoyed voice. Stop it. I understand the desire for talent, but please wait until the procedure begins now. Theo Janna, have you made a decision? Theo answered with a sigh. Actually, I have not decided yet. So I would like to hear the proposals first. What conditions will you offer? A triumphant smile spread across his face. He stood there and stared intently at the figures in front of him. After a moment of silence, a hand rose slowly. Osa Janna calmly raised her hand and spoke in front of everyone. I, Osa Janna Blue Noose, propose Theo Janna become my disciple, and promise him the position of young family head of Manhwa. Everyone froze at those words. Young family head? The mistress of Manhwa has no children. Does that mean she will adopt him and make him the successor to the Sword Dragon? Watching the situation, Dimitri giggled. 2 of the 9 dragons have stepped forward. Amazing. Theo, Hunker Slank, and E.J. Kank smiled as if interested. Cool. The other captains or leaders would not dare to hand out their business cards. Just then a familiar voice was heard, drawing Theo's attention. "I will also participate in the competition." A roar rang out from the platform, startling everyone. A familiar silhouette slowly revealed itself. He was none other than the Black Dragon, the leader of Black Snow, Robert Janna. People could not hide their surprise seeing his modern attire. "Be Black Dragon, the Black Dragon is participating too," he spoke calmly. "Theo Janna, I watched you throughout the blooming ceremony." Theo was slightly surprised at those words. "Me," he evaluated seriously. "Kyle was right. You possess many interesting qualities. Come to Black Snow. I promise you the position of Musial No Snow." To explain, Musial is the highest rank within the secret intelligence organization Black Snow. It was a position where one could reveal their identity and gain honor. Even when I was in Black Snow, only 8 people reached that position. In my past life I could not obtain it no matter how hard I tried. Now I get it so easily. As silence flowed, Faogana cleared his throat. This man was the Victory Dragon, the master of the Rising Dragon Hall. Faogana, he opened his mouth slowly. "Theo Janna, the third phase of the blooming ceremony was truly impressive. Do not forget that the door to our Rising Dragon Hall is always open to you." At those words, everyone present stood blankly. "What?" Even the Victory Dragon stepped in. 4 of the 9 dragons have participated. Only one is left, our captain, the commander of the White Armor Dragoons. Julius Janna sat without moving a muscle. His gaze was strangely fixed forward. "Our White Armor Dragoons will not give Theo Janna any special benefits." People were lost for words at those words. So stubborn, really. Evelyn, who was next to him, sighed as expected of our captain. "He believes proving one's skill is true honor." He continued speaking in front of everyone. "I want to recruit you, but I cannot give unfair privileges over other members. All I can give is full support and the pride of being a dragoon." Theo listened silently and then wore a bright smile on his face. "I understand, my choice is..." Just as he was about to answer, a mysterious voice was heard along with bizarre laughter. Are you a regressor?" At those words, Theo was startled and his eyes changed. The person who just spoke was by no means an ordinary figure. Theo hurriedly examined the mysterious woman with the observation skill. Recognizing the familiar figure sitting in front of him, he was flustered. "Former family head Theodora." He tried hard to maintain his composure. "I do not know what you are talking about." Then she reacted as if he were quite funny. "This guy, I do not know how you lived in your past life, but your acting skills are top-notch." Theo's mind became complicated. "Round, what does that mean? Does it mean reincarnation?" Repeats several times. As he remained silent, the judge suddenly asked, "Theo Janna, is there a problem? You do not look good." Only then did Theo snap to his senses and answer, "Can you give me some time to think?" The judge nodded. "Of course, since it is an important decision, but do not drag it out too long." At the same time, Theodora looked at him with a meaningful smile. "No need to hide it. I am also a regressor. But my designated round ended long ago." Hearing those words, Theo seemed to have realized something. "Augen, does round mean there are indeed multiple reincarnations? How on earth is that possible? And how many more regressors are out there?" "The opponent is the former family head. It is better to be honest and ask." He continued asking questions. "Does round mean being born again multiple times?" Theodora looked at him with a blank expression. "Why do you know nothing? Did Kyle not tell you anything?" Theo nodded helplessly. "Because Kyle hates regressors terribly." She was very interested. "It is truly surprising he kept you alive." Theo froze at the incomprehensible words. "Pardon, surely the trials I went through were all because of father." While he was lost in thought, Theodora smiled and spoke. "You seem to have many questions, but there is not much time. If you want to know the secrets of the world and the family, come find me. Let us talk again later." Hearing those words, Theo fell silent. He stood still, lost for words. Suddenly a man came to mind. "What he gave me was only the heart sword. The family head hates regressors. The energy of Rodbrit I felt from him then, and Rodbrit's stolen heart. Did the family head really take Rodbrit's heart? Since Rodbrit is an ancient dragon who accepts regressors, an ordinary human cannot beat an ancient dragon. But if it is the family head called a demigod, it is fully possible. I have no other choice to dig into the secrets related to the family's regression." When the time came, the judge asked solemnly, "Now, Theo Janna, have you decided where to go?" A thought flashed through Theo's mind. "I must find Theodora." He nodded with conviction. "Yes, I have decided. I will." Everyone waited for his answer with bated breath. Afterward, Jimin Tan confidently announced, "I will choose Zenith Academy." Fa was very pleased with this decision. Jimin Tan became a disciple of the heavenly dragon Zenith. Perhaps this decision was made because both used the water attribute energy. In his past life, Jimin Tan returned to the Nakyo family to build his strength and eventually rebelled against the Janna family. The Jimin Tan of that time was truly formidable. As this thought crossed his mind, a smile spread across Theo's face. But this time he did not leave for Nakyo. This was clearly another change I had created. Theo approached Jimin Tan and offered a handshake. "This is just a temporary farewell. Let us do our best in our respective positions. And let us meet again when we have become stronger." At those words, Jimin smiled and nodded. "Of course, Theo, I'll look forward to the day we meet again." A smile mixed with anticipation bloomed on Jimin's face. Theo also showed a warm smile to his friend. Time passed, and as expected, Jay returned to the Rapoi mansion where her mother, the Ice Dragon, resided. There would be no place more suitable for her than there. Sybil and the other colleagues from the 4th training ground wanted to follow me, but it was impossible because their scores did not meet the criteria. It was truly regrettable to part ways with comrades in arms. The judge's voice rang out again. With this, the official nomination ceremony is concluded. Good work, everyone. Dismissed. Theo wore a satisfied smile. But I believe everyone will do their best in their own places. Just then, someone's voice caught his attention. Theo. Hunker's face was filled with joy. I did not know we'd be in the same squad. He smiled awkwardly. EJ, who was next to him, said as if dumbfounded, "This idiot." Theo smiled and thought, "Still, I have gained new colleagues. EJ, it is really good to see you here. Thanks for helping me during the second phase. I survived thanks to you." At Theo's words, EJ approached and spoke playfully. "Do not forget you owe me," she thought inwardly. As expected, the strong ones are the best. Hunker also burst into loud laughter beside them. "Damn it, Theo, I told you I like you." He also had his own thoughts. The strong guy is the best, as the two laughed heartily. Theo felt awkward. Why are these people suddenly showing such affection for me? Suddenly an announcement rang out. "Attention, the captain is coming." Theo's expression immediately turned serious. "Anyway, my goal remains unchanged. The elite of the elite in the Janna family, and the most perfect place to start my plan. To become the captain of the White Armored Dragoons." Julius walked out slowly. "Welcome to becoming a member of the White Armored Dragoons." Sweat trickled down Theo's cheek. "Am I going to meet Lady Hilda?" Julius stood before everyone in an instant wearing a triumphant smile. "Now I will hear the oaths of the new recruits." Hunker shouted in excitement. "I want to become a great dragoon." Others also shouted at the top of their lungs. "I want to make my name known far and wide." EJ also joined in the oath. "I will become the strongest of this era." Other recruits immediately shouted. "I want to be recognized by the captain." Next was Theo's turn. Everyone looked back at him with surprised eyes. They all seemed to anticipate his answer. Theo stood dignified, realizing it was his turn. Slowly opened his mouth. Memories of the past flashed through his mind. "To prepare for the great war that will happen in 5 years, I will become the captain of the White Armored Dragoons within 5 years." Hearing his words, the blond man thought as if dumbfounded. He has got some nerve to say such a thing right in front of the captain, but Julius actually laughed heartily, looking very pleased. "Very good. The bigger the dream, the better. Excellent, you have come to the right place." His cloak fluttered in the wind. He continued his instruction. "Whatever reason you chose this squad for, keep one thing in mind. Every drop of blood and sweat you shed will become an immortal legend in Janna's history. Today's hardship will become tomorrow's pride. Our shields do not shatter, our swords do not break, and your comrades will always stand by your side, and you shall do the same. What awaits at the end of that road stained with blood and sweat is—" Julius raised his head and looked up at the sky. "Precisely, glory. Welcome to the family of the White Armored Dragoons." Along with a roar, a massive black dragon appeared. Everyone was startled by its massive majesty. A wyvern. It was the captain's partner. Julius laughed happily, patted the black dragon's head and introduced it. "This guy is my partner Gula, the wyvern that symbolizes our dragoon squad." At the same time, countless dragons appeared in the sky. They slowly set foot on the ground, majestic steps and bizarre shapes. The place was filled with massive dragons. Julius continued to announce, "Now board the seniors' dragons. We will begin the entrance test. Now is the time to win your own partner. Everyone gather at the nest." Before the recruits could react, Julius rode his dragon and flew high into the sky. Theo marveled at the sight before his eyes. "So this is a dragon. Will I get my own wyvern too?" Just then a familiar silhouette appeared. "Let us go, young master." Theo was dazed for a moment at that appearance. She smiled and said, "Welcome to the White Armored Dragoons." Theo asked in puzzlement, "Evelyn, why are you here? Did you return?" She nodded as if it could not be helped. "Yes, well, it turned out that way." Theo's eyes grew wide in surprise as he stared ahead. He had finally discovered something strange. "Evelyn, your arm." She seemed to have expected his reaction. Evelyn's arm had been completely replaced by a mechanical arm. A short while later, Camellia smiled and placed her hand on her chest. "I would like to express my gratitude." Evelyn was startled by the appearance of the two people. "Lady Camellia and Madame Key Jason, do not worry about young Master Theo. Even without me, the young master is such an outstanding person," Camellia tried to continue. "That might be true, but being recognized and cheered on by someone, especially someone trustworthy, becomes a tremendous strength, and I heard that you are that person to Theo." At that praise, Evelyn was shy. "No, I am just a useless swordsman who lost one arm." Key Jason hurriedly shook her head and denied it. "Do not lower yourself like that. A lamp that lights up the darkness never knows how bright it is itself. Evelyn, you are that very light. Let us help you shine even more brilliantly in the world." Back to reality, Evelyn smiled calmly and gently. "Thank you, young master. I heard you ask someone a favor. Thanks to that, I was able to take the reins again. I have returned to the White Armored Dragoons." At those words, Theo was inwardly surprised. This was a problem I had to solve. Mother must have pulled some strings behind the scenes and credited it to me. As expected of my mother. "Thank you, mother." While he was lost in thought, Evelyn smiled and said, "I, Evelyn, swear to become young Master Theo's faithful sword." A satisfied smile spread across Theo's face. In the vast space, Theo answered slowly, "Thanks, I'll be counting on you." A short while later, the scene shifted to the White Dragon's Nest. Evelyn smiled and explained, "This is the White Dragon's Nest. It is where the wyverns inhabit. Since our cavalry squad performs missions riding wyverns, the entrance test is held here." Theo seemed to understand. "So if I cannot find a partner, it is a failure," she confirmed. Correct, it is rare, but such things do happen often, Theo thought blankly. Will the Kank siblings be okay? Somehow they do not seem to fit in with them. Well, they'll figure it out. Suddenly Evelyn looked back at him. Let us look around for now. Usually you get a special feeling from a partner that matches you. Just then, the foot of a massive beast appeared. It was the beast-type dragon Optas. Maximum height 15 meters, a predator covered in dark brown scales, poison dragon ivy. Writhing its long body like a snake, it spewed purple poison mist, and its tail held deadly poison. Sword dragon Syrah. A gentle herbivore type that usually lives by digging burrows in the ground, but when in danger it surges from beneath the ground to launch a surprise attack. Seeing these dragons, the two froze. Speed-type dragon Velociraptor. Small and agile, with high intelligence and the ability to breathe fire. At that sight, the two hurriedly stepped back. A short while later, Evelyn asked, "The wyverns managed by our cavalry squad are mainly divided into these 4 types. What do you think? Is there one you are particularly drawn to?" Theo sighed as if disappointed. His eyes deepened. "Actually, I had a guy in mind, but no matter how much I look, I do not see him." Time rewinds to the past, 6 years after the outbreak of the Great War. A massive mutant wyvern attacked the White Dragon's nest and slaughtered over 100 wyverns raised by the White Armored Dragoons. That monster's name was Dark Shadow Dragon. That day, 8 villages burned, and dozens of knights fell on the battlefield. Afterward, the Janna family designated the Dark Shadow Dragon as Disaster Rank 2. A devil-like dragon that must be subjugated. In the end, it was only defeated when the dragon sword and dragon magic combined forces, because of its ability to hide in the darkness. It was called the Dark Shadow Dragon. Theo fell into thought. I want to partner with that potential. In my past life that guy was notorious. Just then, Theo turned his gaze to the wyverns in the distance. Found it. His eyes filled with anticipation. The scene shifted to atop a massive rock. A single dragon was waiting. Looking closely, Julius was beside it. At the same time, the familiar figure of Osa Janna walked toward that place. You look to be in a good mood, Julius smiled and looked back. Is not it natural? A dragon I did not expect walked in on its own feet. Osa continued walking. Perfect. That is exactly why I came here. Before he could understand what was going on, she spoke quickly. Captain Julius, you intend to raise Theo as a pillar of your squad, right? At those words, Julius kept his mouth shut. Osa warned, you'd better watch your tongue, though that is your style. Those with loose tongues are the ones who get hurt the most. It seems you are painting a bigger picture than I thought. After a moment of silence, Julius slowly opened his mouth. I did not say anything. Osa walked forward as if satisfied. Do not worry. I came to make an offer for that child. Julius looked at her with curious eyes. What are you thinking? He thought inwardly. Theo has already chosen the dragoons. He cannot go to Manhwa, so what kind of offer is it? Osa proposed. Joint training. What do you think? Her face was overflowing with confidence. Julius fell into silence again. Meanwhile, on the other side, several dragons were surrounding and threatening a wyvern mixed with white and blue colors. Evelyn was surprised to see that sight. Those guys are bullying him again, Theo asked out of curiosity. Do you know that blue-white wyvern? She sighed and explained what she knew. He is a guy who has been bullied for a long time. We tried to help, but it was no use. He seems to be isolated because he is not a true wyvern. Theo was puzzled. Not a wyvern? Evelyn nodded and continued. Yes. His mother is a wyvern, but his father is a male viper. At that news, Theo was dazed for a moment. He asked urgently, if it is a viper, is not that a grade 1 beast living deep in the sea of demons? How is that possible? Evelyn looked back and explained calmly. That is the mystery. Because it is a life that should not have been born originally. It was hard for me to believe too, Theo thought inwardly. A grade 1 beast is a natural disaster-level entity equal to a typhoon or storm if only it grows into an adult. It could bring about a catastrophe beyond imagination. The viper is a shadow beast that lives hiding in the darkness of the deep forest. Then the Dark Shadow Dragon's stealth ability was inherited from the viper's bloodline. While Theo was thinking, Evelyn continued. When he was born, the entire dragoon squad was turned upside down. In the end, we decided to keep him in the nest and observe, but the other wyverns will not accept him. Isolating him is not a solution either, so it is a headache. Theo felt interested. Contempt received due to one's birth. He suddenly asked, what is his name? Evelyn thought for a moment before answering, Umbra. It means shadow in the ancient language. Hearing those words, Theo marveled and spat out, Shadow, that is a very cool name. Evelyn looked back in puzzlement. Young master, what are you doing? Theo declared without hesitation. I will make that guy my partner. At those words, Evelyn was flustered. What, pardon? Theo ran toward the guy without caring. I'll go ahead. She could not hide her worry at his action. Young master, Theo wore a confident smile. I'll help you live a different life. He went toward the poor bullied Umbra. He smiled triumphantly. Just like me. As the other dragons bullied Umbra, suddenly lightning struck and Theo jumped from the air announcing, I am going first. Evelyn was flustered by this action. Young master, Theo wore a very triumphant smile. Theo did not forget to select an item from the system. 1 second later, he threw a throwing star forward. Theo's eyes shone and a system notification popped up. Hatchling synchronization. You can move the designated target with psychokinesis. Theo's weapon continued to fly and his flexible body lightly stepped on the blade. He moved here and there at a speed no one could catch up with. Evelyn was lost for words at this sight. My goodness, when did he learn psychokinesis to use it like that? Her eyes grew wider than ever, as if she could not believe it. His growth speed is too terrifying. Meanwhile, poor Umbra was still surrounded. The guy tried to chase away the other dragons, and Theo witnessed this. Suddenly he recalled his past self. Stupid guy, is he really a Janna, being this weak, a mere illegitimate child? Those memories made Theo unpleasant. He jumped into the air. In the wide space, Theo decided to use the lightning dragon technique. His gaze changed. The next moment, Theo launched his sword forward. With his combat power, the scene became chaotic, and Theo created a dragon seal to strike the space. Cracks appeared on the floor. The sight became a mess as Theo landed slowly. Umbra also turned his head to look at him. Without wasting time, he approached the guy. To think you'd run away just because you were scared a little. The guys bullying you are just cowards pretending to be strong. As if remembering something, he asked worriedly, "Are you okay?" But Umbra seemed displeased with his attention. The guy turned his head without hesitation and flew away, leaving Theo despondent. "Wait." As he did not know what to do, Evelyn approached and said, "He is very sensitive right now. It is not easy to approach him now. It would be better to have patience and try again later." At those words, Theo smiled, turned back, and answered, "No, that is exactly why it is more important to stay by his side now. Why do you think he hovers around the nest even after being abandoned? Because he is lonely. Mental wounds are more painful than physical pain. He is hurt, so he cannot go far anyway. Help me chase him." Evelyn was lost for words at that remark. The scene shifted to a wide area. Poor Umbra stopped, thinking he had flown quite far. His body was exhausted. He looked back warily at a strange sound when Theo appeared. Umbra had an expression of disbelief. Evelyn commented, "Many dragoons tried to tame him, but no one succeeded. He is extremely wary of humans. In his current state, it must be even worse." As her words dragged on, Theo cut her off. "Can you bring some bait to lure him? In the meantime, I'll learn a bit more about him. Anyway, this is my entrance test." As he showed his intent, Umbra was enraged and roared with dragon fear. Theo also countered with dragon fear not to be outdone and suppressed him. Umbra was also startled by his powerful pressure. Theo's gaze was more determined than ever. Nevertheless, Umbra stubbornly screamed. Judging that the time had come, he opened his eyes wide and looked at the guy. When Theo showed no sign of giving up, Umbra was flustered. Theo quietly approached the still wary guy and poured a healing potion on him. System notification. Healing potion repairs severe wounds and recovers some stamina. Umbra stood blankly as if he could not believe it, and Theo approached worriedly and asked, "How is it? Is it a bit less painful?" Only then did the guy lift his large eyes to look at him. Sensing the guy's anxiety, Theo stroked him slowly. "Thanks to the dragon heart, I can feel Umbra's emotions. Anger toward the pack that abandoned him. A longing to be recognized mixed with sadness and lingering attachment. Despite being abandoned, long loneliness and pain, his feelings toward me are also contradictory. He is wary of me suddenly appearing and reaching out, but at the same time hoping I will not leave." Lost in thought, Theo met Umbra's pitiful gaze looking at him, and a strangely gentle smile spread across his face. "Do not worry, I will not turn my back on you." Theo reached into the system window and took out a shining jewel item. "I know you like something like this." The beautiful jewel caught Umbra's eye. The guy's eyes shone immediately. Seizing the opportunity, Theo smiled and approached. "Besides, do not you want this?" The guy hurriedly turned his head and squeezed his eyes shut, but soon his eyes twinkled as he sneaked a peek at Theo. He seemed to be imagining the beautiful jewel decorating his body. When Umbra was confused, Theo smiled and explained, "I am giving it to you. If you follow me, you'll get more of things like this. How about it?" His expression was very triumphant. Umbra hesitated, not knowing what to do. Theo's confident voice continued, "I heard you hate reins and saddles, but I can make them studded with jewels like this for you. It will be flashy and incredibly pretty." He thought inwardly, "I'll have to borrow some jewels from Mother." Just then, Jason felt something ominous and trembled. A subordinate next to her asked, "Madam, are you okay? You look pale." She answered in panic, "I do not know why, but I have a feeling I am going to lose a massive amount of money." Meanwhile, Umbra suddenly stood up in front of Theo. The guy raised his head toward the sky and let out an unknown roar. System notification, formally recognized as Master by the Viper, acquired new skill. A happy smile spread across Theo's face. Dragon Taming C Proficiency 1. The higher the proficiency, the higher the dragon's trust. Strength increases by 10 for both knight and dragon when riding. Scene shift. Evelyn's massive dragon flew up and landed. She easily disposed of small monsters in a short time. Sensing something strange, her eyes grew wide. Before her eyes, a scene of Theo stroking Umbra unfolded. Evelyn was so surprised, she asked, "How did you do it? He has never opened his heart to anyone." Seeing Evelyn, Theo said excitedly, "You are here, good timing. Look at him eating deliciously. Thanks for the meat." Evelyn looked back at him. "I am serious. How on earth did you do it?" Theo laughed and explained, "I just healed the wounds in his heart. When the heart wavers, a gift is the finishing blow." At those words, Evelyn stood blankly. She looked at Umbra again, and Theo next to her noticed, "You want to eat this too? You ate earlier. Eat as much as you want." Grasping the situation, Evelyn laughed happily. As expected of the young master, capturing not only people's hearts but even a dragon's heart. Then, realizing something was wrong, she became dazed. Theo was already climbing onto Umbra's back. She clapped and praised him. He recognized the young master as a companion. Because dragons offer their necks and backs as a sign of trust. Wait a moment, no, what are you doing now? As she stood blankly, Theo said nonchalantly. Because he told me to ride. Evelyn's attitude changed completely. Even if you were recognized as a companion, young master has not received flight training. Besides, riding without reins and a saddle is practically suicide, Theo answered with a confident smile. It is okay, I have a way. System notification, activating dragon taming skill to compensate for lack of riding skills. Umbra flew up rapidly. Evelyn could not even react in surprise on the ground, and her eyes changed as if she could not believe it. Theo's figure gradually disappeared. Evelyn sighed and fell into thought. In the vast space, Theo enjoyed the scenery while flying on Umbra. Okay, got it. You want to show me something? Let us go together. Theo's eyes were filled with anticipation. Let us see what the guy is trying to do. Umbra's speed increased and he seemed excited. Theo's expression gradually became serious. He stared intently at Umbra. Something is strange. How did a pure dragon like you become the terrifying evil dragon called the Dark Shadow Dragon? The two flew to a beautiful space. Just then, black fog appeared in the air and a massive and beautiful waterfall unfolded before their eyes. Theo and Umbra flew toward it. The guy carried him across the forest and waterfall. Theo marveled at the beautiful scenery before his eyes. I thought I knew the winter mountains inside out since my days in black snow. To think there was a crystal cave next to the waterfall. You really like shiny things, do not you? Umbra cried as if agreeing. Theo was surprised to discover a familiar object. That is, seeing that, I know why you became the illusion dragon. You were eating that all this time. To think a ghost willow would be here. A plant full of demonic energy. System analysis, ghost willow. A plant that grows only in the depths of the sea of demons. It absorbs pure demonic energy from moonlight and is an invaluable elixir for monsters and demons. Theo's face became serious. Dragons and demons are incompatible, so how could you absorb this energy? Anyway, it is too dangerous. I have to burn it. I'll dispose of it without touching the crystals you like. Just then, Theo sensed something strange. Someone was tied up there. He looked like skin and bones, as if he had died a long time ago, and his hollow eye sockets were terrible. Theo approached warily. A person, no, a corpse. Looks like he has been dead for at least 10 years. But the body has hardly decomposed, partly due to the cold, but it means he possessed massive magic power in life. For such a master to be trapped and die miserably, suspicious. I'll have to investigate later. Let us dispose of the ghost willow first. When Theo appeared, the enraged corpse screamed insanely. Kyle, hearing that name. Theo was startled and looked back. Kyle, before the corpse could attack, Umbra rushed in first and rammed it. Theo was happy but worried. Umbra raised his head and shouted warily toward the corpse. The corpse was furious but helpless, as if the grudge was deep. The guy roared loudly once again. Kyle, Theo opened his eyes wide and felt the situation was unusual. Dangerous. Fortunately, at the decisive moment, he reached out and protected Umbra from the corpse's attack. The corpse's voice was full of hatred. Kyle, Robert, I will never forgive this matter. Hearing those words, Theo's mind became complicated. I did not mishear. Those are the names of the family head and the black dragon. Who on earth are you? Evelyn hurriedly extended her sword and attacked the corpse with the Duke of the White Armor Dragoon's secret technique, chain slash. At the same time, Theo collapsed. She ran over worriedly and asked, Young master, are you okay? Young master. A bizarre smile appeared on Theo's face. Evelyn, sorry, my mistake. Theo frowned at the pain spreading through his whole body. I am dizzy from the pain. This is terrible corpse poison mixed with demonic energy. Strength is draining from my whole body. Without an antidote, Evelyn hurriedly laid him on the floor. I will take you to headquarters for now. Please endure a little. What are you doing? I am not trying to harm you. I am trying to help you, young master. Stop, Umbra. If you do not stop, even if you are the young master's companion, I will. Seeing the situation, Theo looked at her with exhausted eyes. Evelyn, wait. Stop for a moment. Umbra, you have a way, right? Good, I'll entrust my life to you. Evelyn shouted in worry. Young master, it is dangerous if you do not leave this place immediately. It is corpse poison mixed with demonic energy. Cold sweat poured like rain from Theo's body. He answered with difficulty. Corpse poison mixed with demonic energy. Even if treated properly, the survival rate is less than 30. I will trust Umbra's method. Since Umbra evolved into a Tier 2 monster by absorbing the ghost willow here, he must have inevitably clashed with that corpse. In that process, he likely learned how to control demonic energy and corpse poison. Theo smiled wearily. But I'll trust and follow Umbra. As he fainted, Evelyn shouted urgently. Young master. Umbra turned his head without hesitation and continued to devour the ghost willow, not forgetting to crush the crystal fragments with his feet. Finally, the crystal fragments and the ghost willow caught Evelyn's eye. Although slightly surprised, she asked, You want me to mix these and feed them to the young master? Umbra nodded in affirmation. Her face became very troubled, not knowing what to do. Evelyn looked once more at the fragments Umbra had prepared on the ground. Theo was still in a very critical coma. With no other method available, Evelyn had to squeeze her eyes shut and make a decision. She grabbed the things Umbra prepared with a desperate heart. Damn it, I do not know anymore. Evelyn mixed the two with a face full of worry. Finally, they turned into liquid and flowed into Theo's mouth. At the same time, his lips turned purple. He had no consciousness. Evelyn and Umbra, terribly worried, hurriedly approached to check his condition. Theo lay motionless, and there seemed to be no change. As the two watched, a change began to appear in Theo's body. Evelyn was startled and flustered by the sight before her eyes. No way, he is actually recovering. Bizarre omens began to appear around Theo. Strange forms of lightning flashed in the sky, mixed with black. At this appearance, Evelyn felt a sense of disbelief. The color of the magic element turning black. I have never heard of such a thing. What on earth is happening? System absorption has started. Using the characteristics of the illusion dragon, in the blink of an eye the location changed to the White Armor Dragoon's command room. Julius turned his head blankly and asked, "What did you just say? Is that information confirmed by Black Snow?" A subordinate reported on the spot, "Yes, cross-checking is complete, and the accuracy is estimated at about 89. Hearing this, Julius kicked his desk in anger and shouted, "Damn it, this is going crazy. They say good luck comes with bad ho sa dama." Julius was angry enough to grind his teeth. He had not anticipated something like this would happen. White Armor Dragoon's 5th Unit Captain Chinner Esbon and 15 members, all confirmed dead. This was truly tragic news. Sanctification, rebirth, or metamorphosis. This is an ancient secret technique that expels impurities from the body and improves the constitution to easily absorb mana. However, it requires the cooperation of numerous high-ranking mages, and one must endure pain for several days. Moreover, this method has been proven effective only for children under 5 years old. This purification process occurring in Theo was the result of numerous coincidences overlapping perfectly. The penetration of the corpse's extreme poison, the pure mana accumulated in the Ghost Willow for decades, and even the help of Umbra, who learned how to neutralize toxins, everything harmonized strangely. Instead of being encroached upon by the toxicity or expelling it, Theo absorbed the essence of power hidden within the extreme poison. Sensing a change, Theo opened his eyes wide and stared ahead. Seeing this, Evelyn called out worriedly, "Young master, are you okay?" Recognizing the familiar face, he struggled to sit up. "Evelyn," he wore a very glad smile, "sorry for making you worry." Seeing that Theo was safe, only then did she let out a sigh of relief. A short while later, a system notification window popped up. Theo Jana, 17, male. Title, Tiger Shadow. The greatest talent in a millennium. Player observation inventory, Guardian Dragon Companion, Sanctification Rebirth Metamorphosis, Illusion Dragon Access Denial, Stun Status Effect 3x. Through an unexpected fortuitous encounter, you absorbed corpse poison and the Ghost Willow, giving birth to the first Illusion Dragon. If you fail to control it, you may become the second Illusion Dragon. Reading this content, Theo's expression gradually became serious. The power of the Illusion Dragon. System information was still floating before his eyes. Level 16, Strength 112, Agility 62, Vitality 38, Mana 238, Intelligence 36, Luck 21, Skills, Dragon Fear, Hatchling Synchronization, Wyvern Taming, Access Denial. Theo fell into deep thought. It makes no sense for stats to increase by 85. The crystals in this cave are all crystallizations of pure energy. That power diluted the toxicity of the Ghost Willow, and it even acted as medicine. It was a good thing I trusted Umbra. With an already perfect Jana body, plus Sanctification Rebirth and the power of the Illusion Dragon added, my future growth speed will be immeasurable. Thinking so, Theo stood up from his spot. But more important than that is, he focused on the skeleton corpse to one side. Who on earth is that old man? As he walked forward slowly, he saw Evelyn and turned his head in surprise. "Evelyn, what's wrong?" She nodded and pointed ahead. "There is writing on the cliff." Theo also focused his attention there. "Record," she added. But to carve letters this precisely on a rock cliff, he must have been an incredible master. The inscription read, "Defeated by Kyle and Robert. I retreat here to prepare for revenge, but my body." Theo suddenly recalled the corpse's words from earlier. Kyle, Robert. He realized something was wrong and opened his eyes wide. He immediately read down the inscribed content. "But my body is weakening rapidly. Is it because Robert destroyed my mana heart? The Ghost Willow I ate for survival seems to be killing me instead. Consciousness is fading. Demonic nature is encroaching. Damn it, I have not even started my revenge, yet the time I lose consciousness is getting longer. Now is the time to make a decision. I must admit it, that there is no hope anymore. I will give up everything I have and melt my beloved serpent sword to seal myself. I hope someone discovers this place. I pray they fulfill my wish and take revenge in my stead. I pray my master surpasses them. I leave my legacy here." Having read all the inscribed content, the two froze on the spot. Then Theo reacted. "Wait, the next part, Phantom Sword Art and Thunder God's Rage." Evelyn hurriedly raised her head to look ahead. "Then this person is the legendary figure, the tragic hero who controlled the wind at will. The one who fought for the family head position with the current family head until the very last moment 40 years ago. Wind Lord Hector Jana. I heard he passed away, but he had been here all this time." Evelyn's eyes grew wide as she intuitively felt something was wrong. She suddenly knelt on one knee on the floor to express her respect. Theo was very puzzled by this sight. "What are you doing?" After a moment of silence, she opened her mouth to explain. Although defeated by the family head and exiled, the Wind Lord is still a legitimate successor of the Jana family. For a retainer of Jana to point a sword at a legitimate successor is treason. It is grounds for immediate execution. So, before Evelyn could finish speaking, Theo cut her off. Cut the crap, he smiled and walked forward. What you killed wasn't a Janna but just a madman. You did it to save my life. Did you have any other choice? She hesitated and tried to say something, but Theo did not care about things like how she spoke. What happened here is a secret forever. If it really bothers you, accept the Wind Lord's secret technique yourself. Evelyn, you take it. At those words, Evelyn was terribly flustered. Wind skill, his secret manual is comparable to the ultimate techniques of the 9 dragons. Why are you giving it to me? He walked forward without hesitation. Inherit the Wind Lord's legacy and become stronger. And carry on his will. Only then will the Wind Lord be able to close his eyes in peace. Now that you have become his successor, no one can call that a sin. Did not you say it yourself that you would become my sword? Hearing those words, Evelyn stood blankly for a moment. Her lips parted slightly as if to say something, but eventually she knelt on one knee before Theo. High-rank swordsman of Janna Evelyn. I, Evelyn, swear loyalty to Theo Janna as a retainer. Though I am humble and lacking, I implore the young master please accept this oath. At that sight, a smile spread across Theo's face as well. Really such a stickler for rules. He suddenly gripped his sword tight, then placed the sword lightly on Evelyn's shoulder. His voice continued. I accept Evelyn's oath. I will carve it deep into my heart and soul. In the long journey that will unfold, I appoint you as my first sword. A gentle smile bloomed on his face. Evelyn squeezed her eyes shut and accepted it deeply in her heart. Umbra also watched this spectacle silently from one side. A bizarre sound echoed in the vast space. The scene changed to another place. The sky had already turned into late evening. Most people were gathered at the White Armored Dragoons' headquarters. Hunker Slank laughed loudly with a triumphant face. Is that guy Theo still not here? Maybe I am the greatest genius of the Dragoon squad? Just then, familiar footsteps were heard. Seeing the bizarre silhouette, he froze for a moment, looking at the massive shape behind Theo's back. Hunker was very flustered. Theo, what on earth is that? What did you bring? People around also whispered in surprise. What? Do not tell me that is Umbra. How did he tame that uncontrollable monster? Is this why they call him a talent that appears once in a millennium? Even if he has talent, how on earth? Just then, Evelyn, who was right next to him, opened her mouth. High-rank swordsman Evelyn and apprentice swordsman Theo Janna returned after completing the qualification test, but where is the captain? She immediately looked around. A blond man hurriedly explained, the captain returned after receiving urgent orders just now. At those words, Evelyn stood blankly. Urgent orders? Just then, a strong wind blew, and before anyone could react, something bizarre appeared in the sky. A massive black dragon flew in with fierce momentum. People looked at the dragons in surprise. Julius looked at everyone with calm but serious eyes. I know you just finished the enlistment ceremony, but sorry about this. All units deploy to Fort Blanker. At this news, everyone was flustered. Deployment to actual combat? Only Theo remained calm. It finally blew up. The XZ Trading Company hostage situation at Fort Blanker. A conspiracy to steal the Dragon Slayer's sword Balmung and incite a rebellion. Many things must have already happened. The mastermind controlling all of this from behind, Choi Ban. Julius opened his mouth with a calm face. Attention. You are deployed to Fort Blanker. Everyone was agitated by those words. One person stepped forward in panic and asked, what on earth is going on, Captain? Deploying rookies who have not even finished training? Is the mission that urgent? At those words, Julius gripped the reins uncomfortably. 5th Unit Captain Chinner Esben and 15 members are missing. At this news, Theo fell silent. Chinner Esben, a veteran knight of the White Armored Dragoons, someone even Julius would seek advice from, not a person to be taken down that easily. Do not tell me this is also the butterfly effect I created. While Theo was lost in thought, Julius's face became even more distorted with anger. According to the report from Black Snow, the probability of death reaches 89, even if alive. Mission execution is impossible. Therefore, we will form a temporary 5th unit with currently available personnel to continue the search mission. The temporary 5th unit captain is Evelyn. Preparation time is 4 hours. Ensure the rookies can finish basic training. I do not believe they are dead, but we must take revenge. Everyone looked at Julius immediately. Having finished his instructions, he hurriedly left the spot. Theo recalled the past. The Black Skull Bandits XZ Trading Company kidnapping case. Originally, the Dragoons resolved it without casualties. No, I thought so, but the real goal of the incident was elsewhere. The theft and transport of the Dragon Slayer sword Balmung. Choi Ban used Balmung to incite a rebellion. But the flow of the event has changed. If all this is my fault, I must check it with my own eyes. At the same time, a system notification popped up. Retrieve the Dragon Slayer sword Balmung. A few hours later, in a vast space, a man kept standing and complaining. Freezing to death, I just cannot get used to this weather. Wait, why is the moon shaped like that? Looking closely, a legion of dragons was constantly swarming in. He flinched in surprise and panicked. White armored dragoons. Sensing the situation was unusual, he hurriedly fled in a different direction. He tried to shout at the top of his lungs to warn everyone. The moment people looked at him in surprise, the spot where he stood exploded in an instant. The people below could not even grasp what had happened. Evelyn did not delay and shouted, sending the attack signal. Attack! The dragoons flew up and dropped powerful weapons. Massive explosions rang out incessantly. As the situation became unfavorable, the enemy commander shouted urgently, "Get inside right now, we'll all die if we stay here." The scene turned into pandemonium. Battles broke out everywhere. corpses were strewn about and fresh blood scattered in the air. Seizing the opportunity, Evelyn pointed forward and ordered, "Subdue them." The members listened to the order and immediately charged with swords raised. Her eyes were determined. "I will make you pay the price for daring to touch the white-armored dragoons." A massive explosion occurred amidst the thick smoke. Blue-haired man ran desperately, hugging a sword with a despairing expression. He kept cursing as he ran. "Damn it, they said they would handle the white-armored dragoons. A little later and it would have been a catastrophe. My mission ends once I deliver this safely. Once this is over, I can live in luxury for the rest of my life." The moment he rejoiced, a sharp slash cut him down. A mysterious figure stood holding a sword with cold eyes. The blue-haired man was logged out in an instant. Cedar looked down coldly at the bloodstained sword. He asked abruptly, "The item?" A subordinate quickly stepped forward. "Here it is." His hand stopped on the sword. "Good. Securing the item is confirmed. Proceeding to the next stage." The subordinates nodded. "Understood, Captain." Cedar looked back at the battle situation ahead. Now all that remained was, together with the subordinates behind him, just cleaning up those insects. Meanwhile, Hunker knocked down long-armed enemies one after another. He smiled, looked back and announced, "Annihilation complete." "I think we caught half of the enemies at the same time." Hunker harbored doubts. "It is too easy." Theo also sighed and nodded. "Right, boringly easy," he thought inwardly. "I cannot believe the 5th unit was annihilated." Just then a system notification appeared. Hatchling synchronization activated, reading target's memories. Theo's expression hardened. To think it was this kind of guy. He knew Balmung was stolen but had never seen it himself, leaving the pawns aside. Does it mean he has not even seen the officers? I am missing something. Ain saw him standing blankly and asked, "What's wrong, Theo? Is something the matter?" He hurriedly shook his head. "No, it is nothing. I just had something to think about." Wellington approached and teased him. "Even if you are called Ho Young, a rookie is a rookie. Just admit honestly that you are nervous." Ain also nodded and chimed in. "We saved the hostages, so let us join the main unit now." He sighed as if he could not help it and answered, "Okay, let us go. I want to go wash up quickly. The smell of gunpowder is vibrating from my whole body." At those words, Theo froze on the spot. He rushed forward without hesitation. The two people behind him were bewildered, not knowing the reason. Wellington asked, dumbfounded, "Why is he acting like that?" Ain shook his head and explained, "Is not he scared?" The two shut their mouths. Meanwhile, Cedar raised his sword high and made the battlefield even more chaotic. Theo appeared there. "As expected, my thought was right." Ain asked, "What's going on?" The two froze at the sight before their eyes. They realized the terrible truth. "Gunpowder, these crazy bastards. Do they intend to self-destruct with us?" Theo hurriedly looked back and signaled, "No time to hesitate. Retreat immediately." The two nodded. "Got it. All units retreat." As soon as the words finished, shells flew in. Everyone looked back in terror. Theo rushed in to block it, but it was already too late. A massive explosion occurred. Cedar sent a hand signal from afar. "Load." The subordinates immediately assumed readiness. As his arm went down, the shelling started again. Everything turned into pandemonium due to the chain explosions. The smell of gunpowder was pervasive. A triumphant smile spread across Cedar's face. "Sweep them away one by one for that day." The scene changed to a massive castle. Inside the room, a woman held the sickly Seema and laughed despairingly as she spoke. "Axion, my beloved son, you have suffered so much all this time. Mom will bring you that hideous head." In the plaza, the battle between both sides continued. Evelyn shouted while slaughtering enemies using her skills, "Do not let a single one escape." The colleagues chased the enemies according to the order. "Understood." Evelyn looked at the cold corpse lying next to her. Evelyn thought inwardly, "The 5th unit led by Chinner was defeated by guys like these? That makes no sense. Something is strange." While she was lost in thought, something appeared. She looked to the side in surprise. Fortunately, Evelyn was able to dodge by a hair's breadth. A colleague shouted worriedly, "Captain?" She hurriedly stepped back to widen the distance. Evelyn was lost for words at the situation before her eyes. Crazy, a disastrous spectacle was unfolding in the sky. Fireballs flew in. Evelyn looked back and shouted, "It is shelling. Everyone take cover." Explosions followed, and a poor soldier looked for a place to hide but eventually died. The site became a sea of fire and explosions followed one after another. Just then, Theo's group found the entrance. Wellington shouted, "Captain?" Seeing Theo's group, Evelyn shouted, "Great timing. It is a bombing. We have to get out of here right now." He nodded. "Understood." Outside the fortress walls in the opposite direction of the bombing, suddenly, a system notification popped up. Mind gate opening, releasing brain function safety mechanisms, increasing information processing and sensory perception speed. While Theo was flustered, a change occurred. Countless images flashed before his eyes. Whether he wanted it or not, knowledge poured into his head. Theo opened his eyes wide and recorded the information as he stood blankly. Evelyn urged him urgently, "What are you doing there?" "Theo, we have to run quickly." "Snap out of it. We have to get out of the fortress." "What are you doing? There is no time." Theo spoke calmly. "No, we must go inside." At those words, she shut her mouth. A short while later, massive rocks fell and everyone fled, her expression distorted. "You want us to go back into the place where we almost died from an explosion? Our 21 lives depend on your hands. Damn it, should we have just run outside from the start?" Theo spoke without hesitation. "If we go out now, we'll be hit by shelling or an ambush. That is what they want." System notification. Using hatchling synchronization to read residual thoughts remaining on the object. A crack was visible in the underground passage before his eyes. Theo calculated. They must have thought we would not be able to survive inside the fortress. He observed the structure of the space. With this ability, the probability of survival is sufficient. System notification. Mind gate is open, greatly expanding hatchling synchronization range. Theo observed while sprinting. Left is bombs, right is shelling. Go down the front stairs. The colleagues followed desperately. Everyone was betting their lives on Theo and worrying. A narrow space appeared. Everyone was appalled. It is a dead end. You told us to trust you. Do you really have a plan? We cannot even go back. It is collapsing. Evelyn and everyone despaired. Wellington and Ain were also flustered. The twins had a premonition of death, but Theo was convinced. A massive rock fell and buried everything. Everything became a mess. Flames swept through. A subordinate reported to Cedar. The shells are completely exhausted. He laughed and drew his sword. Remember, this is revenge for the young master. I do not care if they become meat paste, just bring me their heads. Meanwhile, Theo was on the verge of fainting. Rocks were tangled together. Fortunately, they survived at the decisive moment. I thought I was going to die, just as expected. Theo, you really had a plan. To think you'd break the floor at the last moment. Seeing the people appearing before their eyes, the enemies were flustered. What? Who is it? How did they get in? Theo looked at the Black Skull Bandits and thought, Black Skull Bandits, why are those guys here? There was a sector with solid ground, so we just came to investigate. Theo opened his eyes wide. There were prisoners in the back. Looking closely, it was Chinner, 5th Unit Captain Chinner Esben. He was startled. Time passed and the Black Skull Bandits in the underground dungeon were all bound. Evelyn spoke. I am glad you are alive, Lord Chinner, but it is truly unexpected to think the mastermind is the Intelligence Bureau. Chinner's handcuffs were released. The 5th Unit members were seriously injured. He smiled and explained, You do not seem very surprised even after hearing it. Evelyn bowed her head in self-reproach. I suspected it was a raid impossible without an internal spy, but I did not know a compatriot would betray us. Ain and Wellington were furious. It is clear treason. We must take revenge. Chinner remained calm. Do not be swayed by emotion. They planned to capture us alive from the start. A head-on confrontation is impossible with our current combat power. First, we must inform Black Snow outside. Theo stepped forward and spoke. That is impossible. The lack of support from Black Snow means they have already eliminated the ambush forces. That is why we entered the fortress. But there is a chance of victory. Theo pointed to the bound guys. Those guys buried even their own subordinates. They intend to destroy evidence. They will definitely come to check the corpses. If we ambush them from the ruins the moment they are convinced of victory and let their guard down, we can turn the tide. Chiner's eyes became serious. He saw the qualities of a commander. To think he opened the mind gate at this age. Have I gotten old trying to give up my life? These rookies are truly amazing. Chinner picked up his staff. He regained his will. Your words are correct. The White Armored Dragoons do not just take a beating. We proceed as planned. All members of the Dragoons prepared for battle. Theo's expression became solemn. The opponent was Cedar and his gang. The site was chaotic, and as the dust settled, the Black Skull Bandits moved stones and searched. A poor survivor begged, Please spare me, please let me go just this once, but Cedar beat him to death without mercy. His gaze turned suspicious. Did you find them? A subordinate reported. Not yet. We finished searching the west sector and are moving east, he calculated. There was no report from the ambush team, so why have not we seen any Dragoon corpses since yesterday? Cedar waved his hand to stop them. Wait, has anyone seen the Dragoon bastards? As soon as the words were finished, the subordinates collapsed. Cedar was startled by this action and turned his head. The sword grazed him, but he dodged nimbly and barely escaped injury. Evelyn poured out attacks on Cedar coldly. Unable to just take it anymore, he hurriedly raised his sword to retaliate. The two clashed fiercely amidst the thick dust. As the situation became unfavorable, Cedar hurriedly lifted his foot and kicked Evelyn. Taking advantage of her being pushed back, he rushed in without missing the opportunity. However, her flexible body underwent a change once again. Evelyn slowly backed away, securing a safe distance. Sensing that the plan had gone awry, Cedar shouted urgently, Ambush, the enemy is the White Armored Dragoons. Prepare for battle. At the same time, Theo's team also sprang out and engaged in a fierce battle. Theo also traversed the battlefield ceaselessly, looking at the familiar shadow in front of her. Evelyn slowly opened her mouth. I hoped you weren't a spy for the Intelligence Bureau. Her cold voice rang out. According to Jana law, you will be executed immediately for treason. No need to waste time. She rushed toward Cedar without hesitation. The two crossed swords fiercely from this side to that, without yielding an inch. Cedar wore an expression that said he could not understand the sight before him at all. How is she alive after taking that attack? It makes no sense. Blood slowly rushed to his eyes. Evelyn was struggling to block his fierce assault. Taking advantage of the gap while Cedar was confused, she launched an attack again. Cedar faltered at her relentless attack. Not missing that opportunity, Theo gripped his sword and dug in at once. Only then did he realize the situation was much more serious than he thought. A sharp strike grazed his body and he retreated in pain. While he was looking for a hole to escape, Evelyn declared coldly, Spy of the Intelligence Bureau, resisting is useless. From the moment the ambush succeeded, you had no chance of victory. Surrender quietly and I will spare your life. As soon as she finished speaking, Cedar shouted, screaming evilly, Permission granted for all personnel to use the forbidden art. At those words, Chinner and everyone were appalled. Even Theo could not understand what the situation was. Forbidden art? What is that? A bizarre change occurred in the body of one of the enemies. Their speed became drastically faster as they sprang forward. They attacked furiously like beasts that had lost their reason. Theo was flustered by the intensified battle. What on earth is this blood reversal strike? a forbidden technique that converts life force into energy. Suddenly a heavy fist struck Theo's body, pushed back by the bone-carving pain and explosive power. He stumbled backward, cold sweat poured down his face like rain. While Theo was agonizing over countermeasures, they aimed for him and rushed in again. It was a headache-inducing situation where he could not judge who to deal with first. Just then, sharp blades poured down and a colleague threw his body to take the attack instead of Theo. He wore a sad smile and left his last words, "Please run away quickly," and he lost his life right in front of Theo's eyes. Witnessing his colleague's sacrifice, Theo was engulfed in extreme rage. His eyes were filled with hatred. This son of a bitch. He immediately unleashed 3 Dragon Claw and blew the enemies away. At the same time, Theo's eyes changed, and he opened the lightning gate. He swept through the battlefield, knocking down enemies one by one. Holding his sword high, Theo poured out 3 Dragon Claw combo attacks once again. It happened in the blink of an eye, so no one could react. The battlefield turned into pandemonium in an instant. Even the colleagues, overwhelmed by the ceaseless slashes, were appalled by Theo's terrifying power and were wary of him. The only ending given to the traitors was death. Thick dust rose and long sword marks were carved dizzily on the ground. Cedar, who was watching the situation, was inwardly appalled. To think he broke the blood reversal strike that easily. "I cannot let that guy live." He rushed in furiously as if he had made up his mind. Ain and Wellington only then snapped to their senses and conversed blankly. When did Theo learn a technique like that, really? We should get a bit more serious too, however. In fact, Theo's physical condition was at its worst. I increased the power with the lightning gate, but it is still too much for me. Just then, Cedar threw himself toward Theo. Cedar's eyes were filled with venom. "I will drag at least you to hell." Theo was surprised and examined his actions. Cedar's condition was strange. The monohol is distorted. Do not tell me, is he trying to self-destruct? That thought, Theo was greatly flustered. At the moment, Theo did not know what to do. The situation in front of him changed rapidly. Evelyn had cast Wind Thunder God at the right time. Cedar flew far away along with the storm. Not satisfied with that, she jumped into the air and chased him. Evelyn's eyes burned with anger. It was a spirit that would absolutely not forgive a traitor. Wind Thunder God. As she stretched out both hands, a massive tornado arose. With her series of attacks, Cedar's mono rampage stopped. Everything happened in an instant, so Theo stood blankly. Evelyn slammed Cedar's body onto the ground. Her power was truly overwhelming. Cedar lay on the floor without moving a muscle, confirming that the enemy had fallen. Theo only then breathed a sigh of relief. While he was exhausted, someone's voice was heard. "Well done, Theo, you are the true warrior I recognize. I have handed over the position of first sword to you, so do not be greedy. You saved me. Thank you truly." "Thank you." At the colleague's praise, Theo was surprised but soon smiled. He gently grasped the hand Wellington held out and others approached him too. "When did you or the captain learn such techniques?" Theo laughed and turned back to answer. "You'll get hurt if I tell you." Everyone laughed joyfully in the joy of victory. Taking this incident as an opportunity, Chinner came to cherish the squad members even more. The night passed and morning was slowly dawning. Chinner smiled and spoke. The long night passed and dawn broke. The sword Cedar's gang was guarding was still stuck in the ground. The scene changed to Hongwajan Red Flower Hall. Axion's mother was falling into despair and crying endlessly. Choi Ban was furious, grabbing her by the collar and pouring out curses. "This crazy bitch, how dare you do such a thing?" As she fell to the floor, a subordinate hurriedly ran over. "Master." Choi Ban walked over coldly and picked up the letter on the table. "You have grown some nerve, stealing my seal, ordering Cedar to kill the White Armored Dragoons? Do you even know what you have done right now? How dare you touch my great work?" Axion's mother covered her ears and screamed. Her mind was in a completely collapsed state. "I just wanted the head of the guy who made Axion like that. You mean you could not handle even that one thing? I have to tear apart and trample everything related to that guy to relieve my anger and for Axion's soul to rest in peace. Only then I feel like I can live." Hearing those words, Choi Ban clenched his fist tight. "Axion, do you forget your duty just because that one brat died?" Before she could react, Choi Ban attacked her without mercy. He stood before her fallen form and shouted coldly, "Axion lost the key to the planned Dragon Slayer. From this moment on, you are no longer Choi Ban's daughter." At that declaration, she froze. Her eyes were hollow and cold sweat flowed down her face. Having finished what he had to say, Choi Ban went outside. "That bitch is useless now. Lock her up where no one can see. Eliminate all related bugs so information does not leak." A subordinate tried to say something. "Master." Then Axion's mother's pleading voice was heard. "Please think again, just this once. If you forgive me, I'll do anything. Please save me." Choi Ban ignored her and moved his steps. "The rebellion plan I prepared with such effort has come to nothing. This is all because of that damn Theo Jana. I will kill you with my own hands." The scene changed to a wide room. Theo was looking at the system screen and a sword was held in his hand. System information popped up. Dragon Slayer Balmung, classification heavy sword, mystery 82, requirements unknown, effect unknown, status sealed, must decipher the inherent secret to use. Theo examined the sword closely. Dragon Slayer sword. Suddenly a change occurred in the sword, startling him. Feeling danger, he hurriedly threw the sword away. The sword fell to the floor with a thud. Looking at the terrifying sword, Theo thought, as expected, it is not Dragon Slayer in name only. It is a power that perfectly counters the Jana family, as expected. Unless the seal is lifted, it is nothing but a lump of scrap metal. The legacy of ancient mythology flashed through his mind like an illusion. It is not an object a mortal can handle easily, but if someone solves this secret, they will obtain legendary power. A myth-grade treasure. In my past life, Choi Ban definitely solved Balmung's secret. Recalling his tracks, I have a place in mind. Theo put the sword away. It is useless until the secret is solved. A knock was heard from outside. It was Evelyn with a familiar appearance. She bowed her head. I apologize for interrupting at this hour, young master. Do you have a moment? The captain is looking for you. A short while later, Julius spoke calmly. Glad you returned alive, but his eyes were filled with doubt. He stared piercingly at the figure in front of him. You want to discharge? Chinner sat bitterly, sighed and said, I am ashamed to say it, but as you can see, I lost both legs and my partner Sanante in this battle. It is impossible for my old body to stand on the battlefield anymore. I want to spend the rest of my life in my hometown mourning my comrades who went first. Julius was lost for words. Who could break that stubbornness? Do as you please, he smiled and nodded. Thank you, Captain. It is not something to say in exchange, but I have something to tell you about the rookie Theo. Julius looked at him in surprise. Speak. After a moment of silence, Chinner slowly opened his mouth. At that age, the lightning gate has opened. At those words, Julius let out a dry laugh. Lightning gate, the boundary between human and transcendent. However, he put down his teacup on the table and spoke firmly. At first I thought so too. But he is not a natural genius. It felt like he forced open a tightly closed door very violently. Anyway, his vessel has become abnormally large. Absurdly wide compared to what he possesses. Julius's expression became interested. Then we'll have to fill that expanded vessel. Chiner's face darkened again. That is all I can say as a senior. The scene changed to another place. Julius's voice rang out. From now on you must learn and grow on your own. Theo was flustered by the incomprehensible words. The two were standing in a wide clearing late at night. As if remembering something, Julius opened his mouth again. Theo, I heard you played a big role in this mission. Theo smiled and answered humbly. No, it is thanks to my colleagues. Liking his humility, Julius said. Being too humble is not good either, right? How much has your martial path progressed? At that question, Theo flinched. Martial path? Are you talking about combat skills? He explained calmly. Certainly, fighting has become easier than before. Julius shook his head. No, I am not asking simply about combat skills. I am asking right now, his eyes became serious, what world your sword intends to implement. At those words, Theo froze. Do not tell me he noticed. I am not sure about that point either. I just train with one wish, imitating the family head's sword. Julius burst into laughter and grabbed his sword. Everyone starts like that. Suddenly, his eyes turned cool. The moment he drew his sword, a thrill that sent shivers down his spine wrapped around Theo. Space began to distort. When Theo opened his eyes again, a strange landscape unfolded. This is the realm of the demon dragon. Theo suddenly recalled memories of his past life. It was different from the stage the sword dragon showed before the second awakening. The words he just spoke, surely it is because it is a world formed by individual martial arts. Theo felt immense pressure even while lost in thought. As he looked forward in bewilderment, Julius's voice rang out. My sword represents the demon. It felt as if his power was completely exploding in this space. Theo could not help but be tense at that domineering power. Julius was holding the sword as if he had become a different person, and the sword dance he unfolded was incredibly beautiful. He moved from here to there as if dancing without hesitation, and even Theo could not take his eyes off his movements. Julius must have poured a lot of time into mastering these movements. Theo, watching from the side, could not hide his surprise. It felt like the space was completely shattering. A red space appeared before his eyes, startling Theo as the space cracked and shattered. Julius's figure appeared at the center. A slash struck down powerfully. Everything seemed to break, and at the same time he asked, What do you think? What did you see in the demon dragon's dance? Based on what he just saw, Theo thought deeply and answered, Power and destruction. At those words he laughed aloud and threw his sword away. Correct, that is the very essence of the demon. Intuitive, direct, and a straight line that remains upright even if it eventually breaks. It pierces and destroys everything it touches. Violence, destruction, power, death. Having said this far, Julius stared straight ahead. Then what do you think about the sword of the mistress of Manhwa? After a moment of silence he answered quickly. Elegant and beautiful. He reacted as if interested in those words. Beautiful, you say? The swordsmanship of the mistress of Manhwa contains the essence of life, so that makes sense. Thoughts constantly grazed through Theo's mind. Seeds sprout, grow, and bloom flowers. That is life, slow but soft, constantly changing but never stopping its growth. The most important thing is that it is a martial art. This was the martial art he spoke of. Both are 9 dragons, but this was how he interpreted the way of the sword. Looking at Theo's face, lost in thought, Julius wore a satisfied smile. He suddenly asked, Life and death, life and violence. Do you think the meanings of these two swords are completely opposite? Theo hesitated immediately. Is not that so? Immediately, another space opened. As everything returned to reality, Julius sighed and said, What fun would it be if I told you everything? He suddenly threw a book at Theo, startling him. He looked at the object in his hand with surprised eyes. What is this? He continued, It is the conversation I had with the mistress of Manhwa regarding the truth of the sword. Hearing those words, Theo could not hide his surprise. A conversation? He sighed and looked up ahead, lost in thought. An extremely rare occurrence, but Theo, since you became a disciple, perhaps this is Julius's acknowledgement. Theo also realized that he could completely rely on him. He was a bit surprised but soon rejoiced. He continued to inform him of both the demon dragon and the sword dragon. The scene shifted to a wide flower field. Julius was sitting there as if bored. He sighed and closed the book in his hand. His expression became very serious, and the more he thought, the more uncomfortable Julius felt. By the way, are not you too strict? Do you really have to make a guy who is already my person a joint successor? Good grief. Osa covered her mouth and laughed as if amused. You are just jealous. Still, you cannot deny this will be a big help to Theo, right? After a moment of silence, Julius sighed and admitted. You know it well too, Theo is an unprecedented prospect right now. He cannot be compared to anyone. He is growing at a speed befitting his talent. Sooner or later he will hit a wall. At those words, Osa smiled and held up a small notebook. When that time comes, this will help that child cross the wall. But this point gave Julius a headache. But what if Theo becomes an enemy of the family head? What if he becomes an enemy of Jana? At this remark, Osa stiffened for a moment, but he was still worried. You know it too, those who grow that fast. She cut him off. Mostly do not have a good end. Julius also nodded in agreement. Right, if Theo follows that path too, the secret technique we gave might return as a blade of blood. At those words, she wore a satisfied smile. Unexpected. I thought you just cherished that child, but those words just now convinced me. This is Julius Jana's way. You keep this. When Theo, whom you have watched for a long time, grows up and is not eaten by desire, and when you are convinced that he has become a man who knows how to cherish every moment, give it to him then. At those words, Julius fell into silence, back to reality. Theo looked at the book in his hand preciously. But the more he thought, the harder it was to understand. 2 dragons of Jana. The number 1 and number 2 in swordsmanship. The sword dragon and the demon dragon. 2 successors. He still found it hard to believe. Is it really okay for me to accept this? As he turned to walk away, Julius said, no need to be so humble. Give it to you because we believe you are qualified. At that praise, Theo felt very proud. He stood there and looked at Julius's back. Looking back, I grew this much thanks to them. I have not done anything for them, yet I am always only receiving help. Theo bowed his head, moved. From Jendon until now I have only received help from both of them. I will definitely repay this favor. Just then, Julius turned around and walked toward him. It felt like his power was completely exploding. If you want to repay the favor, there is one way. Duel right now, Theo. Shall we loosen up after a long time? Excuse me, wait a moment. You even have a new disciple now. The captain cannot stay still. From now on it is real training. At those words, Theo was lost for words. Meanwhile, Evelyn left the two's training behind and tried to leave the spot hurriedly. Faster, she wanted to get out of here as quickly as possible. Suddenly a voice was heard. Save me. Evelyn hurriedly closed the door and shouted loudly. I apologize, young master. A day passed in the blink of an eye. Massive chains were slowly released. Evelyn wore a happy smile and opened the door to enter. But at the sight before her eyes she froze on the spot. She almost could not recognize Theo, seeing his miserable appearance. Young master, are you okay? Theo's face was full of despair. Evelyn, too worried, hurriedly approached and examined him. The captain was a bit harsh this time. Theo was dumbfounded. As if remembering something, she hurriedly reported, by the way, as you ordered, I locked the guy in the underground dungeon. But is it really okay to leave him like that? He does not seem like he'll open his mouth no matter what we do. It is a bit much to just leave him. Theo recalled Cedar's appearance and calmly reminded her. Do not worry, I have a plan. Come here and lend me your ear. Evelyn was puzzled, but as soon as she heard Theo's words she could not hide her surprise. In an instant the scene changed to the massive Manhwa. This was the mistress's training ground. A familiar voice rang out. Come in. Theo immediately bowed his head and greeted the mistress of Manhwa. Osa was very pleased to confirm his appearance. Good, I was waiting. Did you receive the gift prepared by me and the demon dragon? He nodded seriously and said, yes, the two of you gave me great help. Remembering something, Osa suddenly stretched her hand to the side. The sword on the shelf slowly floated into the air following her control. She leapt onto the platform where Theo stood. Though small in stature, her strength was unusual. Then it is done. Theo stared at her silently. While he was lost in thought, Osa smiled and spoke. What I am going to teach you from now on is not some high-minded technique. I want to teach you the basics that are easy to overlook in the way of the sword, technique and art. From there to the end of the path, how to handle vitality with a sword. Anticipation appeared on Osa's face. I ask you again, Theo Jana, do you want to become my disciple? To this question, Theo answered without hesitation. Before answering, may I ask one thing? Mistress, a bizarre look lingered in his eyes. Is this the proposal of the sword Saint Sky Dragon? At the question that hit the mark, Osa could not hide her surprise. A soft smile suddenly spread across her face. There are not many people who know that name, but you guessed it skillfully. She gazed at the sword still stuck in the ground. I will not deny it. Because I am the sole successor of the secret sword art transmitted 1-to-1. Sword Sky Dragon, Sword Saint Sky Dragon is certainly one of my titles. Did you ask to sound out my intentions? Theo bowed his head. I apologize. She laughed and clarified. No, I am not blaming you, since I had absolutely no intention to hide it. From flower dance to Sky Dragon sword, I will definitely pass everything on to you. At those words, Theo stood blankly. After hard training, Theo turned around to leave the place again. Suddenly a voice was heard from behind, stopping him. You there? A group with unpleasant expressions appeared abruptly. Rookie of the White Armor Dragoons, you are Theo Jana, right? He turned around coldly and asked. So? The guy was furious. Your manner of speaking is quite rude, without even greeting. Now that you have become the mistress's disciple and a member of Manhwa, should not you show minimum courtesy to your senior? Hearing those words, Theo laughed triumphantly. Are you pulling rank, senior? You are not even my senior. Why are you acting so high and mighty? The group immediately became unpleasant. What, not a senior? What nonsense is that? You became a disciple of Manhwa too, so you are our junior? He walked away coldly without looking back. Seemed to have misunderstood. The mistress's proposal to be a disciple, I mean. I rejected it. Her eyes were somewhat scary. At these words everyone there shut their mouths. Going back in time, Osa asked immediately, "Do you not want to learn both Flower Blooming 10 Days and Sky Dragon's Sword? Is not it attractive?" Theo nodded. "Of course, but to be honest, I do not know why you cherish me so much. I have not done anything for you." She suddenly approached and reminded him. "Stand up, there is no grand reason, it is just because you remind me of that person." At those words, Theo was startled. "You mean I resemble the family head?" Instead of explaining, Osa smiled and admitted, "Yes, you are the spitting image of that person in his childhood, not just appearance. He also chased ideals and dreams once. Maybe he is still dreaming that dream even now, so he did not despair. He overcame all kinds of hardships and trials with effort. Every day was a war, yet he never yielded or abandoned his principles. I see the image of the man I loved in you, so how can I stay still? If your question is resolved, now it is your turn to answer." Theo opened his mouth. "I see. I truly appreciate the offer, but I will decline." At these words, Osa was very displeased. "What is the reason?" He placed his hand on his chest without hesitation and explained, "Because I have too many teachers. Lady Plum Blossom, you have taught me many things. Demon Dragon Captain Julius, the Knights Evelyn, Selphus Senior Ain, and my friends and colleagues Jimin, Hunker, EJ, friends from the 4th Training Ground, and even Axion and Choi Ban. They are all my teachers." Hearing these words, Osa's eyes turned to doubt. "Axion and the Heavenly Dragon are teachers too? I heard you and Choi Ban are in a hostile relationship." Theo smiled. "That is why. Because the pain they gave made me who I am today." At those words she was silent for a moment. Before she could react, he continued his explanation. "My sword has learned and changed from both those who loved me and those who hurt me. For that reason I do not have the confidence to carry the tradition of one school and pass it on to future generations." Hearing those words, a sad smile spread across Osa's face. "Cannot transmit, you say? Because your sword changes constantly. It is precious yet regrettable." Before she could be sad, Theo continued, "But even if I cannot become a disciple, I will gladly become your son." At those words, Osa's heart beat once again. Back to reality, Osa was still sitting comfortably receiving service. She looked very happy, recalling the past events. The secretary asked curiously, "Do you truly cherish him that much?" Osa raised her wine glass. "Of course, heaven did not give me a biological child, but a child who looks exactly like that person says he will call me mother. How can I not be happy?" The secretary smiled and nodded. "I am happy that you are so pleased." Osa looked comfortably at the red wine glass in her hand. "I should be grateful that I could become a mother thanks to Theo. Could you prepare a letter to send to him?" the secretary asked in a curious voice. "What message do you intend to convey?" Osa proposed talking about Theo's promotion assessment without hesitation. Hearing this, the secretary was very flustered and said, "It is presumptuous of me to say, but he is just a recruit who just finished the awakening ceremony. If he receives too much attention now, it might actually become dangerous. You know that fact better than anyone, do not you?" Osa did not care and lightly set the wine glass down on the table. "So we must hurry. Before a massive storm of blood blows through the family and sweeps everything away, I want to give him everything I can." The scene shifted to the underground dungeon. Cedar was still sitting there silently enduring the humiliation. His eyes were gradually dyed with despair. As a familiar shadow appeared, Cedar let out a sigh and said, "You are finally here." A murderous assassin raised a weapon and ordered, "Do not resent this. It is all his will. He seemed to have foreseen it. I have no intention of objecting. Kill me quickly." He had already accepted death. The assassin threw 3 throwing stars at him without hesitation. Just as Cedar was about to end his life there, something suddenly blocked the attack. At this, the assassin sensed the situation had gone wrong and was startled. Evelyn appeared, jumping down from a high place. At this sight, he was flustered and thought. From the ceiling, her face was contorted with rage and hatred. "I have waited a long time." Her appearance plunged the assassin into despair. "Evelyn, damn it, was it a trap?" The two immediately entered combat, but in reality Evelyn was overwhelming him, and the assassin was busy dodging. The fight unfolded fiercely, moving from place to place. Evelyn's martial prowess made the assassin extremely anxious. He felt terror at her appearance, which was like a battle maniac before his eyes. Was this woman originally this strong? It is a pity I could not dispose of Cedar, but if I get caught, the situation will get more twisted. I must retreat and promise the next time. While he was distracted, Evelyn did not give him an opening and cast the secret technique, Divine Wind. "Do not think about slipping away." Before the assassin could react, she drove in with Gale in succession. He was helpless against the ceaseless attacks. Judging that this would not do, he made a promise to himself. "I cannot be caught like this. I must erase the traces quickly." He pretended to rush at Evelyn and attempted a surprise attack, but Evelyn subdued him lightly. "Why do you guys react exactly the same way whenever the situation is out of control? That trick will not work a second time." The scene changed to a massive palace, but far inside was a small hut. Precious materials were piled up inside the hut. A cold voice rang out slowly. "At 1:15 a.m. today, Evelyn captured an assassin who infiltrated the prison. The guy was confirmed to be a member of the Snake Season. a direct organization of the eastern elite tribe, the Choi Ban family. It is highly likely there is a direct connection to Heavenly Dragon S. Choi Ban. Hearing this report, Julius seemed to have realized something. With this, suspicion has turned into conviction. There is a spy inside, the subordinate nodded and continued. That is correct. We convened the meeting in this remote place to prevent information leakage. According to intelligence, Snake Season is currently hiding in an old castle in the Kanhyo region. 3 hours remaining. If the mission fails, they will destroy all evidence and withdraw. Before that, we must raid the base, arrest everyone, and extract information. This is the core of this joint mission. This is CP Musial Snowless. Ending report. Theo marveled inwardly. To think I would see Agent Musial in person. Julius, who was thinking for a moment, suddenly spoke. One more thing. I will consider this mission as Theo Jana's promotion assessment. At these words, everyone was surprised, and Theo himself found it hard to believe. Me, a promotion assessment already? Julius nodded without hesitation. Right. But it is not just a good thing. It stands to reason that the difficulty of the test increases to rise fast within the system. However, entrusting a mission that could become the spark of a civil war to a newly promoted low-rank swordsman is an exceptional case. I heard you were the one who predicted the assassin would come and placed Evelyn in the prison. Since you started it, you must finish it. Theo was lost for words. I apologize. Julius was interested in his apology. It is rude for a successor to act arbitrarily without reporting to superiors, but since things have turned out this way, complete the mission perfectly. Promote to middle-rank swordsman and win the authority to execute independent missions. Do you understand? It was a difficult situation to understand, but Theo nodded. Understood, Captain, he thought inwardly. Is everything revolving around me? I did not know I would become the eye of the typhoon like this. Suddenly, a system notification popped up, drawing his attention. Main Scenario Quest 4. The Black Link of the Past Life. This is a chance to sever the ill-fated relationship that has continued since the past life. Stop their evil conspiracy. Reading the content, rage surged in Theo. What on earth happened in my past life that I am so tangled up with them? As Theo's demeanor seemed strange, the CP asked in puzzlement. Is there a problem? Theo Jana hurriedly shook his head. No matter what happens, I will complete this mission. Julius was satisfied with his assurance. Good. The mission briefing is over, so let us begin the snake-sweeping operation. Everyone's expression became solemn. Theo also pledged to settle this matter properly. Time flowed into late night, the outskirts of the village. A group of people was gathered there. The CP explained the operation swiftly. To rule out the possibility of an internal spy, only the 3 of us will execute this mission. The target is an assassination organization. As swordsmen of Jana, our individual skills are superior, but we are definitely at a numerical disadvantage. No matter what happens, you must absolutely not let your guard down. Theo nodded as if he understood. Understood. In a massive room, members of Snake Season were gathered and working. They were processing documents and chatting. Good, we'll leave as soon as that guy returns. How long has he been gone? Less than 2 hours. He'll be back soon. While they were distracted by the conversation, a smoke grenade exploded. Though they did not know when it entered. What? It is a raid. As soon as a man shouted, something flew in rapidly. In an instant, 3 people were subdued. The CP's speed was truly terrifying. The masked man was terrified, not even knowing when he had been hit. He tried hard to remain calm. Damn it, missed one. The CP immediately looked back. She kicked the desk in front of her hard. In less than a second, the desk slammed the surviving guy into the wall. Having disposed of the minions, she spoke calmly. Target suppression complete. Evelyn and I will handle the cleanup. Theo, you go to the basement. Theo stood blankly at the sight of 3 people being taken out in the blink of an eye, then snapped to his senses and nodded. Having received the mission, Theo ran at full speed. His expression became solemn. According to the blueprint seen during the briefing, the basement is right under these stairs. An empty space. Just then his foot caught on a red thread. Theo intuitively sensed it was a trap. While he did not know what to do, an arrow flew toward his face. Fortunately, Theo's reaction speed was fast, so he barely dodged it. He immediately swung his sword and advanced. His eyes changed, appearing as if he had become a different person. The system displayed the skill in use. Hatchling synchronization, area data scan. Everything was revealed clearly before his eyes. Theo thought inwardly, not just traps, but there is an ambush too. His speed increased gradually. He used technique self-defense, lightning dragon, to leap from here to there. Dragon Gate. A series of sword strikes stretched forward. The threads of the installed traps were cut under his control. The ambushers were also helpless and defeated. They could not believe Theo's terrifying skill. How did he dispose of us in an instant? Theo sighed and continued walking. He fell into thought again. With this level of security, there is definitely something hidden in the basement. But at the next sight, he froze on the spot. Red fresh blood was scattered everywhere. A giant man was turning his back and complaining. Damn it, the energy of corruption is vibrating. Killing during the sacred ritual time. You are truly an impatient believer. The blood priest turned his head coldly to look at him. Theo's expression became serious as he recognized the man in front of him. Demon Saint Society, do you need an explanation? Doomsday theorists who claim the end is imminent and a savior will descend. A cult group that deludes foolish people, Theo thought with contempt. The main cause that collapsed the empire and brought about a great catastrophe. The blood priest sneered and said, "You know who I am?" Cold sweat flowed down Theo's face. He read the flow of mana within the area with hatchling synchronization. Checking the blood priest's information, Theo could not believe it. Nonsense. It is not just that the internal gate is open, it is completely destroyed. Mana is pouring out wildly without rules or mechanisms. Is this the blessing the low-rank priests talk about? The blood priest mocked ceaselessly. Unfortunately, your faith is lacking, young believer, but it does not matter. The guy suddenly raised his hands and clasped them together. I shall grant you the glory of becoming a sacrifice offered to the only truth. Do not refuse his grace. As the blood priest attacked by surprise, Theo was flustered. Seeing the giant hand stained with blood, he was appalled. It is unbelievably hard. Is this really a human hand? The guy chased persistently. He did not seem to intend to let Theo go. As the giant hand attacked in succession, Theo was busy dodging. The guy's power was overwhelming, making Theo struggle. Nevertheless, he poured out attacks against the blood priest's power with all his might. The moment the two's attacks collided, a dazzling light burst out. But the blood priest blocked that attack lightly with his blood-stained hand. Theo could not believe the reality before his eyes. To think he blocked a full power strike loaded with mana this easily. At the same time, the guy used that force to strike Theo and blow him away. Feeling the pain, Theo shouted, "For a mere low-rank priest of the Demon Saint Society. But if I use 3 Dragon Claw here, I'll be buried too. Ordinary throwing techniques loaded with mana will not work. What should I do?" Theo sat down, feeling a sense of powerlessness. What can I do right now with this sword? Suddenly, the words violence and destruction came to his mind. Power, that is the true essence of the way of the sword. Death and the foundation of technique and swordsmanship. Eventually is what I want to reach, creating life with this sword. Life and death, survival and violence. Do you think the two swords are opposite? While Theo was lost in deep thought, the blood priest smiled disgustingly. "O great one, this lamb sheds sacred blood before you. Please accept him as a sacrifice." The guy slammed his giant hand onto the ground. The ground shattered in an instant. Fortunately, Theo dodged at high speed and barely escaped the disaster. His eyes burned with anger at the guy's action. But conversely, the guy looked very amused. "You are truly a persistent lamb." Theo gripped his sword tight. "Right, those two swords have never been in opposition. Life and death are one path. Death is always at the end of life's journey, and life also sprouts from death. Not two, but one unity. If I can gather the scattered power into a single light." Theo seized the opportunity and rushed in at full speed. Seeing his persistent resistance, the blood priest ridiculed him. "Still stupid. You cannot even put a scratch on me with such sword strikes. Do you still not know?" The moment the guy was triumphant, a sharp slash flashed. It felt like time had stopped. Theo cast Dragon Light. A crack appeared in space and a change occurred. The blood priest was slightly surprised by this attack, but still evaluated it with a sneer. "It looks flashy, but it is no different from before." Suddenly his body froze. Only then did the blood priest realize his body had been cut. "The attack feels like it is alive and moving." The guy was slammed into the back wall. It was all a result created by Theo's fighting spirit. Red blood dripped onto the floor. The blood priest only then looked at him anew. "To obtain enlightenment amidst a battle of blood, you are truly a seed of chaos and evil. Before you further defile his world." Before the guy could finish speaking, Theo rushed in. At this, the guy was terribly displeased. At the same time, Theo continued to use the hatchling synchronization skill to read the residual thoughts remaining on the target. His expression grew increasingly serious. He had to uncover the true origin of the bizarre power possessed by the Demon Saint Society right now. He stared intently at his 2 hands placed on the blood priest's face. The space here seemed to change, and even Theo was sucked into that strange space. When he opened his eyes again, Theo was appalled by the sight before him. "What is this? This is on a different level from the thought reading until now. It is as if we have regressed into children." As Theo's soul slowly scattered, he intuitively sensed something was wrong. The system notifications also crackled with static. Missions, past lives, and a series of system warning windows poured out before his eyes. "An enemy of a higher level than your current level has appeared. Escape immediately." Everything happened so fast that Theo could not react in time. What on earth? What is this? Changes continued to occur in his body. Letters floated in his mind. Water Isle Tur Diane. He could not believe the truth. How dare some bastard? His small body slowly disappeared into the silent space here. It seemed like nothing more than a small illusion reflected in the blood priest's eyes. As countless eyes appeared here, the situation became even more chaotic. The scenery grew increasingly bizarre. Voices rang out incessantly, sounding like an interrogation. "My sleep." Theo blankly looked at the space before his eyes. "Is this the entity the Demon Saint Society worships?" The eyes here continued to throw questions. "Answer, what are you?" Seeing this, Theo felt curiosity. "Is it their god? Does that mean the grace the fanatics were babbling about wasn't a lie?" A massive eye glared at Theo as if judging him. "It is you, Theojana." Cold sweat flowed down his face. "It knows my name." Voices continued to ring out around him. "I have searched for you for a long time, O disaster of this world." The eyes still stared piercingly at Theo. Everything flowed so vaguely that Theo did not know what to do. Suddenly, a gray entity began to form around him. It felt as if he too was being swept in. At the most desperate moment, a familiar golden light appeared. The golden dragon finally blew away the darkness here. The golden light seemed to secretly purify everything. Recognizing the familiar massive shape, Theo turned his gaze to Rodbrit. Just as he was about to say something more, Rodbrit suddenly warned, My half-self, listen well, that is not an existence you can deal with right now. Even if you reach my level, victory cannot be guaranteed. Cold sweat ran down Theo's face. What? Before he could react, it approached. So leave it to me. His body plummeted downward and Theo reached out to resist. Rodbrit, illusion end. Finally, Theo returned to reality. He realized his hands were still trembling. I am back. What on earth was that just now? Do not tell me Rodbrit has been fighting that thing alone all this time. Suddenly, a voice was heard, drawing his attention. Unbelievable, how could a pagan like you? I devoted my entire life to him, yet I never received grace even once. Yet you who have no faith. Having finished his words, the blood priest immediately collapsed to the floor, and Theo coldly raised his sword and struck him down. If it is that kind of god, I do not need it either, he thought to himself. But what's more important is that the god served by the Demon Saint Society was the nameless entity Rodbrit mentioned. Time rewinds to the past. Rodbrit had told him, for the past 1,000 years I have stayed here carrying the responsibility of protecting the world from him. Theo, lost in thought, felt a throbbing headache. But Rodbrit lost her heart. She said she could not hold out for more than 3 years. The Great War breaks out next year. The destruction of the Guardian Dragon centered on the Demon Saint Society, the rise of the Demon Saint Society, the rebellion raised by Choi Ban. All these events cannot be coincidences, right? Everything is connected. While Theo was suffering from a headache, Evelyn quietly approached and supported him. Young master, you did truly well. Cleve watched the backs of the two silently. Her gaze suddenly turned strangely cold. Since there was a blood priest among the targets, we had to hurry. Sensing something strange, her gaze moved. She secretly looked at the corpse of the blood priest fallen to one side. To think he disposed of him personally. She could not hide her surprise. Cleve suddenly opened her mouth. Impressive, Theojana, just by defeating the blood priest alone, your ability has been proven. Afterwards, the three continued to collect information. Cleve continued. This is all the data. It is all just circumstantial evidence. It is insufficient to be decisive evidence. Just then, Theo held out a small box. I found this in the basement. Please check it. Evelyn was startled seeing the box. That is the item I retrieved instead of the young master before the awakening ceremony. The secret transaction ledger between the XZ Trading Company and the Choi Ban family. I wondered why he had not used it yet. Did he foresee even this? Reviewing the ledger, the CP immediately noticed that the transaction details of the XZ Trading Company included transactions with Choi Ban. It even has the official seal stamped. Very well done, Theo. With this, we can prove Choi Ban's treason conspiracy and the Demon Saint Society's involvement. Now the evidence is sufficient. We will strike the XZ Trading Company immediately after the initial report. Hearing this, Theo thought inwardly with displeasure. Wait, it is finally your turn to be ruined. The scene changed to Julius's conference room. He crumpled the paper and was furious. I knew it. Choi Ban, that son of a bitch. Well, I guessed he would betray someday. Hearing this, Cleve calmly reminded him. It is too early to conclude. There are many suspicious points, but he is still just a suspect. Julius did not stop his anger. Do you take me for a fool? The fact that the prideful black dragon shared information on his own accord means it has gone beyond the level of suspicion. Suddenly, Robert cut in. Do not waste time with conjectures. Julius found those words very grating. Looking at your reaction, you knew but neglected it. Robert coldly lifted his teacup and said, about Theojana, according to Cleve's report, he disposed of the blood priest alone. Julius retorted hurriedly, do not even bring that up. Robert notified him without hesitation. That guy's talent suits blacks no better. Hand him over to me. Julius shouted in annoyance. What kind of bullshit is that? On the other hand, Robert's expression was calm. His observation and deduction skills are outstanding. He reads the whole board through minor details. His way of acting is the spitting image of Musial Snowless. As if he has actual combat experience. At this, Julius became triumphant. Do not spout sophistry. I claimed him. Do not think about taking him. Between Hung brother and Osa you are real robbers. Robert burst into laughter and put down the teacup. Hung, you say? That is a title I have not heard in a long time. It warms my heart. His voice choked up slightly. Kyle, Osa, me and you, Julius. Tears formed in Robert's eyes. It feels like yesterday we swore brotherhood. Julius saw through his ulterior motive. Do not sell emotions and get lost. If you aim for Theo, there is no brother or anything. At this time, Robert tossed out a remark. You seem to not know yet, but it is the providence of nature for a big brother to take his little brother's things. Julius just wanted to leave the spot quickly. Prepare something more expensive next time. Hearing those words, Robert swiped a bottle of liquor from the display cabinet. Damn bastard. Julius was angry but could only curse helplessly. Recalling the story he heard earlier, Robert thought to himself. At least it is a relief there are no traitors in the White Armor Dragoons. Now where is the place the Heavenly Dragon's demonic hands have not reached? It should be fine to entrust this mission to that child, since they will arrive soon. At the same time his body disappeared into thin air. He seemed quite interested. Striking the XZ Trading Company today, it will be very fun. The scene changed to the banquet hall of the XZ Trading Company headquarters. A man walked out receiving everyone's gaze. He placed his hand on his chest and introduced himself. I am Nabong Bok, the second son of the Bok family. The fat man sitting on a high place nodded with satisfaction. I like it. I am Kus, the master of the XZ Trading Company. Today I formally propose a marriage between our family and your noble family. This child is my fourth daughter, Lily XZ. From this moment the two become husband and wife, and the XZ family and the Bok family become in-laws. At the declaration everyone was surprised and paid attention. A triumphant smile spread across Kung La's face. Finally, the glory I dreamed of is in my hands. Nabong also bowed his head tactfully. The title of high-ranking noble. This is just the beginning. I will make the Jana bastards who ignored me pay the price. I will definitely take revenge. The elder, watching from the side, was furious. A lowly merchant dares to put his family forward in front of the Bok family, one of the 6 great families, but I must endure. With this marriage dowry I can save the family. Who would care about the family's illegitimate child anyway? Nabong sneered, seeing the old man's ulterior motive clearly. Calculative old man. Do you think the family will survive if they help? You would not dream that the one holding the merchant group's lifeline is actually me. Anyway, I have a limited life. Before I die, I must see that cursed family ruined. Nabong held out his hand. It is an honor to meet you, as the lady's husband. I will serve you with all my sincerity. After a silence she asked, how will you prove that? Nabong stood up with a conversion smile. You have a plan. Our family is on the verge of bankruptcy and I am in a position of being sold. If the bride wishes, I will offer even the seal of the Bok family. The elder was furious. Arrogant fellow. Just then Lily pulled down her clothes. If you have such guts, bring me the head of Theo Jana who took my arm. As it flowed as expected, Nabong cheered. To incite the assassination of a successor at a wedding hall. This woman is not sane either. The guests whispered. As the atmosphere became unusual, Kung La admonished. Lily, refrain from such words on a joyous day. Nabong was reluctant but nodded. Understood. At those words everyone looked back in surprise, and he placed his hand on his chest and declared, since it is the bride's wish I shall fulfill it. The scene changed to above a massive city. Citizens murmured, seeing 2 dragons flying in the sky. What is that? Is not it a dragon? What? Someone jumped from high altitude. People were surprised by the immense speed. It was none other than Cleve and 2 colleagues. A citizen who saw the familiar flag froze. It is Jana's flag. The flag stuck into the ground. Cleve stepped forward without delay and shouted, from this moment, we execute justice in the name of Jana. We have secured evidence closely linking the XZ trading company at the raiders' hideout. Therefore we will investigate the charge of treason. Anyone who interferes or resists will be considered an accomplice and beheaded immediately. People were terrified. Summary execution. The XZ trading company committed treason. The voice rang out inside the trading company building. If you are innocent, come out and cooperate with Jana's investigation. Hearing this, Kura was furious. Damn it, caught by the tail already. Nonsense, then I have to settle it here. The elder asked hurriedly, treason, what does this mean, master? When there was no response, the CP shouted again, Master XZ, come out right now. People around asked urgently, Master, why is the situation like this? Unable to endure it anymore, he shouted. Ridiculous, that scrap of paper is clearly fabricated. It is a conspiracy to trap us. No matter what dirty tricks you use, the XZ family has been loyal to Jana for generations. Your lies will soon be revealed. Soldiers of XZ, arrest those traitors who dare to aim their swords at Jana. As the situation became twisted, the elder hurriedly blocked him. Master, do you mean to refuse the investigation? If so, consider this marriage proposal annulled. Hearing those words, he immediately shook off the old man's hand, and Kura blamed him in extreme anger. You stupid fool, do you think only your side can escape? The charge is treason. You guys should know better than anyone what treason means in Weir. As one of the 6 great families, you should know best. Do you think he'll die alone? If those guys had solid evidence, would they have brought only 3 people? They would have brought an army large enough to cover the sky. Do you get it now? They are not sure of the charges either. If we just block them this time, we can turn the situation around. After a moment of silence, Nabong asked abruptly, what do you intend to do, dragging along an old man who cannot even clean up after himself? Is not that right, elder? The grand elder, seeing this, cursed in anger. This son of a bitch, he continued, walking forward without a care. Anyway, is not this a good opportunity? I might be able to give the wedding gift earlier than scheduled. At those words, the grand elder immediately became anxious. That arrogant guy, when did he get in? Right before everyone's eyes. He jumped down from high in the air. His speed was unrivaled. The grand elder was so furious at him daring to do such a thing that he was speechless. Damn it, that lowly illegitimate bastard. The moment he draws his sword, we become accomplices. Realizing there was no other way, he immediately ordered the XZ family to support him. The subordinates nodded hurriedly. Understood. Sharp sword tips were aimed forward in an instant. Now the Grand Elder's subordinates completely surrounded the 3 people. Seeing this situation, Cleve gradually lost her patience. This is the last warning. If you do not move, I will execute you immediately for treason. Everyone was troubled by this situation and did not know what to do. The space fell into silence once again. Taking advantage of Cleve letting her guard down, Nabong appeared behind her back. A very triumphant smile spread across his face. Really, I do not know why the people of Ghana are so obsessed with summary execution. His speed was so fast that even Theo and Evelyn were bewildered. He quickly drew his sword and prepared to attack, and fortunately the speed of Cleve and the 2 was very fast. People hurriedly stepped back to widen the distance. Just then Nabong slowly stood up and offered a greeting. It is an honor to meet the guards of Jana, especially you. Theo was surprised by the unexpected meeting and thought, to think I would encounter him here. A figure from the XZ Merchant Group side who threw the Jana family into chaos because of Choi Ban during the Great War. Ghost Sword Nabang. He is a quite dangerous figure. I will take your head. Having finished speaking, his fast figure rushed straight forward. At this, Theo was flustered and felt the situation was unusual. He hurriedly raised his hand to block the opponent's attack, but Theo definitely felt a bit of burden from Nabang's power. He fell into thought looking at Nabang's triumphant face. If I use the knowledge of my past life, this is a chance to turn the tide and obtain immense power. As his thoughts reached this point, he felt more interested and burst into laughter. I'll handle this guy. Evelyn was worried at those words, but young master he is. Unlike her attitude, Cleve comforted her very calmly. It is okay, let us leave it to him this time. But we do not have much time since they must be destroying evidence. We have to finish quickly, Theo announced to everyone while fighting Nabang. I will do my best. Realizing the opponent was Theo, Nabang was very interested. I would appreciate it if you guys did not interfere. Are you really okay? Unlike how I look, I am quite strong. Theo burst into laughter at those words and retorted without hesitation. I'll return those exact words to you, but before that I will ask just one thing. Nabang nodded. Ask. A triumphant smile appeared on Theo's face. Aiming a sword at Jana is clear treason. Do you intend to declare yourself a traitor, to destroy the Bok family, or is it for your mother's revenge? At those words, Nabang's expression became serious in an instant. He let out a sigh and gripped the sword in his hand tight. A noble young master indeed. To dare bring up memories I wanted to bury. Now I have one more reason to take your head. I will tear you into 100 pieces. Theo laughed at those words and shouted hurriedly, listen to my words to the end. I will help you with your revenge. At those words everyone froze on the spot. Theo smiled and declared, I will destroy the Bok family for you. A system notification window popped up. Hidden quest. Recruit Ghost Sword Nabang as a companion. Information about Nabang Bok. This man with a cold appearance is the unofficial strongest sword of the Bok family. Despite having skills equal to the young Lord Torqueo, Nabang was not recognized by the family because he is an illegitimate child. Everything got twisted as he was born in Kanhyo. Because of his outstanding talent, his mother had to disappear from the world. Theo knew the man before his eyes well, therefore Nabang holds a deep grudge against the Bok family. Use this to recruit Nabang. Theo continued to reach out his hand. I said I would help your revenge and bring down the Bok family. Nabang, who had been silent and thinking for a while, finally sighed and spoke. That is not bad either. I do not know where you got the information about my mother, but one thing is certain. He suddenly turned his body and commenced action. Theo was startled by that action. A loud roar rang out from that place, but fortunately Theo's reaction speed was very fast, so he was able to block the attack. He hurriedly retreated to secure a safe distance. While he still could not understand the situation, Nabang spoke coldly. There is no reason for me to accept the offer. Even if I do not hold hands with a noble young master, the Bok family will perish today for treason anyway. Theo, who was silent for a moment, also nodded and agreed. Correct, even if I do not step in, the Bok family will disappear. And of course you too. Just then, Theo suddenly called out, ether fever. He was startled by that name. Is that the reason you refused? A disease that occurs because a young body cannot handle excessive talent. It is easily cured if treated early, but if it recurs, treatment is impossible and lifespan is drastically shortened. Because the Bok family did not treat you in time, your remaining lifespan is roughly. Before he could finish speaking, Nabang cut him off coldly. 5 years. You have dug up all sorts of dirty secrets like a noble lord, but what changes if you know? Right here today I will erase the name Bok and die as Nabang. Along with that damn family, the two clashed rapidly. And at that moment Theo wore a triumphant smile. What if I say I can cure your illness? At those words he was very displeased and shouted, nonsense, there is no cure for ether fever. There is not. Having finished speaking, he launched a powerful blow. Theo was pushed back by that attack. However, a calculating smile spread across Theo's face. His words are right. In the past life Nabang died, and the cure was developed only after that. In other words, I am the only one who knows the cure in this world right now. As his thoughts were organized, Theo sighed and lowered his sword. No, I can cure it completely. His eyes were filled with 100 conviction. At this news Nabang was even more flustered, as if it were hard to believe. Before he could react, Theo continued. As you said, the Bok family will perish even without your cooperation. He slowly reached out his hand. But if you agree, even if the Bok family disappears later, you can survive remembering as a hero who stood on Jana's side. Trust me just this once. Nabang was conflicted and hesitated, not knowing what to do. The surrounding subordinates continued to send signals and loaded arrows. Sharp arrowheads were immediately aimed forward. The atmosphere at the scene became gradually chaotic and Cleve sighed and complained. Acting annoying, Cleve also nodded as if exhausted. So tired. By the way, is Theo not done yet? What are they talking about instead of fighting? Unable to listen anymore, Cleve struck the arrows away in annoyance. Cannot I just sweep them all away? Can I just kill them all? Robert's request from the past came to mind. Absolutely do not intervene. Unless it is a truly necessary moment, evaluating his potential is the top priority. I have to go resupply soon. At that time she was very displeased. Then you mean for us to just watch? He nodded very firmly and agreed. Yes, they say they caught a blood priest, but there is no direct witness. Cleve also nodded. Right, he continued, reaching for the cup on the table. That is why clear verification is needed, because you will definitely carry Jana's future. Accurate evaluation is Musial's responsibility. Collecting additional evidence is Theo's mission. Cleve focused on accurately evaluating Theo's ability. She nodded and agreed. Got it. But specifically, when necessary? Robert fell into thought for a moment and answered quickly. As you said, if it is related to the Demon Saint Society, I permit intervention when encountering a figure of bishop level or higher. At that thought, Cleve sighed, tired and exhausted. I'll get nagged again. The longer the mission takes, the later I get off work. I cannot take it anymore. She immediately sprang forward and attacked. Just then Evelyn sensed something strange. Nabong's movements became faster and sharper, catching her eye. Do not tell me the young master was defeated. However, what entered her eyes was Theo's triumphant smile chasing Nabong. Before Evelyn could grasp the situation, Nabong's figure brushed past her. A bizarre smile spread across Nabong's face and he began to attack his own subordinates. Everything happened so instantly that no one could react. In the blink of an eye, Nabong subdued those small fry very easily. He continued to speak. Forgive the rudeness from earlier. Would this be enough for atonement, since we are on the same side now? At the same time, a system notification window popped up. Hidden quest complete. Succeeded in recruiting Nabong. Nabong sprinted forward like lightning. Soon a massive explosion roared out. People who saw his combat power fell into despair. Stop those guys, stop them no matter what. Of course no one could catch up with Nabong's speed. He twisted his body lightly in the air and the enemy shouted, aiming at him. Shoot him down in the air. He will not be able to counterattack in the air. People were bewildered and hurriedly tried to respond by raising their bows. But fear reached its peak when he appeared behind their backs before they knew it. The bastards shot arrows at Nabong at random. He twisted his body lightly to dodge the flying arrows one by one. At the same time, a rope that appeared from somewhere ensnared the bastards. Before the bastards could even react, the rope wound around them. And the next moment, the bow parts shattered and scattered. The scene turned into pandemonium in an instant. Nabong disposed of them cleanly. Seeing the tragedy before his eyes, the Grand Elder screamed in terror, Nabong, you ungrateful bastard, how much have we done for you? How dare you do this? How can you aim a sword at your family? Hearing those words, he burst into a dry laugh. Family, you say? Where is there a family for a dirty illegitimate child like me? Having finished speaking, Nabong swung his sword without hesitation and cut down the Grand Elder. At that sight, the scene became even more chaotic, and weapons were destroyed. Evelyn had an expression that she could not understand at all. He is a person who competed on par with Lord Torquio at the Flower Festival in the past. How on earth did you persuade him? Theo smiled and explained. I just promised him what he wanted. Do not stand there blankly. Let us go. We have to chase them and catch Kuha-Xe. Theo ran at full speed, full of anticipation. Kura, who was watching the situation, was extremely furious. A subordinate hurriedly ran over and reported, Master, our allies are being pushed back. He looked back in anger and shouted, I know too, damn it, the subordinate continued to urge. There is no time. We must burn all unfavorable materials immediately. Especially the materials related to Lord Choi Ban must be burned first. Hearing this, Kura shouted as if he could not stand it. No, do not touch those documents. The subordinate was terribly flustered by that order. Why, Master, please reconsider. To reduce civilian casualties we... Before he could finish speaking, the Master approached and grabbed him by the collar. His face flushed red with anger. Burn them? Then how will I recover the massive funds invested in Choi Ban? Are you telling me to blow my entire fortune to save those bastards? Just then, heavy footsteps were heard. A criminal blinded by greed who cannot see what's in front of him. Seeing the figure appearing before his eyes, Kura rejoiced. Oh, good timing. I was just in need of help. You came at a very exquisite timing. Two unidentified people slowly revealed themselves, and at the same time the massacre continued. Theo ran with all his might toward the place where Kura was hiding. Good. Finally, I see the end of the road. He knocked down those blocking the front one after another. I'll clear the path to the entrance like this. Suddenly, along with the sound of the door opening, a mysterious voice was heard. The uninvited guests are too noisy. Feeling the situation was unusual, Theo stopped in his tracks. A bishop swiftly revealed himself and stretched his hand forward. Faithful believers, the time for the holy war has come. Massive footsteps slowly appeared there. The living beings blinded by greed, none of them could see the big picture. As the massive believer appeared, a look of joy returned to Kuha's face. I was in desperate need of help. You came just in time. The bishop and the massive believer stepped inside, confirming their help. Joy filled his face. I knew the universe would not let me die a dog's death. To think the Demon Saint Society would even send a bishop. Since you are here, hurry and help. Since you guys have joined hands with the Choi Ban family anyway, you and I are in the same boat. I beg you sincerely, please help. The two had approached right in front of them before he knew it. After a brief silence, the bishop abruptly opened his mouth. I will help, because I need you on the day of judgment, but before that, where are the materials related to Choi Ban? Kuha suddenly felt puzzled. Why are you looking for that? Of course I hid them well. That is practically my lifeline. If you want money, go ask a ghost for work. The bishop's face gradually distorted and he approached and threatened him. Arrogant, just another fool. Do you dare ruin his great plan? Useless snob, forget it. Kill him. There are plenty of people lining up to sponsor us anyway. As soon as those words fell, the massive believer approached and grabbed Kuha's face. At the extreme pain, his face began to slowly twist. Realizing the situation was unusual, Kuha screamed in terror. Save me, I apologize. I committed a grave sin and was rude to him. If I die now, Choi Ban will continue to be suspected. Hearing those words, the bishop was silent for a moment. Shortly after, as he swiftly waved his hand to send a signal, Koha's body was thrown to the floor, writhing in pain. Before he could come to his senses, the bishop walked forward. It was to incinerate all materials related to Choi Ban. Dispose of him right now. Do not think about running away. That will be best for you. He is watching everything. Hurry if you want to live. At those words, Koha was startled and flustered. There was no other way. He hurriedly ran to the inner room. Theo arrived here with his colleagues, carrying out the mission and advancing toward the entrance. Almost there, the massive door suddenly opened, and Theo froze at the sight before his eyes. The bishop reached out without hesitation and shouted, "Rejoice, believers! Now is the time to act for the holy war." Recognizing the man in front of him, Theo's expression hardened in an instant. He finally appeared. He knew the terrifying man before his eyes clearly. It was none other than the bishop of the Demon Saint Society. He smiled evilly. "God shall descend through our blood." Hearing those words, the believers chanted in succession, "God shall descend through our blood." His smile distorted increasingly bizarrely. "Praise our master." The believers immediately charged forward. "Praise our master." The series of spectacles. Theo froze on the spot. A short while later, red fresh blood scattered in the air. He fell into thought with a somber expression. "I suspected the Demon Saint Society would be hiding here, but to think they even sent a high-ranking bishop." His eyes were filled with displeasure as he glared at the believers. The guys were all wearing bizarre masks. Theo, finding it too annoying, immediately swung his sword and disposed of them one by one. He fought against them ceaselessly. The believers fell one by one under Theo's sword. He poured out attacks without hesitation. Meanwhile, Evelyn was also fighting, constantly swinging her sword from the side. "Damn it," Nabung asked as if flustered while fighting. "The bugs keep swarming endlessly. Is this really okay?" Only Cleve maintained silence and stared at the spectacle before her eyes. She seemed lost in deep thought about something. The place she was watching was the person controlling everything from a high place. "The bishop really came more troublesome than I thought. Maybe this is an opportunity." Cleve prepared for the next battle. "Anyway, it is sufficient justification for me to step in." At the same time, Theo also worried seriously. "Did we end up back at square one?" Thousands of believers were glaring at the three people. Suddenly, a great change occurred in the space. Before anyone could grasp the situation, Cleve jumped into the air in front of everyone. She landed lightly on the floor and warned, "From now on I take the lead. I do not forgive those who block the path of Jannah. I will annihilate every single one of you here." Sensing the situation was unusual, Theo shouted urgently, "Wait a moment, did you forget? We must secure the evidence materials before the guys destroy them." She sighed and answered, "Theo, I guess I overestimated you. Now that the Demon Saint Society has revealed itself, no further evidence is needed." At those words, Theo suddenly rushed forward. "I cannot agree. The fact that the guys are trying to stop us means those materials are that important." Cleve's face gradually distorted unpleasantly as she questioned, "Understood, but what is your plan? We have to break through here anyway." Theo shouted desperately. "Correct, but by then the evidence will have disappeared too." Before anyone could answer, he lowered his body and assumed a readiness posture. Theo's eyes shone as he informed everyone, "I have a way." A system notification popped up. "Mind gate connection. Expanding hatchling synchronization range." Using hatchling synchronization to scan the surrounding terrain. The space unfolding before Theo's eyes had changed like a completely new world. Cleve was still fighting the believers in front of her. "There is no solid evidence on that guy, but I will trust the Black Dragon's words and wait and watch." Just then an assassin attacked her from behind. "To let your guard down in front of me, you have got some nerve." In an instant, a sharp slash flashed along with evil energy. The assassin was shattered into pieces. Cleve looked back with an annoyed expression and said, "Good, I'll trust you. This is the only time. I will handle this place, so you go and secure the evidence." Receiving her signal, Theo stepped on the believers' heads and sprinted forward without hesitation. Just then, Theo realized something was wrong. The three people had overestimated the scale of the believers here. The guys swarmed in increasingly densely. This time, Nebong did not give up and moved forward. Evelyn also finished preparing. The two people matched their breathing and swept away the believers in front of them. Watching this from the side, Theo was a little surprised. Nebong smiled and looked back. "This humble one opened the path for my lord. Please go ahead." Hearing those words, Evelyn's face frowned. "Humble one, since when did you call the young master my lord?" A blue light appeared in an instant, and Theo brushed past above the believers' heads like the wind. He did not forget to look back and smile. "Thanks both of you." Theo immediately used Lightning Dragon technique and Dragon Seal to rush forward even faster. Watching all this spectacle, Theo calculated secretly inside. The guys will not entrust the confidential document destruction mission to anyone else. The most suitable person for that job is undoubtedly Master Kuha XZ. A familiar silhouette in front caught his attention. Theo examined his expression closely. Found him. A smile spread across his face. Kuha XZ. A system notification popped up. Main Scenario Quest 4. The ill-fated relationship of the past life. It is a chance to sever the ill-fated relationship that has continued since the past life. Stop their conspiracy. Nebong and Evelyn launched a pincer attack to open the path for Theo to advance as if remembering something. Nebong spoke abruptly. "Let me introduce myself. I am Nabong Bok, his first sword. Evelyn looked back as if displeased and retorted, "First sword, the joke is too much." Her unpleasant reaction made him even more interested. "Looking at your reaction, it seems the real first sword is right here. That is a relief. If you are the first, I do not mind being the second." Hearing those words, Evelyn looked back with an unpleasant expression. "It sounds like you are saying you can beat me." Nabong rushed straight toward her without much thought and said, "Of course." The believers shattered and collapsed before her eyes. Everything happened so instantly that Evelyn stood blankly for a moment. A triumphant smile rose on Nabong's face. "The stage is set too, so let us decide the winner now. The one who catches more fanatics is number one." She sighed and reminded him, "We are on a mission, you know, do not mess around." But Nabong's following words touched Evelyn's nerves. Afraid of losing, as Evelyn's attitude changed suddenly, Nabong was also startled. She seemed to hate losing to him more than anyone. She immediately turned her body and swung her sword. That spectacle made Nabong terribly unpleasant. When he tried to say something more, the surrounding believers were all fallen. Before he could even praise that power, Evelyn ran out at full speed, not forgetting to shout, "I will show you why I am his first sword. Do not say I did not warn you." Nabong also could not hide his surprise at her strength. He sprinted quickly, pushing through the believers as if he could not lose, looking very forward to it. The scene changed to another place inside the massive mansion. There seemed to be no one there. A secret room hidden inside a secret room was open, and Kuha also walked in there. He opened the door carefully with a key. Kuha, afraid of the dark, lit a torch to brighten the surroundings. Finally he entered the room where only a single box was placed. Looking at the box in front of him, Kuha thought inwardly, "The evidence to extort money from Choi Ban. Just burn this and it is over. Then I can escape the charge of treason." He hesitated greatly, looking at the torch in his hand. "Ah, do I really have to burn this? It is quite valuable. If I burn it, I can never find it again. There is the business entrusted to the Heavenly Dragon too, and I have to secure the slush fund." Suddenly, the bishop's face came to mind. Helplessly, he threw the torch onto the pile of documents. Better than dying. Black energy began to rise slowly, fortunately at the decisive moment. Theo rushed in and snatched the torch that was about to burn the documents. At his sudden appearance, Kuha was startled. "Theo Jana, how did you get in?" His eyes were full of anger. Was the fourth daughter's arm not enough? As the situation became increasingly dangerous, Kuha felt helpless. He begged despairingly, "I am sorry, I'll do as you say, please spare me." As soon as he finished speaking, Theo rushed at him in anger and attacked. Theo's eyes had changed as if he had become a different person. Betrayal is immediate execution. Kuha's cold corpse was laid on the floor. The information inside the box was also recovered. Suddenly, a system notification popped up. "Congratulations, main scenario quest 4. The ill-fated relationship of the past life completed." Theo stood there and looked silently at the information in his hand. The fact that the Demon Saint Society intervened was not surprising, he thought inwardly. The ledger handed over to Cleve will be enough to indict Choi Ban. But to Choi Ban, the Heavenly Dragon is just a disposable pawn. We must bring down the entire Choi Ban family, not just the Heavenly Dragon. With these materials I can tie them all together. Lost in thought, Theo sighed. Anyway, everything is important, so I do not know what to take first. Suddenly, a conspicuous notebook caught his eye, and Theo picked it up. Manhwa Investigation Report. Reading the content, Theo's expression became serious. This was a handwritten report by Choi Ban. The content was clear. Need vigilance due to the Black Dragon's intervention and surveillance. Recovered 2 holy relics so far, and it is presumed there are no more undiscovered holy relics in Manhwa. Reading this information, Theo's expression hardened. Holy relics in Manhwa, what does this mean? Do not tell me the false accusation I received and the miserable end in my past life were all. He continued to read down the next content. Therefore, plan to remove Cecilia and Theo Jana as a future plan. Theo's vision blurred. Just for the single reason that the relics might not exist, only resentment remained in his heart. Choi Ban. Theo tried hard to be calm and slowly loosened his hand holding the crumpled paper. Accepting the truth, he sighed. Getting angry now will not change anything. I have no choice but to take revenge step by step. To do that, I will intercept the precious holy relics he painstakingly collected. As he saw the 2 objects in front of him, a system notification popped up. Discovered 2 ancient dragons' holy relics. The scene changed to outside Kuha's house. The believers were still surrounding the 2 people, Nabong and Evelyn. Evelyn also looked exhausted. I remembered. Nabong Bok. The believers continued to charge without stopping. Evelyn continued to fight back. The heretic who took runner-up in the awakening ceremony 7 years ago and disappeared without a trace. At these words, Nabong burst into a dry laugh and marveled. It is an honor you remember a guy like me, but is this the time to tell such old stories? At this rate, I'll be in last place. As soon as he finished speaking, he sensed something was wrong. A massive tornado was generated. It was Evelyn attacking using Gale, a secret technique of divine wind. As she swept away everything there, he froze on the spot. Sweat trickled down Evelyn's face and she notified him slowly. Call it a draw with this. Hearing that, Nabong also burst into laughter and nodded in acknowledgement. You are right. While you were saving face, a believer tried to ambush you. At those words, Nabong was terribly flustered and hurriedly looked up to scan the surroundings. Fortunately, at the decisive moment, he threw his body to the side to dodge the attack. After a brief silence, the massive believer suddenly opened his mouth. Despicable bastards, do you think you can intervene? daring to interfere with God's great plan, annoyed by him. Nabong smiled and suggested killing that guy. Evelyn also nodded without hesitation. Agreed, we'll see who wins the bet. Finishing her words, she rushed forward with fierce momentum. Nabong also ran out as if not to be outdone. Perhaps the two had underestimated the terrifying power the massive believer possessed. The ground shattered instantly from the guy's single blow. Just then a blond man summoned a massive dragon to that spot. The thick dust slowly settled. The believer, who had been so massive, was subdued in vain by the blond man before they knew it. He laughed happily and pointed at himself, boasting, "Did I come at a breathtakingly perfect timing? Acting 5th Unit Captain Evelyn, I came at the perfect time to play an active role." The two were furious that he stole their kill. "What are you doing? Why did you touch that guy?" At the two's anger, the blondine was lost for words beside them. At the same time, countless dragons appeared in the sky. The white armored dragoons had arrived. Ein shouted without hesitation, ordering everyone. White Armored Dragoons 5th Unit, annihilate all forces of the XZ Trading Company and the Demon Saint Society. As soon as the order was given, both sides immediately entered combat. The scene turned into pandemonium in an instant. Dragons fiercely attacked the believers. The scene changed to inside the building. The bishop, having watched the battle outside quietly, suddenly smiled with madness. "Crave it deeply. When the sky is dyed with blood, a new sun and the end shall arrive. Do not be agitated. Just accept it with faith. The holy blood will guide you and give you peace." Meanwhile, Cleve sat there looking exhausted. She seemed to have consumed a lot of stamina fighting the bishop. She suddenly looked up ahead and sighed. "Detailed calculations just are not my aptitude. I feel a bit better after running wild." The bishop's body was in a miserable state after being defeated by her, and she felt as if a weight had been lifted from her chest. Afterwards, the believers and traitors were all arrested. Suddenly a voice was heard. "Can I go now?" Evelyn held a bundle of documents with an annoyed face. Yes, just show your merchant group membership card," someone else asked urgently. "How will the damage compensation be handled?" she shouted back. "Handle that over at the far left." Evelyn was exhausted from handling this situation. "Vice Captain, is this report really necessary?" Evelyn was confused by the people's clamor, but Ein was handling work calmly. Arguments broke out constantly. "Hand it over right now." "What? Who ate the horse for Wyvern transport? Who is it?" Hunker was leisurely performing public support duties. Everyone grew tired looking at the pile of documents in their hands. "Vice Captain, we get extra pay for this mission, right?" Questions poured in. "Vice Captain, it is too hard." "Evelyn, how do I handle this? Is this right?" Unable to endure it, Evelyn exploded. She kicked away the documents in front of her. The more she thought, the angrier she got. "Figure it out yourselves. I hate paperwork too." "Got it. Where the hell did those snowless guys go? They ditched us here and ran off where?" The scene changed to inside a tent. Theo reported swiftly, "These are the materials the merchant group master tried to destroy. Evidence of embezzlement and leaking Jana's information. And even the detailed treason plan. Everything is recorded in detail." Hearing the report, the CP was very satisfied. "Very good, well done, intermediate swordsman." At the praise, Theo froze for a moment, then hurriedly expressed his gratitude. "Thank you." She did not forget to ask, "Your work processing is very efficient. As if you were a member of Snowless from a long time ago. So what do you think about accepting the Black Dragon's offer?" Theo's voice stammered in panic. "Ah, that is," the CP said as if understanding. "No need to be nervous. It is a joke." Theo was confused internally. "I cannot tell if it is a joke or serious." As if remembering something, her expression became serious. "One more thing, there is good news. The Sky Dragon arrest operation is in progress. The ledger from last time was sufficient to prove their treasonous acts." At those words, a look of anticipation spread across Theo's face. Then, the CP continued without hesitation. "Right. The elite agents of Snowless have moved. They likely already arrested him and are transporting him to the capital." Just then, a subordinate rushed in and shouted. "It is sad news." Theo was puzzled. A scream rang out. "Choi Ban," the poor man asked. "Choi Ban, were you hiding your power all this time?" Before he could finish speaking, Choi Ban raised his sword and cut him down. Only then did he slowly open his mouth. "Only fools show all their cards." Passing the floor strewn with corpses, he walked forward slowly with a grim smile. "Congratulations, Theo Jana." Choi Ban walked as if he had lost his reason. He muttered like a madman. "Camellia Axion Dragon Slayer XZ. Everything I built with such effort you destroyed without leaving a single fragment." Realizing his own words, Choi Ban suddenly fell silent. A chilling coldness lingered in his eyes. "Good, go crazy to your heart's content. Choi Ban's plan is still in progress." He looked coldly at his sword. "I lost the Dragon Slayer, but I have this in my hand. This is enough. The time is not far. Father, the time to summon him is approaching." The scene changed to Camellia Hall. Nobles were still enjoying shopping. "I like this design so much." A clerk solicited customers. "Thank you for waiting. I will escort you this way." Whispering sounds were heard constantly. "When is the fabric coming in?" "It just arrived. Check the quantity too." Ki Jason thought while looking at this thriving place. "It gets more crowded by the day." Suddenly Camellia approached with a smile and asked, "Mother, you are here." She looked around. "What happened to the tailors?" Camellia explained seriously. "I am planning to start a new business, a luxury brand specializing in high-end fabrics and accessories." Camellia explained in detail to Kijason. Hearing her explanation, a satisfied smile spread across Kijason's face. She seemed to like the sight before her very much. It has been a long time since I saw such a bright smile, a smile more radiant than jewels. While Kijason was lost in thought, Camellia held her hand tight. So do not worry about the payment. Is not that why you came? She turned her head as if dumbfounded. You are quick on the uptake, but that is not the only reason. I came to deliver news. Camellia showed curiosity. What news? At the following words, Camellia froze on the spot. It is about Red Flower Hall. Camella's face distorted as she asked in panic. Do not tell me something happened to my son. Did that vicious woman Amu try to harm my child again? Kijason was also startled by Camella's intense reaction. How anxious you must have been all this time. She sighed and gently placed her hand on Camella's head to comfort her. Calm down, it is actually the opposite. Do not be too surprised. Amu, that woman is. At the following news, Camellia received a huge shock. Time was late night, changing to the village. Red fresh blood dripped to the floor and blood was everywhere. The villagers stared blankly at the scene. Seeing the severed heads hanging on the fortress wall, the residents were appalled. Hearing the story, Camellia collapsed to the floor. Kijason asked hurriedly, Are you okay? Only then did Camellia answer helplessly, Mother, I am sorry. My legs gave out thinking everything is over. She sighed and supported her daughter, ruminating on the story. Camellia was still anxious. Did that really happen? Kijason did not know how to comfort her. Have you seen a goblin lie? Tears flowed endlessly from Camella's eyes. I did not show it, but I felt like walking on thin ice every day. Constant conspiracies and frame-ups. Assassins visited whenever I was about to forget. I could not tell anyone, but I died countless times inside. Every time I prayed to please just save my son. Now it is really all over, right, Mother? At Camella's desperate appearance, Kijason could not speak for a moment. She hurriedly approached, hugged Camellia and comforted her. Yes, it is over. How hard it must have been alone all this time. You endured truly well, my daughter. Time passed, and Nabang asked with a smile. Now you have become a celebrity too. Theo laughed and poured tea into a teacup. I had quite a hard time cleaning up. It is finally done. He nodded and sat on the chair. I asked the Snowless Side to keep it a secret, but you found out somehow, right? The Bach family will be dissolved. From the patriarch to all merchants who signed, every single title will be stripped. At least on the surface it is karmic retribution. With this incident, the Bach family is completely... Suddenly Theo cut him off. Do you think that is enough? Nabang looked at him in surprise. What do you mean? Theo continued. Nabang, I make you a proposal. You become the patriarch of the new Bach family. At this news he was terribly flustered. His voice became bewildered. Me? Theo nodded with conviction. If everyone except you loses their titles, you are the only one qualified to be the patriarch. And one more thing. Join hands with me for the war against Choi Ban. At those words Nabang hesitated, not knowing what to do. He burst into laughter as if it were absurd. War with Choi Ban, you say? He thought inwardly. This guy, do not tell me that was his goal from the start? Theo leisurely lifted his teacup and said, The power struggle between me and him is now a public fact. War with Choi Ban is unavoidable. At the same time, people there were also reading news continuously, confirmed that Choi Ban and the Demon Saint Society were involved in the Sky Dragon's rebellion. Therefore, questions are raised about what conspiracy he is plotting in the north. People reading the news were appalled. This was practically a declaration of war. Nabang also finished his calculations inwardly. Now that it is revealed to the whole world, Choi Ban and the Demon Saint Society will not stay still either. But he leaned back comfortably. Well, is war a big deal to me living a limited life? I should gain something too, right? Do not you think? Grasping his intention, Theo lifted the teacup. Regarding that point, Theo put a machine down on the table to draw his attention. Nabang's face went blank. This is, Theo smiled and said, I told you I can cure your illness. The cure and the core material, ether core. It has not been officially announced, but that illness is caused by the disturbance of mana flow in the body. This will stabilize your mana flow. Nabang could not hide his surprise. I could not even imagine. I thought you would treat me just enough to keep me alive and use me as a puppet. What if I just take what I need and run away? Theo seemed not to care at all. It does not matter even if you do. Ruling only by force like now is a big problem. You and I are both victims of that culture, are not we? I do not want to rule by force. I just want to build trust. At those words, Nabang felt interested. Theo continued to explain with a smile, What I want is not oppression or coercion, but trust. Having finished speaking, he was silent for a moment, then sighed and lifted the teacup on the table. I tried not to ignore you because you are young, but it turns out you are quite the romantic. This point made him curious, so he tried to resist. Instead of explaining, Nabang slowly drank a sip of tea, then slammed the teacup down on the table. Theo was puzzled by his bizarre behavior. Finally, when Nabang stood up and gripped his sword tight, Theo was satisfied. After a brief silence, Nabang suddenly recited an oath. I, Nabang Bach, patriarch of the Bach family, swear to serve as Theo Jana's sword. At that oath, Theo was very satisfied. Having finished the oath, Nabang only then turned his head to look at him. Is this enough? He smiled and nodded. Savoring the tea was more than enough. After that, Nabang also left. Theo sat alone in the spacious office. He stood up slowly, lost in thought. War with Choi Ban. Things are moving faster than in my past life, but no worries. Everything has been smooth so far. Now shall I open the treasure chest? A system notification suddenly appeared. Subquest, conquer the 2 acquired relics. Progress 2. Theo gripped the box in his hand tightly and began to open it. The ancient dragon's holy relics I have absorbed so far are Lesser Z and Jin. Both became very valuable assets in battle. So this relic must be powerful too. Theo's eyes looked at the object in his hand with anticipation. Ancient dragon's holy relic, preparing the withered ring, transporting to the dungeon. The landscape changed gradually. When Theo opened his eyes again, a vast desert unfolded before him. He walked blankly through this space. Nothing but rocks and sand. Is this the desert I only saw in books? More importantly, it is much hotter than I thought. What am I supposed to do in a place like this? The system continued to display requirements. You have entered the Guardian's territory. Survive for 72 hours. Theo's figure appeared in this vast space. The information he just read was hard to believe. What? 72 hours in this place where I feel like I am melting? Survive for 3 whole days. While Theo was complaining, a massive earthquake suddenly occurred. The ground seemed to explode and a massive shape appeared before his eyes. Cold sweat poured down Theo's face. Crazy. A system notification popped up. Boss, Desert Dragon has appeared. The guy's size was massive enough to surprise even Theo. After a moment of silence, the guy suddenly spoke. Intruder detected. The Desert Dragon immediately opened its mouth wide to attack. Theo had no choice but to turn and run. He hurriedly summoned a familiar weapon. He immediately turned back and threw it toward the Desert Dragon's body. The technique he used was none other than Lightning Dragon technique. Dragon Gate. Massive white lightning struck the space as if to tear everything apart. But the Desert Dragon's power did not break as easily as thought. At this sight, Theo felt a sense of powerlessness and thought inwardly. To think he is fine even after taking a direct hit from Dragon Gate. Lightning continued to pour down. Sensing the situation was bad, Theo looked back in surprise. Lightning was flowing over the massive Desert Dragon's body. Theo ran desperately to live. He realized he was no match for this terrifying monster. Is it because he is lightning, a tribute like me? While he was thinking, the Desert Dragon suddenly roared loudly. I will kill you. Naturally, Theo did not accept that and kept running. The guy's attack was powerful enough to shatter the mountain in front of them, surprising Theo. The sight became a mess due to the chase between the two beings. A short while later, as the Desert Dragon blocked the rear, Theo felt helpless. The retreat path is blocked. The guy opened his mouth full of disgusting sharp teeth again. Theo thought he was really going to see his ancestors this time. As the monster bit down powerfully toward him, the ground split completely. Fortunately, Theo's body was very flexible. He jumped here and there to dodge the guy's pursuit. To be more certain, Theo maintained a safe distance. His gaze became very unpleasant now. Looking at the timer on the ring, he did not know what to do. Only 5 minutes passed. I cannot hold out like this. The guy keeps digging underground, so I cannot make a precise attack. Suddenly, something flew in rapidly. Seeing the Desert Dragon jump into the air again, Theo despaired, not knowing what to do. Since he is lightning attribute like me, skills barely work and the terrain is absolutely advantageous to him. Thinking that far, his face went blank. Wait, terrain, do not tell me. Theo wore a bright smile. Wasting no time, he reached out and took out something. What he held in his hand was a small fragment of snow flower. Another relic I obtained in the last mission. If I use this now, he ran here and there dodging the Desert Dragon's pursuit. Theo's expression gradually became serious. It is a gamble. He was already wearing the item that would help and seemed determined to bet everything on this. But it is worth a try. System notifications popped up in succession. Ancient Dragon's holy relic, equipped ice butterfly flower, transporting to the 3rd dungeon. Just then an error appeared on the system screen, freezing Theo. His eyes grew wide as if he could not believe it. The system continued to notify. Cannot proceed with another dungeon mission as there is an ongoing mission. A look of surprise crossed his face, but it wasn't that something went wrong. The space before his eyes opened slowly. Theo calculated inwardly. My prediction was right. It does not just work because I want it to. Cold sweat flowed down his face. Another space struck his eyes. A cold that chilled to the bone rushed in. Cold air slowly seeped into the desert space where Theo stood through the crack. He endured to check if his prediction was correct. A system notification also arrived. The 2 dungeons are attempting to encroach upon each other. The boss of the ice butterfly flower dungeon appears. A massive shape slowly revealed itself in the desert. Theo was startled and focused on the guy. The face full of sharp teeth was very terrifying. The wings flying in the air could not be left out either. It was none other than the guardian of the relic, Fairy Dragon. The guy suddenly opened its mouth and spoke. Chosen One, it has been a while. You have done something quite reckless, spreading wings that turned into the shape of snowflakes. The Fairy Dragon prepared to do something. The guy's eyes glared at Theo as if very displeased. Pay the price for arrogance. While Theo was flustered and did not know what to do, attacks poured down. The space was filled with terrifying sounds and attacks poured down like rain. Theo had a hard time. For safety, he held his sword and backed away. Sweat poured like rain from his face. Damn it, I did not know it would turn out like this. Sensing something was wrong, Theo went blank, but everything was within his calculation. Is it going to end like this eventually? The Desert Dragon opened its mouth wide and attacked. He gripped the weapon in his hand tight. 72 hours. Should I have just gritted my teeth and endured? Since it has already come to this. Theo tried to block the attacks here by creating a barrier. Seeing his action, the Fairy Dragon asked as if it could not understand. What are you doing, Guardian? But the Desert Dragon next to it muttered insanely. The intruder must die. Without much thought, the fairy dragon also nodded and agreed. Two guardians cannot coexist. As the situation flowed in a different direction, Theo was startled. Before he could react, the fairy dragon rushed in first and attacked. Die, the desert dragon also shouted, not wanting to lose. Intruder, I will destroy you. A new system notification popped up. The two ancient dragons' holy relics are fighting for priority. The desert dragon opened its mouth full of sharp teeth and attacked. The guy tried to overwhelm this place with its massive size. At the same time, the fairy dragon did not lose out and reached out to counterattack. Watching the fierce battle before his eyes, Theo was lost for words. Just thinking about me being in between them gives me goosebumps. As a change occurred in the sword in his hand, Theo paid attention. A familiar shadow slowly appeared before his eyes. Understanding the situation, Theo laughed in surprise. Looks like you wanted to run wild too, Moonlight Sword. Endure just a little longer. He looked back toward where the fierce battle was taking place. Theo seemed to have seized the victory in this gamble. Almost there, lightning shattered the barrier and dug in between the fairy dragon's wings to attack. Due to the long-lasting attack, the fairy dragon felt extreme pain and could not endure anymore. The massive body fell to the ground with a thud. The fairy dragon's current appearance was very miserable. Seizing the opportunity, the desert dragon suddenly charged forward and attacked. Unable to react in time, the fairy dragon had to crawl on the ground. The guy's eyes were now full of rage. At the decisive moment, the fairy dragon covered the space with a frozen blizzard. The temperature dropped rapidly, and at the same time sharp ice crystals rose from the ground and pierced the desert dragon's body. The guy screamed desperately in pain. Red blood splattered, dyeing the space. Due to the ceaseless battle of the two ancient creatures, the landscape gradually turned terrible. Since everything happened so instantly, Theo also stood blankly. After a long fight, the desert dragon spat out the fairy dragon's body. Recognizing a tricky enemy, the guy's face was full of anger. The fairy dragon on the other side did not back down at all either. Both sides fought neck and neck again, neither willing to yield. The fairy dragon's eyes burned with anger, with a spirit not to lose absolutely. The guy's claws made a long cut on the desert dragon's body. Loud roar rang out incessantly, and the fairy dragon slammed the guy onto the ground. The fairy dragon's body also gradually became exhausted, looking like it could not endure much longer. It must be because it bled too much. Seeing both sides fighting frantically, Theo decided to join the battle. Theo's figure was clearly reflected in the desert dragon's eyes. Wasting no time, he raised his sword high and cut them down one by one. At the decisive strike, the two ancient relic monsters could not even react. Their bodies were slowly divided into several pieces. Theo was very satisfied and praised. Interesting. Feeling it was still insufficient, he spun his body in the air. Jin, as he called the name, Jin appeared swiftly. The guy reached out a hand with sharp claws and rushed at the two ancient relics before his eyes. The guy's prey was none other than the massive desert dragon, and at the same time it attacked the fairy dragon next to it too. Jin seemed anxious to dispose of these two. Seeing the sudden intruder, the fairy dragon was terribly displeased. What on earth is going on? In an instant, the desert dragon was completely absorbed by Jin. As the situation improved, Theo slowly revealed himself. System notifications popped up in succession. Congratulations, successfully hunted the desert dragon. Subquest: conquer the two collected relics. Progress 1-2. Reading the notification, Theo rejoiced. Just as I thought, both bosses are recognized as relic conquest. Then the remaining dragon too. Sensing the situation was bad, the fairy dragon hurriedly spoke. Wait, Chosen One, let us talk. Theo looked at the guy with curious eyes. What? Suddenly, the guy's attitude changed completely. This is not the way the great dragon wanted the relics to be conquered. I am the wisest guardian. I exist to test your wisdom, Chosen One, so you must solve my riddles. Theo felt interested. That is great. I have already sufficiently proved my wisdom to become the Chosen One. At those words, the fairy dragon went blank. But I have not even given a riddle yet. Theo looked calmly at the guy's current appearance. Anyway, I am the one who made you two fight. The guy tried to say something more. Wait, Chosen One. Jin's massive shadow appeared rapidly. Theo turned his body and notified the fairy dragon coldly. If you are truly the wisest of the guardians, accept your defeat. Seeing the powerful attack, the fairy dragon was terrified. My lord, let us just go with the riddles. An explosion shaking the sky rang out in the space. A system notification appeared again. Congratulations. Successfully hunted the fairy dragon. When Theo opened his eyes, two relic boxes were in front of him. He placed his hand on the table, lost in thought. Recalling what just happened, Theo felt very tired, but a happy smile spread across his face. Handled both without much trouble. The system notifications kept ringing. Mission complete. Successfully conquered two relics. Theo let out a sigh of relief. Finally, I can rest a bit. Sensing something strange, he was startled. Dark energy was slowly rising from Theo's sword. Not knowing the reason, he called Jin. Unlike his panic, the moonlight sword suddenly opened its mouth. Theo Jana, I want to devour you. At the stinging pain, Theo paid attention. He gripped the object in his hand tight. Black energy began to wrap around his body. Sensing the situation was becoming serious, Theo despaired and thought, damn it, I let my guard down because I subdued him once. Moonlight Sword, a monster sword that constantly craves flesh and blood, was what he did on the way back, absorbing the Guardian's power. Black energy swirled ceaselessly in the air, and before Theo could react, his body was completely bound. At the situation before his eyes, he felt helplessness and thought, Damn it, he swallowed 2 dragons whole and became much stronger. At this rate, the next prey will be me. While Theo was agonizing, the moonlight sword continued to speak. I will swallow you right now. His face was extremely furious. The sword smiled, looking at Theo's terrified eyes, and chased the moonlight once again. Everything faded away more than ever before. Theo stared at the void reflected in the massive room with pitch-black eyes. What was reflected was another massive space. Feeling a sense of incongruity, Theo opened his eyes in surprise. While the vast space here caught his attention, a mysterious voice whispered in his ear. Theo, inside the stomach, still could not understand what was happening. The desert dragon's voice continued to ring out. Jin, so the bastard eventually devoured even you. Chosen one, it seems the bastard has been waiting for this very moment. Soon he will swallow even your heart. At those words, Theo thought in surprise, then am I going to be eaten alive by him too? The fairy dragon looked down at him coldly. This is the price for coveting power when you cannot even control Jin, foolish chosen one. Theo suddenly became curious. What happens if he swallows my heart? The guy looked at him calmly. You die. But only you die, the desert dragon chimed in. We are guardians. Guardians do not die, only you die. The fairy dragon stared at him from the side. He is right. It might be boring waiting for the next chosen one, but if you die, we just return to the relics, and that is it. Theo looked at them with eyes full of suspicion. He asked abruptly, have you forgotten the mission given by the ancient dragon? The guardians must assist the chosen one and fight against the nameless monarch. If I die here, the world will perish again. I did not know you guys would be this irresponsible. The fairy dragon's face distorted in an instant. What did you say? At this moment, Theo feared nothing. In the end, you guys are just like Jin. The selfish and stupid guardians. Hearing that, the fairy dragon shouted, arrogant bastard, how dare you mention the ancient dragon's name to threaten us? A powerful attack flew straight at him. The guy interrogated him again. Do you really want to die? As I said, we just have to wait for the next chosen one. Theo stood on the spot without moving a muscle. Then kill me. At those words, the guy froze. What? Theo spoke without hesitation right in front of his eyes. Cut the crap with the petty threats. If you want to stay stuck in a relic helplessly watching the world go to ruin, then do as you please. At those words, the fairy dragon suddenly shut its mouth. The desert dragon beside it also remained silent, and massive ice crystals rapidly shattered away. At the same time, the 2 dragons slowly approached him. You have quite the guts, impressive chosen one. Theo still glared at them. After thinking for a moment, the fairy dragon spoke abruptly. At least I like that confidence. I will open the door for you to leave. The desert dragon turned its head and kept muttering. Open. A change occurred in the space once again. The 2 dragons began to slowly fuse. This is the limit of what we can do. The rest depends on you. Go. Theo stood motionless, then finally smiled once he obtained what he wanted. Do not worry. Theo sprinted at full speed. In a situation where every second and minute counted, his will burned more intensely than ever. The first thing to do is make that bastard know his place. The scene changed to another space. The core was still floating in the air. Jin's massive foot approached rapidly. Finally found it. Once I swallow this, his body is mine. I cannot wait any longer. Jin immediately opened his mouth wide. Just then, Jin sensed something was wrong. His own neck had flown into the air before he knew it. It was thanks to Theo appearing at the decisive moment. Feeling pain spreading through his whole body, Jin screamed. Theo also turned his head slowly. The scene turned into pandemonium in an instant, and a short while later, Jin struggled to recover his body in a hurry. Damn it, how did he get out of my stomach? His eyes gradually became blank. Then he realized something was strange. Finally, Jin noticed that the fairy dragon and the desert dragon were secretly helping him. As expected, did you guys help him? Where did you sell your qualifications as guardians? If it weren't for you, I would have. Theo reached out and covered the guy's mouth. His face was filled with anger. You talk too much. Did you forget when we first met? Realizing the situation was unfavorable, Jin hurriedly shook off his hand. Calm down, let us talk it out. He looked back at the 2 colleagues who saved him. I will not ask for your cooperation, but since we're in the same boat, if one side acts arbitrarily, it just gets tiring for everyone, right? So, the fairy dragon's eyes flashed, and the desert dragon also assumed a combat stance. Jin sensed the atmosphere was unusual. Theo warned with a straight face, act wisely. Do not make it tiring for each other. Suddenly, a familiar silhouette slowly appeared. A wise choice. Surprised by the familiar appearance, Theo asked, Blacker, were you here too? Blacker turned his head to look at him and spoke slowly. It has been a while. The chosen one must make them compete against each other to control them. The other guys used that method too. Theo looked at him in surprise. Other guys? Are you talking about the previous chosen ones? Blacker sighed and squeezed his eyes shut. You do not need to know right now. From now on, we will help your growth. As soon as his words finished, the space turned white. Before Theo could grasp the situation, he warned, I will be watching your future steps. Along with a voice mixed with anticipation, system notifications rang out in succession. Fairy's protection has been activated. Resistance increases. Protects the body from monster energy. Predator has been activated. Attack power increases. Counters monster energy. Black energy slowly rose up, and Theo also returned to his original form. Recalling the events just now, he leaned back with his hands on the ground as if exhausted, looked up and sighed. Unexpected. The guardians I thought died when recovering the relics. Think they were actually alive inside my body. Theo's gaze was gradually dyed with suspicion. He glanced to the side. His sword was still lying on the ground emitting darkness. He picked up the sword without much thought. Theo examined the sword closely. Calm down now, a bizarre smile spread across his face. Maybe it turned out for the better. Thanks to this I understand the ancient dragon's power better than before. He placed his hand on the table. Like it or not, I'll trust you guys. A strong wind blew from outside. At the same time, elsewhere, Kyle's solitary shadow was walking forward. Seeing his miserable appearance, Robert asked in surprise from the side, "Do you really intend to put Theo up as a formal successor candidate? It is certain that he has enough talent to stand shoulder to shoulder with the other 5 candidates, but," Kyle turned his head to look at Robert. "Are you worried because he is a regressor?" Robert, thinking for a moment, nodded. "Yes, Big Brother hates regressors terribly. You killed all the regressors among the men of the family with your own hands." Though reluctant, Kyle sighed and had to admit it. "Right, that is true, but this time I want to test him." At those words, Robert froze on the spot beside him. He seemed to guess that Kyle was plotting something. "Do not tell me," Kyle smiled and nodded. "Right, anyway, to become a formal successor candidate, one must go through the procedure. That sword is too dangerous, but there is nothing better than that. Since it is the sword of a regressor I killed personally, the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword, the sword of the previous family head." The scene changed to another place. Julia spoke to Theo in a serious voice. "Theo, prepare to leave immediately. The family head has summoned you to the grave of broken swords." A vast space, thousands of swords were stuck in the ground under the snowy sky. Theo also stepped foot there. Though somewhat nervous at the sight before his eyes, Theo walked forward calmly. The atmosphere here made him bewildered. Heavy. "The karma of the sword grave has become much heavier than before. Is it because I am too young right now? Before regressing, Lord Kyle told me, do not consider it a simple excuse. Can you really give the same answer even while shouldering your own son's resentment?" Theo burst into a dry laugh. "Only now do I understand what those words meant back then." Kyle's voice was heard, sensing Theo's presence. "You have come." Theo hurriedly knelt on one knee and showed respect. "Intermediate swordsman Theo Janna greets the incarnation of the great dragon." He glared coldly and ordered, "Stop, cut the formalities. Theo Janna. First was the teacher who lived parasitically on you. Next was your brother Axion. And now even the master of Manhwa has fallen. Is that all?" 3 branches of the XZ Trading Company were annihilated, and most of the Intelligence Bureau personnel were executed. They all called your name in despair at the last moment. Sensing the atmosphere was unusual, Theo tried to explain, but something flew in rapidly. Kyle's eyes burned red. "Do not line up lame excuses. Silently shouldering everything, that is the path a family head must walk." Amidst the thick smoke he continued, "I grant you the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword." At those words, Theo froze for a moment. He had an ominous premonition. Mad Dragon Emperor, the previous family head and a tyrant who massacred thousands, and the nemesis the current family head had to punish personally. While Theo was lost in thought, Kyle spoke rapidly. "Looking at your reaction, it seems you know something." Theo tried hard to maintain his composure. "I only know to the extent that it is the previous family head's sword," he thought inwardly. "But I must be careful. There is no accurate data on the Mad Dragon Emperor yet." At Theo's words, Kyle fell silent. He seemed to know everything. "You must have obtained enough information about him in your past life?" As his secret was exposed, Theo could not hide his bewilderment. Kyle's eyes were indescribably cold, and Theo felt a chilling sensation. As he did not know what to do, Kyle declared ruthlessly, "I hate regressors. Greedy and stupid bastards who try to change the world as they please. They consider the world merely a chessboard they can flip over any time. So I decided to kill them with my own hands whenever I meet a regressor." Sensing Kyle's anger, Theo tensed up, pure killing intent. It is not a simple threat. He is serious. To be this strong even though he is not a regressor. While Theo was thinking, Kyle reached out his hand, pull out the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. "If you overcome the sword's deep-seated grudge, I will acknowledge you." It was certainly a difficult task for Theo. As he slowly reached out toward the sword, Kyle warned, "However, from that moment on I will only acknowledge human Theo Janna. Regressor Theo Janna must absolutely not exist." At those words, Theo looked at him with questioning eyes. "What do you mean by that?" Kyle's expression still held no emotion. "It means all relationships you have built as a regressor will disappear from this world." Theo secretly recalled his friends. "Those you could not meet, could not save, and could not have. I will erase them all." At the cruel words, Theo felt his heart stop. He clenched his fist tight in despair. Unable to endure it, he opened his mouth. "What if I refuse?" Naturally, Kyle had no intention of letting him go. "Arrogant, you cannot refuse. As I said, I kill regressors unconditionally. You have only 2 choices. Refuse the offer and die here, or abandon the filthy past and be acknowledged as the 6th successor. Choose." Theo was conflicted. After a long silence and deliberation, he spoke abruptly. "I certainly want to be acknowledged by Father." However, his voice was choking up a little. He slowly reached out for his sword. "But if that is the price, I would rather refuse." The moment Theo tried to resist, Kyle grabbed his arm. "Did you think that position could be obtained that easily?" Everything was too fast, and Theo could not even react. Only then did he slowly turn his head. Kyle spoke without stopping. "Did you think you could obtain it without any sacrifice?" His sword struck down decisively. Theo felt the pain of his body being torn apart. He could not hold out anymore. He listened to Kyle's evaluation while kneeling on one knee. "Was your resolve only this much?" Theo opened his eyes wide as if he could not believe it. "Is the gap between Father and me this large?" Even while he was despairing, Kyle did not stop. "Seeing your stupid and impulsive choice, you are no different from other regressor bastards." At those words, Theo froze on the spot. The more he listened, the more anger surged. Do you think you can just regress once more and that is it? Before he knew it, Theo was clenching his fist tight. While Kyle was lost in thought, he spoke abruptly. Do not be mistaken. The reason I regressed, the reason I came this far is to take responsibility. To take responsibility for everything that collapsed because of me. If Father blocks my path, if you say you will acknowledge me only if I give up everyone. Theo summoned his swords without hesitation. He threw the swords forward without hesitation. I will surpass you, Father. Now, Theo charged at Kyle without hesitation, as if he had become a completely different person. As he suddenly raised one arm into the air, Theo's body simultaneously detected signs of abnormality. Clearly his ability was insufficient to deal with this tough man. Kyle also swung his arm down without hesitation. Explosions shaking the sky rang out in succession, and Theo had to dodge this way and that. Although he lost one arm, his resolve was fierce. He just wanted to save his life once more. While Theo was dodging ceaselessly, Kyle's dragon secretly rushed in and attacked. Everything seemed to be within Kyle's calculations. At the decisive moment, an arrow suddenly flew in and pierced the careless Theo's body. He looked at the sword tip with suspicious eyes. In the end, Theo was still just a loser to Kyle. Even he himself could not believe the fact that he was this weak. Confirming that Theo had fallen, he slowly turned his head to look at him. After thinking for a moment, Kyle suddenly changed direction. Robert also appeared there with a surprised look. I did not know he would attack from that direction. Kyle was strangely calm. Right, it has been a truly long time since someone attacked me head-on. He is certainly special. The regressors I have dealt with so far all considered others like chess pieces. Right, but he is different. A very satisfied smile suddenly spread across his face. He suddenly recalled Theo's face fighting like a madman. A regressor who picks up the sword himself to shoulder his karma. Interesting. You have stimulated my curiosity. Regressor Theo Jana, I officially acknowledge you as the sixth successor, and as a token, I grant you the Mad Dragon Emperor's sword. It is the sword of my father and a regressor like you. You are a regressor like him, but you are walking a different path. I wonder how different your ending will be. Light poured out from Theo's body, causing extreme pain. Kyle's eyes looking at him had now changed completely. I will be watching. Golden light poured endlessly from Theo's body, and masses of golden light floated in the air. A short while later, Theo was terribly flustered by the unfolding modern landscape. Where is this? Skyscrapers soared around him, and the streets were bustling with pedestrians. It seemed to be a very developed place. After thinking for a moment, Theo placed his hand on the glass window. In the scenery he discovered his shabby appearance. Recalling everything, Theo let out a weary sigh. It is all over. When Theo opened his eyes again, he was inside an unfamiliar room. Startled, he hurriedly got up and clutched his head. What was that just now? He froze at the familiar voice. Are you up, son? Theo turned to look at Camellia in surprise. Mother, she spoke joyfully, are you awake now? You must have been very tired. Confused by the sequence of events, he asked, Mother, are you okay? Are you not hurt anywhere? She answered while still arranging flowers. I think that is what I should be asking. Last night the family head personally carried you here when you fainted. You do not know how surprised I was. Seeing you worry about me, you must be okay now. Theo suddenly recalled Kyle's face. Do not tell me all those words were to test me. Just then Evelyn also approached and asked, Young master, are you awake? The two familiar people before his eyes, Evelyn and Captain Julius, caught his attention. He smiled and spoke. Congratulations. I heard you passed the family head's test. Theo was still bewildered. Test, he smiled and nodded. Yes, right now you are the hottest topic in the family. The scene changed to the outside, where newspapers were being distributed to people. Exclusive, birth of the official sixth successor of the Jana family. A man reading the article marveled. The sixth successor, it means we have a youngest brother. The woman next to him also nodded. Interesting. Another figure revealed themselves. A new successor candidate. Those who heard the news fell into silence for a moment. In a wide space, Torquio stood lost in thought. Ain's voice was heard. Captain, he has become a sixth successor candidate and officially stands right behind you. What a pity. We should have recruited him to the Black Iron Knights back then. I apologize, Torquio laughed and asked. It failed because the Lady of Plum Blossom Hall interfered, do not you remember? Do not blame yourself, Ain, he smiled, looking at the newspaper in his hand. Theo Jana, I'll have to go meet him. He was the very captain of the Black Iron Knights. Theo Jana, reincarnated as the illegitimate child of a prestigious magic family. Congratulations on the completion of Season 1. A skull stuck on a staff made a bizarre sound. A bloody spectacle unfolded between the high fortress walls. Since Choi Ban failed to appeal within the deadline, I declare war from this moment on. Voices rang out inside the Council of Nine Dragons. It seems Choi Ban's gang has been preparing for a long time. The lords of the northern continent are showing suspicious movements. What meaning is there if a rabble bands together? Does laughter come out while sitting in an empty seat? Although the family head remains silent, we cannot delay the successor discussion forever. Is not it too early to talk about that? A white-haired old man on one side suddenly cut in. You are wrong. Now is the perfect time. Would not it be a bigger disaster if internal strife broke out among the successors right before the war? The venue became chaotic in an instant. Shut up, we must minimize variables. What, did I say something wrong? How rude. Someone watching the situation raised a hand to restrain them. Stop, both of you. An official meeting will be necessary. I will arrange it. There happens to be a suitable event, so let us decide after checking personally. In a vast space, a man was training ceaselessly. Candles were burning around him. Theo's familiar figure was visible. Sweat flowed down like rain, and his body was full of scars. Suddenly the wind blew and the candles were about to go out. He immediately rushed in and cut the flame before his eyes. Suddenly a bizarre voice was heard. Kill them all. Take everything. Take what you want. At that voice, his movements became more determined. All the candles were extinguished with a single blow. Theo slowly took off his blindfold. While he was lost in thought, a familiar voice was heard. It seems you still have many worldly desires. I mean the residual thoughts of the Mad Dragon Emperor. The guardian dragon Rodbrit appeared there. He turned around in surprise. After thinking for a moment, Theo nodded. Yes, it has been quite a while since Father granted the sword, but those grudges still torment me. It is not at a level one cannot endure, but the fact that it was the Mad Dragon's object is unpleasant. But thanks to that, I was able to glimpse the stage of the Mad Dragon Emperor. Rodbrit slowly picked up a candle. Mad Dragon Emperor, an unforgettable name. The candle was swung fiercely toward the floor. She approached Theo coldly and spoke. Because he is the bastard who took my heart. At those words, his expression became complicated. Yes, you mentioned that. That makes it even more questionable. Why did Father give me his sword? Unlike his worry, Rodbrit was calm. Do not be impatient, kid. If you rush too much, you will face an entity you cannot handle like last time. By the way, is your severed arm fully healed? Theo nodded. Yes, thanks to treating it in time. At her attitude, he asked shyly, are you worrying about me? But the next moment, Rodbrit wore a displeased expression. It seems fully healed. What are you staring at? Enough, that is it for today. Dismissed. Someone seems to be looking for you. And do not mess up my nest every time you come. Theo flinched. What do you mean? She scolded him. There is one who messes up and another who cleans up. He had nothing to say and sighed. I have no excuse. The scene changed to Camellia Hall. Theo was surprised looking at the letter in front of him. So it was you who was looking for me. The guard was puzzled. What do you mean? Theo shook his head. No, talking to myself. Damn it, an invitation. The guard nodded. That is correct. A short while later, the guard spoke as if troubled. As you can see, it is an invitation to Lady Zyra's 18th birthday banquet held at Daffodil Hall, a daughter's birthday party with the war right around the corner in this situation and this grandly. Theo laughed and shook his head. No, the more chaotic the times, the more flashy it must be. The guard did not understand and asked back. Pardon? He was relaxed, as if he saw through everything. The internal balance of the Janna family was broken due to Choi Ban's betrayal. Instead of Ion, whom Choi Ban supported, I became the 6th successor. Furthermore, due to S's betrayal, one seat of the 9 dragons became vacant. This banquet is not a simple birthday party. It is to show off to the outside that Janna is still going strong, and a place for the successors and the 9 dragons to scout each other. At Theo's analysis, the guard marveled. So there was such a deep meaning, truly impressive, as expected of young Master Theo. Then of course you will attend. Theo nodded. Right, if they want to see me I should go. A short while later the scene changed to Daffodil Hall. The banquet hall was bustling with crowds. Whispering sounds were heard everywhere. He is finally here, the new successor. Young Master Theo Janna slowly entered. Feeling people's gazes, he thought inwardly, as expected, everyone is watching me. Of course, the birthday party is just an excuse. Everyone came to see the new successor. I'll leave a strong impression. Just then, Nabong's familiar figure appeared. Cannot stay still for even a moment. It was quite noisy. I was waiting, young master. When Nabong winked, Theo laughed and looked back. I almost did not recognize you, Nabong. You did not even shave at the wedding, he answered with a laugh. I was too distracted that day. People who heard the two's conversation whispered, Nabong, the sole survivor of the Bok family purge. He became the patriarch now, even if fallen, he is a member of the 6 pillars. To think such a Bok patriarch calls the 6th successor young master. Nabong was dumbfounded. It is all talk about us. You appeared at good timing. Theo laughed. The stage is set, so we should get to the main point. Just then a massive shadow approached slowly. So you are Theo Janna. Theo could not hide his surprise seeing the approaching figure. It was an appearance unexpected even by Nabong. Torqueo smiled and held out his hand. First time meeting, right? Let me introduce myself, the 5th successor. At his appearance, Theo thought. As expected, he approached faster than I thought. He introduced himself with a chilling smile. Torqueo, captain of the Black Iron Knights. It felt like time had stopped. He spoke with his hand still extended. The surrounding gazes focused on the two. We finally meet. The successor leading the pack and the rising star. No need to be so wary. I just came to see the one chosen as the 6th successor personally. I am glad it is not that brat Ion, Theo thought. His impression is good, polite, but is there any way they would sincerely welcome a competitor in this place where power is everything? Contrary to his thoughts, Theo grabbed Torqueo's hand. He smiled in a friendly manner and introduced himself. It is an honor to meet you, Captain Torqueo of the Black Iron Knights. I am Theo Janna of the White Armor Dragoons. At those words, Torqueo felt interested, drawing the line clearly. At the sudden aura, Theo was flustered. Torqueo's power seemed to explode. He was definitely a dangerous figure. The youngest is polite too. Do not be so stiff and treat me comfortably. Call me brother. An overwhelming pressure crushed Theo. Right, this is the true Janna way. Torqueo, who was showing off his authority, flinched sensing something strange. Theo was holding his hand back as if he had become a different person. If you wish to be called that, brother. His eyes were cold. The scene changed to inside the banquet hall. Hunker complained comfortably as he walked, looking very uncomfortable. He sighed and said, It is really uncomfortable. I want to take it off. EJ, right next to him, hurriedly warned him. Just endure it. Because you keep acting like that, rumors are spreading that the Zana family is a group of barbarians. Just then, a voice came from behind, drawing the two's attention. It seems everyone has gathered. Everyone turned around in surprise to look at Jimin. Gyan has come. He walked over laughing. Of course, has everyone been well? He smiled, turned back and conversed. I heard you are very famous in the West. Rumors are circulating that you even made the ascending dragon hesitate. At the praise, he was a bit shy. Rumors are always bound to be exaggerated. By the way, has anyone seen Theo? I intended to ask how the situation with the white armored dragoons is. At the familiar name, Zyra, who was standing next to them, was surprised. Theo? Seeing the situation, Jimin hurriedly apologized. I apologize, Lady Zyra. To ask after someone else in front of the party's protagonist, she continued walking and said, It is okay, everyone knows the purpose of this gathering anyway. However, the wine glass in her hand was trembling severely. Just then, an explosive power burst out, waking up the people who were standing blankly. The next moment, two forces collided head-on at that spot. Everyone turned around in surprise. Do not tell me it is Theo, Hunker said as if dumbfounded. Who else but Theo would dare to cause a commotion in a place like this? Theo and Torquio were still standing shaking hands, and a triumphant smile spread across Torquio's face. The two's powers slowly mixed together. Having tested Theo's power, Torquio hurriedly raised both hands in surrender. I lost. I cannot handle you. Theo did not get conceited at those words. What do you mean you went easy on me, brother? He shrugged lightly. I will not deny it, but excessive humility can be an insult to the opponent. What I just said is sincere. If I had fought the current you when I was your age, I definitely would have lost. Theo understood the meaning perfectly. I am flattered. A bizarre smile appeared on Torquio's face. He held up his wine glass, turned around and shouted, It pleases me beyond measure that my brother's spirit is so magnificent. Now let us toast to the new Zana. For Zana at the same time. Everyone raised their glasses high and shouted, For Zana. Having organized the situation, Torquio turned back and asked, How is it? Not bad for a new successor's debut, right? Theo nodded. Thank you, brother, but his expression soon hardened. This was his aim by praising me. He solidified his position by showing off his martial power, and showed tolerance by acknowledging a competitor. Thanks to that, the atmosphere of the banquet hall that Nabang and I intended to lead has completely shifted to Torquio. He is not an opponent to be underestimated just by appearance. Just then, Hunker approached and spoke with a smile. You have not forgotten the oath to become my sword, right? Theo and Jimin smiled and chimed in. That Mana, it is definitely Theo. People continued to whisper, to reach such a stage at that age. Does he have a fiancé? With my daughter. Honey, keep your dignity. Time passed and the banquet continued. Recalling the past events, Vogain was furious. Damn it, I intended to use that mongrel bastard's actions as a pretext to kick him out, but stupid fools intervened. Vogain sighed. To think a lowly illegitimate child is running wild in the family, it is disgusting to death seeing him act as he pleases. Sensing something strange, he shut his mouth. Two beautiful girls were visible before his eyes. Among them, Evelyn was conversing happily. At that sight, Vogain became even angrier. Daring to be in a place like this, time flowed into late night. Ein's voice was heard. Captain, you look absolutely beautiful today, Evelyn asked in surprise. Really? She nodded firmly. Have you ever seen me speak empty words? You are truly beautiful and cute. At those words, Evelyn's face turned red. See, cute, you say. This will not do. I must change into my uniform immediately. Ein hurriedly stopped her. Oh, my captain, who wears a uniform to a banquet? You absolutely cannot. Just follow me quietly. Just then, a red wine glass flew at Evelyn's face and shattered. A voice mixed with anger was heard by the startled woman. It is disgusting enough with just that guy, but to see even you. Evelyn felt under and helplessness at the same time. He demanded with a face full of rage, Why have you crawled out here? I cannot watch this anymore. Ein bit her lip. Unable to hold back her anger, she turned around and shouted, No matter if you are one of the 9 dragons, this is too. Evelyn hurriedly blocked her. Ein, I am okay. She tried to say something more, but Evelyn tried hard to remain calm. I am okay, really okay. Please, I beg you, do not do anything, please, I beg you. At that appearance, Ein was flustered. It is the first time I have seen the captain fear something this much. What on earth happened with that monster? Just then, Vogain approached slowly. He looked down at the two coldly and asked, I must have told you not to catch my eye again. His eyes flashed as if judging. Ein's body stiffened. As he tried to use his hand, Ein shouted urgently, Water dragon, but it was already too late. He tore off Evelyn's mechanical arm and threw it to the floor. Even so, Vogain did not seem satisfied. Just because you attached this. Did you think you could go back to how it was? Trash should live being trampled underfoot like trash. If you catch my eye one more time, I will tear you to shreds then. As Evelyn ran away to the other side, Ein made a crying face. Captain, she could not believe it. Vogain sneered from the side. Finally, the stench has disappeared a bit. Disgusting, Ein shouted. I will report this matter to the judiciary, he snorted. Judiciary? Funny, do as you please. You will soon know what the true way of survival of the Zana family is. Ein only shed tears helplessly on the spot. Outside, white snow was piled up and Evelyn ran like crazy. She bit her lip in despair and blamed herself. As expected, I should not have come to a place like this. I should not have forced myself to endure. Time went back to the past. Evelyn was a pitiful child. Vogain threatened her. Just one more time, if you call me father with that dirty mouth, know that I will tear you to death. Get lost, do not appear in front of my eyes. Got it? He left just like that, Evelyn realized. Eventually nothing changes. Suddenly someone blocked the front and Evelyn stopped. Julius spoke with a smile. Evelyn, where are you going so urgently? The banquet hall is the opposite way. At his appearance she felt a sense of powerlessness and could not say anything. The scene changed back to inside the banquet hall. People were still dancing and enjoying themselves. Theo was conversing with old friends when suddenly a scream was heard and everyone paid attention. Vogang shouted in pain, "Damn it, what are you doing right now?" Captain of the White Armored Dragoons, Julius Zana. However, Julius's eyes were filled with anger. At the unusual atmosphere, Julius roughly shook off Vogang's arm. Vogang tumbled to the floor in pain. Julius could not suppress his anger and said, "I told you, I would half kill you." Those words, Vogang could not endure it and shouted, "You bastard are finally intending to betray Zana. Arrest this dangerous criminal immediately." The surrounding guards immediately surrounded Julius and aimed their swords. Everyone was appalled by that spectacle. A judiciary officer intervened, and a person from the association also stepped forward to notify. White Armor Dragon Captain Julius Zana, we will detain you on charges of injuring an elder. Please cooperate, Julius asked with an unpleasant expression. What if I refuse? He was speechless and silent. While people were puzzled, Julius continued, it is specified in the regulations. Even in the name of Zana, the oath of the sword is absolute. 4 years ago I swore on my sword in front of those old foxes, that child, if you touch her one more time I will half kill you then. At those words everyone froze. The murmuring grew louder. What just happened? The demon dragon broke an elder's arm. What? Is this something the inspector can handle? Should not we run away? Theo also assumed a readiness posture. It was something that did not happen in his past life. Why is something like this happening now? He seemed to have realized something. As Evelyn's miserable appearance entered his eyes, everything was understood. The story about Evie, a young girl, grabbed his pant leg, but Vogang shook her off coldly. He left, leaving her behind. She is Vogang Zana's illegitimate child. To Vogang, who values bloodline purity above all else, Evelyn's existence was a disgrace he wanted to hide no matter what. He tried to kick her out of the family, but the demon dragon recognized her potential and enlisted her in the White Armor Dragoons. Vogang's plan went awry. Later, when Evelyn gained fame and rose to vice captain, Vogang feared his disgrace would be revealed and tried to murder his own daughter. He disguised it as an accident, but she was lucky to survive. Instead, she lost her left arm and could not hold the reins, so she had to be discharged. Since then, she managed the 4th training ground and lived without even knowing of the existence of such banquets. Does it mean all this is the butterfly effect of my regression? If so, Theo's gaze headed to one place. He made up his mind. I must set it right. Meanwhile, Julius walked away full of anger as the situation became unfavorable. Vogang shouted urgently, "Everyone look at this spectacle. The demon dragon is despising the family guardian elder. To dare threaten my flesh and blood using the authority of the 9 dragons granted by the family head. Is not this a clear act of treason?" At those words, Julius was even more enraged. Damn it, abuse of power, is that something that should come out of your mouth? Just then, Theo slowly reached out his hand. Both of you are being excessive. Because of your fight, a friend's birthday party that should be joyful has turned into terror. Cold sweat flowed down Julius's face. Vogang was very angry at Theo's appearance. Theo proposed, how about ending it with Zana's long tradition, with a duel? His face was calm, but Vogang snorted, ridiculous. It is a clear fact that the demon dragon inflicted injury on me. What duel? The fault lies entirely with that guy. Theo nodded. You are right. But we must prevent the confusion from growing further, do you agree? Master of Daffodil Hall. A woman appeared from behind. At the unusual current, Vogang flinched. Nina Aton slowly walked out and said, what kind of disgraceful behavior is this at my daughter's birthday party? A woman with cold and strict eyes, the ice dragon Nina Aton, Master of Daffodil Hall. As she appeared, Vogang hurriedly made an excuse. Master, as you can see, this is a deed committed by Julius. She turned her head coldly. I do not want to hear any more. I have no interest in your petty disputes. Finish it quickly. Doing as that child proposed is my last mercy. Resolve it with a duel while my patience remains. Is not it too advantageous for the elders? Although she had retired, they were all former high-ranking inspectors. Vogang calculated inwardly. Right, one must be at least the level of the demon dragon to win, but it is not unfavorable for me either. According to the rules, the plaintiff and defendant fight last, and proxies are put forward for the preceding 2 matches. He showed a scornful look. His proxies are just a cripple and a dirty illegitimate child. It will not even come to my turn. I will finish it in the preceding 2 matches. Vogang spoke abruptly. Good. Let us decide right and wrong with a pure contest of swords. A short while later, people in the banquet hall flocked to watch. Torquio was also interested. He looked at Theo's back and rejoiced. It is going much more fun than I thought, Theo Zana. Knowing the demon dragon's temper, he knew it would blow up like this sooner or later. If he had not intervened, the elder would have used that opening to drag the demon dragon down. In a short moment, he found a solution acceptable to both sides. This should be quite a sight. After that, the referee quickly raised his voice. From this moment, the duel begins under the supervision of the judiciary. Everyone watched the dueling grounds with high anticipation. The referee continued to give warnings to ensure fairness. Mana usage is prohibited, and everything that happens in this duel is protected by Janna's laws. Also, you must swear not to seek revenge or harbor grudges. At this, Julius and Vogang answered immediately. I swear? Hearing the two's oath, the referee turned his head to look back. Good. First fighters, come forward. The figure that appeared there was none other than Theo. His current appearance was very majestic. Seeing this situation, Evelyn asked worriedly, Theo, will you really be okay? Jimin also nodded, lost in thought. Yeah, the opponent does not look easy. Hunker turned to look at him in surprise. But is that guy that strong? Looking at the man before his eyes, he explained slowly. He is Swordwind Beta, the right arm. Top-tier skills even among high-ranking inspectors. Still, it'll be easier than fighting the Elder directly. At the same time, Vogang approached Beta and placed his hand on his shoulder. Beta, do not hesitate to inflict a fatal wound in this fight. At those words, Beta flinched. Kill him, but he is a successor candidate. Clearly, Vogang did not care about such things. Do not worry, as you know. Anything that happens during the duel is granted immunity. Bring me at least one arm. Seeing this situation, Julius was worried from behind. The fact that Theo was really participating filled his mind with thoughts. Will Theo really be okay? Time rewound to the past. Julius spoke helplessly. I am sorry, Theo, you got swept up because of my reckless behavior. Are you really okay? You said a proxy can fight multiple times, but Theo suddenly cut him off, of course. Trust me, through this duel. The two listened in silence. Theo's face became very determined. What I intend to do is sever the long-standing grudge between the two of you. Back to reality. Theo was already holding his sword and ready for battle. The sky had turned into late evening before they knew it. The lights turned on and Theo assumed his stance. The referee put the whistle to his mouth and blew. Beta recalled what Vogang just said and gripped his sword tight. As soon as the whistle rang, he suddenly rushed forward. At the same time, the referee strictly observed the fight between the two. The first thing Beta did was charge at high speed. The two collided head-on and neither yielded. A loud roar rang out and both were pushed back. Beta must have realized the opponent wasn't ordinary. Theo's speed became unbelievably fast. Stone fragments flew into the air from the two's offense and defense, and the floor slowly cracked. As expected of Vogang's disciple, Beta's combat power was very powerful. Because of this, Theo struggled somewhat. Nevertheless, Beta's expression looked very unpleasant, and he thought inwardly, I thought I would not be pushed back in a simple sword exchange. Hard to believe, is this the gap of a successor? Just then he suddenly kicked the dirt reflexively. Theo raised his hand to cover his eyes. Not missing that opening, Beta hurriedly raised his sword to prepare an attack. Still lacking practical experience. For the honor of a successor, I'll send you off without pain as much as possible. But he underestimated Theo too much. Theo lowered his head lightly to dodge. Beta flinched at that sight. Did he show an opening on purpose? Theo began his counterattack. It felt like time had stopped, and Beta sensed something was wrong. Just as he tried to attack, Theo had already retreated to secure a safe distance. Cold sweat flowed down Beta's face. If I had not stopped the attack, I would be dead. But why? Why did he stop? Voices rang incessantly in Theo's head. Kill those who mocked you, those who abandoned us. Kill them all. Even if he did not want it, the sound kill, until the last one, continued to ring in Theo's head. He looked up at the opponent as if exhausted. Sensing his strange state, Beta was surprised and thought, full of openings, trying that trick again. You underestimate me too much. Do you think that technique will work twice? I'll strike back. He brought his sword down very decisively, even thinking, and that is you. At the decisive moment, Theo's sword suddenly blocked it. When he opened his mouth as if tired, Beta flinched. A tiresome chorus. Kill, you say? I'll cut off your tongue first. Theo seemed like he had become a different person, and Beta was appalled by his overwhelming power. This bastard, what are you saying? Now Theo did not care about his attitude. Beta was astonished by Theo's powerful attack. No matter how much he tried to resist, everything seemed meaningless. The arena turned into pandemonium in an instant, and white smoke rose up. The spectators watching this were also bewildered and did not know what to do. It was unknown why Nina Aton attended this fight, but she watched the scene before her eyes very calmly. Nina's expression became a little serious as she thought inwardly. Truly outstanding, to produce this much power without mana. It felt like time had stopped. People were still staring at the scene before their eyes. Beta was now in a miserable state, having even lost one arm. The referee was silent for a moment, then hurriedly turned his head and reached out. Duel match 1 winner, Theo Jana. But Theo was on the verge of losing his reason. Theo's eyes slowly calmed down. What was that feeling just now? Different from the grudge that usually torments me. It was an unfamiliar sensation, but it felt like something was leading me. Giving myself to that sensation allowed me to produce power on a different level. Giving myself to a grudge, a dangerous idea. But if used properly, I can be twice as strong as now, the referee, unable to delay, continued to declare. Then start the second match. Fighters from both sides come forward. Theo looked at the opponent seriously. The defense side declared a player substitution. Theo Jana continued to step up as the fighter for the second match. Vogang thought inwardly, arrogant guy, good, I'll definitely kill you this time. At the same time, a cold figure slowly walked up onto the arena. This man was the veiled former Dragon Gate sword instructor, Phaser Grayson. The old man slowly opened his mouth. I am trusting you, young blood of Jana. Watching the battle before his eyes, Ein was quite interested. Launching such sword strikes without mana? Hunker also chimed in. That sword is huge. I like it, people continued to whisper. This time it is quite serious, is not it? I am worried. Nothing to worry about. Worry about Theo. He will not win, but he will not die. Hearing those words, Jimin expressed his worry. In my opinion, that might become reality. Different from the first match where they put up a high-ranking inspector for show, that guy is real elder level. In other words, in this duel, they intend to kill Theo no matter what. At the same time, Phaser also walked up onto the arena step by step. The referee slowly brought the whistle to his mouth. Theo slowly raised both hands in front of everyone. He suddenly shouted, "I forfeit." At this action, Vogang was furious. "What?" Theo burst into laughter as if he expected it. "How can I, a mere intermediate inspector, compete with an elder level? It is obvious the elder would win even without fighting. Even a newborn would know." At these words, Phaser was terribly angry. At the same time, the referee declared, "Second match winner, Phaser Grayson." People murmured below the spectator seats. The council took a huge loss this time. Theo is truly calculating. The council has no honor left to lose. To face the third match with that arm after going all out, recalling the past events, Vogang was furious. Damn it, did he foresee even this? Watching this, Evelyn was a little surprised. First time seeing him so agitated, she suddenly stepped forward and said, "I am sorry, it is because of me." Theo smiled and comforted her. Nothing to apologize for. It is natural for colleagues to help each other. Julius also chimed in. "Right, Evelyn, watch closely this time. I'll make mincemeat of them." A happy smile suddenly spread across Evelyn's face. She recalled the old memory when Julius came to find her. "Evelyn, join the White Armor Dragoons. You have talent. Too good to rot in a place like this. Who cares if you cannot ride a dragon? Discharge is not the only answer. Come back and hold the one who made you like this responsible." At the same time, Theo always treated her sincerely. "You said you'd be my sword. Evelyn, I intend to grant both your wishes." Evelyn was deeply moved. "Everyone thinks of me like this. I cannot be held back by the past." "Right, I'll take the villain role." Lost in thought, Evelyn suddenly called the captain. She threw off her coat without hesitation. "I will cut him down with my own hands." She stepped forward abruptly. "I have something to say." At the same time, the referee's voice rang out. The final third match. Fighters from both sides forward. Vogang walked out majestically. He was displeased and calculated inwardly. "Damn it," eventually came to the third match. "My reputation is rock bottom because of that damn successor. Even if I die, I'll take Julius's arm." The referee suddenly notified. The court accepts the defense's request. The defense replaces the third match fighter. At the same time, Evelyn strode onto the arena. Seeing this situation, a triumphant smile appeared on Vogang's face. "Ridiculous to be this reckless. What's next? Going to beg for mercy here?" She aimed her sword coldly. "You are the one who should be begging for your life." Her eyes were very determined. In front of countless gazes, she suddenly called him "Father." At that single word, his anger shot to the top of his head. People who heard those words whispered, "Evelyn's father is Vogang of the White Dragon unit? They do not look alike at all. An illegitimate child? I have seen Vogang's lawful wife." Then what that woman said was all true. Unable to endure, Vogang shouted in rage, "Shameless thing, father, do not make me laugh." Evelyn retorted coldly as if not worth arguing, "If I knew you'd be this happy, I should have called you that sooner. Since you like old stories, I'll tell more. You beat me to death, just because I called you father. Because I was an illegitimate child, you tried to kill me even when I was in the White Dragon unit. To hide that I was your bastard." Unable to listen, Vogang screamed at the top of his lungs. "Shut up. So what if that is true?" As a member of the Jana family, realizing something was wrong, he was startled and flustered. People's whispering continued. "Is she really his blood? An illegitimate child at that age? He was so particular about bloodline. Serves him right. You went wild. Now look at you. Warned you this would happen. Why did you keep that bastard alive?" At the pouring criticism, Vogang was furiously angry. "Damn it." Theo and Julius watched this scene silently from behind. Julius, worried, spoke hurriedly. "Do not push yourself, Evelyn. I will handle it." Theo suddenly cut him off. "Watch. Look at Evelyn's resolve." Without wasting time, Vogang shot out like a bullet. Evelyn also faced him, not wanting to lose. The two collided head-on, and neither's power was inferior enough to be threatening. They fought fiercely, moving here and there. Their power seemed evenly matched. During the battle, a bizarre change occurred in Evelyn's body. Seeing this scene, Julius could not hide his surprise. That is the secret technique, Divine Wind, Stone, Thunder. The scene turned into an Asura in an instant, and Vogang was overwhelmed and slowly pushed back. The expressions of those witnessing this became very perplexed. Wasn't Stone Wind the Sword of Storm? How did Evelyn learn the lost secret technique of storm? Cracks continued to form on the floor, and Vogang was pushed back quite far. People discussed endlessly. To think she blocked Vogang's sword and even pushed him back. Unbelievable. How did she learn the lost sword art? She is fighting on par with the top-tier swordsman Hyun's Dong. Compared to her, Vogang's technique is, watching this, Theo wore a triumphant smile. Nothing to be surprised about. Mana usage is prohibited in duels, so they must compete with pure swordsmanship. So the difference in mana means nothing. Above all, Vogang, he stared at the fight between the two. If not for the solid background of bloodline purity, he would not even have reached that position. At the continuous fierce attacks, Vogang's anger exploded and he shouted, "This crazy bitch!" Simultaneously, Evelyn retreated to secure a safe distance. Her eyes were filled with contempt. In less than a second, she realized his intention. Vogang shouted loudly, trying to crush her with his power. "Think carefully. Do you really think you can escape my grasp? I will beat you until you beg, until you come to your senses." However, her power was unusual, causing him to pause for a moment. Evelyn's gaze was very determined, and she suddenly shouted, "Just try it." At this provocation, his feelings were completely twisted. "What? Evelyn is no longer a frail girl. When I was young, I feared you because you were my whole world. but now I have colleagues I can trust. Hunker and everyone in the spectator seats were surprised to hear this. Even Theo was listening quietly. She continued to recall the painful past. And I have people who believe in me. I am no longer a weak child. Finishing her words, Evelyn attacked Vogang with all her might. Unable to react in time, he was blown backward. Suffering a deep wound, his mind became increasingly confused. Still not enough. Evelyn continued to shout and attack fiercely. Seeing the outcome was decided, the referee immediately called Evelyn's name. Winner, Evelyn. People in the stands could not hide their surprise. Julius and Theo smiled happily, and the sword was lowered to the floor. Naturally, Vogang suffered a complete defeat. The referee continued to declare, Evelyn has defeated Vogang. Furious, he placed one hand on the ground. Damn it, it is not over yet. As he tried to take action, someone blocked him, making him terribly displeased. Theo walked over coldly and warned, if you are truly a member of the 9 Dragons, do not make yourself a laughingstock any further. Accept the result. Everyone's gaze focused on Evelyn. Third match, Evelyn wins. According to the verdict, Evelyn is innocent. Everyone there cheered immediately. As if remembering something, she turned her head to look to one side. A bright smile spread across her face. Evelyn reporting, standing before her. Julius was very pleased. Well done. Hearing the praise, she paused for a moment. Then a happy smile spread across her face. It is all thanks to everyone. Vogang's subordinates approached and supported him. Are you all right? Elder, we retrieved the sword. The wound is deep, you must get treated first. Recalling today's humiliation, Vogang's anger exploded completely. He suddenly shouted, Evelyn. People turned around in surprise, but Vogang had already lost his reason. That lowly thing, I will kill her with my own hands. Just then, someone's hand blocked his attack. At this, Vogang was startled and realized something. Julius also could no longer just watch. He was displeased and forced himself to remain calm. Julius's eyes were fierce, as if to swallow Vogang whole. Do you want me to cut off your remaining arm too? At that threat, Vogang froze. Time seemed to stop and the air in the space settled heavily. People in the spectator seats stood blankly, unable to believe the scene before their eyes. Just then, a man rushed over and reported, the Choi Ban family has started an attack. All personnel returned to positions immediately. Although furious, he could not dispose of Vogang. Julius had no choice. He turned his body. Theo, Evelyn. It is a wartime situation. Return to the White Armor Dragoons immediately. The two nodded and agreed. Understood. Behind them, Vogang still had not cooled his anger. These damn bastards. Stop there. It is not over yet. I said stop. Then Nina Adon stood behind his back with a terribly displeased expression. Vogang, I will say this just once. The atmosphere seemed to have changed. She warned coldly, do not sully the name of the 9 Dragons any further. As even she stepped in, Vogang became even more uncomfortable. Ice Dragon, are you ignoring me? No, the council right now. Nina did not seem to care what he said. Well, I do not think their thoughts would be much different from mine. At the same time, the Jana council members also walked over coldly and reminded him, even if the council's honor has fallen to the ground, we cannot let a defeated challenger wield a sword. Everything happened so instantly that Vogang collapsed to the floor in despair. Seeing the situation, Julius thought inwardly, it is finally over. On a silent moonlit night, Theo's group quietly left the place. It was the miserable appearance of a greedy old man. The scene changed to another place. Choi Ban was sitting as if bored, lost in thought. He silently listened to the subordinate's report. With this, we have occupied the central plateau. Haman Castle will also fall soon. As if something came to mind, Choi Ban showed curiosity. What about Jana's troops? The subordinate continued to report. The Lord's cavalry and the private soldiers of the 6 great families are gathering at the central plateau. Hearing those words, he let out a sneer. Foolish Jana bastards, moving exactly as expected. I'll make them realize this war is just a part of a massive plan. While the bastards concentrate their forces on the central plateau, the place I will devour is right here. His face became more gruesome than ever. The scene changed to the Bok territory. 3 guards were sitting idly. One of them turned his head and spoke. That newly appointed lord. I heard he locked himself in his room drinking as soon as he arrived. Does he even have the self-awareness that he is a family head? The man next to him snorted. Everyone who could leave has already left long ago. What can he do in a territory sitting on a pile of debt? Even the knights and servants who served the Bok family for generations have all left. What ability would he have? It is a relief he at least knows how to drink. Makes sense. Did not they say reinforcements arrived today? A blonde soldier turned his head in surprise. Reinforcements? You mean those parasites? At the same time, Jana support team leader Sidi and member Eldon Nan were still drunk and having fun. Seeing this spectacle, the 2 guards sighed and conversed. They said they were in charge of night patrol, but every time I checked they were sprawled out sleeping. Support my foot, Jana has abandoned us. The blonde looked back at the group. Is that true? Time flowed into the night. A mysterious figure asked abruptly, is that true? The blonde immediately nodded and reported, internal morale is at rock bottom. This operation is already over. At this, Choi Ban's subordinate was triumphant. He looked back and asked everyone. Everyone heard that, right? The counterattack squad appeared behind him. Choi Ban's subordinate led the troops and moved forward. Let us finish quickly and go back. A short while later, Sibo was sitting, still drunk and unaware of the situation. Suddenly, someone appeared in front of him. A murderous assassin held a dagger and looked down at him coldly. You look comfortable. To think a guard is soaked in booze. Drink that all up and die. Time rewinds to the past. Julius slammed the table in anger. The more he thought, the more anger surged. You are asking for independent operation authority as a mere intermediate swordsman. In wartime, the operation is the top priority. There is no special treatment. Theo calmly held the documents and notified, "This is a matter related to the war. Look at this," checking the information. He was very suspicious. "Is what is written here true?" Theo nodded and moved a chess piece onto the map. Choi Ban's main target is Haemon Castle in the Central Plateau, but that is a decoy. The real target is the floating island and the Bok territory. Hearing this information, Julius marveled and thought, "Certainly, it makes sense." Theo continued to analyze the bastard's actions. Looking at the XZ kidnapping incident and the movements of the Black Skeleton, it is clear they are cooperating with Choi Ban. Furthermore, because the Black Skeleton's predecessor was the Archipelago Transport Union, all the villains of the Empire gather there. Finishing his words, he added abruptly, "That explains his massive funding source." He nodded without hesitation to confirm, "Correct, and that island, a strategic key point, will become a greater threat. Therefore, sending reinforcements to the neglected Bok territory is the top priority. But since Choi Ban has concentrated troops at Haemon Castle and the Central Plateau, we must concentrate our power there too. Since Janna also deployed counter troops, there are no remaining troops." Julius also nodded and understood. "I understand, we cannot give up a strategic key point." Theo reached out his hand to the chess piece. "That is why I request independent operational rights. From supporting the Bok territory to investigating the suspicious archipelago, I will finish it." His face was very confident. Seeing Theo's confidence, Julius was very pleased. "You proposed this, foreseeing it from the start." He nodded without hesitation and agreed. "Good, I permit it. If it is related to the war, it does not matter. Just do not cross the line." Theo nodded and understood. "I will keep that in mind." Suddenly looking at the document again, Julius was very surprised. Everything Theo brought is top-secret information. But the fact that he gave this to me, not the Black Dragon, means he intends to move independently. My permission is just a formal procedure. As his thoughts reached this point, Julius smiled with anticipation. He seemed quite pleased with Theo's behavior. If it is Theo, he must have already finished preparations. Returning to reality again, a dagger flew in rapidly. The assassination attempt on Sibo was thwarted. Sensing the situation was bad, the bastard was startled. His eyes gradually became blank. "Orange juice?" Sibo smiled triumphantly and continued. "Correct. I do not drink alcohol." And the assassin was subdued in the blink of an eye. A short while later, the assassins had all fallen. The three guards, Sibo's group, conversed with each other. "The advance party has been cleared. Captain, let us light the beacon now. I will show you my sword-piercing Choi Ban's formation. Since the festival has started, we cannot stay still." Sibo was annoyed from the side. "The captain never listens to me." Just like that, the three lit the torches. While they were still rejoicing, an assassin suddenly appeared from behind. Sibo turned back in surprise and simultaneously stood guard and reacted hurriedly. The other soldier was terribly worried. Everything was too fast. As Sibo turned back, someone soared into the air. Nabang walked over coldly and warned the group, "Be careful. If anyone gets hurt, what excuse will you give the Lord?" At his spirit, Sibo reacted immediately. "I will be careful." Nabang smiled and approached, placing his hand lightly on his shoulder. "Just kidding. Take it easy. That sort of thing is for the Lord to worry about, is not that right?" Sibo's face was suddenly dyed with panic. "Take care of the fire, I have something to discuss with the colleagues." At the same time, Nabang also raised his sword high and prepared for action. Seeing the situation, the soldiers were terrified and flustered. "It is a joke, I'll do it." The blazing fire was lit rapidly, and at the same time the soldiers also assumed combat readiness. Nabang's footsteps lightly trod on the high fortress wall. The situation became increasingly interesting. How did the Lord see through this so well? People were gathered below the fortress wall. Choi Ban's subordinates and his minions were attempting to invade. Wasting no time, Sibo raised his sword high. "Choi Ban's worms have attacked. Defend Bok Castle and annihilate the enemies." The battle between both sides began immediately. Arrows poured down from the fortress wall in succession, hitting Choi Ban's subordinates. At the same time, the dragon Umbra also flew in and surveyed the situation. Seeing the spectacle below, Theo burst into laughter and marveled. Fighting already? Arrived at good timing. Finally, as he pulled the reins to commence action, a strong wind blew, and Umbra rode the wind and dived down rapidly. "I see familiar faces." The sky here had turned into dawn and the battlefield was more chaotic than ever. Confirming that the enemies were all subdued, Sibo rejoiced and shouted, "As ordered by Lord Theo, we completed the Bok territory defense mission." "Reporting?" Theo spoke as if dumbfounded. "Do not shout. Damn it, well done." Hearing the praise, Sibo paused for a moment, then could not hold it back. Tears flowed endlessly from his face. "He acknowledged me." The colleagues marveled continuously. "Lucky guy." "I am jealous." Nabang smiled and walked over to speak. "I did not think you'd come personally." Theo also nodded and said, "I came to make sure, but seeing it in person, my help would not have been needed." He turned his head in surprise to look at the group. "It is thanks to those guys. Where did you find such talents?" At this, Theo smiled happily and revealed his pride. "Friends who trained with me during cadet days. They joined the Royal Guard saying they would serve me. I believe you approved it." Hearing those words, Nabang smiled, turned his head and replied, "Honestly speaking, I did not expect much at first. They were just intermediate level and lacked special experience. But after moving together for a few days, I realized they are guys I can trust, even if they are still a bit rough." Theo nodded as if he understood, and hearing those words made him feel somewhat proud. Then I have a favor to ask of you. Nabong became quiet immediately upon hearing that. Theo smiled and continued quickly. Right now the Lord and Knights have left, leaving the Bok family's Knight Order seats empty. Train your friends and turn them into the Silver Knights. A look of slight surprise crossed his face at those words. A Knight Order. It has been a truly long time since my heart raced like this. Theo wore a satisfied smile and did not waste time. He turned and walked away. Then I'll leave this matter to you. Nabong turned his head in curiosity. Leaving already? Theo sighed and kept walking. I have seen everything I need to see. This is just a passing point. I have another objective. When Nabong wondered about the objective, only then did Theo smile, turn back and notify him. I am going to scout the floating archipelago. Nabong was lost for words at Theo's behavior. I thought you had settled down after wandering so much, but your boldness still surprises me. Is not that place famous for being hostile to outsiders and difficult to enter? Theo simply uttered an exclamation at those words and looked up at the blue sky. I have my own way. In the blink of an eye, the landscape changed to the port city of Dion. A familiar large man was walking forward slowly. Coincidentally, he ended up bumping into a man even larger than himself. The man turned his head as if displeased and accused him. Hey, keep your eyes open when you walk, will you? The man sighed and said, My mistake. I did not see you. Fine, I'll match your eye level. The large man stood blankly seeing this situation. Due to the fight between the two, the beer hall became noisy in an instant. Who do you think will win? I bet on your side. That is one fiery fight. Damn it, you guys are dead meat. Are you okay? The beer tastes amazing tonight. Let us go. The server continued to carry beer. Hey, when did you get here? Make way. From inside the room. A voice slowly rang out, summarizing the demands. Starting from the 15th, the floating archipelago must periodically offer gunpowder and steel to Choi Ban as tribute. All costs are calculated as the rental fee for the Blue Dragon sword. Hearing this information, the heir of the Spinola family, Antonio Spinola, shouted in rage. This is an absurd demand that is practically blackmail. And a rental fee, he stole it and now he wants money to lend it back. It is not even funny. The secretary tried to say something more, but just thinking about this made anger surge within Antonio. No, there is no other choice. Without the Blue Dragon sword, the floating archipelago will sink. Damn it, if only we had not lost the Blue Dragon sword, we would not have to bow and scrape to those bastards. Is there any hope for our archipelago? Just then, a strange sound was heard from outside, drawing the attention of the two people in the room. The fight was still continuing outside. Yeah, smash him with the chair, I cannot take it anymore. Antonio immediately ran outside. These damn bastards, my head feels like it is going to explode. Where do you think you are causing a scene? Hey, why are you guys so noisy? Did not I tell you not to drink and make noise? Shut up. At those words, everyone froze on the spot, and Theo wore a triumphant smile. Finally showing your face, Antonio Spinola, heir of the Spinola family. A short while later, Antonio looked at the two soldiers before him and asked abruptly, So you want to go to the floating archipelago? So you want to ride on the ship? Theo revealed his thoughts without hesitation. That is correct. I heard sea monsters appear frequently on that route recently, with my skills. The commotion earlier should have been sufficient proof. You must be short on hands anyway. Is not it a benefit for both sides? Hearing those words, Antonio's face became serious. You are not wrong. I am looking for crew members. But I cannot let you on the ship. Your equipment is too clean for mercenaries looking for work. It shows absolutely no signs of use. Furthermore, that fight earlier seemed to precisely target the location where I was and the ringleader. You also know I have a ship bound for the archipelago. If you were in my position, would you give a ride? Hearing Antonio's analysis, Theo burst into laughter. It is a relief. Your observation skills are excellent. Good, I'll speak directly. The armed resistance group fighting for the liberation of the floating archipelago. The leader of Blackbone, Antonio Spinola, was flustered when his name was mentioned. Theo moved closer to his face. How about we negotiate? Cold sweat flowed down his face. How did you know I am the leader of Blackbone? Theo smiled and shook his head. Look, that is not important. The problem is not how I know, but what I know. Theo's eyes turned cold in an instant. For example, the Blue Dragon sword you crave so much. Unable to endure it any longer, Antonio jumped up and shouted, You bastard, were you Choi Ban's dog after all? At his intense reaction, Theo pretended to be surprised. Hey, calm down, we need to be calm to negotiate, do not we? At those words, Antonio gradually regained his composure. Suddenly a subordinate entered the room. Lord Antonio. He hurriedly raised his hand to stop him, thinking it over. It did not add up. If this guy was Choi Ban's subordinate, there would be no reason to bring up the Blue Dragon sword. Theo retorted, What if I say I have the Blue Dragon sword? But those words rather brought Antonio's ridicule. Bullshit. It is a fact known to the world that Choi Ban stole it, but you say you have it? That makes no sense. Listening, Theo burst into laughter and answered, Why does it make no sense? They could just be saying they have it like I am. At Theo's words, Antonio became confused. Come to think of it, those bastards never showed real evidence. To think my judgment has become this clouded, even though the archipelago's fate is at stake. While he was lost in thought, Theo continued to ask, You have nothing to lose, right? How about listening to me once? Helplessly, Antonio sat on the chair. Fine, speak. Theo opened his mouth. The legend regarding the mystery of the floating archipelago. It all starts with the story of the hero Quixote Hyu. At those words Antonio was startled. He opened a drawer and said, "It seems you already know the story." "Yes, that is correct." He stabbed his sword into the head of the sea dragon, destroying the sea and sealed it beneath the waves. The hero of legend. Quixote Hyu, that fairy tale-like story is true. People say the floating archipelago floats thanks to mysterious currents, but that is not true. The immense mana emitted by the giant dragon deep under the sea, sealed by Quixote Hyu, is keeping the islands afloat in the air. The blue dragon sword is the device maintaining that seal and the means to stabilize the mana flow. But since Choi Ban stole it, the mana flow has become unstable. If the blue dragon sword is not returned quickly, the archipelago will, before he could finish speaking, Theo cut in coldly, sink back into the sea, and countless innocent people will be in danger. At those words Antonio broke into a cold sweat. "I am not joking. The lives of the archipelago's people depend on it. If you really have the blue dragon sword and return it, I will grant whatever wish you have." Hearing those words, Theo fell into thought for a moment. Returning it is not the right solution. Choi Ban can steal it again anytime. Besides, I have to give up the blue dragon sword forever. The most important thing is that I have to give up the blue dragon sword forever. While Theo was agonizing, Antonio asked, "Then let us continue the negotiation. Tell me what you want. If it is money, I'll give you as much as you want." Theo suddenly shook his head. "No, I do not need money," he thought inwardly. "I have already prepared a way to save the archipelago while keeping the blue dragon's sword." Theo proposed, "You just need to take me to the floating archipelago." At that proposal, Antonio opened his mouth blankly. On the vast open sea, the ship slowly moved toward the distance. On the ship, Theo was leisurely admiring the scenery. He swept up his hair, feeling good. Nice view. The floating archipelago. The ship gradually took him to another massive place. A magnificent space unfolded before his eyes. A place where countless ships came and went endlessly, called the floating archipelago. A commercial alliance with independent history and tradition, and an autonomous territory recognized by the emperor. However, during the Great War it was occupied by Choi Ban and degraded into a military supply production base, and at the end of the war the entire island sank and disappeared from the map. Thinking up to that point, Theo's expression became serious. "For Jana and for the floating archipelago, I must drive Choi Ban out of here for the sake of both sides." While he was lost in thought, Antonio asked abruptly, "That wasn't empty talk, was it? The promise to save this island?" After thinking for a moment, Theo answered, "So that the floating archipelago does not sink anymore, I will move the entire island." A confident smile spread across his face. He vowed to himself, "Right, I can do it," he thought inwardly. The sea dragon beneath the archipelago. It is the guardian protecting the ancient dragon's ruins. In the middle of the vast space, Theo asked, "What do you think of this sword?" After observing for a moment, Blacker opened his mouth. "That is an ancient relic." The desert dragon also nodded. "It is a relic of the ancient dragon." Theo reached out for the sword before his eyes. "It is a relic indeed, but why is it hostile to the Jana family?" The fairy dragon next to him offered an opinion. "I do not know the details, but it seems the guardian who killed the dragon abandoned its duty and fled the ruins." Theo showed curiosity. "Fled, even if we overlook it, because there is a precedent of abandoning duty." At these words, Jin next to him flinched. "Because he was the very ringleader who created that precedent. That guy." Theo did not care about the guy's reaction. "Fleeing the ruins means if I pay the price, I can leave that place too." Jin's eyes became serious. "Nonsense, only a creature like that could escape and survive until now," Theo asked back with an intrigued expression. "So not just anyone can do it, but that guy possessed immense mana enough to float the archipelago with just its breath." "Wait, that means if I subdue the guy, I can move the archipelago myself?" Blacker next to him said immediately. "Theoretically it is possible, but you must reseal that guy first. Can you do it?" The fairy dragon also nodded. "It must have lost a lot of power while escaping the ruins, but it is still one of the strongest guardians." Hearing that, Jin looked back at Theo. "Do you have a way to go down to the seabed?" Theo nodded with conviction. "Of course, from the method to approach the seabed to the way to seal the guy, I have prepared everything." "Would that giant beast really have the power to save the archipelago? A power that even people born and raised here do not know about. You doubt even after seeing the Dragon Slayer's sword?" Antonio shook his head worriedly. "It is not doubt, it is worry. Please understand, the fate of my hometown is at stake." Although a bit surprised, Theo nodded and agreed. "Fine, just take me there. I will save this place no matter what means I use." Immediately, a system notification popped up. Subquest, Dragon Slayer Sword Bambung finding its place. Find the location, subdue the guardian, and claim ownership. The time changed to late night. The moon hung high and all preparations were finished inside the dark secret room. Antonio introduced Theo to the people. "The mission is simple. Escort this person to the giant beast Quixote Hyu. After that, he will handle it. As you know, most of the Grand Lords have been bought by Choi Ban, and the security around the giant beast is strict. Use the familiar infiltration route." Antonio's subordinates all nodded. "Understood. For the floating archipelago," he turned his head to look at Theo, "I'll trust only you." Just then, Theo noticed one of them smiling evilly. A short while later, the scene changed to a massive place guarded by guards. It was strict enough that not even an ant, let alone a fly, could enter. Amidst the ceaseless strange sounds, Theo's familiar appearance appeared. It seemed they helped Theo's infiltration. He looked up at the massive blue dragon statue coiling around the mountain. The man continued to report. "This is the interior. The probability of being detected is low because of the waterfall sound, but please be careful." Theo took out a weapon from the system without hesitation. He did not forget to smile and praise them. "Good work. I'll go alone from here." The people who saw the sword in his hand were intrigued. "That is the real Dragon Slayer sword," Theo thought inwardly. "The reaction is getting stronger as I get closer to the giant beast." He looked up at the giant dragon statue over there. There was no emotion on his face. A short while later, Theo kicked off the ground and jumped up. He charged forward at full speed. Did he really have the Dragon Slayer sword? Finally, there is hope for the floating archipelago. Before he could even react, the assassin behind him suddenly commenced action. From this moment, we recover the stolen Dragon Slayer sword Bambung. The group slowly approached forward. They seemed to be plotting a conspiracy. Meanwhile, Theo looked at the statue with one leg stuck in the ground. At this time, he was climbing on top of the dragon-shaped statue's head, and he sensed something was wrong. He thought inwardly, "The place with the strongest reaction is here." There is no doubt. The problem was the next step. He observed the statue holding a sword before his eyes closely, then thrust his sword into the floor beneath it without hesitation. "You seem to be calculating something, but if you try to stick it in the old way, there will not be a reaction." According to the message, while Theo was still contemplating, the assassin next to him tried to attack using that opening. The guy launched a powerful blow forward decisively, but Theo's speed was much faster. The assassin was startled as Theo disappeared from before his eyes. The guy was still looking around, searching. He disappeared, taking advantage of GJ letting his guard down. Theo aimed for the opening and counterattacked. GJ felt pain transmitting through his whole body. "When did he get behind my back?" Just like that, he was pushed back by Theo and suffered. His current appearance became very miserable. Subordinates rushed over seeing that. "Lord GJ, are you all right?" He nodded and said, "I am fine, but this guy is strong. Do not act rashly." Explosions were heard immediately from the surroundings, drawing the attention of the guards below. They hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. "Did you hear that just now? Sounded like something breaking. Look over there. It is the giant beast Kyodhyu." Everyone was terrified in an instant. What on earth is happening? The giant beast is collapsing. Changes occurred one after another in this place, and everything turned into rock fragments and plummeted to the floor. The giant beast, awakened from a long slumber, finally opened its eyes. Seeing this situation, Antonio was extremely flustered. "Why is it taking so long? What on earth is happening inside?" A subordinate rushed over and shouted, "Lord Antonio, big trouble. GJ and his gang, those who entered with us, are suddenly attacking the guests." At those words, Antonio froze on the spot. Damn it, to think Choi Ban's lackeys infiltrated this far. Meanwhile, Theo was still fighting the mob endlessly. Theo slowly retreated, maintaining a safe distance. As the situation became difficult, he was terribly displeased. Damn bastards, even with an opportunity, they do not come in deep and are just stalling for time. They must have already occupied the third C-zone, and are secretly waiting for reinforcements. As his thoughts reached this point, Theo burst into laughter as if dumbfounded. "Do you think I'll let it go your way?" At those words, GJ sensed something was wrong and was flustered. As Theo placed one hand on the floor and commenced action, a bizarre box slowly floated into the air. Seeing that object, GJ noticed a strange sign. GJ hurriedly shouted to his subordinates, giving orders. "Block him, stop him." Seeing their terrified appearances, Theo was very satisfied. "Right, I thought too complicatedly." A system notification window popped up. Subquest: The Dragon Slayer sword Bambung wishes to return to its original resting place. Find the location, defeat the Guardian, and claim ownership. Theo secretly recalled the spectacle from earlier. Wishes to return to its original place, you say? The Dragon Slayer sword is reacting very strongly. If it is the original place, it must be here. Theo resolutely held the sword and rushed toward that bizarre box. He thrust the sword into the box with all his might without hesitation. Even a smile of utmost joy spread across his face. However, GJ's face next to him turned pale with fear. A massive explosion rang out, and the ground shattered instantly. Everything happened so quickly that even Theo could not understand what was going on. However, the guards were startled by the sound shaking the sky and paid attention. They hurriedly assumed a defensive stance. "Did you hear? It sounded like something breaking." "Look there, it is the giant beast Kyodhyu." Everyone trembled in fear at the scene just now. What the hell? The giant is collapsing. The scene turned into pandemonium in an instant. The massive statue now broke into small fragments and fell to the ground. A short while later, Theo slowly opened his eyes. He sighed as if tired and clutched his head. "Did I faint? Still alive though. Seems I am inside the ruins graveyard." Theo could not hide his surprise at the vast primordial space unfolding before his eyes. Just then a familiar voice was heard. "So this is that creature's nest." Only then did Theo realize his four companions were beside him. "Why do you guys look so bizarre?" the dragon explained seriously. "We manifested directly using your mana as a medium. Since your mana is terrible, we ended up looking ridiculous, but it cannot be helped. Nevertheless, it is truly bizarre for a guardian protecting a relic to harbor deep longing and compassion for humans." At this information, Theo went blank. "What, humans?" he asked in panic, continuing. Humans, you mean that is Kyodhyu? Gadipi cut in abruptly. We do not know either, we just read the guy's residual thoughts as sunlight shone in. Theo sighed and said, it seems to fit the context, since there seem to be no other guardians, let us look around. Just then an arrow flew in. A skeleton holding a bow glared at him with angry eyes. With a whoosh, the guy launched an attack and the arrow flew toward the standing Theo, but he lightly twisted his body and caught the arrow. Theo became terribly displeased at the provocation just now, calling it an ownerless house. How funny. What is this again? When Theo looked back, skeletons were surrounding him before he knew it. The guys looked at him with eyes full of hatred and kept muttering, intruder, Kyodhyu's shackles. Theo did not understand the reason, but sensing danger as all surrounding skeletons surrounded him. Eliminate the intruder for Kyodhyu. Seeing this situation, the fairy dragon marveled. I see. To behave so recklessly to protect a human's ownership, I did not expect that. That guy, Kyodhyu. Theo suddenly shot an arrow to the side. A guy screamed. Turns out a skeleton was aiming for a surprise attack from the side. At this situation, Theo sighed. So many of them. But it is nothing special, just sweeping them all away will do. As he acted confident, the fairy dragon suddenly cut in. It will not be as easy as you think. Those are not ordinary skeletons. The shattered skeleton reattached itself and gripped the weapon in its hand tight. The fairy dragon seemed to know these guys weren't easy to deal with. Those are immortal dragon-tooth warriors. Confirming Theo was an intruder, the guys rushed in immediately. Theo also smiled and raised his weapon high. Certainly will not be easy. With a roar, the two forces collided head-on. Watching this situation, Jin advised from the side, you cannot fight endlessly like this. Theo looked back at the guy. Do you have a better idea? After thinking for a moment, Jin spoke abruptly. I'll give you a piece of advice to enlighten that stonehead. That guy named Kyodhyu, he is a human like you, right? Tell him to give up ownership. I cannot watch this anymore. Theo turned his head and rebuked. He is a legendary hero, even if he is alive, can that be called human? At Theo's anger, Jin was dumbfounded. Arrogant mortal bastard, advising a fool only makes my mouth hurt. System notification rang, drawing Theo's attention. Messages arrived in succession. This dungeon is the last gift Raven left for Kyodhyu. Retrieve the gift's ownership from Kyodhyu. Reading the notification, Theo was surprised. Wait, retrieve ownership. Jin might be right. Theo fell into deep thought. As the skeleton swarm attacked, Theo disappeared from their eyes in an instant. Due to the fierce attacks, the ground continued to crack, and at the same time Theo jumped down from a high place. His footwork was very fast, as if trying to escape this place. The system continued to notify. Hatchling synchronization activated. Suspicion filled his eyes. He glanced sideways. If my prediction is correct, skeletons still swarmed endlessly, and the number increased to the point of suffocating Theo. He opened the hatchling's eyes wide and scanned the hundreds of thousands of skeletons here. Observing closely, Theo focused on one skeleton. Found it. While the entire legion charged, only one guy was turning its back and running away. Now I am certain. Realizing Theo discovered him, the bizarre skeleton looked back in surprise. But everything was too late. Theo immediately used lightning dragon technique to attack. He rushed forward without hesitation and surrounded the guy. Everything was so fast that the guy could not even react. Serial explosions occurred. Feeling it was still insufficient, Theo used golden light and fought for a long time. Finally, as he landed on the floor, a system notification popped up again. Collect the remaining fragments to confront Kyodhyu. 126. Theo looked silently at the void before his eyes. In his hand was a bizarre sample called Kyodhyu's third cervical vertebra. A look of joy crossed his face. As expected, it was him. I just have to keep collecting like this. The landscape changed to the outside of the island. Rain poured down like a torrent. The manager was startled as a mysterious figure appeared. You arrived too late. Did something happen? The man continued walking and said, nothing much, it was just easy to steer the boat thanks to the fog. Sensing something was wrong, the manager was terribly flustered. The next moment he and his subordinates screamed in terror. What is this, passengers? Heavy rain is continuing. Countless people on the ship lost their lives and people fell into chaos. What the hell is this? The mysterious man commented coldly. Foolish floating archipelago bastards. To miss the dragon slayer's sword when it rolled right into your feet, but it does not matter. It does not matter who has it. Anyway, the floating archipelago itself is already in our hands. This man was none other than Choi Ban's ninth venerable. No. Choi Ban's ninth venerable. That is the end, everyone. If you want to keep watching this story, please press the subscribe button right now. While you are at it, press the like button gently too. Thank you. Thank you for watching the Silver-Haired Grandma of Love channel.